intentionally drinking from where someone else had just drank. This upright gentleman wouldn't do such a thing unless it was unintentional. How dare you? Liang Jiru blushed with embarrassment and annoyance. If it weren't for the other students in the room, she would have wanted to bite him. Chen Lu smirked playfully, then said seriously, "The next time someone asks for your WeChat, just tell them I'm your boyfriend." Although a so-called entrepreneurial rising star had little power within the school, it still carried some weight with university students who hadn't yet entered society. He now had access to various deans and directors, something ordinary students couldn't achieve. Liang Jiru lightly bumped her forehead against Chen Lu's shoulder. "You really thought of mentioning that during the speech. Aren't you afraid of being disciplined by the school? What's there to be disciplined for? For the sake of my girlfriend's happiness, getting reprimanded is worth it. I'm happy even without you saying anything." Chen Lu snorted. Who knew someone was so jealous? "I'm not." Although the girl said so, the corners of her mouth that she tried to hide couldn't help but curve upwards. She had always been quite insecure. Fortunately, her boyfriend seemed to understand everything. Chapter 165. The next day, the last day of September. After finishing lunch at noon, Chen Lu lazily sat on the sofa watching his phone, laughing foolishly from time to time. He never expected that he would also have a day when he would trend online. He wondered what those people who praised his good looks would feel like when they saw him laughing like a weirdo. Suddenly noticing a bit of skin peeling on his lips, he licked it with his tongue to confirm its position, then used his teeth to bite off the small piece of skin. Nothing happened. When autumn approaches, some people who are not fond of drinking water tend to have lips that become particularly dry and prone to peeling. Chen Lu was one of them. Liang Jiru, with her sharp eyes, naturally couldn't overlook this condition. "I brought you some lip balm," Liang Jiru said as she put down her brush while drawing. Now that Zi Zunfang didn't need much of her care, she would usually come to the rental house during the day after finishing her classes, returning home at night. Both of them tacitly agreed that as long as they didn't sleep together at night, it didn't count as living together. They were still behaving like good children. "Just bought it." Curious, Chen Lu asked. Liang Jiru looked surprised and raised her head to look at him, a cute and surprised expression on her face as she asked, "How did you know?" Chen Lu sighed, "Because you could never bear to buy something for yourself." Embarrassed, the girl pursed her lips, unwrapped the plastic packaging containing the lip balm, twisted off the cap, and then handed it to Chen Lu. Chen Lu, who was happily looking at his phone, wrinkled his brow instantly after smelling the fragrance emanating from the lip balm. It had a floral scent. "You keep it for yourself. I don't like using this stuff," he said, leaning back. He didn't like the smell. Liang Jiru looked a bit conflicted. "You also don't like drinking water." She found that her boyfriend sometimes acted like a child, and she had to coax him. "Who says I don't drink water? Don't soft drinks and watermelon contain water?" Chen Lu retorted. Liang Jiru, unruffled, sat next to him and whispered, "Just apply it once a day, okay?" As she spoke, she hugged Chen Lu's arm tenderly. "Please." "I won't apply it." Chen Lu licked his lips and said, "Look, my lips are not dry anymore." He detested this kind of thing, mostly due to a rebellious attitude resulting from being forced by Wang Zhao to apply lip balm many times during his childhood. "How about every 2 days?" Liang Jiru continued to lower her request. She couldn't help but wish that Chen Lu was as easily convinced as she was. "I still won't apply it. What if I give you a little reward?" Liang Jiru hesitated, speaking in a very low voice. She felt her ears and cheeks burning, having to sell her charm just to persuade Chen Lu to apply lip balm. If others didn't know, they might think she was asking him to do something else. Chen Lu perked up and turned to look at her. "What kind of reward?" "I'll kiss you a few more times later." Liang Jiru raised an eyebrow. "You're using kisses as a test," Chen Lu teased, puzzled by her proposal. Liang Jiru didn't say anything more and just held Chen Lu's hand, putting it on her thigh. She was now wearing a summer pajama, sitting on the sofa with part of her thigh exposed. Is this enough?" Her voice trembled, sounding nervous, unable to look at Chen Lu. After being tricked into buying matching couple pajamas by Chen Lu, she regretted it countless times. She would bet that when Chen Lu persuaded her to buy the pajamas, he already had a plan in mind for the current situation. Feeling the smooth touch of her legs, Chen Lu couldn't resist smiling. He comfortably placed the girl's slender legs on his lap, thinking how enjoyable it was. Liang Jiru remembered the task at hand and picked up the lip balm, blushing as she looked at him. But Chenlu was too engrossed in their interaction. "I'm busy now. We can do it later," he said, brushing off her request. The girl bit her lip, feeling a bit aggrieved inside. This person always bullied her. Just as Chenlu was curious while Liang Jiru wasn't speaking, he suddenly saw her applying the lip balm on herself. Finding it strange, before he could say anything, Liang Jiru hugged his neck and pressed her lips against his. After a few seconds, she slowly pulled back, looking into Chen Lu's surprised face. "Is it okay to apply like this once a day?" she asked in a soft voice, her face flushed. Chen Lu felt the lip balm on his lips and gazed at the girl's soft lips, his heart pounding. "Swallowing," he said, "several times is fine." He realized he was almost being captivated by her charm. Well, if he was captured, so be it, he gladly accepted. Before he could continue, Liang Jiru realized that once she gave Chen Lu permission, while he wouldn't take advantage, he would definitely hold on to the existing advantage. She had no choice but to stay by Chen Lu's side, using her phone to watch drawing tutorials, allowing him to touch her legs. She couldn't understand how she could get addicted to this. Now, she dared not wear those kinds of socks in front of Chen Lu, fearing he would take everything he could get. Chen Lu propped the girl's legs on his lap and placed his laptop on her knees, working and relaxing at the same time. "Would you like to work part-time during the National Day holiday?" he asked, looking at the calendar. Liang Jiru, in this situation, could only lie on the sofa, pondering for a moment before saying, "I might need to work a few days. Now that Auntie can take care of herself, I was thinking of taking you on a trip," Chen Lu said regretfully. Previously, he had watched his parents enjoy their own world every day, and now that he had a girlfriend, he wanted to show off as well. It was good to go out more while young. He couldn't be like his parents, only thinking of traveling after having children. He couldn't just leave the children at home, right? It wouldn't be nice. He seemed to be getting carried away. Just as Chen Lu snapped out of his thoughts, he saw Liang Jiru looking at him warily. "You will try to convince me that we couldn't get to separate beds, and then coax me into sharing one room with you," Liang Jiru said seriously. "Is that also something Lin Miao Miao advised you on?" Chen Lu couldn't help but ask, internally criticizing Lin Miao Miao for revealing all his tricks. Liang Jiru shook her head. "She didn't teach me that. I learned it from being taken advantage of by you too many times." Ahem. Chen Lu struggled to maintain a straight face. "Don't make up things. I'm not that kind of person." The girl couldn't help but poke Chen Lu's abdomen with her toe, speechless. "Can you remove your hand from my leg before saying that?" Chapter 166 Going to the moon. "Don't move. Be honest," Chen Lu said seriously. Liang Ziro initially felt strange, but later realized something was off and immediately became obedient. "I feel like you're becoming less serious," she said, looking away as if feeling bullied. "Didn't I tell you before? Boys are all like this. I can't help it," Chen Lu sighed, admitting he didn't want to act this way. "It's also uncomfortable in the long run, right?" Liang Ziro felt embarrassed upon hearing this, wanting to retract her leg, but Chen Lu held it firmly. "Do you enjoy pain and pleasure?" she asked helplessly and a bit heartbroken, considering Chen Lu said he felt uncomfortable. "I enjoy pleasure," Chen Lu admitted honestly. "Zero, why don't we pretend to be sworn brothers, with Chen Mo as our younger sister? You can call me Big Brother, and you can be the second brother." The girl sensed the sarcasm and lightly kicked Chen Lu in the stomach. Chen Lu couldn't help but groan and refrain from speaking nonsense. He was satisfied with the progress so far, and he still had a leg to touch. Liang Ziro knew Chen Lu was just taking advantage verbally, but her feelings were still complex. "I'm going to take a nap. I have a class in the afternoon," she said before pulling her leg back and walking slowly to her room after pouring Chen Lu a glass of water. Chen Lu watched her walk away and couldn't help but chuckle. "Want to nap together?" "No napping together," Liang Ziro replied shyly from behind the closed room door, popping her head out before closing it. "Remember to drink the water, so your lips won't dry out so easily." The girl closed the door, leaned against it lightly, and took a deep breath. She covered her slightly flushed cheeks with both hands, feeling helpless. Chen Lu's words were like devil's whispers, always tempting her. After all, she liked Chen Lu so much. How could she not want to sleep next to him? When she had a fever, her rationality collapsed, tightly holding Chen Lu to prevent him from leaving was proof. But it was too dangerous. If Chen Lu had any intentions, she knew she wouldn't be able to refuse. No matter how unreasonable Chen Lu's intentions were, she might not refuse. What if? What if ... Can't have any what ifs. The girl quickly shook her head, interrupting her thoughts. Liang Zero, you must maintain your bottom line. Even if you can't wait for an engagement, at least hold on until mom fully recovers and can take care of herself. She slowly moved to the bed, let herself fall down on it, and after a few seconds, she turned over and started searching odd questions on Baidu. She didn't know the saying water boils at 100 degrees. People die at 100 degrees. She continued to search for knowledge. As Lin Miao Miao had said before when racing, there isn't an absolutely safe way most of the time. In the living room, Chen Lu had no idea that his casual joke had sparked numerous scenarios in Liang Ziru's mind. He continued working, planning to take a nap after half an hour. But as he stood up, his phone rang. It was Wang Zhao calling. Chen Lu assumed his mom must have just finished gossiping with her friends and was calling to praise him. "Hey, Mom," he answered, and Wang Zhaoxia's voice came through the phone. "I'm in your neighborhood. Which unit is your rented place?" Chen Lu's drowsiness disappeared instantly as he looked around, noticing Liang Ziru's t-shirt hanging on the balcony. "Hello. Why aren't you answering?" Wang Zhao continued. "Oh, it's in Unit 1. No elevator. I'll come down to open the door for you." After hanging up, Chen Lu sat down on the couch. Today he was trending in games. Tomorrow he might trend for moving in with a girl and then getting his leg broken by his mom. He quickly scanned the room, realizing he had no time to destroy the evidence at the moment. Chen Lu symbolically hid what he could. A while later, Wang Zhao called again. "Hold on, it was an old lady who opened the door in Unit 1, she said. "Ah, I said Unit 2. Chen Lu replied innocently. "You said Unit 1. Chen Lu chuckled. "I misspoke. I'll come down to get you." Unfortunately, even with this little time gained, he realized he was beyond redemption. It was time to face the consequences. A few minutes later, Wang Zhao arrived at her inspection site. She looked around, paying particular attention to cleanliness. However, the scene there was a bit different from what she'd imagined. Although Chen Lu was quite clean, everything was too orderly in the house. Could her son be this diligent? She was inclined to believe he was an alien. "Mom, what's in the big bag you're carrying?" Chen Lu handed her the glass of water that Liang Zero had poured for him, looking puzzled. Wang Zhao placed the bag on the table before sitting down slowly. "These are fruits your grandfather grew for you. Also, do you remember your second aunt? She visited our place before." Chen Lu recalled the middle-aged woman he had sat next to, appearing extremely introverted. "I remember," he nodded slightly. "She heard about your gaming achievements and asked me if you could help her child get a job at your company. Her son couldn't integrate into school properly and ended up dropping out," Wang Zhao explained. "I managed to handle it casually. Your father and I don't understand much about your company affairs. We won't cause you trouble." Chen Lu shook his head, sighing. "I thought she was hovering too much over her son." Wang Zhao agreed. "She's too honest. Although your mom's way of parenting is problematic, I believe children should have some freedom. If they can't make waves at home, what future could they have outside?" "Mom, are you serious?" Chen Lu asked, hiding his trembling right hand behind his back, speaking softly. "Of course," Wang Zhao replied, but as soon as she finished, the bedroom door of Liang Ziro slowly opened. A girl with tousled hair and wearing pajamas walked out. "I dreamt that I suddenly found myself on the moon, but I was the only one there," Liang Ziro complained in a coquettish tone, clearly just waking up with sleepy eyes and a groggy voice. As she locked eyes with Chen Lu and a stunned Wang Zhao, she froze. Going to the moon sounded good. Let's go now. Chapter 167. Comparing Liang Ziru and Wang Zhao, who were completely stunned, Chen Lu seemed more calm. He deliberately didn't notify Liang Ziru. After all, if the two of them had prepared in advance and were discovered, the situation might have changed in Wang Zhaoxia's eyes. Letting Liang Ziru come out from her room in this way could prove that this upright gentleman really hadn't done anything bad. He hadn't engaged in the despicable behavior of deceiving a girl to come to bed with him. At least, not temporarily. "Mom, you just said that it's better for kids to be a bit more mischievous. You can't take back your words. Chen Lu silently prayed in his heart. Liang Jiru was stunned for a few seconds, then took a step back and softly said, "Auntie, hello." Chen Lu could see that her silly first reaction was definitely to imitate an ostrich and run back into the room. Good buddy, now she's only comparing with him in terms of being silly, right? In front of others, she was still a mute idiot. His heart suddenly felt a pang. Liang Jiru didn't dare to speak in front of others, but she was flirtatious with him in secret. Damn it! Being led around like this by such a silly person was embarrassing. After regaining her composure, Wang Zhaoxia's first reaction was to turn and look at Chen Lu, her expression calm and unperturbed, but it made him feel uneasy. She then redirected her gaze to Liang Jiru and smiled gently. "Jiru is here. Are you living together with Xiaolu?" No wonder the place was so clean, everything finally made sense. "Oh no, we're not sharing a room," Liang Jiru hastily explained, so nervous that her words came out jumbled. "She doesn't have a dorm. When she has classes in the afternoon and nowhere to go, I invite her here for a nap." Chen Lu hurriedly added, "She goes back to her own home at night." The silly way she said it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Without an explanation, he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. Wang Zhao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief only after hearing the explanation. Her idiot son had a bad temper, and Liang Jiru was easy to fool. She had long been afraid that Chen Lu would play some tricks, but fortunately, he hadn't pulled any big stunts like getting someone pregnant out of wedlock. Getting old really couldn't handle the heart. Just napping together in one room in the house, not even sharing a bed. The child was grown up now and couldn't act impulsively. She had to endure it. Seeing his mother's reaction, Chen Lu felt a slight release of tension in his heart. At least Wang Zhao didn't break his legs on the spot. People always liked compromises. If he had told Wang Zhao directly that he wanted Liang Jiru to come and live with him, she would have definitely made him understand what tough love meant. But if she thought they were living together and then learned it was just for a nap, Wang Zhao would probably accept it. "Come sit down, Auntie happened to miss you," Wang Zhao said with a soft, gentle voice. Liang Jiru timidly sat beside her, lowering her head and feeling too embarrassed to speak. She felt like a cabbage secretly courting someone else's pig, extremely guilty. Just half an hour ago, she was here cuddling with Chen Lu. The thought made her cheeks even redder. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her cheeks matching her pink toes pressed firmly against her shoes. It wasn't just Liang Jiru feeling awkward. Wang Zhao was also uncomfortable now, feeling like it would have been better if she hadn't come. Wait, her misfortunate son was currently deceiving an innocent girl. She was here to uphold justice. Having clarified these thoughts, she smiled and took Liang Jiru's hand gently, asking, "Has Xiaolu been bothering you lately? If he makes you unhappy, tell Auntie, and Auntie will beat him up for you." Liang Jiru didn't quite understand the meaning of the words, so she remained silent for a moment. The usually composed Chen Lu suddenly felt uneasy. "Why aren't you saying anything? You were so flirtatious in front of me. How did you crumble so suddenly? If you don't speak soon, your boyfriend is done for. You'll end up a widow." Sensing Chen Lu's urgency, as if by telepathy, the girl finally said dazedly, "No." Upon hearing this, Chen Lu slumped on the couch, letting out a relieved sigh. Liang Jiru had indeed changed significantly over the past 6 months. But why did he feel that her evolution towards silliness was a bit strange? Her social skills had barely passed 50 out of 100, still not reaching the passing mark, but her flirting ability had soared to 90. "You're really specializing too heavily, Miss Liang Jiru." After calming down for a moment and chatting casually, Liang Jiru's cheeks were no longer as red as before. "It's nice for you to come here at noon. It's so hot in the summer. Spending the afternoon at school with no place to nap is uncomfortable," Wang Zhao said, feeling pity for the girl. She wondered how the girl had managed before. "So when I was choosing a house, I considered this point. Your son is smart, right?" Chen Lu said, then quickly stopped boasting after being glared at by his mother. He was still a suspect of luring innocent girls. "My unit is off tomorrow, and Zemo is back. Jiru, come to my place for a meal," Wang Zhao suddenly said. Chen Lu blinked blankly. "What about me? Don't you need to ask if I'm going?" "Chen, where's Chen Lu?" Liang Jiru asked, her voice trembling. Unable to hold back a smile, Wang Zhao didn't know how her son had found such a cute girlfriend. "Of course, he's coming too," she said. The girl blushed slightly, then shyly nodded. Not planning to stay long, Wang Zhao said a few more words and then left. Liang Jiru wanted to go with her to see her off, but was smilingly refused by Wang Zhao. Before leaving, she left Chen Lu a meaningful glance. Chen Lu didn't dare to overthink it. Even though the living room had air conditioning, he still had a cold sweat on his cheek. The living room fell silent, only the sound of the air conditioning blowing cold air. Suddenly, while sitting, Liang Jiru fell onto the couch, burying her head in a cushion without moving. I don't want to live ... The girl's slender legs trembled, looking very aggrieved. Chen Lu couldn't help but smirk. "Look at you. You're just here to take a nap, not even in the same room. As long as you've done nothing wrong, why be afraid?" "Auntie definitely won't believe it," Liang Jiru said nervously, feeling that she was starting to resemble a bad child more and more, especially after having stayed here overnight before. "That's a possibility." Chen Lu climbed over to her side, propped himself up to press her down, and whispered in her ear, "Since she already suspects something, why don't we just sleep in the same room?" Chapter 168. Repeatedly defeated and battled Chen Lu, a man of such integrity. How could he be slandered in vain? Whether or not there is any truth to it, it's better to just admit to the accusations instead of allowing doubts to linger. When others say you have nuclear weapons, it's best to actually have them. Similarly, if others say you're a rogue, you better actually be one. Otherwise, being baselessly slandered is just unfair, right? Liang Jiru continued to remain motionless like an ostrich, unaffected by his enticement. Chen Lu kissed the girl's earlobe and took the peaches brought by Wang Zhao to the kitchen to wash. After a while, Liang Jiru combed her long hair with a comb, preparing to go back to school. Chen Lu lay on the sofa, nibbling on peaches while scrolling through his phone. The weather was nice that day, with clouds flying high in the sky, perfect for slacking off. He still remembered the sense of loss he felt right after graduating, occasionally missing the feeling of attending classes. Now, he couldn't help but feel foolish for longing for class. Life without classes was so much better. As he scrolled through his phone, he suddenly saw Liang Jiru's name on the confession wall. Someone had posted asking who his girlfriend was, as he had mentioned it publicly during a speech. There were a few comments below. "The cold and aloof goddess of our accounting department, Liang Jiru. I have never seen such a beautiful girl. Too bad the beautiful flowers are already taken. Just wake up the person above with the yellow urine. You definitely can't even strike up a conversation. She doesn't talk to anyone in class. I'm in her class. There's only one female classmate who has her WeChat. Cold and aloof." Chen Lu glanced at Liang Jiru as she combed her hair and almost burst out laughing. Cold and aloof goddess ... ridiculous. Cold and aloof goddess didn't exist, but an extremely socially awkward silly person did. Misunderstood as cold and aloof in this world of appearance worship. Chen Lu suggested, "Come here, let me hug you." "Oh." Liang Jiru obediently moved into Chen Lu's arms, letting him hold her. "I'll pour you some water. If your lips crack and bleed from picking at them, I don't want to move, just feed me the water." "All right." Liang Jiru quickly brought the warm water and fed it to Chen Lu. It was a small matter to feed him water as long as he was willing to drink. Chen Lu sat up straight and simply opened his mouth while the girl held the cup for him to drink. Somehow, after being labeled strangely, Chen Lu felt even more pleased to tease her. "Why is my name here?" Liang Jiru noticed and was surprised. "It's just a bunch of people gossiping, don't mind it." After a few sips, Chen Lu pushed the cup away. Water, tasteless to him, was truly hard to drink. He found it amusing and joked, "Everyone says you're a cold and aloof goddess. They probably can't believe you're just socially awkward." In this superficial world, Chen Lu felt like shouting out to the world that compared to the other shining points his girlfriend possessed, her looks were just one aspect. It was laughable that nobody cared about her other qualities before she started making an effort to dress up or even defended her when she was criticized. "I'm your girlfriend." Liang Jiru found the messy title boring and wasn't pleased with being called Chen Lu's girlfriend yet. She pouted, discontented. "And I'm not cold and aloof, nor socially awkward." Chen Lu chuckled, "Good, you're learning to talk back. I'm proud of you. I wonder who couldn't speak up in front of my mom earlier." Liang Jiru playfully bumped Chen Lu's head and then left for class. In the afternoon, Lin Miao Miao lazily sat next to Liang Jiru, already in a sleeping position before class even began. She was just a bit better than Zhang Chao, never failing a subject. If it was time to nap in class, she would definitely do so. "Why do you look so distracted?" Lin Miao Miao asked with a yawn, rarely seeing Liang Jiru as restless during class as herself. This silly girl usually stayed as still as a sculpture in class. Liang Jiru sighed and recounted the incident with Wang Zhao over lunch in detail. "Is it that exciting?" Lin Miao Miao's eyes sparkled as she found this couple's affairs more interesting than a TV drama. "I'm so upset." Liang Jiru looked pitiful. "Will Auntie think I'm frivolous?" After a moment of thought, Lin Miao Miao earnestly replied, "If it were me, I'd probably hope that Chen Lu would settle down soon. You can't let the rare catch slip away." Liang Jiru. During class, Lin Miao Miao suddenly chuckled, attracting the attention of their classmates. She cleared her throat without changing her expression. It was as if nothing happened, responding innocently when others looked at her. She was an expert in social banditry and had an extremely strong mental composure. After everyone's gaze shifted away, she giggled while leaning on the desk. "What happened to you? Liang Jiru was a bit puzzled. She had been worried about whether Chen Lu was drinking water properly, only to be caught off guard by Lin Miao Miao's sudden laughter. Lin Miao Miao had relived the most embarrassing moment of her life in those few seconds, almost laughing out loud. She handed her phone to Liang Jiru without saying a word. Liang Jiru took the phone, blinked rapidly at the screen, blushing all the way to her ears, feeling her breath quicken. The screen displayed the post she had seen at noon, but with a prominent reply below. "Chen Lu, haha. Everyone talked so much. I was just kissed by my girlfriend and fainted, just woke up. Thank you for all the praises. I think my girlfriend is just alright, slightly prettier than other girls." Smug. JPG. No wonder everyone had been looking at her strangely in class. Like Lin Miao Miao, she buried her burning cheeks in her arms and didn't want to face anyone ever again. As Liang Jiru begged Lin Miao Miao to quickly find someone to delete the post, Chen Lu was busy with his own life-changing events. Yes, Master Chen was once again failing and struggling in his grand endeavor of boiling a frog he had called for AC repair. The repairman had just arrived, and he cheerfully welcomed him. "What kind of work do you do?" The repairman, a sincere person who didn't catch the joke, blinked and asked, "What seems to be the problem with your air conditioning?" "No problem with the AC." "Then why did you call me?" "I want you to make a problem with the AC." "You have a problem." The repairman was dumbfounded, never having heard such a strange request. Chen Lu pointed to his room. "Just pretend to break the AC for me. I'll pay you for it." He paused, then hurriedly added, "Hey, don't call the police. Let me explain." Chapter 169. Acting first at dusk, dazzling fiery clouds stretched across the sky at the horizon. Many children who had just finished school gathered in the old residential area, playing and making noise. There were more elderly people and children in the area, and after living there for a while, they could greet each other when they crossed paths, creating a lively atmosphere. The charm of the old residential area lies in this. After class, Liang Jiru bought a lot of vegetables and planned to cook dinner for Chen Lu before going home. As the girl was about to enter the building unit, a middle-aged woman with curly hair walked towards her. "You're the girlfriend of Zilu, right?" "You're quite handsome," the woman said. Liang Jiru was startled and replied, "Hello, auntie. Here, hold this bag of peaches. I just bought a lot from the market. There are still some at home. Zilu helped me carry rice before. I can't let him do it in vain. Look at you. If you don't take it, I'll be angry. Listen to me." Forced to take some unexpected gains, Liang Jiru walked in and saw Chen Lu sitting on the sofa, looking calm. She pouted grumpily. "Hey, who is this?" Chen Lu deliberately spoke in a strange tone. Liang Jiru felt more embarrassed the more Chen Lu commented. She walked up to him, tapped his shoulder, and then playfully bumped her head against his chest. Chen Lu groaned and tried to tickle her. Chen Lu thought Liang Jiru was going to kiss him. This silly girl was starting to challenge him now, to mischievous. Unable to escape Chen Lu's tight hug, Liang Jiru looked at him with a helpless expression and pouted, "You can't bully me." This silly girl was becoming more and more cute, which aggravated Chen Lu. Chen Lu, feeling indignant, didn't mind about Liang Jiru taking advantage of him before, but now she wanted to do it again. He hugged the girl's slender waist, feeling the fragrance of her hair, and said softly, "Give me a reason to spare you." With a soft stomach, he pinched her. "Your comment this afternoon caused me to be teased by Meow Meow when I left school. Liang Jiru looked very aggrieved. "I'm getting back at her." Chen Lu casually added, "Deduct her salary. She can earn 10,000 yuan a month now." After saying that, he leaned towards the girl's ear. Jokingly continued, "I'll teach you. Each time you deduct 648 yuan, she'd definitely be heartbroken when she hears it. She doesn't work for me. You're the boss lady." "No, I'm not." Liang Jiru felt frustrated. This man always took advantage of her in every aspect, making it impossible to defend against. "My classmates in the afternoon were giving me weird looks. I see you don't like being talked about, so I stepped in. I couldn't shout at you guys directly, right? It had to be more subtle." Liang Jiru blinked dully, pondering for a while before vaguely understanding Chen Lu's intention. She pursed her lips, feeling like kissing him. Chen Lu wasn't interested in teasing her and sat back on the sofa. Seeing Liang Jiru carrying a bag of peaches, he teased, "Do you want to raise monkeys here? My mom brought back so many." Seeing that the bag was full of peaches, his curious eyes dimmed, showing no interest in the soft and not-so-crisp peaches. "It's not me who bought them." Liang Jiru put the purchased vegetables in the fridge and said seriously. Chen Lu found it amusing. "Was it someone who found you good-looking and gave them to you?" "An auntie gave them to me." Liang Jiru ran her hand through her hair and gently flicked it, the auntie with the permed hair. She couldn't remember who it was, feeling awkward being recognized while not recognizing others. Chen Lu pointed to the floor and said, "It should be the auntie downstairs. Her daughter is a counselor at our school. Seems to be in the accounting department." Liang Jiru looked at him as if seeing a ghost. "How do you know everything?" "Just chatted about it. We often meet, so it's good to have more acquaintances in the neighborhood near the university. Knowing more people increases your connections. It's mainly because I can't stand when the conversation stops at me. If the other person just says oh and doesn't talk anymore, then it's all good. But if the oh person is me, it's not good," Chen Lu explained. Liang Jiru didn't quite understand, but it sounded impressive. She lightly kissed Chen Lu on the cheek and then went to the kitchen to cook. At 6 in the evening, Liang Jiru had finished dinner, but it was still early, so she didn't rush to leave. Chen Lu finished washing the dishes and sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to relax. With the studio gaining momentum and the second game taking shape, it was time to consider marketing strategies. Seeing Chen Lu deep in thought, Liang Jiru didn't disturb him and instead focused on drawing. Initially taken up as a hobby, she became more motivated to learn drawing when told she could earn money from it. Although she thought having a hobby didn't suit her, being a rich girl supported by Chen Lu also seemed unsuitable. Despite realizing she was a bit silly compared to Chen Lu, she hadn't given up her dream of being supported by him. Meow Meow suggested that I create an account on C Station to post my drawings. She said it could help attract followers and earn money in the future, Liang Jiru explained. Chen Lu opened his eyes and said, "You might find drawing less tiring now, but if you end up making money from it, drawing could become a burden. Just like how I used to enjoy playing games, but now that I develop them, I'm less inclined to play them. This concept is similar to setting your favorite song as an alarm. The appeal might diminish over time." Chen Lu couldn't resist a smirk, finding Liang Jiru's plan impressive, as she didn't need his concern. "Shall I create the account now?" the girl asked. "If you want to give it a try, why not?" Chen Lu replied. "I thought you wouldn't agree," Liang Jiru said softly, forgetting her intention to be mad at Chen Lu. Several months had passed, and she was still stuck at the first level of the game, not even lasting 10 seconds. Chen Lu couldn't help but smirk, seeing that Liang Jiru had her own plans and didn't need his protection. "So should I create the account or not?" the girl asked. "If you want to try, go ahead," Chen Lu replied. "I thought you didn't agree," Liang Jiru said softly, remembering Chen Lu's earlier concerns. Chen Lu smiled and said, "I just analyzed the pros and cons for you. Whatever decision you make, I'll support it." Blushing, Liang Jiru turned away feeling embarrassed. However, Chen Lu noticed the girl's sheepish smile and knew she was blushing. The next day was the first day of the National Day holiday. Early in the morning, Chen Lu dropped off Liang Jiru at his doorstep. As he was about to open the door, Liang Jiru grabbed his hand. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu found it strange. "I'm not mentally prepared." Liang Jiru took a deep breath. Despite feeling less nervous when facing Chen Lu's parents earlier, being caught in the act by Wang Zhao made her nervous again. The latter was much more intimidating. Chen Lu squeezed the girl's soft hand and said, "I have a way to make you less nervous." "What way?" Liang Jiru turned to him, intrigued. Chen Lu leaned in and whispered, "Let me teach you. When you go in, just call her mom. You're nervous about my mom." Chapter 170. I brought your daughter-in-law here. Liang Jiru pursed her lips and didn't say anything, looking up at him with a slightly aggrieved expression, as if asking, "Is what you said even human language?" Chen Lu smirked. This silly girl knew she couldn't win against him in an argument, and now she had learned to condemn his conscience in silence. No, he had to find a way to completely erase this thing called conscience to avoid delays. Thanks to Chen Lu's teasing, Liang Jiru was indeed distracted for a bit, and her nervousness eased a lot. The two stood at the doorstep for about 3 or 4 minutes. After Liang Jiru mentally prepared herself, Chen Lu finally took out the key and opened the door. Liang Jiru felt a little embarrassed for keeping Chen Lu standing for so long. Seeing Chen Lu's indifferent look, she suddenly felt moved. "Mom, I brought your daughter-in-law back," Chen Lu shouted as soon as he entered the door. Liang Jiru was stunned for a moment. Well, all her mental preparations had been in vain. "Could you at least return the emotion I had just then?" Wang Zhao walked out of the bedroom just after finishing a phone call. It seemed she was working. "Jiru is here so early. Please sit." "I'm busy with work." She pointed to the couch and continued talking on the phone. After a moment, she paused and said, "Ah, your eldest son hasn't found a girlfriend yet? Oh, he really should hurry up. Times have changed. It's harder to find a girlfriend as you get older. Look at Li's son. He's getting married in a couple of days. She's just waiting at home to become a grandmother." Chen Lu gave his mother an exasperated look and took Liang Jiru's hand to lead her to the couch. He could tell that Wang Zhao intended to return all the complaints her coworkers had made to her. Those elderly ladies clutching onto their secure job positions were competing not for houses or cars, but for who could become a grandmother first. How interesting! Wang Zhao was once fretting over her coworkers' remarks, and now she had become the source of anxiety for others. How things change. Just as they sat down, Chen Lu noticed that Liang Jiru had been glancing to the side. He followed her gaze and saw Chen Mo covering his face with a book, lying flat on the side. Liang Jiru probably thought Chen Mo was sleeping and didn't dare to greet him. Chen Lu didn't care about these things and sarcastically commented, "I've never dared to imagine what you look like reading at home. Quite intriguing." Chen Mo, who was lying flat, slowly sat up as if he were a corpse. His dark eye circles made him resemble a panda. "Can't help it, the college entrance exam is coming up. Don't bother looking. Let me take you shopping." "You can pick whatever you want," Chen Lu said as he slapped a bank card on the coffee table. "Great." Chen Mo, who had looked lifeless just moments ago, suddenly lit up. But as she was about to take the card, Chen Lu quickly took it back and smiled, saying, "I tricked you. Don't easily trust anyone. Your big brother here is giving you a free lesson. No need to thank me." Chen Mo bit her lip in frustration, then suddenly leapt into Liang Jiru's arms. "Sister-in-law, look at him." Liang Jiru had long been accustomed to being called sister-in-law by Chen Mo. She didn't say anything and silently reached out to massage Chen Mo's eyes, her actions and eyes extremely gentle. This time, it was Chen Lu's turn to grit his teeth. He had never wanted a single child so badly. Perhaps he should find a chance to sell this cheap sister off, even if it meant paying someone to take her. After a couple of minutes, Chen Lu couldn't hold back any longer. "Doesn't your conscience ache, little sister? Your sister-in-law's hands must be tired," he remarked. Chen Mo thought he had a point and laughed as she sat up. "I'll take over." Chen Lu moved towards Liang Jiru, prompting Chen Mo to shout loudly, "Are you still human?" As the siblings bantered, Wang Zhao happened to finish her call and walked out, seeing Chen Lu and Chen Mo bickering, and Liang Jiru looking helpless. This scene made her blood pressure shoot up, so she took a deep breath. How can you keep messing around at your age? You didn't even think to offer Jiru a glass of water. Chen Lu protested, "Mom, your son's heart is bleeding. If you continue like this, I might actually run away from home. The family, which originally had one cartoon-patterned porcelain cup per person, was now even equipped with one for Liang Jiru. Wang Zhao poured water for Liang Jiru using the new cup as she said, "Consider it settled. If my brother leaves, I leave too." Chen Mo continued to provoke, adding fuel to the fire. It seemed like the combination of these siblings couldn't be beat, not even by their sister-in-law. With a sneer, Wang Zhao remarked, "Oh, what a double surprise." Liang Jiru couldn't help but raise a smile at the lively atmosphere. Unlike before, when she felt out of place, she felt like she was no longer just a spectator, but also a part of this heartwarming scene. Her eyes felt a bit teary. This family had accepted her so wholeheartedly. Compared to her current happiness, all the past hardships seemed worth it. Thankfully, she endured. Wang Zhao patted Liang Jiru's head and softly said, "Later, I'll go pick up your mother with Zilu, and we can have a meal together." Liang Jiru hesitated on how to respond, but Chen Lu spoke up for her. "I asked before coming. Aunt Zhao's mobility is not great, but she invited you to visit when you have time." The girl glanced at Chen Lu, who never seemed to let himself be put in a difficult position, except when it came to teasing himself. "All right," Wang Zhao nodded without asking further questions. It was only just past 9 in the morning, still some time before lunch. Chen Mo, who couldn't sit still after chatting for a while, loudly suggested, "Let's go shopping." When Chen Lu didn't react, she cleverly pleaded with Liang Jiru. Seeing as she was also a person, she could tell that her elder brother's manual was laid out on his sister-in-law. Liang Jiru, of course, felt too embarrassed to refuse, so she nodded in agreement. After a while, Chen Mo, who had changed into casual clothes, quickly dashed out of the room. Like Liang Jiru today, she wore a t-shirt and slim jeans, but unlike the refined and elegant Liang Jiru, Chen Mo seemed more youthful and energetic. It's true that true character shows on the outside. "Why are you so casual today?" Chen Lu couldn't help asking. "Duh, even if I dressed up carefully, I still wouldn't look as good as my sister-in-law without makeup. If someone were to find out, wouldn't that be embarrassing? If you don't strive, how can you boast that you only missed the top spot by a bit? You can only boast if you truly put in the effort." Chapter 171 Confidential Documents. Chen Mo was straightforward, carefree, and didn't care at all. His main selling point was a carefree attitude. Wang Zhao took out his phone to transfer money to Chen Mo. "You and Jiru each buy clothes you like." "That's not necessary," Chen Mo said arrogantly. His eyes kept glancing at the bank card in Chen Lu's pocket. Chen Lu immediately reacted. "What are you doing? The money in this card is all earned by me." Ignoring this, Chen Mo turned to Liang Jiru and asked, "Sister-in-law, could you buy me a dress?" Liang Jiru calculated how much pocket money she had left, then nodded firmly. "Your money is her money. She promised to buy it for me." Chen Mo looked pleased. Of course she wouldn't let Liang Jiru spend money. It was all a trick to deceive her brother. Seeing Chen Lu ignoring them, she continued, "You don't want us to be stuck in the store because we don't have money, right?" "I have money," Liang Jiru whispered. "You to go ahead. I have something to deal with at the company," Chen Lu suddenly said while looking at his phone. Maybe the pressure of having two projects at once was too much for their company, with many bugs in the new game. Liang Jiru's eyes flickered with a hint of loneliness, but it quickly disappeared. Shortly after Chen Mo and Liang Jiru left, Chen Lu was about to leave. "I'll be back for lunch." He was about to go out when Wang Zhao stopped him. "Wait a moment," she called out. When Chen Lu turned back curiously, Wang Zhao cleared her throat. "Come here. You're not going to scold me, are you?" Chen Lu asked. "If you don't come, then I will scold you." Chen Lu became even more puzzled, sitting on the sofa looking confused. Soon, Chen Lu walked out of the unit door in a flash. He had never gone downstairs so quickly in his life. He was simply too curious. Luckily Wang Zhao had said to open it later. If she had kept him guessing like Zhu Zhiliang, he wouldn't have been able to sleep for several nights. Besides being tied up, there were rows of stapled documents on top, looking like some kind of state secret. Chen Lu grinned, ripped it open directly. What he saw inside was a rectangular blue box. Dorix. Damn. Chen Lu froze instantly. Even though he had no experience using it, as a guy, it was hard not to recognize it. What does my mom want me to do with this? Despite always saying he was misunderstood, Now he was genuinely feeling awkward because of his mom's misunderstanding. Chen Lu thought for a moment, feeling that he couldn't keep this thing. What if Liang Jiru saw it by accident and misunderstood his intentions? It would ruin his reputation. Not being a licentious person, he didn't want any misunderstandings. He originally thought about throwing the box and the documents into the trash, then changed his mind and only threw away the documents. Forget it, I'll keep it. I'll probably need it sooner or later. Elsewhere, due to the National Day holiday, the shopping mall was crowded with people of all ages. Sensing the occasional glances cast their way, Chen Mo felt increasingly proud of his foresight. Trying to compete with his sister-in-law, who was attracting envious looks from girls everywhere, was the dumbest thing ever. She held a cup of milk tea, linked arms with Liang Jiru, and walked around confidently, emphasizing her social fears. Liang Jiru looked uncomfortable, constantly bowing her head. This kind of environment wasn't something she was used to. Suddenly Liang Jiru stopped at a place and looked around. "What's wrong?" Chen Mo asked curiously. "This is the first place I saw you." Liang Jiru spoke softly, but her voice was drowned out by the noisy surroundings. "Huh? Wasn't our first meeting at my house?" It dawned on Liang Jiru. "I remembered wrong." Chen Mo sighed deeply. "Sister-in-law, you can't continue to be naive like this, or one day my brother will fool and take advantage of you completely." "No, he won't. I'm not that naive." Nervously glancing around, even in the bustling mall, she was afraid of being overheard discussing their private matters. "And he won't deceive me. He wanted to deceive me long ago." Muttering to herself, she felt warm inside. "Oh, so you haven't reached that stage yet?" Chen Mo chuckled mischievously. "My brother is really clueless. That's it. That's simple. You still say you're not naive. I shift a bit, and you reveal all your cards." Liang Jiru bit her lip with a slightly aggrieved expression. Indeed, neither of these siblings was easy for her to handle. A while later, Chen Mo spotted a cream-colored dress that she really liked. Glancing at the price, $11.98, she hesitated. "Do you like it? If you do, I'll buy it for you," Liang Jiru said seriously, still unhesitant when it came to spending money on someone important to her. Although she didn't have a lot of economic pressure right now, she could still afford it. After all, she was spending less money now, but hadn't decreased her part-time job frequency much. Chen Mo really wanted it, but after buying study materials and watching a concert, she didn't have much money left. She had an idea. She told Liang Jiru she wouldn't buy it, then continued to browse with her for a while before suddenly saying, "Sister-in-law, you're a mature girl now. You should learn how to trick your boyfriend into going shopping with you." Liang Jiru pursed her lips. "He's busy, and I don't want to deceive him. He mainly just doesn't want to go shopping with us," Chen Mo said with a pang in her heart, because Chen Lu didn't want to go shopping with her specifically. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left only after they had gone out. She was certain that if she hadn't been there, Chen Lu would have eagerly followed. Poor younger sister. Liang Jiru nervously played with her fingers and said, "I don't know what to say. It's a skill that girls are born with, you just haven't realized it yet," Chen Mo said earnestly. "Believe in your natural talents." After carefully thinking about Lin Miaomiao's and Chen Mo's guidance, and searching for usable knowledge, she concluded something. "Liang Jiru, are you still busy?" Chen Lu, "Yes." Liang Jiru, "At the mall entrance, Mimi and I saw a cat doing a backflip. Do you want to come see it?" Chen Mo stared at their chat conversation and was dumbfounded. "Sister-in-law, never mind. You really don't have that talent." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Lu's reply arrived. "Chen Lu, is this for real? I'll come over now. What's going on with you two? Why do you have such weird conversations?" Chapter 172, Liang Taigong Goes Fishing. I think there are two main reasons for the delay in the progress of our second game. Firstly, the update frequency of the first game Tower of Slaughter did not slow down in time, consuming too much energy. Secondly, too many people lack the skills to handle the current projects. I hope you all hurry up and learn, don't be the one holding everyone back. Because the progress of our new game is unclear, I suggest that the focus of the programming team continue to be on stabilizing the revenue of Tower of Slaughter in the coming half-month. And everyone should work overtime to quickly adapt to the structure and production process of the new game. Peng Lian methodically analyzed the recent issues of the programming team in the meeting room. He even prepared a set of PowerPoint slides specifically for this meeting. Chen Lu sat on the side, resting his cheek in his hand, his gaze fixed on his phone hidden under the table. He turned his gaze to Chen Lu. Lu Jie, this is the current situation of the project. Do you have any instructions? For now, let's go with what you said. I'll figure out the rest of the problems. Chen Lu said softly, indicating that he was listening. After speaking, he looked around and continued, Everyone, has your salary ever been delayed since your first day at the company? And isn't the bonus more than you expected? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Not only were the salary and bonuses satisfying, but even when work wasn't busy, they were not penalized for being late or leaving early, nor were they criticized. Now, most of the employees are interns or already employed, so they are more aware of the company's generous treatment. It's the envy of those around them. Chen Lu nodded slightly at this and continued, I am responsible for finding people to solve technical problems, so you guys just need to focus on keeping up with the progress. However, I'll repeat, the project progress remains the responsibility of each individual. If you can't complete it, leave immediately and settle your salary. Understood? Everyone responded in unison. They were already used to Chen Lu saying this, and they had no doubts. Because Chen Lu usually doesn't care about slacking off, but when someone lags behind in completing a task, he can be quite ruthless. If anyone in the company makes a mistake and doesn't take responsibility, it's only the owner, who is like the apple of the boss's eye. Chen Lu stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Zhang Chao followed behind him with a disdainful expression. He was too familiar with this routine of scolding followed by reassurance, skilled at it. His heart is truly dark. Regarding the investment from Penguin. As they stepped outside, Zhang Chao reached out to stop Chen Lu and said, We may need to make a trip to Shenchuan City in a few days. He looked somewhat conflicted. Originally, I didn't plan on making you go, but they seem more eager to talk with you. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Lu said seriously, Let's postpone it for a few days. Why? In a few days, it's Liang Zhirou's birthday. Chen Lu finished speaking, shook the car key in his hand, indicating that he was leaving. Watching Chen Lu walk away, Zhang Chao smiled bitterly and sighed. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the carefree days back in school facing final exams. Back then, Chen Lu had the same attitude. He did what he had to and left the rest up to destiny. Only Zhang Chao would be stressing out over the highlighted points on the table, working frantically, yet still performing worse than Chen Lu. Little did he know that while he used to fret over failing an exam, Chen Lu remained carefree. And now, with the second game possibly facing failure due to technical issues, Chen Lu was still unfazed. This was the only aspect of Chen Lu that Zhang Chao couldn't understand since they met. Just as Zhang Chao was lost in these thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Liu Yan, her voice tinged with fatigue but still lively. I finally passed the law exam. How's the travel plan going? Let me tell you, the only thing that kept me going through the revisions was the thought of our trip. If I could start over, I wouldn't have chosen this major even if it meant studying civil engineering. Zhang Chao didn't find the joke funny and watched the university students below the floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling a sense of envy. After a moment of silence, he exhaled a smoke ring, saying, The projects at the company aren't going smoothly recently. Let's postpone the trip for a while. I understand, you're busy. Just don't forget. The initially cheerful tone on the phone seemed to dampen abruptly. In a moment, Zhang Chao heard the sound of the call being hung up, but he didn't react, taking a deep breath and leaning back in his chair. This is how startups operate. Stepping out of the comfort zone means taking risks. If you don't venture out, there's no future. He knew it was useless to worry now, but he just didn't have the mental capacity to deal with anything else. He kept thinking about finding a way to support Penguin's technology, so he and Chen Lu would have to go to Shenchuan. Otherwise, they would have to give up on the new game and let it die in its infancy, wasting all the initial investment. Although it wouldn't mean the end of the company, it would still be a heavy blow. Neither option was a good one. While Chen Lu wasn't in the mood for jokes today, since Liang Zhirou wanted him back, he would return. After parking the car, Chen Lu sat quietly for a moment, contemplating. Once he confirmed that there were no visible issues with his appearance in the rearview mirror, he opened the car door and got out. A mature man should not bring negative emotions home in his opinion, at least. From the parking lot to the mall entrance, without needing to search, he spotted a slender figure standing timidly in the sun. Liang Jiru was indeed waiting for him at the mall entrance. She was wearing the t-shirt Chen Lu had given her, paired with slim-fitting blue jeans. Her hands were folded in front of her, occasionally fiddling with each other like a girl who had lost her way and was waiting for an adult to find her. "Didn't I tell you that you didn't have to wait for me? Be careful not to get sunburned in the sun," Chen Lu said, knowing his words were futile but couldn't resist a snide comment. "I'm not hot." When the girl saw Chen Lu's figure, there was undeniable joy in her eyes. "Where's the cat?" Chen Lu smiled and asked. "Ran away." Liang Jiru turned her head, feeling a bit guilty. Unlike Chen Lu, who could maintain a poker face even when joking about extraterrestrial beings, she blushed every time she lied. Chen Lu smirked internally, but didn't say anything, thinking that she was terrible at lying and wondering where she learned it from. Maybe a perpetual single guy had warned her to avoid falling into traps of the top 10 deceitful man's tricks, and she cleverly used that advice on him, turning the tables. "What a shame, if only I had come earlier." Chen Lu looked genuinely regretful. Although this tactic was a little silly, there was nothing he could do. Just play along with this naive girl, indulging his girlfriend. Just when Liang Jiru was silently relieved, Chen Lu mischievously leaned in and said, "You're not lying to me, right? Liars' noses grow long, and it wouldn't look good then." "No." Liang Jiru surreptitiously touched her nose and then reached out to hold Chen Lu's hand outstretched behind him. Chapter 173. There was a spider in the car. Chen Mo naturally couldn't just stand at the entrance of the shopping mall waiting like Liang Jiru did. When the two saw her, she was calmly sitting in the rest area sipping on her milk tea. Chen Lu glanced at Liang Jiru beside him, feeling even more touched. To have someone so silly waiting for you every day, what more could one ask for in a partner? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, so he walked up and playfully patted Chen Mo's head. Startled, Chen Mo turned her head with a look of indignation, but as soon as she saw it was her older brother, she immediately smiled. "Brother, you're here." The speed at which her expression changed sent chills down Chen Lu's spine. He went straight to the point. "So, what do you want to buy?" Her initial expression seemed as if she wanted to kill someone, but the next second, she was smiling so gently. This girl was too unpredictable. Chen Mo smiled without saying a word, and then she dragged the two of them over to where they were selling dresses. Chen Lu looked around boredly and suddenly saw the place where Liang Jiru used to work in a doll costume. "Here," he muttered. "What's here?" Chen Mo asked curiously as she walked in front. Liang Jiru also turned to look at him. "It's nothing." Chen Lu quickly cleared his throat, almost exposing the fact that he recognized Liang Jiru back then. He was willing to bet that right after he mentioned Liang Jiru, she would jump off a building. Thinking back to Liang Jiru's exquisite acting at the cafe, his lips unconsciously curled up. This silly girl probably would never learn how to lie in her life. Suddenly, he felt like singing, "I should have cooperated with your performance, but instead, I pretended not to see." Chen Mo looked at that shop and furrowed her brow, realizing that things were not as simple as they seemed. "Bring me a new one." Chen Mo pointed directly at the dress she had just looked at, appearing quite imposing. If it weren't for the salesperson recognizing her, they might have forgotten that she was the one who hesitated earlier. They might have mistaken her for a wealthy woman. Although she had made up her mind, Chen Mo still tried on the dress before making the purchase. She looked at herself in the dress that fit her body so well and liked it more and more. Excluding Liang Jiru, who was stunning both in looks and figure, she felt quite confident in her own appearance. "Brother, is it nice?" she asked excitedly. "Yes, it looks good," Chen Lu said, sitting aside holding Liang Jiru's hand without even looking up. Liang Jiru took out her phone and took a photo of Chen Mo. After Chen Mo struck a pose and turned back with a smiling face, she said to the salesperson, "I'll take this one." Seeing Chen Lu looking around and showing no intention of paying, she was about to speak, but then saw Chen Lu tapping on his phone. Understanding right away, she pulled out her phone from her pocket and glanced at it. "Chen Lu, once you're done, leave immediately. Don't be a third wheel." Chen Mo, "All right. Would you like to buy me another one? I could lure my sister-in-law into your bed." Chen Lu, "My girlfriend knowing you and Lin Miao Miao is just so unlucky." Chen Lu was speechless. One was here for the holiday, and the other was here for clothes. Both of them were eyeing Liang Jiru without even blinking. After packing everything up, Liang Jiru got ready to pay but was stopped by Chen Lu. "I'll pay," Chen Lu said gently. "You can pay me back when you marry into my family." The girl had wanted to argue a bit, but all she could think about was marry into my family, leaving her speechless. In the end, Chen Lu had to pull the stunned girl away. After sending Chen Mo off, the two of them didn't rush back but continued to stroll around and have fun in the mall. Liang Jiru would occasionally glance at Chen Lu, feeling that he seemed a bit distracted today. "Are you feeling unwell? Shall we go back?" the girl asked softly, her clear and beautiful eyes filled with worrying. She knew she might be a bit naive, but she couldn't overlook the fact that Chen Lu wasn't in a good mood. She didn't need to think, it was just a gut feeling. She could always tell if Chen Lu was feeling good or not. Chen Lu shook his head, touching the calluses on the girl's fingers as he laughed gently. "It's all right, let's go. I'll buy you a dress too." For some reason, Liang Jiru was quick in choosing clothes that day. Without comparing options or paying much attention to prices, she just picked one that matched her. "Not going to browse more?" Chen Lu was surprised. "This one is nice. I'll try it on." "Okay." A few minutes later, Liang Jiru stepped out of the fitting room slowly. She wore a light beige spaghetti strap dress with a short pale knit cardigan on top, making the initially revealing dress appear conservative. However, like a kippao, no matter how tightly wrapped, as long as people knew someone was wearing it, that person would exude a sultry aura. Never underestimate human imagination. Even when covered up, spaghetti straps remained spaghetti straps. Her slim legs and beautiful collarbone were exposed, making it hard to know where to look. Not to mention her slender waist and figure. Chen Lu's eyes nearly popped out. With this dressing style, wouldn't she look like a frosty goddess without saying a word? This silly girl was too stunning. She could pull off any style as long as she looked good. "Darling, do I look good?" Liang Jiru walked up to Chen Lu and whispered in his ear, her face blushing, deliberately enunciating each word. Feeling a warm breath on his face, Chen Lu was caught off guard and started nodding rapidly, like a chick pecking at food. He realized that Liang Jiru looking good in any style wasn't such a bad thing after all. Lost in his thoughts again, he began to fantasize once more. After making their purchases, Liang Jiru led him to leave. The salesperson watched Liang Jiru's departing figure dumbfoundedly, then glanced at the advertisement nearby. The dress the model wore in the picture was the same as the one Liang Jiru had picked. Did they choose the wrong model? She thought to herself. When they reached the parking lot, there were far fewer people than in the mall, and Liang Jiru paid no attention to Chen Lu's fidgety hand throughout the journey. What could a silly girl like her possibly be thinking? Just wanting to make you a little happier. As she reached for the car door, she heard Chen Lu shout, "Wait!" Startled, the girl trembled slightly, looking at him nervously. "What's wrong?" she asked. "There's a spider as big as a cat inside the car," Chen Lu said frantically. "Ah!" Liang Jiru took 2 steps back. She wasn't afraid of bugs, but a spider as big as a cat would terrify anyone, right? Plus, seeing Chen Lu, who was usually carefree, so nervous, she felt anxious too. Chen Lu pulled Liang Jiru aside, went back to the car first, and hid a blue box originally placed on the passenger seat. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, cursing himself for forgetting to stash away the box. He was speechless. Even if Liang Jiru didn't recognize it, she still knew how to read. Like a time bomb, he felt it was bound to explode sooner or later. Once confirming it was safe, Chen Lu rolled down the car window slowly, chuckling, "I was just messing with you. Get in quickly." Liang Jiru, feeling helpless, pursed her lips. Her boyfriend could be so bored sometimes. She had actually believed there was a spider. She got into the car relaxedly, completely unaware of the more terrifying thing hidden in the car than a spider. 30 minutes later, Chen Lu drove the car down to the underground parking lot of the residential area. He found it strange that Liang Jiru hadn't said a word all the way and seemed a bit off. "I'm sorry," Liang Jiru said softly. She really disliked the feeling of lying to Chen Lu, even if it was just a trivial matter. "Why are you apologizing?" "I lied about seeing a cat doing a backflip," Liang Jiru admitted, her hands tightly entwined, her voice slightly shaky, and her eyes, moist and filled with guilt, looked at him. I just really missed you." She had been wondering all the way if she had been too stubborn, if Chen Lu was very busy, if things weren't going well at work for him. She kept doubting herself, thinking she had caused trouble for him. Her increasing guilt made it hard for her to breathe. There's nothing to apologize for, silly. Chen-Lu couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't care about such things, he actually found it amusing. When he saw the message earlier, he thought this silly girl was just too cute. But then his thoughts shifted, and he spoke slowly. But when children make mistakes, they need to accept their punishment honestly. What punishment? Liang Jiru asked nervously. Was he going to spank her? Chen-Lu's lips curved up. I won't tell you, but you'll find out once we're in my room. Oh. Chapter 174. Master Chen caught on the spot. I'm going to cook. Liang Jiru spoke as soon as she entered the door. Today, my mom is cooking, Chen-Lu said as he changed his shoes, mentioning that Wang Zhao explicitly stated he would take full responsibility today. It wouldn't be fair to always have the daughter-in-law, who had just entered the family, cook, right? Otherwise, outsiders might think they were mistreating her. I'll help then, Liang Jiru offered. Don't run, Chen-Lu deliberately said in a cold tone, causing Liang Jiru to freeze in place like a startled ostrich. Shortly after, Liang Jiru cautiously walked into Chen-Lu's room. As it was close to noon, the bedroom was not very dark, even with the curtains drawn. Sunlight seeped through the curtains, casting light on the bed and revealing many floating particles in the air. Everything in Chen-Lu's bedroom was neatly organized, and Liang Jiru thought to herself that if she had OCD, seeing such a tidy room would make her feel comfortable. At that moment, she felt at ease watching the orderly room, but she knew it was just an influence of loving the same environment. The girl wasn't actually very nervous. After all, she was at Chen-Lu's home, and Chen Mo and Wang Zhao were outside. Even if Chen-Lu was being inappropriate, he wouldn't do anything under these circumstances. At least, that's what she thought. That was until Chen-Lu suddenly closed the door with a loud thud. Liang Jiru spun around, looking at Chen-Lu with a puzzled expression. What are you trying to do? Isn't it obvious? Chen-Lu's expressionless face sent a chill down Liang Jiru's spine. As Chen-Lu approached step by step, the girl found herself with no way to retreat, and she stumbled and sat on the bed. Her jacket, paired with a dress, slipped down, revealing her snow-white swan-like neck and prominent collarbones. Liang Jiru's clear and bright eyes stared directly at him with a look of a virtuous yet vulnerable young woman about to be taken advantage of, prompting Chen-Lu to swallow hard. He slowly leaned down, his lips hovering close to the girl's rosy lips. He could even feel Liang Jiru's rapid and warm breath. In despair, Liang Jiru remembered her lifesaver and whispered softly, Auntie and Xiaomo are outside ... Chen-Lu nodded. That's why I suggest you keep your voice down, lest they hear us. Liang Jiru couldn't understand why the threat she used against Chen-Lu was now being used against her. Their lips met closely, and Chen-Lu's hands were as restless as always during a kiss, but this time, Liang Jiru dared not resist. This kiss was a punishment for lying. After a few moments, Chen-Lu gently pinched her hand, and she obediently extended her tongue. Mastery in this art varied, but Chen-Lu, awakened by his instinct as a man, was quite adept, while Liang Jiru could only awkwardly comply. Hurry, and lie down properly, Chen-Lu suddenly spoke in a strange tone, his voice unusually cold. Liang Jiru was puzzled, claiming she lied down properly, at a loss about the new instruction. When Chen-Lu saw her confusion, he felt a pang of guilt. Oops, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, he chuckled. I didn't expect you to believe me so easily. Those cliches from novels are quite ridiculous. I was just having some fun, and it gave me goosebumps. After laughing, seeing the crestfallen look on the girl's face, he suddenly felt remorse. I'm really... What did you say about feeling better soon? Chen-Lu interrupted her, curious about her previous statement. I spoke too soon, it's nothing. All right, Chen-Lu didn't dwell on it, heading straight for his original purpose. Extending his hand and gripping nothing, he said, legs. Puckering her lips, the girl finally sat sideways, draping her long, slender legs over Chen-Lu's thighs. Chen-Lu felt like he had finally figured out the instruction manual for this clueless girl. Liang Jiru appreciated a middle ground, seemingly shy about having her legs touched, but willing to accommodate when the request seemed less direct. Chen-Lu thought that if he kept digging away, it wouldn't be long before they shared a bed. Maybe he was close to the point of no return? The girl's legs were indeed tender and smooth, feeling like a polished slide as his palm glided from the thigh to the calf. Chen Lu found this more effective than any stress-relieving tool. Swallowing hard, he leaned in and planted a soft kiss on the girl's thigh, startling her. "Why are you kissing here?" Liang Jiru challenged, raising an eyebrow. With a mischievous grin, Chen Lu planted another kiss on her other leg teasingly, saying, "Where can't I kiss? You're going to marry me soon, then your whole body will be mine." Embarrassed, Liang Jiru blushed and shyly replied, "It's all yours." But as she shifted, Chen Lu spotted a new target, her legs intertwining nervously as he found himself irresistibly drawn to her white socks. Ignoring her question about his sudden interest in her feet, he was gently reminded, "Don't kiss here. I haven't become that perverse yet." Surprisingly, he added yet without thinking. Liang Jiru was afraid of being tickled, so as Chen Lu resumed stroking her legs, he pondered his current dilemma. Gambling was out of the question. Even if it meant forsaking all his efforts, he couldn't risk the company's future over the possibility of developing the second game. Tumbling and facing the risk of failure and bankruptcy was not a choice he was willing to make. From the onset of his entrepreneurial venture, he had promised not to use his family's money and would walk away if it didn't work out. During his moment of distraction, Liang Jiru's faint voice brought him back to reality. "Why aren't you a bit happier?" "It's not the right time for me to be happy," Chen Lu replied, trying to keep things civil. A girl like her, with her legs draped over him, would be awkward if he admitted his happiness. Nevertheless, as his soul was stirred by this clueless girl, he almost forgot to lock the door. Before he could react further, the door suddenly swung open. "Do you still want to eat the cola chicken wings? We're out." Wang Zhaoxia's voice trailed off as she forgot what she was going to say. She had been avoiding catching Chen Lu doing things boys would do in his room, only to stumble upon an unexpected scene. With a jolt of surprise, her first thought was, "Can XP be inherited?" Liang Jiru instinctively tried to withdraw her legs, but Chen Lu firmly held her in place. Thinking quickly, Chen Lu calmly explained, "She sprained her leg, and I'm massaging it." He even demonstrated by massaging Liang Jiru's ankle. Despite his composed demeanor, Chen Lu's mind was in turmoil. If they were caught napping together, Wang Zhao seeing him mess around with the girl's legs, it was all too much to handle. "I'll send Chen Mo to buy some ointment and a pain relief spray," Wang Zhao said as she closed the door gently, taking a deep breath and heading to the kitchen. Chen Lu wondered if Zhaoxia's genes could be blamed for his behavior. Coming back to his senses, Chen Lu found Liang Jiru already curled up under the sheets, her face flushed with embarrassment. Listing his first rule of dealing with Chen Lu, avoid wearing very convenient clothing, such as a dress with straps. Wang Zhaoxia's meal was delicious. To entertain Liang Jiru, she had cooked for dishes, a soup, and a roasted duck. Chen Lu felt a bit embarrassed and decided to speak up, but Liang Jiru beat him to it by clearing his plate and heading to the kitchen. "What, that a red patch beneath my sister-in-law's collarbone?" Chen Mo, sharp-eyed, noticed and expressed his concern to his surroundings. Wang Zhao, having swallowed her food, responded, "Your brother might have used too much strength during the massage." Chen Mo, "I see." Afterward, Liang Jiru's head was lowered as she followed behind Chen Lu, her cheeks suffused with a deep crimson hue. The first rule in dealing with Chen Lu: lock the door. Chapter 175. Chen Lu, are you committing a crime? Chen Mo looked puzzled. Is this massage therapy proper? Chen Lu felt like dying. He was about to retort but saw Wang Zhao glaring at him, so he dared not speak. Chen Lu felt his mother was somewhat undecided, sometimes hoping to have a grandchild soon, sometimes fearing that he would take advantage of Liang Jiru's obedience and use her up. He felt wronged. He didn't do anything wrong. Just some kissing, hiking, and now adding leg play. Very normal. He was different from those perverts outside. He had morals. This was completely slandering him based on his mother's perspective. With this back-and-forth mentality, how could he possibly have a grandchild soon? After dinner, Chen Lu and Chen Mo sat in the living room playing solo Super Smash Bros., while Liang Jiru watched him play. This game combined competitiveness and entertainment. Even if not aiming for skill, you could still enjoy playing, making it suitable for all ages. Sometimes, even Chen Guanglin would play a few rounds with Chen Mo. "I'm stuck," Chen Mo shouted loudly after losing. "Your excuses are so lame," Chen Lu sneered. "I really am stuck. That round didn't count." Let me change characters. When you're taking an exam, can you tell the proctor you're stuck and see if you can retake it? They bantered back and forth while Liang Jiru watched the chaotic screen in amazement. She didn't know the characters, but felt Chen Lu was skillfully knocking Chen Mo's character around. Her boyfriend looked impressive. Seeing Liang Jiru engrossed, Chen Lu couldn't help but smirk, his pride swelling. Normally, he would go easy on Chen Mo, so as not to hurt her feelings. But today, with his girlfriend watching, he couldn't hold back. He had to go all out. Do you want to play a couple of rounds? Chen Mo's not very good. Chen Lu waved the controller in his hand. Liang Jiru shook her head. The game was too challenging for her, and she preferred watching, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Lu's focused profile. If she beats you, I'll beat her up, Chen Lu added. Meanwhile, Wang Zhao, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, poked her head out and called, Jiru, come help me. I'll go. Chen Lu stood up. Stop causing trouble. Let Jiru help. Liang Jiru was used to doing chores and obedient, so she promptly walked over upon hearing the call. Chen Lu found it strange, as his mother usually didn't like Liang Jiru doing chores. Because Chen Mo was behaving so poorly, he sat back down to continue playing. He would ask Liang Jiru about it later. No matter what he asked, she always answered obediently. When Liang Jiru entered the kitchen, Wang Zhao was washing dishes. Liang Jiru went to another sink and began helping. She had a feeling Wang Zhao had something to discuss, but she didn't dare ask. Glancing at Wang Zhao, she lowered her head and focused on her task. The kitchen fell silent as Wang Zhao turned up the faucet, filling the room with rushing water. Wang Zhao glanced at Liang Jiru, who was efficient and attentive, her hair falling loosely around her ears, tugging at the heartstrings. Wang Zhao felt the need to remind Liang Jiru, as she was too compliant and from a certain family background, she may not have received education on certain matters. Despite Chen Lu's protests, Liang Jiru was well aware of what was happening under her nose. She couldn't even bear to imagine what they might do in their rented room. If something went wrong, Chen Lu would graduate free, while the young girl would still be in school. If they were to get married and have children later, that would be fine, but it wasn't time yet. Having a child before marriage would pressure a family without support, which wasn't right. It was tough being a mother, torn between wanting a grandchild and fearing Chen Lu might reveal Liang Jiru was pregnant one day. Wang Zhao sighed, realizing she should have warned Liang Jiru sooner. The damage was done. Chen Lu might have just said he wasn't in the mood and made it up to cajole Liang Jiru. Chen Lu, you're committing a crime. Girl, don't be sad. Wang Zhao washed her hands and patted Liang Jiru's cheek. I'll hold Lu responsible. If he dares not marry you in the future, I'll break his legs. Liang Jiru blinked, realizing the saying about marrying someone after being touched was true. Auntie, you and Lu must get married before having a child. No worrying, Liang Jiru replied, puzzled by Wang Zhaoxia's words but still reassuring. Unaware they were on different wavelengths, each spoke their thoughts. Later, Chen Lu, seeing his mother coming out, lazily said, Mom, I want watermelon. Wang Zhao looked at his playful expression, struggled to find the right words, then couldn't help but give him a kick. Wait until your dad is back from his business trip. I'll deal with you then. Chen Lu stared at Wang Zhao, puzzled. For a moment, he forgot to protest before finally asking, Why did you kick me? You know why. You lose face in front of Chen Mo. Chen Lu scratched his nose and fell silent, not wanting his sister to discover he had a fetish for legs. No, not a leg fetish. Wang Zhao saw Chen Lu acknowledge his misdeed and felt a pang in her heart. It was time to switch to the cornet. The trombone was gone. In the afternoon, Liang Jiru had to go to work a part-time job, and Chen Lu back to the company, so he decided to drive her there. Liang Jiru went back to their rented apartment to change into presentable clothes. The afternoon was gloomy with dark clouds and a cool breeze, making the tree sway, the air turning chilly, hinting at rain. Upon reaching her destination, Liang Jiru didn't rush off, but walked a circle to Chen Lu's side before softly saying, I'm off to work. Chen Lu nodded slightly, smirked, and met her gaze confidently. Work well. I rely on you to support me. With a smile, Liang Jiru's eyes curved, her soft hair fluttering in the wind as she replied, Okay? Chen Lu regretted not bringing his camera. She was about to turn away when she noticed Chen Lu still held her wrist, not saying anything, just smiling at her. Liang Jiru, quick-witted, scanned the surroundings for onlookers, leaned in, and pecked Chen Lu's forehead lightly. "I'm off to work," she reiterated, confident in her performance. "Not bad," Chen Lu chuckled, suddenly recalling the kitchen incident. "By the way, what did my mom talk to you about?" Under his curious gaze and realizing she was running late, Liang Jiru quickly summarized. "Auntie said we can't have a child before we get married." Chen Lu. Chapter 176. Pearl in the palm of the hand. Lin Miao Miao brought Liang Jiru to her part-time job, and Chen Lu went back to the company directly. Even though Chen Lu had not mentioned the possibility of overtime for multiple times the pay, there were still many people working today. Peng Leian must be one of them. Chen Lu felt that this person had questionable thinking, just like Zhang Chao. Their main focus was on pursuing dreams. Chen Lu placed several umbrellas he bought on the road at the door, and curiously walked behind Peng Leian. He saw Peng Leian testing code while holding a small yellow duck in his hand, squishing it back and forth. "Do you programmers all like messing around with this stuff?" Chen Lu found it amusing and couldn't help but ask. It is said that many programmers like to use similar items to exercise logic, repeating every detail of their train of thought to reduce the frequency of bugs appearing. "I originally set it to my wife's figure, but she felt I was too weird, so I changed it." "If you really changed it, wouldn't it just prove you right?" "If it were me, I would say it's just a tool for organizing logic." Chen Lu understood this well. Otherwise, he couldn't have convincingly deceived Liang Jiru. Peng Leian turned around and looked at him solemnly. "I can't say that about my wife." How could one refer to their own wife as a tool? Chen Lu couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows a few times and muttered in frustration, "Sociopathic steam bun. Lu Zhe, this is really tough. I'm starting to lose hair." A crew-cut guy sitting next to Peng Leian, with a serious expression, complained softly, leaning on the table. "There are always more solutions than difficulties. Just hang in there," Peng Leian said calmly. Just like his name, his optimism seemed innate. After speaking, he excitedly pointed at a 2D model on the screen. "Look at this, the result of an all-nighter. It's complete." Chen Lu couldn't be bothered to mock his colleague's adolescent behavior and coldly retorted, "Indeed, as long as you all work hard, I'll be driving a sports car and living in a villa sooner or later." The people in the programming group teased each other for a while before returning to their tasks. Most of the employees in the company were young, and they didn't have a gloomy atmosphere. After a while, seeing Chen Lu standing behind him, supporting his chair with both hands and deep in thought, Peng Leian advised, "Lu Zhe, relax. Don't worry too much about problems that can't be solved temporarily. The road will appear when you need it." Chen Lu shook his head. "No, I'm thinking about why my mom suddenly brought up the topic of children. Just because she noticed him touching a woman's leg resulted in Wang Zhao'o hitting him once she called Liang Jiru over. Something felt off. Where did the issue lie?" Peng Leian felt speechless, but then thought that Chen Lu's mindset was good. He observed that Zhang Chao had been feeling low lately. "It's not a matter of a good or bad mindset. I'm just not ambitious enough. I like to leave myself an escape route in everything I do, but he doesn't like that." Chen Lu looked at Zhang Chao's empty seat and sighed. The more one desires, the more they have to sacrifice. Either control your desires or accept the anxiety and hardship they bring. Chen Lu always believed in this principle. If one remains stagnant, they can't achieve or gain anything. During their conversation, Peng Leian mentioned a mobile game studio that made a fighting game under Penguin's management. "We just received them a couple of years ago." Chen Lu nodded, from losses to making a little profit. Peng Leian chuckled, "I think that's a significant achievement. This transition was crucial for the success of the company." "Well, the rest is up to me to handle," Chen Lu said before calmly walking into his office. He checked his calendar on the computer, carefully scheduling his time. Liang Jiru's birthday was on October 8th, less than a week away. "It's inconveniently timed," Chen Lu muttered to himself. If it were 2 days earlier, he could discuss things after Liang Jiru's birthday, and if 2 days later, he could have traveled and returned to celebrate. Unfortunately, it fell on the 8th, right after he met Liang Jiru for the first time, her first birthday since then. He didn't want to miss it. "Senior." Lin Miao gently pushed the door open and entered. Chen Lu, who was contemplating life with half of his face in his hand, glanced at her. This doesn't sound like good news. The way she entered the room was similar to what happened with Chen Mo, Both seemed like they were trained by the FBI. Being so upfront meant trouble was brewing. My parents want to visit the company, she said, her voice getting smaller and losing confidence. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow. Lin Miao Miao had been sheltered by her parents since she helped look after Liang Jiru during her hospital stay. She had recently stopped asking for living expenses from her family, and now sent thousands of yuan back home every month. Her parents must have mixed feelings. Lin Miao Miao didn't get back for the National Day celebration, so it was natural for her parents to visit. However, coming straight to the company seemed excessive. Chen Lu, feeling thankful for his easygoing nature and friendship with Lin Miao Miao, knew another boss might not be so welcoming. Lin Miao Miao, feeling awkward herself, rubbed her cheek with her index finger. Biting her lip, she said, "Should I tell them to wait?" Company business was tough as it is, and her parents' visit would only complicate things. "Sure, just bring them in. I'll show them around for 10 minutes and then send them out," Lin Miao Miao said, relieved. Chen Lu shifted his focus back to the computer screen, thinking about what really mattered to him. He hadn't even figured out what gift to send lately. Lin Miao Miao walked out of the office, closing the door behind her and inhaling deeply. She felt unexpectedly touched. Just after arguing with her parents over this visit, she ended up coming to ask for Chen Lu's opinion. Initially worried about being scolded, she was taken aback by his understanding nature. She smiled, feeling that it was because of Chen Lu's character that she had full confidence in entrusting Liang Jiru to him. She had initially warned Liang Jiru to be cautious around Chen Lu, which now felt unnecessary. Both Liang Jiru and Chen Lu were deserving individuals. Lin Miao Miao's parents arrived promptly the next day. Liang Jiru didn't need to go to work and stayed in Chen Lu's office to study. Ever since Chen Lu had no time to accompany her to the library, his office had become her designated study space. "Wasn't there another chair in your office?" the girl asked curiously, realizing there was nowhere to sit. Chen Lu looked around and feigned surprise. Strange, where could it have gone? He then hugged Liang Jiru in his arms a little tighter, burying his face in her neck. Liang Jiru pouted since she was tired of reprimanding him for such shameless behavior. If he needed her, he could just ask instead of resorting to this. Isn't this exhausting? This guy is clearly used to deceiving her. She might be a little naive, but not to the extent of falling into the same trap repeatedly. She was smarter now and could see through him. Maybe if her emotions were right, she would have hummed in his direction after a couple of seconds. Peng Leian opened the door and informed, "Lin Miao Miao's parents are here." Shutting the door slowly, he grumbled about how every good thing at the company was marred by a lemony experience, almost causing his teeth to fall out. Chen Lu, who had been prepared to beg for mercy, luckily evaded another mishap. He was still apprehensive. The pain from being hit by this doodlebug was almost as bad as a bull. However, bullying this silly girl was strangely addictive. He couldn't resist even though he knew the consequences. Every day felt like a cycle of making mistakes and daring to make them again the next time. Main darling, greet your in-laws. Should be no different from meeting your parents' in-law, so come on, Peng Leian provoked. Chapter 177 Unexpectedly has such a daughter-slave pair came out, just in time. When Chen Lu and Liang Jiru came out, they coincidentally saw a middle-aged man and woman. The middle-aged man was solemnly assessing the surroundings, while the middle-aged woman was busy distributing the items in her hand, smiling gently. She tied her hair in a ponytail and spoke with a distinctive Sichuan accent, warmly saying, "This is a specialty from our region. Give it a try. Don't be shy. We have so much that we can't bring it all back." Chen Lu smirked, considering whether to stock up on snacks and drinks for them, as if other companies always had those. However, these employees were really hopeless. As soon as they heard there was something good to eat, they all gathered around. Someone who didn't know would think he, the boss, was into mistreating his employees all day long. With his right hand in his pocket, Liang Jiru tightly held onto his right arm, almost hiding behind him. The essence of her shy social anxiety was fully displayed at this moment, seeming more cheerful only in front of him. Chen Lu glanced at the girl beside him and chuckled inwardly. What a troublemaker! Either bumping heads with him at home or teasing him to make his heart race, but outside, she acted like an ostrich again. In conclusion, he was not losing to the frog. "Are you treating me like I'm invisible, Miss Ostrich?" Chen Lu whispered, and Liang Jiru's nervousness at the moment was actually understandable. Her current state of mind was similar to when many people met their friends' parents for the first time when they were young. She just never had many friends, so she was experiencing this kind of thing for the first time now. Liang Jiru stared at him blankly, blinking her eyes repeatedly. "I'm not treating you like a fool." Chen Lu suspected that this girl was doing it on purpose, but had no evidence. At that moment, the auntie walked up to them, handing over the bag in her hand. "Here, try these. My family Meow Meow always benefits from your care." Chen Lu smiled, took the bag, glanced at the packaging, which contained a bag of dried beans and a bag of hot pot seasoning. Layers of red oil and chili flakes filled the bag. Wow, just looking at it made it seem really spicy. "You should go back now. Don't let the boss scold you." The middle-aged woman put the remaining snacks aside, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As soon as she finished speaking, many people who had been munching with their heads down all looked at Chen Lu at once, their clear stupid expressions evident in their eyes. "Our boss is right over there." Lin Meow Meow pointed at Chen Lu with one hand while pressing her forehead with the other in a deep voice. She was feeling desperate. She didn't know how she would survive all this in the future. Lin's mother, with a surprised expression, turned to look at the boy, who was being called the boss, happily chomping away. The exceptionally good-looking girl beside him occasionally wiped his mouth with a tissue. She was staring blankly, finding the care quite considerate. She also suddenly noticed the girl, who had been hiding behind Chen Lu earlier. Lin's mother became nervous in an instant, worrying that she might be affecting someone else's work in front of the boss. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she walked up to Chen Lu and greeted him again. Lin's father also walked over and handed a cigarette to Chen Lu. Chen Lu never smoked, but he still said thank you and took it. "I'm sorry for the trouble," the man said seriously. "It's nothing," Chen Lu replied. "I just couldn't reach Lin Meow Meow in the beginning. Otherwise, as her friend, I should have come to pick you up." "That's just her temperament," the man said, feeling a little relieved after judging Chen Lu based on his words and actions. Chen is talented at a young age. He worked in a company's procurement department and often dealt with many company bosses. He had never seen such a young one like Chen Lu before. "Don't call me uncle like this. Your daughter usually calls me by my name directly. Just call me Chen Lu." "Ha ha, okay?" Lin's mother couldn't interject and shifted her gaze to Liang Jiru, observing her for a moment. Suddenly remembering something, she curiously asked, "You are Jiru, right? Meow Meow often mentions you." Liang Jiru, who had been hiding behind Chen Lu, jumped in surprise. "Auntie, how did you know?" After confirming that she was her daughter's best friend, Lin's mother became less restrained and continued with a soft laugh. "You're the most beautiful one here. Of course, I recognized you at a glance." Seeing Liang Jiru tightly holding onto the hem of Chen Lu's t-shirt, Lin's mother thought Lin Meow Meow had not lied to her. What a good friend, being friends with the boss and boss's wife. With her daughter's temperament, she might be bossing around at the company every day. She initially thought Lin Meow Meow was joking when she mentioned this before, but it turned out to be true. Now she was worried not about her daughter being deceived or bullied, but about her daughter running amok. She, as a mother, knew Lin Meow Meow's character the best. Even more handsome than what Meow Meow said. Putting aside the complicated thoughts, Lin's mother smiled lightly. Thanks to Meow Meow often mentioning her, she had a particularly good impression of Liang Jiru. "Thank you, Auntie." Even though Chen Lu said he was a friend of Lin Meow Meow, Lin Meow Meow's father didn't change his attitude in chatting, not trying to please, but extremely polite. It seemed that in his eyes, nothing was more important than his daughter's happiness at work. He seemed like a complete daughter slave. Gad, isn't it almost time to stop chatting? They still have to work. Lin Meow Meow walked over, puffing with anger, almost stomping her feet. Lin's father, after hearing from Chen Lu about Meow Meow's responsibilities at work, looked proudly at his daughter. "My precious daughter is so capable." Lin Meow Meow looked around. Today was too socially dead for her. Even she, a social anxiety sufferer, blushed suddenly. "What do you mean? Do you see me as someone who just stays at home watching anime all day and can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting? Isn't that good? Your mom and I can afford you. We only fear you might be wronged outside." Lin's father didn't feel annoyed at all at his daughter's tone, instead reaching out to pat Lin Meow Meow's head gently, speaking softly, "You've faced various illnesses since you were a child. Being able to endure it all is the biggest reward for us, your parents. Chen Lu was surprised to hear this. It seemed his guess about Lin Miao's father was correct. He felt that even if he had a daughter in the future, he could only be like this. No, he would have to be even more indulgent. In that moment of contemplation, he unconsciously glanced at the girl's profile next to him. With this little troublemaker as a daughter, their eyes met at that moment. What's wrong? Liang Jiru whispered. Nothing. Chen Lu hadn't expected the little troublemaker to be looking at him too, so he quickly looked away, vaguely sensing that the girl's eyes were a bit reddened, feeling too embarrassed to continue watching. Silly troublemaker, why suddenly look at me? It seemed no coincidence that she was raised by a parent like Lin Miao's mother, as in a short while, the couple had lifted the previously somewhat stifled atmosphere and made it lively. How about having a meal together after work? My treat, Lin's father suggested, then looked at Chen Lu. Executive Chen, you must give this old man some face. Sure, Chen Lu subconsciously reached out to hold Liang Jiru's hand, but found it empty. He immediately turned his head, only to discover that Liang Jiru, who had been hiding behind him the whole time, was now missing. Huh, where's my much bigger girlfriend? Chapter 178, Chen Lu's User Manual. While everyone was busy chattering away, Liang Jiru quietly slipped into Chen Lu's room, carefully closing the door without making a sound. She was even hesitant to make the slightest noise while closing the door, afraid of disturbing others' mood. The girl sat somewhat lonely on the chair, breathing a deep sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, she took out her phone and opened a photo that she wouldn't normally look at, but was deeply engraved in her heart. Unable to carry the old yellowed photo around, she took a picture of it with her phone instead. In the center of the yellowed photo was a man in his 30s, handsome with slightly tan skin, holding a young her in his arms. The background was the fake backdrop of the town's photography studio, a flimsy plastic curtain with an image of a stream and a wooden bridge. This man was her father. The young man turned his head to look at her, his face bearing an extremely indulgent smile, full of longing for the future. Although dressed in old clothes, he seemed like nothing could bring him down. Liang Jiru bit her slightly trembling lips with teary eyes, trying to hold back the imminent tears. She needed to be strong. Crying would only cause trouble for Chen Lu. But soon, the man's features started to blur gradually in her memory, shrouded in a mist that made it hard to see clearly. At that time, their family was relatively poor, and this was the only photo of her father besides his official ID picture. She had quite a few childhood photos because her father unexpectedly spared no expense on her. Her head gradually drooped, her back trembling slightly. The office sound insulation wasn't great, and the outside noise quickly faded away like a receding wave, covering up her sobs completely. As Lin Miao's friend, she felt genuinely happy for her friend. She was just a bit envious. Dad, I can't remember anything. Liang Jiru finally spoke in a soft voice tinged with tears. It's been too long. I've almost forgotten everything about you. I only remember that you were good to me. But I really miss you. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the office door. Startled, she quickly wiped her tears and turned her face away. Foolish, Chen Lu said after knocking twice on the door, then took his time entering the room. Without a word, he gently closed the door, isolating the room from the noisy outside like sinking into water. Seeing her boyfriend, she turned her face back and continued to keep her head down deeply, almost like a child caught skipping class by a teacher. Chen Lu was momentarily taken aback, then silently crouched near the girl, using tissues to wipe her tears. It reminded him of their agreement back at the mall. I'm okay now. Liang Jiru held Chen Lu's hand that was on her cheek, savoring the comforting touch, and managed a faint smile. Go on with your work. She could tell that Chen Lu was the core of the lively atmosphere outside. Her leaving would go unnoticed, but Chen Lu's absence would be immediately noticed by everyone. If you keep saying things like that, I might just take advantage of you, Chen Lu threatened softly, standing up and embracing the girl. Besides you, there is nothing else worth my attention. Liang Jiru also didn't say much more, leaning her forehead against Chen Lu, letting the tears fall one after another onto the clean floor or slide down her nose. As the tears splashed and collected on the ground, she thought about how it was the floor she had cleaned when she arrived in the morning, which made her want to cry even more. You still have me, Chen Lu spoke after the room fell silent for a while. Yeah, I have you. Liang Jiru felt genuinely content. And you have more than just me. My parents and Chen Mo also really like you. Chen Lu kissed the girl's damp cheek and continued, Auntie considers you more important than anything else, and Lin Miao Miao especially likes you. In fact, there are many around you who are willing to care for you with all their efforts. Most importantly, I will always be by your side. He was also nervous, unsure of how to express himself clearly, his words awkwardly few. Maybe you're just thinking of me as an uncle, but I still hope you know that I'll work hard to make you happy. Not falling short of anyone else. The past is past, and I couldn't do anything then, but I can be a part of your future. After finishing, Chen Lu scratched his head, feeling the most embarrassed he had since knowing Liang Jiru. Unexpectedly, Liang Jiru smiled a little, almost blowing a bubble of snot, then hastily covered her face with her hand. What's so funny? Chen Lu asked. It's the first time I've seen you so nervous talking. Liang Jiru managed to wipe her nose softly with a tissue, gazing at him with slightly reddened eyes. Her boyfriend had spoken confidently in front of many people before, without a change in expression, but comforting her seemed to make him nervous. You can't call me nervous, Chen Lu said with a serious face. The girl was startled by his reaction and timidly asked, Why not? Chen Lu poked Liang Jiru's forehead. It's like someone who can't even add one, and one making fun of someone else for not being good at math. You'd be angry too, right? Liang Jiru pouted, feeling less inclined to cry after his explanation. She wasn't nervous at all. This is a photo of my dad. She handed her phone to Chen Lu after a while, speaking softly. It was the first time Chen Lu saw a photo of his father-in-law, exuding a charm reminiscent of stars from the 80s or 90s for no apparent reason. The goofy smile seemed to be inherited from her father, making the man in the picture particularly approachable. After much deliberation, Liang Jiru sighed deeply in her heart as she couldn't recall many details. She dreamed of turning back time to remind her father not to skip breakfast every day just to save money, not to eat hard buns drenched in mineral water to save a few extra bucks. Nonetheless, these were just thoughts and dreams. She could still take care of what she had now. Understanding these thoughts, Liang Jiru lightly squeezed Chen Lu's finger, asking quietly, Do you want to have children in the future? Chen Lu furrowed his brows, feeling that the situation wasn't so straightforward. He suspected that, as soon as he voiced his thoughts, he would immediately be labeled as a pervert. After all, the phrase having children could refer to the process or the result, and the explanation ultimately lay with the girl in his hand. I don't, Liang Jiru thought her intentions had been seen through, muttering nervously. Chen Lu teasingly remarked, So, does that mean you agree to have children with me in the future? However, to his surprise, Liang Jiru, instead of blushing or scolding him for being lewd as before, looked him firmly in the eyes. If you promise to eat properly, I'll agree. The girl stared firmly into Chen Lu's eyes, saying it seriously. More good news. Just as Chen Lu's mouth was about to move ahead of his brain again, the door was suddenly knocked on twice with force. Jiru, are you in there? Lin Miao Miao's voice was loud, tinged with a hint of urgency. See, it's not just me who worries about you. Chen Lu chuckled softly. But if you really don't want to go today, I'll think of an excuse for them, and tomorrow we can take Lin Miao Miao's parents around Hangzhou, eat out. No one will blame you. He was clearly straightforward, even offering a solution. Liang Jiru wiped away her tears again, checking her eyes in the reflective phone screen to see if they were swollen, then stood up and said softly, Let's go together. Changed your mind. Liang Jiru nodded vigorously. I promised you. I will always hold my head high. She realized that Chen Lu had misunderstood the focus of her previous statement, and his gaze lingered on an odd spot, looking almost lecherous. Liang Jiru's cheeks turned almost as red as her eyes. Feeling embarrassed and annoyed, she said, Stop looking. Chapter 179 is imported better to eat the next day at noon. Hang City still felt like a steamer. Not too sunny looking, but as soon as you stepped outside, you could immediately feel the steam sauna sensation. And at night, it would be a bit cold, exaggeratingly. Chen Lu was lying on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking very composed, while Liang Jiru couldn't sit still and was drawing at the table when she had nothing else to do. The girl had her left hand on the keyboard, and with her right hand holding the pen, she kept moving back and forth on the digital tablet, occasionally pressing the delete key, making crisp sounds on the keyboard, giving off an air of a skilled illustrator. The living room was very quiet, with only occasional shouts from a few mischievous children heard from downstairs. But Liang Jiru was genuinely focused on her work, while Chen Lu's quiet demeanor, well, he was up to no good. Chen Lu was quite dissatisfied. He found himself getting flustered by Liang Jiru's innocence and causing his heart to race more often these days. Apart from making Liang Jiru nervous when taking advantage of her physically, he was gradually no match for her innocence. To put it bluntly, he felt like he was being led on by her. This was not right. Even though he still held the upper hand and the initiative as the master chef in this situation, he still needed to be cautious. Chen Xiaoyu thought to himself, then lazily flipped over on the sofa. When he reached out, he found that the grapes had already been eaten by him. The Sunshine Rose grapes bought from the fruit store downstairs were indeed very delicious, just overly sweet. His brain and mouth wanted to eat a little more, but his legs had their own ideas. They didn't want to get up from the couch. Chen Lu felt himself becoming lazier, almost turning into a waste of space because of Liang Jiru. He felt that even if he let Liang Jiru wash him and bring the grapes over, this innocent girl would be willing. Following his principle of daring to practice, he decided to give it a try. He looked towards Liang Jiru, who was busy drawing, and whispered, "Jiru, I'm out of grapes." This dialect was learned from Lin Miaomio's parents at dinner last night. Liang Jiru seemed to be in a moment where she needed to focus, but after a couple of seconds of confusion, she nodded and said, "I'll go wash some for you. Could you feed me? I'm tired." Chen Lu continued to push his luck, shamelessly. Liang Jiru raised her head and looked at him. "Can you wait until I finish this? It's almost done." Chen Lu felt a bit guilty being stared at by the innocent girl, so he continued lying on the sofa like a lazy fish. In his heart, he kept repeating, "This is the last time. Really, the last time today." In a blink of an eye, Liang Jiru brought the washed grapes over. Chen Lu turned to the side and scratched his cheek, realizing he had almost forgotten about wanting to eat grapes. When you go through the security check at the subway, doesn't the alarm go off frequently? Chen Lu suddenly asked. Liang Jiru fed him a peeled grape and looked at him curiously. "No. Why?" Upon hearing Chen Lu's question, Liang Jiru suddenly became uncertain. She didn't understand why Chen Lu brought up this topic. And no matter how confident she was, whenever someone asked her, "Are you sure?" she would start to doubt herself. "Are you sure?" After a few seconds, the girl murmured softly. She had never taken any restricted items on the subway, and she was always obedient. Chen Lu sat up, leaned towards Liang Jiru, and jokingly assessed her, making the girl a bit nervous. He furrowed his brows. "It should go off." "Why?" "Because you're iron innocent." Chen Lu chuckled at his own lame joke, leaving Liang Jiru standing there in confusion. The innocent girl then pouted, glaring at him, and decided to confiscate the grape she was about to feed him. She hesitated for a moment but still handed it to him, and just as he was about to open his mouth, she quickly ate it herself. Chen Lu was left mouth agape, giving her a stern look. Liang Jiru, feeling a bit dejected, muttered softly, "Don't you find it gross? What's so dirty about it? I've often tasted your saliva when we kissed, right?" Chen Lu stated matter-of-factly, liking someone means even liking their saliva. "So when you said I was obsessed with legs before, that was a clear defamation. I'm not fixated on legs, feet, or hands. I just like you." Liang Jiru X stopped functioning. She pursed her lips, giving up on arguing, and not bothering to mention how strange her boyfriend was. Chen Lu, also abandoning the topic of his peculiarities, picked up a grape, placed it in his mouth, and then gestured towards his own lips. "I want to try if you like me back." Liang Jiru pursed her lips and mustered the courage to approach him. But at the moment their lips touched, Chen Lu suddenly swallowed the grape in his mouth. And to add insult to injury, he leaned in and stole the grape from Liang Jiru's mouth, deliberately showing it off. These imported grapes are really tasty," he remarked. Liang Jiru stood there stunned for a moment. When she snapped out of it, she looked at him with a somewhat hurt expression, mumbling softly, "You're always teasing me." She then retreated to her table like a bullied child. Feeling electrified by his own actions, Chen Lu settled down with his notebook on his lap, ready to start working. "I'm going to bed now. Are you coming?" "You make it sound like you want us to sleep together," Chen Lu sneered. "I mean, sleep together, yes. You mean sleeping in the same bed?" "Absolutely not." Liang Jiru replied, then headed into her room, poking her head out halfway to remind him, hurry up and go to sleep. All right, Chenlu replied half-heartedly. A few minutes passed. Okay, the first air conditioner inspection is done, and it's not working properly, Chenlu announced, before moving back to the living room. The second air conditioner inspection is completed, and it's not functioning correctly, he muttered to himself, shifting his gaze back towards the room where Liang Jiru was. In pursuit of this great dream, he had prepared for it for too long. Success was within his grasp. It was at this very moment. Chapter 180. Master Chen was still out putting while Liang Jiru had just fallen asleep not long ago. She was awakened by Chen Lu's knocking on the door. Opening the door, she saw Chen Lu looking helpless. What's wrong? She quickly asked. Chen Lu scratched his cheek. The air conditioning in my room broke down again. Liang Jiru was cautious. Did you deliberately break it so you could sleep together with me? Chen Lu defended himself without changing his expression. Am I sick? How could anyone be so bored as to intentionally break the air conditioning? I said I would sleep in the living room, but you didn't agree to come to my room. The girl muttered softly, just as she was about to say, so what do you want? Chen Lu suddenly pointed to the living room. I was planning to sleep directly in the living room and didn't intend to find you. But the air conditioning in the living room is also broken. Liang Jiru. She didn't even bother putting on her slippers, quickly walking with her legs pitter-pattering on the smooth tiles. She went to the upright air conditioner in the living room, looked at it, and pressed the switch a couple of times. There was no response at all. The screen showed it was on cooling mode, but there was no airflow. The girl checked the wires again, still plugged into the socket. It seemed truly broken. How could this be such a coincidence? She looked at Chen Lu disbelievingly, suspecting this person had ill intentions. Even though this was an old residential area, and the air conditioners were somewhat old, just the fact that the air conditioner in Chen Lu's room broke down twice, and now the one in the living room as well, was hard to believe. Chen Lu hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, saying softly, it's just such a coincidence. Isn't it miraculous that we can meet again? His words were like whispers of a demon, swirling around the girl's ear, lingering. Liang Jiru was about to open Pandora's box. It seemed so. Liang Jiru thought, feeling somewhat happy, suddenly finding the idea of both air conditioners breaking down not too hard to accept. There must be coincidences. Seeing Liang Jiru's happy face, Chen Lu felt like laughing. All right, buddy, you've started your self-strategy game. Suppressing his smile, Chen Lu continued, it's already October. If I wanted to deceive you, I would have done so already. Why would I choose this moment? Let's draw a line between us on the bed. I promise not to cross it. You were the one who said you were scared before. I really haven't touched you for so long, right? At this critical moment, Chen Lu would choose the most pleasing words to say. Even if he had to admit he was dumber than Liang Jiru, he would say it without hesitation. I swear, if I lied to you, I'd be punished. He was cut off midway as the girl's finger pressed against his lips, her tone extremely gentle. Regardless of whether you lied or not, you can't say such things. Chen Lu felt even guiltier, but now it had gone too far. He had to dig himself deeper. Ignoring his conscience, he pitied Liang Jiru. You have to trust your boyfriend's character. What evil intentions could I have? Seeing the dark circles under Chen Lu's eyes and the sweat on his forehead, Liang Jiru suddenly felt too lazy to think about it. She sighed lightly, reluctantly saying, then you can't get too close to me. All right. Chen Lu carried his air conditioner and pillow, slipping into the girl's room as he wished. Surveying the room, it actually felt quite refreshing. Apart from the night Liang Jiru had a fever, he had never been in her room. Liang Jiru usually locked her room when sleeping, and even though she left the key when she was out, he never sneaked in. A real man would deceive openly. Entering quietly when the person wasn't around was nothing compared to it. Vulgar. As soon as he entered, he noticed a few bras hanging on the hanger. Both the style and design were very suitable for her age. Very girly, very enticing. Before he could take a closer look, Liang Jiru rushed forward and gathered all the clothes into her arms, hiding them from his sight. Chen Lu felt as if he had just witnessed a ghost. Liang Jiru, like a crab, sidestepped a few steps and stuffed the clothes into the wardrobe. Then she picked up a hair from the bed and placed it between the handlebars of the hanger. What are you doing? Chen Lu looked puzzled. I'm afraid you'll sneak a peek while I'm asleep. Chen Lu disdainfully said, such tricks are useless on me. When I was young, my mom used much more sophisticated methods to prevent me from staying up all night playing on the computer when she was not around. This kid. As if taking a computer is the same as dismantling a bomb. Not only did he have to carefully unravel the threads, but his hands also couldn't shake. He had to take detailed photos before taking the computer, just like at the crime scene. Chen Lu couldn't be bothered to tease the girl further, so he laid his blanket and lay down with a straight face, ready to sleep. Seeing Liang Jiru standing beside him felt uncomfortable. Fixing her hair, she also lay down on the bed. After lying down, she quickly pulled down the pant legs of her pajamas, trying to show as little thigh as possible. You can't get any closer. Otherwise, I'll run back home. The girl drew a line on the bed with her finger, threatening softly, you can hold me standing up, but not on the bed. I'm afraid you can't resist. Can't even hug to sleep? You said earlier that you were mine, wherever I wanted. Chen Lu protested. People were always greedy. Luckily, Liang Jiru didn't let him finish his sentence earlier. Otherwise, thunder might have struck him by now. Liang Jiru bit her lip, moved a bit away from the bed. I meant after we get married. Then marry me now. You're not old enough. Chen Lu's mouth curved slightly, his gaze fixed on her. So, are you agreeing to marry me? No way. Liang Jiru turned away, covered herself with the blanket, and stayed silent. Your spoiled attitude has adapted to the environment, Liang Jiru. Chen Lu poked the girl's white neck. I suggest you speak the truth. Do you really want to marry me? Liang Jiru turned back, kissed Chen Lu softly, and said, ask me again in the future. This guy is too naughty, trying to trick her into becoming his wife without even saying I love you. She had such high standards, it wouldn't be so easy to fool her. Humph. You should at least say love me, right? Then, I could consider marrying you. Chen Lu didn't figure out the girl's thoughts this time. Why? It's a secret. She had learned to keep secrets by now. Chen Lu was getting anxious, pinching Liang Jiru's shoulder. Why? If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep. Liang Jiru turned back again, looking at him affectionately, her eyes shimmering with tears. To Chen Lu, it seemed like there were stars twinkling inside them, making it impossible for him to look away. Under Chen Lu's gaze, the girl hesitated and slowly spoke, because I want you to ask me that way in the future. Then I will ask you in the future. After you turn old enough, I'll ask every day. Chen Lu was practically laughing like a fool now, without making a sound. Chen Lu firmly grasped his cautious strategy. Today he was unusually honest, and Liang Jiru quickly fell asleep. After a few minutes of resting with his eyes closed, he slowly opened them and looked at the girl beside him, feeling a strangely wonderful sensation in his heart. It was somewhat unfamiliar, as he had been sleeping alone since he could remember. Now, with a girl sleeping next to him, the days of sleeping alone suddenly changed. Half of the bed was given away, and he felt as though half his heart had departed with it. This silly girl was lying next to him in bed, and in his heart, the legendary sharing a bed and pillow. He reached out and touched the girl's long hair scattered on her back, all the way to the ends. Sleeping together in the middle of the day was different from having the light on at night. Everything was much clearer this way. Although Liang Jiru was facing away from him, the sight of her long, smooth hair, fair and soft arms, and the gentle rise and fall of her body as she breathed was visually pleasing. Chen Lu looked out the window at the deep blue sky and the scattered clouds, once again smiling. He didn't know why he was smiling, but he felt like it. He wished time would stop at this peaceful and beautiful moment. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Lu, the insider we sent to that company, is researching the competitor's progress on developing our card. Get ready to go to Shenzhen. Chapter 181. Who should be in charge of the mainstream? Chen Lu silently cursed in his heart. Grabbing a sheep's wool to pull hard, right? Do they really take me for a pushover? Although he never caused trouble, whenever someone provoked him, he always retaliated directly. Anyway, the penguins over there happen to have intentions to invest or cooperate. Just quickly go and finalize the cooperation in Shenzhen. There will be ways in the future. But why make this choice? He hesitated, glanced at the silhouette of the girl sleeping beside him, feeling a bit complicated. Suddenly he had a feeling of being caught in the rain while the house was leaking. She would be very sad if I couldn't return when she celebrates her birthday, right? But some things cannot be delayed. Although the company is developing rapidly, whether it is the current scale or the situation, it cannot afford to act arrogantly in front of these big players. As the saying goes, one should know oneself. The other party only wants to choose a low-risk, high-return way when seeking cooperation. It doesn't mean that they can't do without you. When they get annoyed, they might as well do it themselves. Chen Lu held Liang Zhirou's hand, gently pinched it a few times, seeing the girl still sleeping soundly, not awakened by him, which put his mind at ease. He wasn't sure when he developed this habit, but now whenever he was under stress, he always liked to pinch Liang Zhirou's soft hand, like a stress relief ball. It was very effective. Daily skincare still works, the calluses are a bit better. He muttered to himself, suddenly made up his mind. Chen Lu, I will go to Shenchuan in 2 days at the latest. Zhang Chao, hasn't your girlfriend's birthday passed? Chen Lu, I will try to rush back. He could only say he would try. Discussing such a big issue, it was not realistic for the other party to expect a quick solution within a few days. Zhang Chao, I've been researching this matter these days. I think we can adjust our bottom line again. With both of us as shareholders, it's not impossible to divide the shares a bit. I'll tell you my opinion, see if it works. Following Zhang Chao's series of voice messages bombarding him, Chen Lu furrowed his brows and quickly replied to him. Chen Lu, stop sending voice messages. Zhang Chao, why? Chen Lu, my girlfriend is asleep. Zhang Chao, why the fuck would you tell me that? I'm such a jerk. After a few minutes of silence, Zhang Chao finally sent one last message. Let's discuss this later in person. Chen Lu placed his phone aside, closed his eyes, and continued to ponder over these troubles. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains, not particularly strong, but warm on the face. He could still hear the girls even breathing beside him, giving him a pleasant feeling of contentment. Perhaps truly immersed in this peaceful feeling, Chen Lu unconsciously fell asleep as well. About 20 minutes later, the girl beside Chen Lu slowly sat up, yawning and stretching lazily. Her top was lifted by her movements, revealing her slender and eye-catching waist. However, she still looked a bit silly. Liang Zhirou had an impeccable biological clock. Whether it was in the morning or noon, she could wake up on time without needing an alarm. This was an ability she had trained since she was little. As she was about to rub her eyes, she realized her right hand was tightly held by Chen Lu. Chen Lu seemed to be deep in sleep, like a child holding onto his favorite thing. Liang Zhirou had not been able to pull her right hand back earlier. She only now realized that she had actually napped together with Chen Lu, on the same bed. She had initially been quite nervous, and had even contemplated pretending to sleep to test whether this big pervert would do something immoral, but then, she inexplicably fell asleep. Even though Chen Lu was asleep, she still nervously hurriedly straightened her clothes. Her heart was beating fast, only now did she realize that she had fallen for Chen Lu's trap again. Liang Zhirou, you are too careless. How could you not have any sense of vigilance? She kept criticizing herself in her heart, warning herself not to make similar mistakes again, or else being taken advantage of by Chen Lu would only be a matter of time. After calming down a bit, Liang Zhirou mustered up the courage and, with a curiosity akin to exploring a new continent, leaned towards Chen Lu. Chen Lu's sleeping posture was indeed good, reflecting his quiet and gentle character. He lay there calmly, not even snoring. Are you having a nightmare? You're still frowning in your sleep, the girl murmured in confusion, gently smoothing the furrowed brows on Chen Lu's face. As she admired her boyfriend's handsome face, she chuckled contentedly. HMPH, lucky I'm smarter and more attentive than you, or else you'd end up with wrinkles. Such a foolish Chen Lu. Liang Zhirou tenderly ran her fingers through Chen Lu's hair, stuck out her tongue playfully, and whispered. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she only dared to speak that way when Chen Lu was asleep. Just as she was about to tuck Chen Lu under the covers and get up to make some hot water, she suddenly noticed a part of Chen Lu's ABS poking out from his waist. She normally didn't have much interest in ABS, but seeing them on her boyfriend suddenly made them attractive. She only craved for her boyfriend's ABS. I really want to touch them. This thought was like a tempting candy on the tip of her tongue, constantly enticing her. This man acts so provocatively every day, so a little retaliation from her should be okay. Yes, this was retaliation. After figuring this out, Liang Zhirou reached out, trembling with both hands, and lifted a part of Chen Lu's top. Just this action alone was enough to make her face blush and her heart pound. She could even clearly hear the sound of her own heartbeat, thump thump. Chen-Lu had let her touch his ABS a couple of times, but hadn't initiated it again. She occasionally wanted to touch them, but was too embarrassed to ask for it. A girl should be reserved. She couldn't just say, "Please lift your shirt and let me touch your ABS." She suddenly felt being a girl wasn't all that great. If she were a boy, and Chen-Lu was a girl, she would definitely be taking advantage of Chen-Lu on the bed every day. Unfortunately, the danger now was on her side. Life isn't easy, Liang Jiru sighed as she gently touched Chen-Lu's toned ABS. Perhaps feeling itchy, Chen-Lu furrowed his brows and scratched himself a bit. This movement startled Liang Jiru, and as soon as Chen-Lu's arm moved, she swiftly retreated into the sheets, curling up like a snail. After a few seconds, she cautiously peeked out from the sheets, still hesitant to touch him. Her cheeks were burning, feeling like she was doing something mischievous. Just as she was about to leave, Chen-Lu gradually opened his eyes and pulled the blanket up a bit. He felt a bit cold. I'll help you turn off the air conditioning," Liang Jiru said extremely nervously. Chen-Lu must have been woken up by the cold, so she was the culprit. She quickly grabbed the remote control and turned it off. However, the familiar beep didn't sound. Why wasn't it responding? Liang Jiru muttered in amazement. All 3 air conditioners can't be broken at the same time, right? That's too weird. No, Chen-Lu said straightforwardly. Very sure of what you're saying. Liang Jiru couldn't help but mock. Chen-Lu smirked, thinking it was necessary to be sure since he hadn't tampered with the air conditioner. Liang Jiru pressed a few times on the remote control with no response, so she stood up and straddled over Chen-Lu, pressing the remote control close to the air conditioner and pressed it a few more times. This time, the air conditioner remote control responded. Seems like it's an issue with the remote control, the girl guessed. Fortunately, it wasn't the air conditioner malfunctioning. Getting a new remote control was cheap, but who knows how much it would cost if they had to repair the air conditioner. Chen-Lu swallowed nervously for some reason when Liang Jiru straddled him earlier, especially when her toes were hovering in the air. His heart also shuddered. Could he be a pervert? It couldn't be true. He was clearly a person of purity, a model of a contemporary gentleman. No, he needed to verify this. Chen-Lu gazed at the girl's fair and smooth legs, feeling a bit bashful, and quietly said, can you step on me? Liang Jiru turned her head in surprise and astonishment. Huh. Chapter 182. Who isn't a pervert at this point? What did you say? Liang Jiru bit her lip, her voice trembling as she confirmed. How did her boyfriend become more and more abnormal? I said, step on me. Chen-Lu shamelessly continued. Why though? Chen-Lu looked seriously at the girl. I'm verifying something. Liang Jiru, who was already shocked and scared, now felt even more confused. She didn't understand, but he seemed very serious. Hurry up, Chen-Lu urged. His urging caused Liang Jiru's overloaded brain to crash, so she had to timidly ask him, where should I step on? On the stomach. After much contemplation, Chen-Lu provided this answer. After all, besides that place, anywhere else to step seemed a bit perverted. He just wanted to confirm he's not really a pervert. Who takes foot fetishism so seriously? Oh, Liang Jiru reluctantly responded, extending her fair and delicate right foot, gently tapping Chen-Lu's stomach. The girl's ears were burning, wishing she could disappear. Why would he make her do such a thing? It's so embarrassing. Chen-Lu suddenly felt his heart stop for a moment, an inexplicable feeling of joy lingering in his heart. He felt like this silly girl looked beautiful in every way. Even her ankles and feet were delicate and fair. Wait, what am I thinking? This isn't right. Step on it. Chen-Lu inhaled a breath of cold air, continuing. The verification just now was inconclusive. Liang Jiru, with no other choice at this point, obediently followed his instructions and completed this so-called experiment. She used her toe to lift Chen-Lu's shirt hem and then gently stepped on his stomach. Afraid of hurting him, she didn't use much force. Chen-Lu felt a sudden warmth in his nostrils, a heat gathering in his abdomen that wouldn't dissipate. The usually silly guy stood there with a foot on him, feet and calves so close in front of him. On top of that, Liang Jiru had a somewhat unapproachable quality when she was quiet. This scene was too shocking in any case. Done. The first to break the silence was Liang Jiru. She felt like she was about to die, her whole body burning hot, and her heart rate unrelenting. Even if she couldn't explain why this was so embarrassing, it definitely was. Chen Lu sighed deeply, done. No matter how much he denied it on the surface, physiological responses couldn't lie. He truly was a foot fetishist. What did you find? Liang Jiru, feeling utterly drained, sat next to Chen Lu, quietly taking deep breaths as she asked. I think I've confirmed that I might be a pervert. Chen Lu looked up, his expression extremely dejected. He used to be so critical of foot fetishism, even harshly condemning Zhang Chao and Li Xinian in the dorm. The disgust he expressed to them still fresh in his mind. Little did he know that he had become a foot fetishist himself, becoming the type of person he despised the most. Don't be sad, it's okay, Liang Jiru comforted gently, despite her blushing cheeks. Just when Chen Lu was touched and gazing into the girl's eyes, she added, and I've known for a long time that you're a pervert. Chen Lu was speechless for a moment. You might as well not comfort me. I heard from Meow Meow that some guys just like feet. It's a normal phenomenon. Seeing how upset Chen Lu was, Liang Jiru refrained from scolding him. She walked up and hugged Chen Lu, earnestly saying, I won't despise you. Not despising him was true, and being a little afraid was also true. She still had a pair of white silk stockings and a pair of black silk stockings in her wardrobe. She couldn't imagine Chen Lu's reaction when he found out. Would he completely devour her? Shaking her head firmly, Liang Jiru decided to hide this stuff for a while. It was too dangerous. Meanwhile, Chen Lu was quietly contemplating. Unlike Liang Jiru worrying about his mood, he solidly added something to his must-do list for his life. It's okay. Think of it in a positive light. Maybe I'm a Liang Jiru enthusiast, Chen Lu said, heading to the bathroom to freshen up. After this absurd episode, his suppressed mood also improved slightly. There was work to be discussed later. Liang Jiru sat on the bed, absent-mindedly wiggling her toe tips and then curling up with her legs hugged to her chest. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, she pouted with resentment. This guy is too obsessed, liking everything. The next day, a little after 9 in the morning, Chen Lu sat on the sofa, looking at the booked plane ticket with a hint of worrying in his eyes. The good news was that Penguin still had intentions to negotiate and warmly welcomed him to come, providing a one-way ticket as well. The bad news was the flight was at 1 in the afternoon. After some thought, his fingertips still lingered on Liang Jiru's phone number like two opposing magnetic poles, unable to press down. Better talk face to face. As Chen Lu stood up, the sound of keys turning in the lock on the door echoed. I took the afternoon off from my part-time job, so let's go to the amusement park. I drew a portrait for someone and earn money for the tickets, Liang Jiru said with a smile. Your girlfriend invites you. Chen Lu's expression was slightly bitter. This girl was rarely so lively and genuinely seemed happy. Whether it was making money or going out with him, it would probably make her happy for a long time. Suddenly noticing the dark circles under Liang Jiru's eyes, he guessed that she might not have slept well yesterday. I have to go on a business trip. Chen Lu squeezed out those words from his throat with difficulty. Not one to be dramatic, but he truly felt terrible now. Liang Jiru was stunned, just asking, where to? Shenchuan, for a potential collaboration. It might take a few days, Chen Lu explained. Liang Jiru nodded, as if she hadn't said anything before, beginning to advise him to eat on time and drink less alcohol. Of course, she didn't mention her upcoming birthday. It's not an easy task. I'll try to be back on your birthday. If they really wanted to help, they would have already, but now they're just observing, waiting for me to sweeten the deal further. Chen Lu smiled wryly, clenching his right hand together. If they have no foresight, don't be angry with them. I would definitely help you, and even marry you. Chapter 183. Accepting one's own lowliness if only they were as simple-minded as you, Chen Lu said with a bitter smile, leaning down to kiss the girl on the forehead and feeling a bit sentimental. In most cases, other people's girlfriends might get a bit upset in this situation. Honestly, he actually hoped that Liang Jiru would cry and throw a tantrum at him, and maybe even have an argument with him. That way, he wouldn't feel as guilty. But this simple girl still hadn't learned how to get angry until now. His heart was aching. Liang Jiru looked at him indignantly and asked, how am I simple-minded? Chen Lu sighed, you don't even get angry. That's pretty simple. No one can be easier to bully than you. He embraced the girl, smelling the fragrance of her hair, A smart girlfriend would be throwing a tantrum now, demanding a happier birthday celebration. It's not smart to do that, Liang Jiru said seriously. You didn't intentionally miss my birthday. Your work is genuinely busy. Why would I get upset and make us both unhappy? I already can't bear to part with you, and making you feel worse would only make it harder. Chen Lu suddenly felt relieved that he wasn't a terrible person or a time management expert. After all, these were just his words, but this simple girl believed them without hesitation, refusing to get upset. You're right, Chen Lu finally squeezed out these 4 words. It was strange, he couldn't see any sadness on Liang Jiru's face. Do you need to bring extra clothes? The girl asked again. Of course, it's hotter there than in Hang City. If I don't bring any clothes, I'll end up smelling bad when I come back. Liang Jiru regretted her question and walked slowly towards the balcony. Bring the clothes I washed for you yesterday. They should be dry by now. Though Liang Jiru only slept here at noon, she left a few pieces of clothes here for the convenience of going back and forth to school. She would also wash Chen Lu's clothes along with hers, except for his underwear. But Chen Lu felt that it was Liang Jiru who washed her clothes as if it were an afterthought because her clothes were only a few pieces, while his clothes would almost cover the entire balcony each time. Watching the girl carefully fold her clothes and pack them into a bag, Chen Lu couldn't help but tease her with a mischievous smile. You look like a newlywed bride. Liang Jiru paused in her movements for a moment, then continued packing. She had clearly grown accustomed to Chen Lu's cheeky behavior. You can pack your clothes yourself, Liang Jiru said after a while, sounding a bit embarrassed, her voice almost inaudible. After teasing her for a while, Chen Lu casually threw a few pairs of underwear into the bag. Boys were indeed more straightforward than girls, who might even need to match their undergarments. He had heard the saying, if a girl's undergarments don't match, you've slept with her. If they match, she slept with you, but wasn't sure if it was true. He might ask Liang Jiru for confirmation sometime. Do you need a power bank? Liang Jiru asked in the living room. You can't bring a power bank on the plane. Really? Liang Jiru was surprised, hearing this for the first time. Always so surprised. Are you silly? Chen Lu chuckled. He felt that Liang Jiru was less worried now, thanks to his teasing. She was afraid of Chen Lu encountering any difficulties. A few minutes later, Chen Lu casually tossed the bag onto the sofa and sat next to Liang Jiru. When are you leaving? The flight is at 1. It's not urgent right now. Chen Lu turned to look at her. Sensing danger instinctively, Liang Jiru moved a bit away and asked cautiously, Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Will you miss me when I'm not around these few days? Chen Lu asked softly. Definitely, Liang Jiru replied without hesitation. I'm already missing you now. You'll probably want to kiss me a lot when I'm away, Chen Lu said boldly. I'm a kind-hearted person, so I've decided to fulfill this wish in advance. Before Liang Jiru could process his strange logic, he had already pinned her down. After a deep kiss, Chen Lu eventually let the girl go. Satisfied, Chen Lu sat up and checked the time, only to find that Liang Jiru was still lying on the sofa. He tapped her leg and joked, Why are you still lying down? Liang Jiru raised her arm to her forehead, pouting, I'm so tired. Someone might think I did something to you, Chen Lu said with a hint of amusement. He crumpled the candy wrapper and threw it in the trash, then moved closer to Liang Jiru, pulling her into his arms. If I don't come back on your birthday, I'll celebrate it with you separately. He spoke seriously, emphasizing each word. But don't worry, I'll definitely give you your birthday present on the day. I don't need that. I'm happier every day with you than on my birthday. Liang Jiru shook her head sincerely. And the fact that you're willing to be my boyfriend is the best gift you've given me. Chen Lu's nose suddenly tingled with emotion. He said nothing, simply tilting his head slightly. After calming down, he patted the girl's shoulder. Give me back my candy. Liang Jiru turned to him with a fierce look, protesting. But when Chen Lu returned an even colder look, she immediately relented, handing him the candy. Good girl. Here's a kiss as a reward. Whether to change the subject or not, Chen Lu was particularly unreliable today. Liang Jiru lightly bumped him with her arm. You're a pervert. Yes, I am. Liang Jiru, you were feeling down about this yesterday while napping. Why are you so proud of it now? She asked, dumbfounded. Because I found being a pervert quite enjoyable, especially when it involves you, Chen Lu said seriously. Before she could respond, his phone vibrated. Zhang Chao, I've packed everything you need from the office. When you're done spending time with your girlfriend, come down. Damn it, there's no parking space, so I parked my car on the side of the road. If I get a ticket, you're paying for it. Chapter 184. Farewell. Chen Lu let out a sigh, standing up slowly. I'm leaving, he said. Liang Jiru also stood up, gently holding his hand and softly saying, plant a strawberry before you go. Sure, Chen Lu couldn't help but think, is this really happening? Seeing the girl tilting her snow-white neck towards him, he was somewhat surprised and said, I thought you wanted me to plant it for you. Either way, the girl pursed her lips and pointed to the area below her collarbone with her index finger. I just feel that this will make me miss you less. After a moment, Chen Lu looked at his creation and lightly smiled as he held the girl's hand back. I'll try to come back before it disappears. Liang Jiru felt happy upon hearing this, okay? You focus on your painting, and when you become successful, I'll go to your signing event and wave the flag for you. Chen Lu continued. Okay. I'll ask Chen Mo to take a day off on your birthday, so she and Lin Miao Miao can accompany you. Liang Jiru nodded imperceptibly, then tentatively asked, should I accompany you to the airport? It was a 40-minute drive from here to the airport, and she wanted to spend more time with Chen Lu. Forget it. It'll take you a while to come back, and you won't want to just take a cab back. It would be a waste of even more time, Chen Lu replied. Liang Jiru didn't say much more, but after a moment of contemplation, she refrained from urging Chen Lu to come back early. She didn't want him to misunderstand her intentions. I'm leaving, Chen Lu said as he quickly closed the door, muffling the girl's response. He was afraid that if he stayed longer, he might impulsively head to his company and vent his frustration. A few days wouldn't matter. Chen Lu had promised he would return early. He had been alone for a long time before, and he could manage it now. Liang Jiru comforted herself silently, resisting the urge to chase after Chen Lu, and instead leaned against the door, feeling a sense of emptiness in the room despite its small size and cluttered layout. It felt as though her heart was also empty. Almost as if they could read each other's minds, Chen Lu did not leave immediately. Leaning against the door, his mind was restless. The farewell they just had seemed like a prelude, and they hadn't truly parted ways. If it was just a business trip, Chen Lu wouldn't have minded, but Liang Jiru hadn't celebrated many birthdays, and now he was going to miss another one. Thinking about how Liang Jiru had pretended not to care earlier made his heart ache. 2 minutes later, Chen Lu sat in the passenger seat. As long as our company is alive, I won't let that studio make easy money anymore, he said to Zhang Chao as they drove towards the airport on the elevated bridge. Zhang Chao held a cigarette in one hand and fumbled around for a lighter with the other. Damn it! Those guys from the programming department always take my lighter. Zhang Chao cursed. Chen Lu, who had been gazing out the window at the blue sky, turned to him and teased, what's wrong? Even when the two of us are solving problems, your mood is still not great. Got into an argument. Liu Yan suggested I go on a business trip abroad and not come back. Chen Lu suddenly felt even more guilty towards Liang Jiru. Is everything okay with that? Zhang Chao asked. It's nothing. If you had spent some time with Liu Yan earlier, she wouldn't be mad at you. Chen Lu felt speechless. She has a bad temper, but she's a reasonable person. You know better than me. Zhang Chao almost gritted his teeth at the words, then loosened his fist and leaned closer to Chen Lu. Bro, no, Dad. Give me a lecture. I'll kneel and listen. Get up. What do you think the odds of success are? Zhang Chao asked curiously, eyeing the license plate of the car in front. Hey. Interesting. Gotta take a picture of that. Thinking about it is pointless, Chen Lu leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. If you want it to succeed, it will, but the question is how much of a cost you can accept. Hangcheng wasn't too far from Shenchuan. The plane was scheduled to depart at 1 in the afternoon and would arrive by 3:10. By late afternoon, they had entered the Penguin Company's building. Following the receptionist, the group stepped on the spotless warm yellow tiles, the crisp sound of footfalls echoing in the spacious lobby. Chen Lu grabbed Zhang Cao's arm, tapping his foot on the ground as he softly said, this floor tile, maybe it's bought with my money. Then this one must be mine. Zhang Chao was led by him, stepping on another tile. He really spent a lot of money. In college, every time he went online, his nearly exclusive account would attract a crowd. The decoration here is really nice. Chen-Lu nodded towards the door. The fountain outside is beautiful too. Makes you feel relaxed just looking at it. Unlike Chen-Lu, Zhang Chao was focused on the company's scale. Stop dreaming. There's no big opportunity like that now. It's not just about operating well to achieve this level. You need an opportunity, and when it comes, you have to seize it. After sitting in the reception room for less than 2 minutes, the person in charge of their meeting knocked on the door and entered. They exchanged greetings and shook hands politely before delving into business matters. The discussion in the reception room was soft-spoken, but Zhang Chao was already showing signs of impatience. He felt that Chen-Lu and this man named Li Wen were simply exchanging niceties, only occasionally discussing serious matters. You can try working with our company's studio. We can complement each other, play to each other's strengths. It's a win-win situation. Li Wen gave what seemed like a sincere suggestion. Most of our employees are still in the stage of accumulating experience, with limited cooperation ability and desire. Chen-Lu smiled lightly, responding quietly. Li Wen chuckled. You are too modest, young man. Achieving such a successful product with accumulated experience. If this gets out, your competitors will be done for. Chen-Lu's smile faded a bit, as if he had grasped the other party's probe and stared at the man in front of him. So, we have the ability to do it independently. We just need the technology, he said firmly. The man paused, checked the time on his left hand, then stood up and patted their shoulders. You guys must be tired from your journey. I've booked a hotel. Let's have dinner, and then rest early. We'll talk more tomorrow? Okay. After the friendly conversation, Chen-Lu had a preliminary judgment on the progress of the negotiation. It wasn't going smoothly today. Polite words and good attitudes didn't necessarily mean anything in such discussions. One cannot gauge the success of negotiations based solely on how the other party treats you. If you think everything is going smoothly just from their attitude, you might not even know how you got taken advantage of later. In the end, it all comes down to what conditions they offer. The other party seemed to be aiming to swallow everything, or at least wanted to throw everything, money included, into the pot and exert control. This was actually a good thing, as it revealed their true intentions. It was better to know that they were greedy rather than uninterested. This way, he and Zhang Chao could set clear boundaries. Late at night, Zhang Chao burst into Chen-Lu's room like a fool, eager to hear the details of the negotiation. He had a natural talent for business, progressing rapidly in this area, but his lack of focus was mainly due to not having the same dark side as Chen-Lu and Li Wen. Damn, they're rich, staying in such a nice hotel. I've never stayed in such a nice place before. Want to go swimming? There's a pool and a sauna, Zhang Chao suggested enthusiastically. Seeing Chen-Lu's lack of response, he laid back on the bed. I bought cigarettes earlier, and the lady at the roadside called me handsome. Clearly disinterested, Chen-Lu replied emotionlessly, finish up, and get out. Why rush me out? I made it possible for you and Liang Jiru to be together. Shouldn't I be credited for that? Is this how you treat your benefactors? I'm going to video call my girlfriend. Chen-Lu dismissed him, wanting to be left alone. Finally alone, Chen-Lu felt the world quiet down. He stood at the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. Despite it being 10 o'clock at night, the city was alive with lights and activity. Skyscrapers glowed with colorful lights, and the streets were filled with a steady flow of vehicles, creating a scene like a swarm of shining ants. His gaze unfocused, the various colored lights seemed to float in the air like fireflies. Despite the vibrant cityscape, he felt a sense of loneliness. Picking up his phone, he video called Liang Jiru. He marveled quietly at the power of technology as the call connected almost instantly. What are you doing? Chen-Lu asked. Liang Jiru appeared on the screen, her wet hair dripping water down her neck. Her nightgown clung to her, the top unbuttoned slightly, revealing a fraction of alluring curves. She seemed oblivious to her appearance, her eyes fixed on the phone screen. She was usually easily embarrassed. As Chen-Lu tried to decipher her intentions, Liang Jiru looked into his eyes and softly said, I miss you. Chapter 185. Chen-Lu's explosion of being in the moment. When Chen-Lu was recording a video, he didn't pay much attention to his appearance. He lazily lay on the bed, while Liang Jiru sat upright, facing the camera on her phone. Really? Chen-Lu, who was no longer bothering to pretend to be calm, revealed a faint joy on his slightly tired face. Liang Jiru answered softly. Sensing that Chen Lu's gaze was a bit off, she discreetly adjusted her color. Previously, Meow Meow had said that girls should learn to seduce their boyfriends, but did Chen Lu really need her seduction efforts? With all the daily precautions against potential dangers, there was no need for further seduction. Chen Lu was indignant. Shouldn't gentlemen also be cautious? You're not a gentleman, you're a rogue, Liang Jiru gently rebuked, then asked, is everything going smoothly on your end? She felt a bit melancholic, remembering how in the morning, they could still be close in each other's arms, but now they were so far apart. It's all right, Chen Lu replied. You're just trying to deceive me. How did I deceive you? Liang Jiru could always tell when his mood was off, especially when he tried to avoid eye contact or fixated on something without moving. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Lu felt guilty and surprised at how observant she was. How could she notice such fine details, even his shifts in tone during conversations? Chen Lu reflected on how he didn't even know this about himself. Despite his simplicity, how could she observe him with such delicacy? Before, casually mentioning he didn't have an umbrella, and then ending up waiting in the rain with an umbrella for him. My dear girlfriend, you can't do this, Chen Lu said, his voice serious. Why not? Liang Jiru asked, puzzled. Because a fool can't become clever, it goes against logic. I'm not a fool. Liang Jiru truly wanted to reach through the screen and hit him. Every time she missed him terribly, he always managed to frustrate her, leaving her unable to express her feelings. She had been a bit upset before, but now the atmosphere seemed different. If only she could reach through the screen, she would still hug him. She missed Chen Lu so much. Despite not being separated for long, the thought of being far away from him made her feel lonely. As they continued their conversation, exchanging words and feelings of yearning, Zhang Chao never expected that after boasting about so many interesting things to Chen Lu, they would all end up being shared with his girlfriend. In the end, it was a mistake. The hotel is quite luxurious. I'm staying on the 30th floor, and there's even a swimming pool and sauna here. Can a hotel fit a swimming pool? Liang Jiru asked a question that showed her limited imagination. Seems like I need to take you out more often to broaden your horizons, Liang Jiru. No, it's expensive, Liang Jiru replied with a yawn, having stayed up the previous night thinking about taking Chen Lu to an amusement park. Unfortunately, she hadn't had the chance to go with him recently. Go to bed early, Chen Lu reminded her. After finishing the video, I have to take a shower. I didn't finish earlier, so after showering, I'll go to sleep. Chen Lu smirked at her. I wouldn't mind if you took a shower while video chatting with me. Liang Jiru tried to appear menacingly, but only ended up being more vulnerable. With her gentle nature, she couldn't muster any real threat. Who would be intimidated by a little rabbit threateningly cornered and shaking, especially when trying to assert herself verbally? It only heightened the excitement. Would you come into my dreams? She softly asked in the end. If it makes you happy, Chen Lu replied, turning off the bedside lamp. Good night. As the video call ended with a beep, Liang Jiru remained transfixed by her phone screen, seeming frozen in time with the late hour. However, the clumsy footsteps behind her gradually brought her out of her reverie. Zi Zunfang was getting up to use the bathroom. Liang Jiru immediately stood up and approached her mother, offering her hand. Let me help you. I can manage on my own, Zi Zunfang insisted, refraining from accepting Liang Jiru's help for a long time. Thanks to her stubborn independence, her recovery was more optimistic. Liang Jiru bit her lip, realizing that insisting further would yield the same result. Were you talking to Lu just now? Zi Zunfang suddenly turned back around. Perplexed, Liang Jiru looked at her. Yes, he's been away on a business trip. Busy with work. Lu is really good to you, Zi Zunfang remarked out of the blue, knowing from her conversation with Chen Lu that he hadn't originally planned to pursue this path. Chen Lu started his business to make Liang Jiru happy and provide her with a better life. A capable, gentle, and devoted young man, she believed that having him in her daughter's life was like a blessing. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom the life Liang Jiru might have led. It was strange how she dared not even think about it now. Liang Jiru didn't understand why her mother suddenly made such a remark, but simply nodded in agreement. He's really special. Zi Zunfang suddenly turned back. What's wrong? Liang Jiru looked at her, wondering. It's nothing. Seeing her mother's complex expression, Liang Jiru tilted her head in further confusion, finding the situation increasingly odd. Days later, on Liang Jiru's birthday. Spending the day alone in her rental house painting gave Liang Jiru a sense of emptiness. So, after giving the rented space a quick clean, she arrived at the company early. Lin Miao Miao was working on her desk when Liang Jiru closed her book, let out a deep sigh, and massaged her head in frustration. She had only managed to cover 2 pages of her notes from 2 hours of reading earlier. She felt lost, like a hand was continuously scratching at her heart, hindering her from concentrating on anything. Don't overwork yourself. Let's play together, Lin Miao Miao, noticing her best friend's low mood, suggested with a smile. If you can't read, draw instead. You were always top of the class in your major. Why study even during the holiday break? Aren't you leaving room for the others in your class? She found the behavior of the 2 lovers abnormal, as each seemed more devoted and invested than the other. She tapped on her digital tablet, adding, I feel like I don't even need a boyfriend, I can draw one for myself. Paper men don't treat you better than boyfriends, Liang Jiru whispered. Chenlu is better than a paper man. Without letting her finish, Lin Miao Miao cut in, stop. You traitor of spontaneity. Chapter 186. Lin Miao Miao turned around, pouting with her cheeks resting on her palms, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. She sighed to herself, it would be so nice if paper people could move. But then, I would also have to worry about whether to marry Lu Luxiu or marry Du Ibing Tahai. Ah, such a hesitation. Just think if you dare to think. Chen Mo, who was playing on his phone next to her, couldn't help but chuckle. How different was this behavior from that of the couple who won 3 million in the lottery, then fought over how to spend the money. They were going to celebrate Liang Ziru's birthday in the evening, so she was here today to experience what it was like being a boss, or rather, a younger sister. Lin Miao Miao rubbed her neck with her palm, signaling for Chen Mo to shut up before he really got it. But Chen Mo was not afraid, sticking out his tongue at her. Lin Miao Miao, who usually wielded power in the company, had met her match. Both were top-notch socially awkward individuals, and neither could do anything to the other. Lin Miao Miao returned a friendly international gesture, then turned back to watch Liang Ziru draw. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and her jaw almost dropped to the floor. Because Liang Ziru was drawing on the digital tablet with a carbon pen, muttering that the tablet seemed broken. Ziru, you use this thing to draw? She pointed at the carbon pen in Liang Ziru's hand, her brows furrowing. I brought the wrong thing. Liang Ziru pursed her lips. No wonder it wasn't working. Lin Miao Miao rubbed her forehead, taking a deep breath. Ziru, what did Chenlu give you to make you act like this? This girl was clearly out of sorts. Harshly speaking, she had turned into Chenlu. Wasn't she the idiot who couldn't survive without Chenlu? Lin Miao Miao still showed her professionalism as a seasoned reader. No, Liang Ziru insisted, rummaging through her bag, but not finding the proper pen. She must have brought the wrong one. Chenlu won't be back today? Lin Miao Miao asked softly, unsure of the progress on Chen Lu's end. He said if all goes well, he can finalize things tomorrow, Liang Ziru replied, putting the carbon pen back in her bag. Lin Miao Miao almost interjected with some comforting words when she heard Chen Mo's loud voice again. Lian Jie, have you finished editing the graphics for me? I don't have time to do my daily tasks now that I have classes every day. I'll leave it to you in the future. Okay. Xiaoji, yeah. I want to drink fruit tea. Hand-peeled grapes, right? I'll go buy it for you. Chen Lu wasn't there, but Chen Mo was already acting like an emperor in the company. Lin Miao Miao couldn't stand by and watch, so she raised her head and shouted, Xiao Mo, be careful, if your brother comes back, he'll beat you to death. Xiaoji, bring me a cup too, love you. Chen Mo shrugged it off, my sister-in-law will cover for me. Today she was the special envoy appointed by Chen Lu under the pressure from Wang Zhao, with no budget limit and only one task to make her sister-in-law happy. After stating this, she sighed quietly as she noticed Liang Ziru's distracted state. This mission was definitely going to be impossible. She could only have some fun before being chided by her brother. In the evening, as dusk settled, the tall buildings in Hangzhou lit up with colorful lights. 3 girls in long dresses strolled together in the streets near the university campus, attracting countless gazes. Onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the high quality of university students this year. However, the girl in the middle seemed less cheerful than the 2 pretty and extroverted girls beside her. Unfortunately, the prettiest girl didn't look very excited. As the saying goes, 1,000 pieces of gold cannot buy a smile from a concubine. This beautiful girl would definitely look even more stunning if she smiled. 0. When we get there, don't say anything like or how about not at all or should I come to my place for your birthday? This is the first time in our acquaintance that I'm celebrating your birthday. Lin Meow Meow lifted the cake in her hand and reminded her intentionally. Wearing sandals today, she made clacking sounds as she walked. Liang Ziro realized her hesitancy was evident and felt embarrassed, so she just softly responded, "Oh." She felt she shouldn't be upset. After all, this was the first time she had someone her age celebrate her birthday with her. Chen Lu's birthday wishes were also promptly sent at midnight, which could keep her happy for a long time. Still, there was a hollow feeling in her heart, as if a piece had been taken away. Lin Meow Meow linked arms with Liang Ziro and looked at Chen Mo, Xiaomo. What do you want to eat? Why not ask my sister-in-law? Do you think your sister-in-law is capable of making decisions? Lin Meow Meow quipped. Liang Ziro pursed her lips and didn't dare to speak. But Chen Mo had an idea. Let's go to Haida Lao. Have them sing a birthday song to my sister-in-law? I think you're just itching for your sister-in-law to die. After some consideration, the three actually went to Haida Lao, but Liang Ziro was adamant, so Chen Mo ended up being the designated birthday person. Chen Mo was quite happy to experience this, as it felt like having an extra birthday celebration, complete with small gifts, a real bargain. 10 minutes later, Liang Ziro heard several employees singing a birthday song to Chen Mo, attracting more attention from passers-by. She felt a bit embarrassed and managed to keep her head down, feeling death inside. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was grinning, and Lin Meow Meow even recorded a video with Liang Ziro. With these two making a fuss, she didn't have time to brood further. Sister-in-law, since it's your birthday today, you can't be serving us food anymore. Halfway through the meal, before Chen Mo finished chewing what was in her mouth, she quickly interjected. Even with a thick skin like hers, she couldn't accept being cared for by Liang Ziro like this, especially as it was the girl's birthday. Even though being pampered like this felt incredibly good, and even though it was her birthday, it didn't feel right. Thinking about it, she suddenly felt a bit sour about her own brother. The realization that he could enjoy this treatment every day, which she couldn't, made Chen Mo grind her teeth in frustration. Just as she was about to say something, she checked her phone and stood up abruptly. Sister-in-law, you better leave. Liang Ziro was taken aback, almost spilling the dipping sauce on the table, quickly wiping it with a tissue and asking softly, "What's wrong?" "My brother's birthday gift has arrived," Chen Mo said as she sat back down. Liang Ziro froze for a moment, almost dropping the dipping plate, and hurriedly wiped the sauce spilled on the table and whispered, "What's going on?" "My brother sent a birthday gift," Chen Mo said with a shrug, referring to the rather loyal subordinate named Peng Lian, who was unyielding no matter how much she threatened. Liang Ziro walked slowly towards the riverside. The night of October was getting cold, and the cool evening breeze brushed her smooth long hair and dress, giving her a touch of elegance. Her heart was beating fast. After all, it was a gift from Chen Lu. She wasn't expecting anything less. As she walked along the riverside, she suddenly heard many rapid spinning sounds, resembling the buzzing of bees. Turning around, she saw countless drones in the distance, hovering in layers and flying up into the sky before settling over the river. Just as she was trying to process what she was seeing, the sky suddenly lit up with different colored lights, forming strokes one after another. Finally, the words Liang Ziro appeared in the air without any abruptness. Perhaps considering his girlfriend's social anxiety, her name disappeared in less than 2 seconds, replaced by Happy Birthday. This time it flashed in an instant. Liang Ziro was truly stunned. She couldn't have dreamed of such a thing since she had never seen or heard of it before. The birthday wish in the sky became a bit fuzzy, and as she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, the words lasted for a moment before Liang Ziro thought it was over. But then, another image of a little girl appeared in the air. As time passed, as if emerging from a minimalist drawing, the little girl grew taller and taller, until she seemed to be waiting for someone somewhere. Liang Ziro couldn't care less about the artificial, flickering bluish rain curtain formed by the lights. The image in the sky turned into a ring in the end, slowly slipping onto the middle finger of a hand. The girl could tell that this was when she confessed to Chen Lu, and he turned to put the paper ring on her finger. "Thank you for witnessing my girlfriend's 19th birthday," was the final message scripted by the drone array. Liang Ziro sniffled and gave a slight smile, realizing whose handwriting this was. Only her boyfriend could be this pretentious. She never expected that even in Chen Lu's absence, her birthday celebration could be planned so romantically. Do we still need to give our gifts? Chen Mo sounded disheartened. She had spent quite a long time selecting that dress and used up all her pocket money. Lin Miao Miao was not convinced, stubbornly stating, "What do you know? It's the thought that counts, not the value of the gift. Emotions cannot be measured in money. Just because he spent a lot doesn't mean we lost, understand? But I envy her," Chen Mo said hesitantly, stopping in her tracks. Looking up at the dazzling drone display in the sky, "If someone could do this for me, I would marry him without hesitation. Actually, I envy her too. Do you like it?" There was a heavy sound like a car door shutting over the phone, followed by Chen Lu's slightly breathless voice. "I love it." Liang Ziro immediately responded, feeling like the luckiest girl in the world. "Why are you crying if you like it?" "Because I like it," she said, wiping her tears. "I thought you value money." "Maybe that's part of it," said Liang Ziro, feeling a bit wronged and realizing this aspect now. Hearing her rare joke, Chen Lu chuckled a bit. "I thought you'd be mad that I missed your birthday." "I'm really not upset about you missing my birthday. You've made it so grand." Liang Ziro held onto the railing by the river, her voice mixed with the cold wind, sounding like a lover's quarrel. The phone call finally stopped, and Chen Lu, out of breath, said, "Turn around." Chapter 187 Birthday Volume 3. The girl turned around abruptly upon hearing the words. She saw the person she missed the most standing in the night, panting heavily. In the distant light, the boy's handsome face was clearly visible. Even though there was a layer of mist separating them quickly, it was still much clearer than how she had seen him in her dreams in the past few days. "I was planning to bring you here personally." Chen Lu's voice sounded a bit hoarse. "I didn't expect traffic on the way from the airport to here. Was terrible." He exerted a lot of effort to get these words out intermittently, and when there was only 1 kilometer left, the road was blocked again, so he simply got out of the car and ran over. Almost out of breath, he just wanted to walk over when the girl, feeling the evening breeze, rushed into his arms. Both forgot to end the call. "Your birthday isn't over yet. You should be happy today. Don't cry." Chen Lu gently patted the girl in his arms, letting her hold on tightly. He knew his girlfriend was a bit of a crybaby, so he smiled and reminded her, "I can't help it, even though I used to be able to." "Everything in the past is gone," Chen Lu said softly. Liang Ziro used to not cry or smile, but now she smiled and cried, excelling in crying, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances and tears that had nowhere to go. "That's good too. It's all cute anyway. I can't be a trouble-free girlfriend for you." "I don't want to be a trouble-free girlfriend anymore," Liang Ziro spoke with a teary voice, soft and plaintive. "I think about you every day, really miss you so much." These days, the thought of not disturbing Chen Lu tormented her incessantly because she knew Chen Lu was busy with serious matters, so she didn't dare to rush him or ask when he would come back. She could only do what she was supposed to do every day, obediently waiting for Chen Lu to message her on his own. But being a sensible and obedient girlfriend was really difficult. It was extremely painful for her to endure not disturbing him when she had him in mind all the time and couldn't say so. "I don't want you to leave. I want to see you every day." "I'm sorry. I'm not a good girlfriend." Liang Ziro leaned her forehead against Chen Lu's, her voice getting softer, and finally she could only say this. "That's right," Chen Lu said seriously. This statement stunned the girl for a moment, as she looked up at him somewhat shocked. Liang Ziro's eyes turned slightly red, with watery swirls in them. Chen Lu reached out and wiped the tears from the girl's cheek, his smile light, as he slowly spoke. "A good girlfriend has to sacrifice a lot for me. Can't get angry or throw tantrums, can't be unreasonable, so most of the time won't be happy." He lowered his head and gently pecked Liang Ziro's forehead. "You have to be a girlfriend who is happy every day. Why are you always like this?" Liang Ziro mumbled, "Even if you want me to jump into the river with you, I'm willing to accompany you. Why do you have to tug at my heart like this?" Her heart was beating fast, feeling dizzy and not understanding. At this moment, Chen Lu gently grabbed her shoulders, slightly moving away, carefully examining the necklace on Liang Ziro's neck. A blue diamond hanging on the intricate small disc, swaying slightly, as if shimmering. "Is this a gift too?" Liang Ziro cradled the exquisite necklace in her palm, not daring to guess the price. To not spoil the mood, she could only wait to scold Chen Lu later not to buy expensive gifts anymore. Yes. Why give to gifts? I'll give you 2 gifts every year from now on, until all your previous birthdays are made up for, Chen Lu said softly. The idea of having 2 gifts suddenly made her happy. Of course, if Chen Lu could spend less money, she would be even happier. Chen Lu took the girl's hands and interlocked fingers with her, gazing into her eyes. Liang Jiru had grown even more graceful, much more stunning than the night they first met. I've missed all your birthdays before 19, so I can't miss the first one after I met you, Chen Lu said softly. And I won't miss any in the future. Jiru, happy birthday, he said softly. Thank you for letting me enter your life and becoming a part of your 19. Thank you for liking me so much, rescuing me from self-doubt's quagmire. Liang Jiru didn't say a word. She just held onto Chen Lu's arm, tiptoed, and gazed at him affectionately. I still have one gift I want, she said. What do you want? Before Chen Lu could finish, the girl's soft lips pressed against his, their words mingling with their tongues. It was as if they had unsaid words that had already drifted away with the evening breeze. After a long time, the evening breeze by the river was a bit cold. Chen Lu and Liang Jiru huddled together in the same coat. In the distance were towering buildings shimmering with neon lights, and nearby was the calm water, just like the quiet night. As the night breeze fluttered, causing ripples now and then, Liang Jiru leaned her head against his chin. What's wrong? Chen Lu asked curiously. Seeing the girl hanging her head without responding, he asked again, Why aren't you speaking? After 2 seconds, the girl finally hesitantly spoke up. I want you to hold me. Then why didn't you just ask me to hold you? Liang Jiru turned her face away, too embarrassed to look at him. G-girls should be reserved. She still regretted her earlier actions, feeling more embarrassed as the cold wind blew on her flushed cheeks. Chen Lu smiled. Has anyone ever told you how cute you are? You did. Then let me say it again. Chen Lu stood behind Liang Jiru, held her slender waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, and lightly kissed her neck. 2 figures pressed closely by the river bank. Coming back early means everything went smoothly on your end. Liang Jiru asked softly, feeling truly proud of her boyfriend as she sensed him becoming a remarkable person. She felt that even if she hadn't met him, the current Chen Lu would have been out of reach for her. But that was if. She knew that no matter how high Chen Lu stood, he would still love her. This was the seed of confidence that Chen Lu had planted in her heart through his repeated actions. Although it hadn't blossomed yet, it had already sprouted. I'll try my best not to be busy, Chen Lu replied seriously. If I lose focus, just lock me up at home. I won't. If you're busy, I'll run to see you. Liang Jiru's long hair fluttered in the breeze, but she still looked beautiful. Under Chen Lu's gaze, her calm eyes gazed at the river, then she slowly spoke. You know, before I met you, I always fantasized that maybe we could see the same cloud. I didn't expect that what you see now is what I see. Thank you for barging into my life that day. With a smile on her lips, she took a deep breath and decided to say the words she had never had the courage to say in person. Chen Lu, I love you. Very much. Chapter 188. Zhang Chao didn't have enough blood in his system, so he dealt with all the follow-up matters before returning, which made him arrive back more than 2 hours later than Chen Lu. Just as he came out of the airport, he saw a familiar figure. A girl stood there straight and upright, wearing a white V-neck shirt with a gray high-waisted skirt, giving off a cold and efficient vibe. It was Liu Yan. They say one's profession can change a person's aura, and now it seemed true. She was starting to prefer wearing these simple and concise outfits. Back. Liu Yan saw him and immediately looked away, coldly asking. Zhang Chao clearly didn't expect Liu Yan to come to pick him up, so he quickly put on a smiling face and said, Yes, I'm back. Liu Yan didn't offer to help with his luggage and kept her arms crossed, snorting. I thought you were tricked into going to the park. What a pity. If I got lost, what would you do? Jokester. Liu Yan gave him a look. I'll drive. Why? Zhang Chao remembered Liu Yan just got her driver's license earlier this year. A pure female driver. Luckily, she didn't like driving. You just got off the plane and didn't rest. I'm afraid of dying. In the car, Liu Yan casually asked about the company matters. Since Chen Lu has more ideas, you should have let him take the lead from the beginning. Interests are interests, emotions are emotions. They must be separated. Relying on emotions to influence the distribution of benefits will eventually lead to the distribution of emotions. Liu Yan looked at the rearview mirror while steering the wheel. You to get along well, able to dirty your hands together. Otherwise, you would have clashed already. Zhang Chao disagreed and immediately retorted, "What nonsense! I won't allow you to speak ill of my brother. You're dirtying your own hands. Stop it. It's quite good actually. Just don't go dirtying others. They might even find you filthy. Scold Chen Lu instead of me." Zhang Chao couldn't take it anymore. This woman's mouth was too venomous. Amused by his reaction, Liu Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Chen Lu must have inherited bad luck for 8 generations from you. I really have to thank my father. If he hadn't forced me to change my ambition, I wouldn't have met you guys." Zhang Chao spoke to himself. He often fantasized about what would have happened if his father had supported him in this path, allowed him to go to a respectable school to learn this trade. With more starting capital, would he have gone further today? The answer was clear: no way. The fact was that it was Chen Lu who pushed him forward. He should really be grateful to have a brother like him. It's been so long, let it go. Come home when you have time. Liu Yan took the chance to softly advise, her tone softer than before. Zhang Chao simply nodded, clearly not wanting to delve into that topic further. It's not that easy to let things go. He was now determined to make a name for himself, not just to fulfill his own dreams, but also to show his stubborn father. He wanted to prove that not everything his father said was right. "I feel like I've aged as soon as I entered the society. Now it's easy for me to recall the things we did when we first met. When Chen Lu left you to fend for yourself, I was the one who went over to play with you." He chuckled as he reminisced. Then something crossed his mind. "By the way, how is she now?" Initially, Zhang Chao felt resentment towards Mo Yuking for tormenting Chen Lu, but as time passed, he had grown indifferent, treating her like a stranger. Liu Yan, of course, understood whom he referred to by her, and calmly replied, "She has changed." Liu Yan opened her phone to look at recent photos Mo Yuking had sent, with various landmarks and buildings from abroad making one envious. Many of them were photos of her and her mother. Her mindset had become more positive. In many photos, she was seen hugging her mother, with a captivating smile on her face. She never used to smile like that before. In other words, she now approached everything outside of love with a particularly positive and sunny attitude, learning to cherish everything she had. This past experience brought her setbacks, but also taught her many valuable lessons. The things you bury deep in your heart, do they still haunt you when you lie awake at night, appearing in your mind's eye? Do you curl up in bed regretting, tears streaming down your face? Or do you cry and laugh, feeling like the second happiest girl in the world? Liu Yan pondered silently, sighed lightly, then turned to look at the man beside her, yawning and looking mischievous. "Let's treat each other well from now on. No more fighting, all right?" Zhang Chao suddenly shivered, speaking nervously. "You better not be more aggressive, or else I'm scared. Are you out of your mind?" Liu Yan gave him a disdainful look, the warm atmosphere from moment ago completely gone. "I feel much more relaxed now. You're so good to me. It makes me feel like I have a terminal illness and won't live long." Zhang Chao let out a sigh of relief, speaking softly. The next day at noon, Chen Lu returned to his rented place to eat lunch, holding his computer and working diligently on his tasks. Liang Jiru sat quietly on the side, watching anime. "Not Jisa." Chen Lu couldn't help but smile upon hearing that, as the voice of Tomoya had a distinctive resonance. This foolish girl was watching Planet, an old masterpiece recommended by die-hard anime fans like Lin Meow Meow. With Mrs. Z gradually recovering, Liang Jiru had more time for entertainment recently. This was a good sign. While Chen Lu was lost in thought, Liang Jiru had already approached him and pouted, looking at him. "What's wrong?" he asked curiously. "You've been holding the computer for so long since you came back at lunch." Hearing this, Chen Lu pushed the computer aside, saying softly, "Do you want me to accompany you? These work things can be taken care of later." The girl shook her head, moved the computer back. "No, what I mean is, you've been holding the computer for so long. You should at least hold me." Liang Jiru moved the computer off Chen Lu's lap, nestled beside him on the other side, snuggled into his embrace, then closed her eyes contentedly. Chen Lu suspected that this girl had been raised on a diet of cuteness. This was a bit too much, wasn't it? "Jiru," he called softly. "Yes, you're making me melt." After a while, maybe feeling too comfortable, the girl had started to feel a bit drowsy. She turned her head softly and asked, "Can I sleep like this for a while?" "I suggest you not." "Why?" Chenlu looked a bit conflicted. "I'm running out of energy." Chapter 189. Card Master Liang Jiru. Upon hearing this, Liang Jiru could only reluctantly say, "I'll go cook." "What do you want for lunch?" the girl asked, opening the fridge and scanning carefully. The dishes she could make came to her mind naturally: stir-fried cabbage with tomatoes and scrambled eggs. Several days ago, Chenlu was on a business trip, so she didn't have the motivation to go out and buy groceries. One dish could last her the whole day. Hence, there wasn't much left in the fridge. But when Chenlu was around, she had to cook 2 dishes right from the start, as her boyfriend was picky. "There's also leftover cake from yesterday," the girl said with some excitement. Chenlu made a slightly disgusted face. Cake doesn't taste good after sitting out overnight. For him, melon left in the fridge overnight and cream left overnight were even harder to swallow than durian. "But it's still edible." Liang Jiru mumbled softly, picked up a cherry, and put it in her mouth, showing a satisfied expression. It still tasted so good, sweet, and sour. She deliberately picked up a cherry with little cream on it and walked over to Chenlu, opening her mouth as if asking to be fed. Chenlu appeared a bit disgusted by the fruit taken out of the fridge, but since it was from his girlfriend, he obediently opened his mouth and ate it. "Still delicious, right?" "It's mainly because you fed it to me." Chenlu frowned and licked his lips. The cream left overnight really had an odd taste. "It goes bad easily. If you like it, just buy a new one. We aren't lacking the money for cake now." If he had more needs, his spending level would have multiplied several times by now. Chenlu felt that, if it were him 2 years ago, he would have bought a top-of-the-line computer first before doing anything else. However, now, even if he bought one for himself, he knew he didn't have the same amount of energy to spend on such things anymore. Rather than buying a high-end computer and using it just to play chess every day, he'd better buy a few more dresses for this silly girl, which was more pleasing to the eye. "We need to save money," Liang Jiru said seriously. "How much can we save with 1 cake? I earn so much in a day, who knows how many cakes I can buy. If you get tired of it, you get tired of it. After this meal, I won't eat it anymore." Liang Jiru left behind a sentence and quickly entered the kitchen. "We really need to save money," the girl murmured softly while chopping vegetables. "Where don't you need money after getting married and having kids?" Hangcheng was different from her hometown. Children were like money-eating beasts there. Anything they did required money. Moreover, she heard that the better kindergartens in Hangcheng cost tens of thousands per year. She herself never went to kindergarten. Oh right, she hadn't even earned her dowry yet. She suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Marriage was so difficult. Thinking about it, her chopping motion suddenly stopped, and she quickly raised her hands and patted her cheeks. "Liang Jiru, what are you thinking about? You just turned 19 not long ago." 19. Chenlu sat on the sofa, gazing towards the kitchen, letting out a bitter sigh. He realized that no matter how much money he earned, he couldn't change this silly girl's mindset. After dinner, Zhang Chao messaged Chenlu to play chess together. Seeing that it was still early, Chenlu agreed and played with him. Ever since he left school, he didn't touch the game valley anymore. Either he was playing chess or something else. Liang Jiru sat next to him, studying while occasionally looking up at the screen, not understanding anything. She didn't know why she enjoyed watching, perhaps she just liked the feeling. When Chenlu came back, her efficiency in dealing with his tasks increased significantly, and she didn't show any signs of distraction anymore. She accompanied Chenlu, and Chenlu accompanied her. Everything was fine. "Why are you in last place?" Liang Jiru saw Chenlu's character being beaten. Curious, she asked. Chenlu cleared his throat awkwardly. "I'm intentionally bleeding. It's a strategy." "Oh, looking impressive." Liang Jiru nodded in understanding, believing whatever Chenlu said. After a while, there were 2 light knocks on the door. Hearing the knocks, Liang Jiru quickly moved Chenlu's hand away from her thigh, sitting straight and proper. Chenlu's blood pressure rose instantly as he walked over and opened the door. It turned out to be the aunt who had given Liang Jiru a bag of peaches the other day. "Xiaolu, do you have time now? Can you come over to help me move some things?" The middle-aged woman, feeling awkward, smiled and said, "It's just my grandson and I at home now. No one can move those things." Liang Jiru, like a silly deer, lay on the sofa, peeking discreetly towards the door. She remembered this aunt, who had been quite nice to her. "You go back and wait, I'll be right over." Xiao Lu wouldn't refuse such an easygoing favor. Who knows when he would need someone else's help? Closing the door, Chen Lu looked at the computer screen with a pained expression. He pinched Liang Jiro's cheek. "Play for me. It's a life-or-death situation." I can't." Liang Jiru was startled, feeling unable to handle such a challenging task. "It's simple. Just take the pieces when you can." Chen Lu took the girl's hand and guided it to the mouse, "And this one color is also my wife, is Zhang Chao. Just follow the roles he has on the field." Now he had 40 health points, and Zhang Chao had 17. It was not realistic to teach this silly girl the strategy at the last moment. It was better to have her make Zhang Chao a 5th level figure, help him gain some points. Chen Lu gave a few simple instructions, then blocked the in-game messages from Zhang Chao, hastening downstairs to help. Liang Jiru placed the computer on the coffee table and knelt obediently in front of it, taking a deep breath. She wasn't as nervous during exams as she was now. She was beaten as soon as she took over the game, and the villain named One Color is also my wife even came over and gave her a thumbs up. In panic, she recalled Chen Lu's instructions before he left, silently reciting them in her mind, and then proceeding steadfastly. Several minutes later, Chen Lu returned home. "Parents nowadays are really interesting," he said as he walked to the bathroom to wash his hands, grumbling. Liang Jiru was still dealing with the tasks Chen Lu had handed her, curiously asking, "What happened?" Her grandson hasn't even started kindergarten, but his mother bought him a huge sandbag. Chen Lu walked over, gesturing with his hands. "What a little buddy. That kid will definitely be a bully in kindergarten." Chen Lu thought of the classic titles muscular men used in their videos, XX years old, afraid of campus violence. He walked to the front of the sofa, nearly sitting on the floor when he saw the screen. "Where did you get so many 3-star chess pieces?" Chen Lu fixed his gaze. "For 3-star heroes." Liang Jiru thought she had made a mistake and said timidly, "I didn't know. I just took what was available." "Don't use lives so carelessly in the game." "What do you mean? You're just too lucky. They can't beat me." Liang Jiru, like a primary school student who finished her homework early, proudly awaited praise. "You're amazing." Chen Lu pecked her cheek and continued watching her play. There was only one person left chasing the dream, and his dream of 3-star 5 fee, and Liang Jiru had managed to make Zhang Chao lose, missing just one spot to gain points. Chen Lu glanced at the dozen or so WeChat notifications on his phone but hesitated to open them. A group of serious gamers naturally couldn't beat one using tricks, and in Liang Jiru's first game, she placed first. Taking the computer back, Chen Lu got busy with work matters. "Do you enjoy the game?" he asked, watching the dense files, speaking softly. Liang Jiru rubbed her head against Chen Lu's shoulder like a cat. "I don't understand anything." "Please respect those players you pushed away," Chen Lu said speechlessly. This silly girl equipped randomly, and only had one bond, managing to be first through sheer luck. Who should he reason with? The croupier probably didn't even care. It was clear he was someone who valued appearance. After a while, with things set for the handover, Chen Lu sighed deeply. He couldn't understand how he, who was usually serious, had inexplicably become this way. He wasn't someone who went after women's charms. He just couldn't figure it out, and even his touch on the girl's legs had become somewhat impatient. "Have you started using moisturizer recently?" Liang Jiru didn't deny it, instead asking, "Does it feel more comfortable to touch?" "Yes, it feels smoother." Chen Lu had always been professional and could tell instantly. Damn, what kind of immortal girlfriend was this? Taking care of her skin just for him to touch it comfortably. Chen Lu laughed weirdly, touching it a few times more, and a few more after that. Liang Jiru ignored his rogue behavior, pointing towards the kitchen and whispering, "I've heated water for you. It's easier on your stomach. I'll drink it later. Need to finish up work matters." The girl nodded softly, stood up, rubbed her tired eyes, and said, "I'll take a nap. I stayed up late studying yesterday." If Zemo asked her what major she should choose after the college entrance exam next year, she would definitely say not to study accounting. Chen Lu also stood up. "I'll take a nap too." "Didn't you have something to do earlier?" "Just finished." Liang Jiru sighed inwardly, impressed by Chen Lu's efficiency. Softly, she said, "You should drink some water now." "After I wake up," Chen Lu said and walked straight for Liang Jiru's bedroom, leaving her standing there alone. Liang Jiru. Chapter 190. I'm going to be led astray. By Yu. Liang Jiru returned to the room. Chen Lu had already obediently lay down, watching her from the side with an innocent look. Has the technician responsible for repairing the air conditioner not arrived yet? The girl urged. Only then did she realize that she would have to sleep with Chen Lu in the future. The schedule has been busy lately, but he said he'll be here soon. Liang Jiru tilted her head, but it's almost time to start using the air conditioner. Are there still so many people needing repairs? I thought there would be more repairs at the beginning of summer. Is this naive girl getting smarter and smarter? Chen Lu thought, but still maintained a perfectly harmless expression. Those air conditioners have been working tirelessly all summer. They're tired, he said. Liang Jiru felt that whether she believed it or not didn't matter, so she timidly lay down at the edge of the bed. I don't feel as hot anymore. I'll sleep in your room. After a while, she whispered again. No, you're hot. 2 minutes later, the girl turned back to see Chen Lu still lying there honestly, without any intention of making any moves, so she didn't say anything further. But she always suspected that Chen Lu was seeking more benefits. After all, that's his personality. However, reality turned out to be true. Chen Lu resisted the impulse to move, closed his eyes, and recited a poem to divert his attention. Unable to bear it, he eventually opened his eyes to find Liang Jiru cuddling him, her face buried in his shoulder. What's wrong? He didn't react immediately. Her voice was muffled since her face was buried. I couldn't sleep while you were away these days. Chen Lu raised his eyebrows. He had intended to be honest for another 10 days or so before holding her again. This naive girl is quite something, offering herself so easily. She's really an innocent green frog, he thought. Are you going on a business trip while I'm asleep? Liang Jiru asked softly, clutching him tighter, as if afraid he would suddenly leave. No. Chen Lu turned to his side, patting the girl's back gently. Go to sleep. Suddenly, all his evil thoughts were wiped clean from his mind. He felt a bit of heartache. His left arm served as her pillow, his right hand tightly wrapped around her waist. They fell asleep in each other's arms, cuddling a soft pillow. He slept soundly, a rare occurrence. The feeling of sleeping while hugging this naive girl was truly blissful. It felt like time itself had slowed down. When Chen Lu woke up, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He rubbed his slightly sore arm that Liang Jiru had used as a pillow, pushed back the covers, and stepped out of the room. He didn't have the habit of covering himself with a blanket in the summer, and clearly, this was done by Liang Jiru. As soon as he entered the living room, he felt a completely different atmosphere, unlike the scent in Liang Jiru's room. What's going on? Are all girls' rooms supposed to smell nice? Just as he was curious, Liang Jiru, who was drawing next to him, suddenly said, Someone contacted me to commission a piece based on his photo, but he's not satisfied with the drafts I've done, saying it doesn't capture his handsomeness. What's with this situation? Chen Lu was very surprised as he approached her, scrolled through the photos she received, and frowned. It's difficult to please him with such requests. Just ignore such clients next time. Are you making money now? Chen Lu decided to skip the unpleasant topic earlier. 200 for a portrait. She held up to fingers lightly shaking. This was the pricing she set after market research, much lower than others. Since it was an opportunity to both practice drawing and earn money, why not take it? I only plan to earn some extra money when I have free time. I won't go down this path in the future. She added seriously before Chen Lu could speak. Why? Chen Lu held back his suggestion, curious about her answer. I feel like I could easily be replaced by AI. Liang Jiru showed him 2 AI drawings, comparing them to her own. She was relieved that she hadn't learned that style initially, as she could still spot the difference between AI and handmade, but who knows how things will be in the future. Sensing Chen Lu's strange gaze, she shrunk to the side, asking, Why are you looking at me like that? You're so smart, it's almost unfamiliar to me, Chen Lu said, causing Liang Jiru to stand up immediately. Oh, don't move. I'm serious. Chen Lu glanced outside from the balcony. There were only a few scattered clouds high up in the sky. The sun wasn't glaring, and there was a gentle breeze passing through the windows, surprisingly cool. Summer was indeed coming to an end. The next rain might bring cooler temperatures. Let's go to the amusement park this afternoon, he proposed, recalling that when he suggested earlier, he was about to go on a business trip. Now, it was a good chance to make up for it. Liang Jiru checked her phone, then slumped on the table. I have a public entrepreneurship course this afternoon. How about we skip it? You can experience what it's like to cut class with your boyfriend, Chenlu teased, leaning against the balcony with a mischievous look. Huh? I don't dare. Liang Jiru muttered softly. She hadn't even thought about skipping class before. Even when she had a fever before, she didn't ask for leave. This class is just a formality. Trust me, I've been there. Can't I know? The course Chenlu had taken during his entrepreneurship days was almost useless. He shrugged. Think of it as a practice run with me. Who knows, you may end up inviting me as a guest speaker in the class. But we were supposed to go on a date. Honest people have no friends. Chenlu smiled wryly, walking up to her, taking her phone. Liang Jiru still had Chenlu's birthday as the password for her phone, but the wallpaper was changed to a photo of him speaking at school. 2 minutes later, Chenlu returned the phone to the table. Leave has been approved. Feeling somewhat guilty, as the last time she was in class, she was so unresponsive that her counselor thought she was seriously ill. At first, the girl looked at him in surprise, then lowered her head, pursing her lips, feeling like she had taken a path of no return. She had lied to her mother before and stayed out all night, but now she was skipping class for a date. What had she been through during this time? I'm being led astray by you, Liang Jiru said, feeling both wronged and scared. She hadn't imagined that her first thought would be to skip class and go out with Chenlu. It was as if a little demon in her mind constantly tempted her to have a wild time with him. I'm becoming more and more playful, she said, as though admitting to a great mistake. Chenlu sighed softly, pulling her into his arms. Your mindset is still a problem, Liang Jiru. There's nothing pushing you forward now. You need to learn to stop and enjoy the scenery. Liang Jiru, who had been getting up early every day like clockwork, didn't seem like a normal 19-year-old girl. She was continuously working hard, as if she was being chased, but she had just celebrated her 19th birthday. At this age, isn't it normal to enjoy life instead? The experiences she had been through had changed her so much that she almost lost her ability to feel joy, not even knowing how to smile until now. It was as if she had just escaped from a prison called the past, straining to fit into this world, unable to experience what a girl her age should be the carefree life. In essence, her current mental state was no different from those prisoners. She had been imprisoned by hardships for so many years. She felt as if she had just arrived in this world, yet to live for herself even a single day. Realizing this, Chenlu was determined to return all the little joys of life that the girl he loved so much had lost little by little. If possible, I really hope you can find a goal that you willingly devote everything to, rather than being pushed by life's pressures. Chenlu gently pinched the girl's delicate hand, having found his goal already, to fully support this naive girl in doing whatever she wanted. For the rest of his life, using all his ability. I have you, Liang Jiru said earnestly. What, you? She took Chenlu's hand, lowered her head slightly, and lightly kissed the back of his hand, with a sound of a peck. I'm willing to give more than you can imagine. Chapter 191. Who is healing whom? Chenlu blinked, took a deep breath, and said, You are being too cheeky. Normally clear-minded, his brain crashed at that moment, forgetting all the things he wanted to say. Aren't you happy? The girl asked softly. I am happy, but this doesn't feel right, Chenlu replied blankly. Liang Jiru pouted. You think I'm dumber than you and feel embarrassed when your heart races because of me. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll mess with you, someone snapped. HMPH, bring it on. Liang Jiru was determined to keep Chenlu pinned down, not wanting to be the one blushing and heart racing only. She saw an opportunity to take the initiative, and she wasn't going to let go. Chenlu's accelerated heartbeat, trying to act nonchalant, was adorable, although he was oblivious to it. The two of them were playfully competitive, like a young couple in a childish game of who loves who more. Liang Jiru put down her brush, took Chenlu's hands, had him embrace her from behind, then leaned back against him, closing her eyes with contentment. Chenlu rubbed the girl's stomach over her clothes, surprised and puzzled when she didn't resist. Why are you getting more considerate? What do you mean? It's just me complimenting your thoughtfulness. Chenlu rejoiced inwardly, relieved that he didn't have to come up with excuses anymore. The frog kept willingly hopping into his mouth. That was considerate, though he couldn't rule out the possibility of this silly girl's fishing expeditions. Regardless, he decided to enjoy the moment first. While Chen Lu was persuading himself, Liang Jiru leaned closer, sniffing lightly. "You smell nice," she said, looking peaceful. She would never tell Chen Lu that she spent those days he was away napping with his pillow in his room. She couldn't sleep otherwise. Having no air conditioning at night didn't affect her quality of sleep. Only Chen Lu did. She had become a fool who couldn't live without him. Only his scent could help her sleep. "That's kind of creepy." "Is it creepy? You're always sniffing my hair." Liang Jiru felt wronged. "You even bury your face in my neck. And if you smell enough, you'll even lick. Don't say any more." Chen Lu felt guilty and chose to remain silent, allowing Liang Jiru to cling to him like a little cat. Awakening from a near-death illness, it turns out I'm the perv, Chen Lu pondered. It seemed that during those days apart, this silly girl had become even more clingy. "Chen Lu." After a moment, the girl whispered, "I realized that I would die without you." Liang Jiru bluntly spoke without much thought. "Then that's settled," Chen Lu said, playfully teasing her head. "What's the difference between being early or late? In the end, the money I earn is for you and my parents." Liang Jiru was left speechless, resolved not to speak. This was the conclusion she reached after being tricked too many times. This man liked to give himself valid excuses for being a rogue. It was safer to accept the absurdity. Suddenly, Chen Lu instructed her to wash some grapes for him. Liang Jiru complied, heading to the kitchen while Chen Lu hastily hid some first-person shooter games and adult films from the computer screen. Avoiding potential embarrassment, he was nearly exposed. They played games for almost an hour until 2 in the afternoon. Chen Lu suddenly shouted from the living room, "Plant something for the zombies to attack and stall them. The cherry bomb is ready." Liang Jiru bit her lip and determinedly said, "Let the zombies eat me, not them." Startled, Chen Lu glanced at her and exclaimed, "Brave. We'll play for another half hour, then go to the amusement park," he said, unable to resist the urge to joke. Before they could set off, Chen Lu's phone rang. It was his mother, asking him to come home. Initially, he hadn't realized he had a meeting in the afternoon. After clarifying, he urged Liang Jiru to keep playing as he wanted to continue watching. Liang Jiru joined in the fun, demonstrating her courage by choosing to get eaten by zombies instead of attacking them. This surprised Chen Lu, who couldn't believe that even a great game like that couldn't captivate this silly girl. In the future, they could travel together and experience many things as she was adapting to his interests. He reached out to gently stroke her soft hair, realizing they had a long journey ahead. After nearly an hour of gaming, Chen Lu suggested they play for another half hour before heading to the amusement park. Chapter 192. Empress Dowager Jiru issued a decree summoning Chen Lu back from the frontier. Chen Lu felt like he was being set up every time he tried to go to the amusement park. The first time he mentioned it to Liang Jiru, her father's death anniversary came up, and then when Liang Jiru brought it up to him, he had to go on a sudden business trip. Now that they both had time, they finally made plans, but then his mother unexpectedly needed him for something strange. As soon as Chen Lu and Liang Jiru entered the house, they saw a young girl who looked like she had just started elementary school sitting next to Wang Zhao. The little girl looked somewhat dejected, with a small ponytail and sitting quietly. Chen Lu didn't recognize her at all and pointed, "Is she Chen Chan, Mom? I was wrong. My girlfriend is right here. Don't scold me." Wang Zhao pinched Chen Lu's ear and led him into the room, while Liang Jiru pursed her lips and quietly greeted Chen Guanglin. "Feeling itchy, huh?" Wang Zhao said, displeased. She understood right away that Chen Lu was asking if the girl was his own sister. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, thinking she needed to find an opportunity to scold this unlucky son who had previously brought a girl into his own room. Such a well-behaved son. How did he suddenly go astray like this? "I was just kidding." Chen Lu rubbed his ear. "I've brought my girlfriend here, and you're scolding me in front of her." Wang Zhao suddenly realized, "Oh right, you remind me. I'll teach this trick to Jiru when I have the chance. This boy of yours has always been afraid of this." "No." Chen Lu panicked immediately. Now that he was constantly getting headbutted by Liang Jiru's fiery temper, if this silly boy also learned this trick, would he be able to survive? "Then you better behave. Don't make me angry, and don't make Jiru angry." Wang Zhao sat on the edge of the bed. "Your dad and I are going to the hospital to visit a patient. You stay at home and look after the kids." Chen Lu was almost choked up and hurriedly said, I'm worth millions now. You want me to come back and take care of the kids? Even if you're worth millions, in my eyes, you're just a 20-year-old kid, Wang Zhao said with a blank expression. I thought you were busy, so I specially asked you, and you said you had nothing to do. She reached out and patted Chen Lu's shoulder. Consider it an early experience of taking care of kids. You'll be a dad sooner or later. If you suddenly give me this task, I might become a dad next year. You rascal! Wang Zhao sighed. This is your cousin's daughter. Her parents have some urgent matters, so she's staying at our place for a couple of days. Chen Lu knew that his mother liked children with good personalities, so she often asked relatives with good relationships to leave kids at their house. Therefore, he didn't find it too strange, and instead asked, "What's going on with you and my dad?" "We're going to a funeral. Your cousin's father passed away." "Okay." Chen Guanglin and Wang Zhao seemed to be waiting for another relative to come before leaving together, so they were not in a hurry to leave. Liang Jiru was playing with the child alongside Wang Zhao, while Chen Lu sat in front of the coffee table playing chess with Chen Guanglin. If you didn't know better, you would think it was a young couple bringing their child home. Since Chen Lu entered high school, his chess skills had improved to the point where he could match Chen Guanglin evenly most of the time, and they often played back and forth with each other. "How did my uncle die?" Chen Lu asked curiously after moving his captured cannon to the side. "He died from illness," Chen Guanglin sighed softly and said lightly. There was no need to go into details. Modern medical methods couldn't cure certain diseases. "Do I need to go back home?" "No need. Stay home and look after the kids." Chen Lu felt a bit regretful. I had seen him last time, and he was perfectly fine. Back then, the old man didn't even have a single white hair. He had cheerfully pulled him to drink several cups at his college celebration, even encouraging him to bring a daughter-in-law home from college so he could attend the wedding. After a couple of years with no news, he suddenly passed away. "The last time you saw him was years ago, during your college celebration," Chen Guanglin reminded him with a calm expression. Chen Lu was taken aback, momentarily feeling disoriented, realizing that indeed it had been several years. Life is short. You meet fewer and fewer people as you go along. We're only subtracting from day one when we are born. Chen Guanglin massaged his forehead, contemplating his next move, thinking back to when I first met your mother, and when you were born. It feels like it was just yesterday. Then you realize that both your mother and I are not young anymore. Without thinking, Chen Lu glanced towards Liang Jiru, feeling a bit apprehensive. By chance, Liang Jiru also glanced back at him, but quickly turned away since they were at Chen Lu's home, continuing to play with the Barbie doll with the child. "What are you thinking?" Chen Guanglin asked softly. Chen Lu turned his head. Just suddenly felt that life is good when it goes on like this. It's good to be calm. Good to be calm. I thought you would be more ambitious than me. Chen Lu slightly smiled. Your son has always been lazy. If it weren't for too many complicating factors, I would like to earn more money and quit early. Chen Guanglin didn't comment and continued. I heard your company's operating capital is in 8 digits now. Yes. Well, your life won't be calm anymore. Once the turnover reaches tens of millions, it will force you to spend all your time on it. Once your appetite grows, it's hard to shrink it back. But everyone has their own aspirations. As long as you have a plan in your heart, it's okay. Just like in chess, you can consider undoing your move, but in life, if you make the wrong choice, it's done. Chen Lu grinned and moved his hand to his chess piece, begging, "Let me take back one move. I shouldn't have moved the cannon here." "No, eat it. Why have you been on your phone the whole time?" Chen Lu found it odd that his dad had been on his phone the entire game. "There's some work stuff," Chen Guanglin said as he placed the car in front of Chen Lu. "General. Impressive. Just living up to being my father." Chen Guanglin felt increasingly uncomfortable no matter how he listened, feeling like this kid was even boasting about himself now. After finishing the game, Wang Zhao happened to stand up and called Chen Guanglin out. "Jiru, I'll trouble you," Wang Zhao said in a soft voice. "It's okay, Mom." "What about me?" Chen Lu was not satisfied. He also had to put in effort to look after the kids. "Oh, right, and you." Wang Zhao nodded slightly, looked apologetically at Liang Jiru. "Jiru, Zilu, I'll trouble you both." Chen Lu. Outside by the elevator, Wang Zhao noticed that Chen Guanglin's phone was still on, wrinkled her nose, and reminded him, "You didn't close your chess app." "Oh. Chen Guanglin put his phone in his pocket, pretending not to worry. This rascal ... How did he get so good at chess without needing these tricks? He can't even beat me without them. Is he getting on in years? Wang Zhao couldn't help but glare at her husband, feeling that the two of them, with one old and one young, were really up to no good, with 800 tricks up their sleeves, one worse than the other. She was married under false pretenses. While Liang Jiru was washing her hands, Chen Lu sat on the floor, eyeing the little girl. "What's your name?" Chen Lu asked. "I'm Xiaomeng." "Chen Xiaomeng," the little girl replied. Chen Lu nodded. "I'm Peng Yuan. Remember to call me brother." Xiaomeng raised her head to look at him, eyes filled with curiosity. She wasn't surnamed Chen. "Don't tease her." Liang Jiru walked back with a jelly in hand, scolding him gently. "Sister." Xiaomeng opened her mouth and displayed her cute little teeth. "Okay." Liang Jiru fed Xiaomeng a few spoonfuls of jelly, then she turned and saw Chen Lu blinking at her. "Sister." Chen Lu then opened his mouth and didn't move. Liang Jiru froze, her face turning red all the way to her ears. How could you even get jealous of a child? Chapter 193. Internship parents Little Meng and Little Dai, who were like little adorable dolls, watched Chen Lu. Chen Lu didn't mind and continued staring at Liang Jiru. "Sister, hurry up," Chen Lu urged. Don't call me that." Liang Jiru blushed and her heart raced as she hastily fed Chen Lu a piece of jelly with a plastic spoon, trying to shut him up. She felt dizzy. Why was he suddenly calling her sister? And in front of others too. Little Meng looked up at her. "Sister's face is so red." "Your sister might be feeling a bit warm," Chen Lu said casually, stacking the toy blocks high. "Jelly is so delicious, but unfortunately not imported." Little Meng nodded and adjusted the temperature on the remote control before returning to build blocks with Chen Lu. Liang Jiru, who had just washed her hands, rushed to the bathroom to wash her face. The cool water on her hot cheeks helped calm her nerves a bit. She looked up, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed at her reflection in the mirror. "Liang Jiru, you still find joy in this? You're so weird." Clearly, Chen Lu was a bad influence. He was 2 years older than her after all. Back in the living room, Liang Jiru saw Chen Lu teasing the kids again. "You owe me an apology, you know?" Chen Lu said sternly. As Little Meng became less shy after getting familiar with them, she timidly asked, "Why?" "I was supposed to go on a date to the amusement park with this pretty sister," Chen Lu continued, pretending to be fierce as he raised the Barbie doll in his hand. "But I had to stay home and look after you." He sighed inwardly. This pesky kid was ruining his plans. If she didn't behave, he might just sell her. Little Meng looked sadly at him. "Then you should go to the amusement park with your sister. But then who will take care of you? You can't be left alone." Touched by Little Meng's childish yet responsible words, Chen Lu decided to take her out for some good food later. "Then let me go too." Chen Lu froze. Did our Chen family have any honest people left? Only he seemed to still be somewhat decent. What is a true gentleman anyway? Liang Jiru smiled softly as she sat aside, meticulously sorting out the Barbie doll's clothes. These little dresses were so bright and beautiful, but toys she hadn't experienced in her childhood no longer sparked any desire in her now. Suddenly, Little Meng made a silly remark again. "Brother, is sister your wife?" "Of course," Chen Lu replied, then looked at Liang Jiru, grabbed her hand, and mischievously asked, "Right? Wife?" "Absolutely not." Liang Jiru ignored him. He always took advantage of any opportunity he got. He said silly things but didn't move his hand away, allowing Chen Lu to hold it. Chen Lu, feeling defiant, thought to himself that once he started working, she wouldn't be able to deny him. "It seems your sister isn't very willing. Maybe it's because of a lack of affection." Chen Lu pretended to be sad, turning to Little Meng. Liang Jiru puffed her cheeks. "You're always teasing me." After playing with the kids for a short while, Little Meng quickly got bored and sadly asked to play with her phone. Chen Lu needed to take some calls, so Liang Jiru gave her own phone to Little Meng. "Baby bus," a strange voice started playing in the living room. "It's too easy to entertain children nowadays. Just give them a phone, and they'll be quiet," Chen Lu remarked as he watched the now obedient Little Meng. Liang Jiru nodded slightly and softly muttered, "If only it were that easy to entertain you." Even getting him to drink hot water or put on lip balm required coaxing, and sometimes even trading on her looks. It was harder to deal with a boyfriend than with a child. Chen Lu didn't quite catch what she said, so he turned to her. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Didn't say anything." She hastily waved her hand, fearing what might happen if Chen Lu heard her. After a while, Chen Lu's initial excitement of taking care of the kids faded, and he sat on the sofa, watching Liang Jiru and little Meng play. This careless guy seemed to have infinite patience, never getting angry no matter what, especially when the two of them were so cooperative. Liang Jiru held little Meng in her arms and gently helped her play with a puzzle on the phone, occasionally making her put down the phone to rest her eyes and rubbing them gently. Chen Lu was drawn in a daze. The scene before him made him think of his future married life with Liang Jiru. It seemed like it wouldn't be much different from this scene. It wasn't a bad idea to have a daughter in the future. But then Chen Lu shook his head vigorously. "What am I imagining? I've barely touched first base, and there's a long way to go." This careless guy seemed to have a spell over him. When he saw Liang Jiru cooking, he would imagine her cooking for him in the future too. Liang Jiru would occasionally look up at Chen Lu, but this time, she found him sitting motionless, which puzzled her. She thought he might be worried about work. Chen Lu was indeed worried, but about what he would name his children in the future. Before she could redirect her gaze from Chen Lu, little Meng, still in her arms, leaned against her and let out a big yawn. Chen Lu felt a tinge of envy. Children were so lucky. They would eat and play all day, and when they got tired, they would sleep. No work to worry about, no house loans or car loans, and no concerns about marital problems. Getting sleepy. "Want to take a nap?" Liang Jiru whispered softly. "Yes." "Take her to my room," Chen Lu said quietly, knowing that Chen Mo was probably in class and not available to ask. Although he would grumble about Chen Mo every day, he was still doting on her. Many of the Barbie dolls were gifts from him when he was younger. Okay, Liang Jiru took little Meng to Chen Lu's room, where Chen Lu sat on the floor tidying up the toys one by one. About halfway through, he suddenly chuckled. That teasing sister of his had preserved the dolls he gave her so well. Little Meng quickly ran out, her small feet tapping on the floor. Just as Chen Lu was curious, she leaned close to his ear and whispered in a barely audible voice, "Brother, don't be sad. I asked sister just now, and she said she's willing to be your wife. I'll go to the restroom now, but don't tell her I told you." Chen Lu couldn't help but pat her head in amusement. "Tonight, would you like to go to a buffet with me?" he asked as he watched the little girl with pigtails, finding her more and more endearing. This kid was not only cute, but also had a way with words. Little Meng looked puzzled, but nodded, thinking how quickly this big brother's attitude changed. He was so fierce at first. I want to go to the amusement park," she muttered shyly. Kids her age were all about having fun. "We can go." "Thank you, brother." Excited about going to the amusement park, little Meng woke up from her nap in less than half an hour. Chen Lu grabbed whatever clothes he found in the closet that he could wear and quickly changed. For guys, convenience was key when selecting outfits. T-shirts and pants that can be worn together were all that mattered. Coordinating outfits wasn't even a consideration. If he mastered black, white, and gray, he was already ahead of 80% of men. When he stepped out, Liang Jiru was on the sofa braiding little Meng's hair, holding a hair tie, being careful and gentle, looking like a virtuous wife and mother, making him swallow hard. "Damn, do I have ambitions of becoming a hero?" He cleared his throat and asked, "Park or amusement park?" "There's a park nearby where we can feed the swans." Little Meng's eyes lit up. "I want them all." Chen Lu's jaw nearly dropped. Children these days, what's with them? He was sure he would never have said that as a kid. "We're short on time, so we can only choose one." "Then let's go to the amusement park." In no time, they were all ready, with Chen Lu holding little Meng's hand, standing at the hallway. "Wait a moment," Liang Jiru stood up, took out lip balm from her bag, and said, "Both of you, put this on." "No need." Chen Lu rebelled, biting off a piece of loose skin off his lips and ingesting it, destroying the evidence. Little Meng looked up at Chen Lu and then suppressed a laugh. "I don't want to put it on either." Liang Jiru was speechless, feeling sorry for herself as she looked at the two of them. Suddenly, Chen Lu made a kissing sound. Liang Jiru understood what he meant and turned away in irritation. "Little Meng, wait here. Your brother and sister are going to get you some candy from the room." "Okay." A few minutes later, Under little Meng's yawning gaze, the door to Chen Lu's bedroom finally creaked open. Liang Jiru approached and squatted down, applying an orange-flavored lip balm to little Meng's lips. Although little Meng had earlier refused, she didn't object this time. "Doesn't brother need to wear it too?" she asked curiously. "Brother already put it on," Chen Lu said as he leaned in and showed her his lips. "He's not behaving, so we shouldn't follow him," Liang Jiru said with a touch of exasperation. After applying lip balm to both the kids, they finally left the house. While waiting for the elevator, Chen Lu tried to hold Liang Jiru's hand, but she bumped his head with hers with force. Maybe his mom was right. It seemed this playful guy was taking care of the two of them instead. Chen Lu held Liang Jiru's hand. Liang Jiru held little Meng's hand. This scene felt a bit strange to him. What started as a simple date had turned into a family outing. Had they fast-forwarded a few years or something? Chapter 194. Liang Jiru lives close to the amusement park of Sudaji and Chen Lu's family. It took less than 20 minutes to drive there. However, they spent an additional 10 minutes looking for parking. "Wait until I find you, tilde, test your eyes, tilde, tilde." When the car stereo reached this part of the song, Chen Lu turned around and sang a line to Liang Jiru. "Brother sings so well," Zimeng, who was sitting in the back seat with Liang Jiru, praised. "Zimeng, when you grow up, remember not to be a third wheel between best friends," Chen Lu joked, looking at the rearview mirror in the car. "Did you apply sunscreen?" Liang Jiru shook her head. "The sunscreen is at home. I didn't bring it." Chen Lu was somewhat speechless. She remembered whether he applied lip balm today so clearly, yet she didn't care much about her own matters. He sighed. "Forget it. It seems like it's not too sunny now." Several people got out of the car and walked slowly to the entrance of the amusement park. The weather was beautiful today, with a clear blue sky and visible drifting clouds. It was a delightful day. The National Day holiday has passed, but the park was still crowded. Looking from a high point, all you could see were heads, but it wasn't too crowded. Liang Jiru went to buy tickets, and Chen Lu didn't stop her, just went to a nearby vending machine to buy a few bottles of water. When he returned, he saw Liang Jiru smiling sweetly at him. The breeze ruffled her hair and t-shirt, causing her clothes to wrinkle a bit. "The tickets today are 30 yuan cheaper than during the National Day," she said happily. "Consider it my treat." Chen Lu couldn't help but smile, enjoying her simple happiness. As soon as they entered the amusement park, the atmosphere completely changed. The park had recently been renovated and was decorated in a girly cartoon style. Chen Xiaoming excitedly bounced around, unable to walk in a straight line upon seeing something new. Liang Jiru wandered around like a curious child. "Do you want me to put things in my bag for you?" she asked after walking together for a while. Chen Lu strained to hear in the noisy surroundings. It was really troublesome to communicate with this cheerful girl when there was so much noise. Her voice was easily drowned out. "No need, my pockets are big," he said, putting his car keys and phone in his pocket, along with a power bank, the keys to the rental house, wireless earphones, and even some candies to feed Liang Jiru. He couldn't understand why Liang Jiru needed a bag when going out. Liang Jiru couldn't understand how Chen Lu could fit so many things in his pockets. Was he like Doraemon or something? "What do you want to do?" she asked softly, feeling overwhelmed by the variety of amusement facilities around her and not knowing what to do. In the distance, a group of people screamed as a famous roller coaster flipped them up and down. The scream seemed to echo even from where they stood. She didn't dare to ride it. Just looking at it made her heart beat faster. "Let's check the map." Chen Lu walked to a retail store and picked up a map from the table, glancing at the menu prices nearby. He looked at the messy list of items, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Have you been here before?" Liang Jiru walked to the side, pulling Zimeng, curiously asking. Chen Lu nodded slightly. "The last time I came here was in my freshman year with my roommates. It's been a long time." He vividly remembered Zhang Chao and Li Xinian leaning over the trash can, vomiting endlessly. Now, they had all gone their separate ways, which made him feel a bit sentimental. "Zimeng is too short for many attractions, and since you're afraid of heights, we won't go for too thrilling ones," he said while looking at the map. Liang Jiru was secretly delighted. 1. Because Chen Lu remembered, and 2. She didn't have to worry about scaring herself in a roller coaster. Chen Lu folded the map and put it in his pocket. It's a bit of a pity, not riding a roller coaster in an amusement park is like. "Like what?" Like not riding a roller coaster in an amusement park, he couldn't find a good comparison amidst the noise. Suddenly, Zimeng, who had behaved for a while, tugged at Chen Lu's hand and pointed to the bumper cars nearby. "Brother, let's play this." Chen Lu looked over and hesitated. A group of people were enjoying while driving the bumper cars at an extremely slow speed. Wasn't that too childish? He might be a millionaire in the future. "Do you want to play?" Liang Jiru asked very softly. "Do you want to play?" Suddenly, Chen Lu felt that he, too, could act a bit silly. Liang Jiru shyly nodded, and there were several couples inside. "I want you to take me," she said. Chen Lu looked at those silly people inside and clenched his fists, feeling hesitant. This type of attraction had never interested him, and he thought it was something he would never experience. But now, everyone was laughing like fools. Everyone was a fool. Seeing Liang Jiru imitate Zimeng, pulling on his hand, he walked over, a bit reluctantly. Liang Jiru gently shook his arm, blushed, and said nervously, "Big brother, let's play this together." Chapter 195, Sister. Brother Chen Lu was dumbfounded when he saw the girl's shy expression. He felt as if his heart had been grasped by her innocence. When did she learn to fight fire with fire? "But what do you take me for? Do you really think I, a serious person, can be easily tempted by you?" His brain thought that way, but his mouth said, "Let's play then." Liang Zero was very happy to hear that, but her head drooped lower out of shyness. Too embarrassed. Chen Lu stepped forward and whispered in the girl's ear, "If you call me husband, I'll play bumper cars with you all day." "No." Liang Zero continued to turn away, her ears turning red, looking somewhat resentful. Not even married yet, and she was already demanding to be called husband every day. Once they were married, what else would she ask of him? She didn't dare to think about it. Soon, the three of them finished queuing up and finally sat in the bumper cars as they had wished. Liang Zero held Chen Xiaomeng in her arms, sitting obediently next to Chen Lu. The bumper car area in this amusement park was spacious, and the speed was slightly faster than those in the park. It was quite thrilling. Of course, the feeling of being bumped into was more pronounced. "Brother, let's bump back." "Okay." When Xiaomeng saw someone rushing over, she was startled. "Oh no, this person will hit back. Run." "Already running." "It's all your fault. All our enemies are on the field now." What started as a relaxing amusement ride turned into an exhilarating experience with Chen Xiaomeng's guidance. Chen Lu was like a road rage driver, bumping into whoever he could. The others hesitated to retaliate, finding it hard to hit this person who didn't seem to be there for fun. Driving the bumper car around the field, twisting and turning, they couldn't manage to hit each other. It was like they were in an AE-86 racing up the mountain. The game experience was extremely poor. Different from Chen Xiaomeng, who was focused on the battle, Liang Zero watched Chen Lu's serious profile face the whole time, occasionally smiling. Chen Lu's expression seemed to have a magical power, making people feel at ease just by looking at him. While Liang Zero was still lost in thought, her whole body suddenly shook, prompting her to quickly grab Chen Lu's arm. They had been bumped into by a couple who looked quite mischievous, and they both stuck out their tongues at them. Before Xiaomeng could give orders, Liang Zero gently tugged at Chen Lu's clothes and mustered up the courage to say softly, "Chen Lu, let's get our revenge." Chen Lu smirked, and the goal of this game became clear. They're in trouble now. After a while, the group finally walked out leisurely from the bumper cars area. It turned out that being a little childish occasionally was beneficial for one's mental and physical health. Chen Lu was really enjoying himself. Why think something is childish? Adults tend to be stubborn, often having their ideas rejected with a simple, "That's a bit childish." They miss out on opportunities for happiness. Not many people care if your behavior seems childish or not. Just be happy. Chen Lu decided to give himself a day off and continue experiencing these childish things. "I'm thirsty." Xiaomeng pouted. Liang Zero took out the mineral water Chen Lu had bought earlier and unscrewed the cap for Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng took a sip reluctantly, not looking like she wanted to drink it. Chen Lu pointed at a stall selling freshly squeezed watermelon juice about 10 steps away. "She wants watermelon juice." Oh, it took Liang Zero a moment to realize, acknowledging that Chen Lu was more attentive in certain aspects. After paying for the tickets, Liang Zero didn't plan to let Chen Lu keep paying for everything. 2 cups of watermelon juice and 2 cotton candies cost as much as one was stunned. Chen Lu couldn't help but chuckle at the price. "Brother, aren't you going to drink?" Xiaomeng held the cup and offered it to Chen Lu. "I'll drink your sister's." "Why do you always have to eat from your sister?" Xiaomeng found it strange. "Stupid question." Chen Lu shrugged. "Because your sister and the watermelon juice are both mine." "They are not yours," Liang Ziro said, but still handed the cup to Chen Lu to feed him. Xiaomeng finished her portion quickly, while Liang Ziro seemed reluctant to finish hers, not drinking half even after a few minutes. She would still offer it to Chen Lu occasionally, letting him take a few sips, which had an unexpected effect. Chen Lu's attention was on Liang Ziro at all times. He pointed to a trash bin in the distance and whispered, "There's a trash bin ahead. Hurry up and finish it, because it might be inconvenient to dispose of it later and carrying it around won't be convenient to play." Liang Ziro realized and obediently finished the watermelon juice, feeling a little sad. 15 yuan, all gone in a gulp. Feeling a bit down beside the pirate ship, Xiaomeng's excited step stopped again. "I want to play this." She pointed at the thrilling pirate ship ride, her eyes shining. "Your sister is afraid of heights," Chen Lu said seriously. Liang Ziro found heights daunting even in his company. It seemed like playing this would be asking for trouble. Xiaomeng obediently nodded, but her childlike gaze stayed on Chen Lu's face. Chen Lu cleared his throat and continued, "If the two of us sit together, your sister might get lured away by bad people." Liang Ziro squeezed Chen Lu's hand slightly. "I'm not that silly." "And you said you're not that silly, but I remember I easily tricked you into coming to my house that day. Because I like you, so I wasn't on guard at all. Liang Ziro mumbled softly, thinking to herself that others wouldn't understand her like that. She might be a bit easy to fool, but no girl would be silly enough to go to a guy's house alone, especially knowing there was no one at home. "Brother, why aren't you talking?" After a while, Chen Xiaomeng asked dully. Chen Lu regained some vitality and shook his head. "Nothing." "Then let's not play this and go play something. Your sister can join us," Chen Xiaomeng said dutifully, showing more maturity than kids her age. Good parenting was crucial, as children are like a blank slate, with their actions reflecting their parents' characteristics, whether altruistic or malevolent. Chen Lu ruffled her hair. Such a good girl. Even without trying any thrilling activities, the three of them were having a great time. Liang Ziro and Chen Xiaomeng took turns choosing where to go, and Chen Lu accompanied them. Once they were happy, time passed quickly, feeling like the sand slipping through your fingers. By evening, seeing fewer people queuing up, they squeezed in to watch a music fountain show. The fountain was surrounded by lights, and the water danced to the rhythm of the music, creating an interesting sight. Chen Lu let out a tired yawn, feeling a bit bored, but Chen Xiaomeng and Liang Ziro were fascinated. He gazed at the girl's profile, the gentle light occasionally illuminating her delicate face, making her look even more graceful. Chen Lu pinched the girl's hand, kissed her head next time, and continued to watch the show. It was evident that in her mind, more important things occupied her attention than the fountain show. He couldn't help but smile to himself, feeling that his plan to help this innocent girl experience life was progressing well. Just give yourself an award for that. Chen Xiaomeng looked up at Chen Lu, who had been watching Liang Ziro. She blinked in confusion. Brother seemed a bit cold, but was actually very gentle. Sister was also very gentle. Brother loved sister very much, and sister loved brother very much. This was Chen Xiaomeng's evaluation of Chen Lu and Liang Ziro after spending the day with them. She still lacked experience to understand why Chen Lu and Liang Ziro, with such different personalities, got along so well. At that moment, Chen Lu answered a call. "Hello, Mom. What's up?" "Sure, we'll be back soon." "Treating me to dinner. You guys can go with her parents. I have to go back to the office after dropping her off." "Of course, I'm going to the office. I was out of touch for half the afternoon. They must be worried sick." "Stop scolding. Stop scolding. What would happen if I, a boss, miss a meeting for an hour?" Okay, we're really on our way back now. I'm near the parking lot." Chen Lu hung up the phone, and Xiaomeng pouted, feeling a bit lonely. She hadn't played enough. Playing with brother and sister was much more fun than playing alone at home. Feeling a bit down, she suddenly found the fountain in front and the music playing too noisy. Chen Lu seemed to understand her feelings and whispered, "We'll go ride the Ferris wheel later. When you're back, remember to say there was traffic on the way." Seeing Xiaomeng's immediate agreement cheered her up. This big brother seemed to know everything. She suddenly realized that both brother and sister were happy. The Ferris wheel in the amusement park was nestled by a lake. As the sky darkened, the lights came on, and the wheel continued to revolve at a slow pace. Liang Zero was terrified even sitting on the Ferris wheel. Her legs had been weak since she got on, tightly holding onto Chen Lu's arm without being able to stand. As their gondola slowly ascended, Xiaomeng was excited, leaning against the window to watch the people below grow smaller. "Open your eyes, otherwise, it's pointless if you don't see anything," Chen Lu whispered to Liang Zero. She kept her eyes tightly shut, eager to bury herself in Chen Lu's arms. "Try it. Many things aren't as scary as you imagine," Chen Lu reassured the girl, holding her hand firmly. After a while, Liang Zero dared to open her eyes. Looking at the lights illuminating the amusement park and the calm lake beside them, she suddenly felt peaceful. She was too absorbed in the scenery to feel scared now. She was captivated by the enchanting view. Still, she held onto Chen Lu's hand tightly. "Thank you for taking me out to play." Xiaomeng sat opposite them, her feet dangling, saying drowsily. Saying this, she stood up, leaned over to kiss Chen Lu's cheek, then moved to kiss Liang Zero. "Your sister's cheek is only for me to kiss," Chen Lu joked. Xiaomeng lived up to her family's genes, quickly changing the subject. Liang Zero felt a warm kiss on her cheek by Chen Lu without expecting it, but still looked at Xiaomeng. Remember to keep coming over to play. She liked such a sensible kid. Sure. The Ferris wheel turned very slowly. After about 15 minutes, the gondola they were in slowly reached the highest point. The lights that were lit in the distance had turned into a sea of lights below. It was getting darker, and the heat had dissipated, leaving only the peaceful nighttime atmosphere. Xiaomeng was already tired from playing. After being intrigued for a while when they started, she was now leaning against one side, her eyes drooping. She had just dozed off. Liang Zero sat next to Chen Lu, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes closed. She had never been as carefree as she was today, and now she was exhausted, feeling a bit drowsy. Chen Lu gently moved his shoulder, noticing the girl's lack of response, then kissed her head and fell silent, quietly watching the view outside, feeling unusually calm. They say life is about a few moments, and that moment he felt the life he wanted was right there. He yawned, and his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his company, likely about something important. Seeing the two dozing off, Chen Lu hesitated for 2 seconds before deciding to hang up the call. The gondola fell silent again, with only the sound of their breathing. Chen Lu laughed softly, to sleepyheads, falling asleep on the Ferris wheel. "We're not sleepy," Liang Zero, half awake and half asleep, instinctively retorted, hugging Chen Lu's arm tightly. "If you fall asleep, I'll have to carry you back home." Fine. Chapter 196, Mountains Are Still Mountains. By early November, Chen Lu had successfully completed the transition and support for technical assistance. The first game Tower of Slaughter had already brought in an additional 2 million to Chen Lu's personal account. The downside was that, like other games on the WeChat gaming platform, Tower of Slaughter was caught in a wave of popularity that was already passing, so the exaggerated profits would not continue. Nevertheless, Chen Lu wasn't too bothered as the earnings had exceeded his expectations. He understood the immaturity of their company at the time they developed the game. Confucius said, "Do not be desirous of having things done quickly. Do not look at small advantages. Desire to have things done quickly prevents their being done thoroughly. Looking at small advantages prevents great affairs from being accomplished." In other words, it teaches us not to be hasty and to take things step by step. Chen Lu was satisfied with his current approach. While boiling water, he contemplated. Even though for now he could only take it day by day, he knew that unlocking more permissions for himself wasn't too far off. Cooking a frog required strategy. Scare it too much, and it'll jump out of the pot, making it impossible to cook it. Chen Lu was content with his current strategy. He poured himself a glass of water and returned to the room. The air conditioner hadn't been repaired yet, and Liang Zhiru hadn't asked about it again. As he entered the room, Liang Zhiru was lying on the bed. Upon seeing him, she quickly adjusted her shirt to cover her exposed waist. Experts have said that giving your boyfriend some benefits from time to time is beneficial for both parties' relationship harmony. Chen Lu said. He blew away the steam rising from his cup of water. "I don't believe those experts online." Liang Jiru muttered softly. Chen Lu placed the water glass on the bedside table and lay down on the other side, smiling gently. Auntie is much smarter than many people of her age. She didn't trust the words of so-called experts, only believing in Liang Jiru's words. Liang Jiru must be looking out for her well-being, and she only needed to listen to her daughter. Unfortunately, many people still couldn't grasp this simple truth. Sensing Chen Lu lying down, Liang Jiru turned to look at him. Joy shining in her eyes, she said, "My mom can walk by herself for nearly 10 minutes now. If I tease you again, won't your mom come after me?" Chen Lu teased. Liang Jiru couldn't help but smile at his words, feeling hopeful about the future. However, she still softly said, "Well, if you don't tease me, then it's all good. Besides, my mom wouldn't hit you." Annoyed, she was already used to being teased and still said these words. "Humph, as if you could resist teasing me. It's a bit cold." Chen Lu shivered and moved closer to Liang Jiru. "What are you doing?" Liang Jiru asked nervously, moving slightly away, eyeing him warily. Perplexed, Chen Lu said, "When I came back from my business trip, you willingly slept next to me. But now you don't want me to hug you. I only slept next to you that one time," the girl said, hiding under the covers and revealing only her clear, beautiful eyes. "I can't let you hug me for nothing, can I?" Chen Lu chuckled. "You also hugged me that time." Liang Jiru grew more distressed as she felt like she always ended up in this situation where she felt her boundaries were being eroded. What was wrong with her? She couldn't understand. Even if she wasn't as smart as Chen Lu, she shouldn't be played around with like this, right? "What are you thinking about?" Chen Lu asked as Liang Jiru remained silent. She grabbed his arm and lightly bit his arm, leaving a very faint mark. "I'm thinking about how you can be such a rogue." Chen Lu sneered. "What's there to think about? I'm only lewd with you." "Really?" Though Chen Lu had teased her before, Liang Jiru couldn't resist asking once again. Leaning in close to her ear, Chen Lu, chuckling, breathed warmth into her ear. "I've only picked you as the cabbage of my life." This warm breath sent shivers down Liang Jiru's body. She pulled the covers up, avoiding Chen Lu's playful antics. In a matter of minutes, Chen Lu's hand had snuck under Liang Jiru's top half of her nightshirt. Startled, Liang Jiru realized his hand was still on her stomach, and she relaxed a bit, closing her eyes. Ambition often grows, and soon he began to slowly move again. Taking a chance, he was hoping to unlock more permissions successfully. If he didn't provoke Liang Jiru, he could unlock more permissions. Provoking her would mean going back to square one. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. As the saying goes, the mountains are still mountains, but once climbed, they feel different. With nothing in between, the soft touch made the heart race. Opening her eyes, Liang Jiru looked down at the bulge in her clothes and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm contemplating the meaning of life," Chen Lu said as Liang Jiru pinched his arm in retaliation, expressing her most powerless discipline. Just like gentle tenderness, she was always afraid of hurting Chen Lu. "Why don't you undo that thing? Doesn't it hurt your hand like this?" Liang Jiru asked softly. "Okay," Chen Lu finally complied, following Liang Jiru's suggestion. Having a thoughtful girlfriend was quite an experience. Chapter 197, Quantitative Standards for a Good Boyfriend. When it comes to climbing mountains, the standard can't be too high. It may look spectacular on the outside, but it won't necessarily be aesthetically pleasing or easy to climb. On the other hand, setting the standard too low won't do either, as it lacks any challenge, leaving one feeling a sense of, "Is that all?" Liang Jiru falls in a sweet spot where she is just beyond reach, always seeming close to grasp but falling short. It's like a mirage appearing in front of someone dying of thirst, tempting repeated attempts that always feel within reach yet remain elusive. So, it never gets tiresome. Liang Jiru turned her body away from him, allowing Chen Lu to engage in some rogue behavior. All those notions of righteousness, all fake. The girl muttered in her heart, feeling wronged, then quickly bit her finger to suppress any whimper. "So embarrassing. Can we go to sleep now?" Liang Jiru buried her blushing face in the pillow, already starting to beg for mercy. "Sleep, sleep." Chen Lu withdrew his hand with lingering intentions, embracing the girl honestly to lie down. He wasn't greedy, after all. Everything must be taken step by step. Besides, Liang Jiru had already accommodated him a lot. Being more demanding would be unfair. Initially, Liang Jiru would be fearful of even simple skin contact, not knowing the efforts this silly guy had put in for her. A few minutes later, Chenlu, unable to fall asleep, sat up on the bed. "I'm going to the bathroom." In the early afternoon, when Chenlu woke up, the bedside was empty as Liang Jiru had already gotten up as usual. She had neatly tucked in the covers on him as well. Stretching lazily, just as he left the bedroom, he encountered FBI. Oh no, Liang Jiru, who bumped him on the head with force. It was quite a shock. Oh, Chenlu jumped in surprise, leaning back against the wall, holding his stomach in pain. "What are you doing? If I die, you won't have a boyfriend." His reaction startled Liang Jiru, who quickly approached and asked, "Are you okay?" "Fine," Chenlu replied. Feeling that he was faking it, Liang Jiru gave him a resentful look and returned to her drawing at the table. Rule number 2 for dealing with Chenlu: you can't trust half of what he says. After the incident with the skirt, she noted it down in her Chenlu prevention rules. Chenlu rubbed the bumped spot, pulled a chair, and sat next to Liang Jiru. The character on the screen was already sketched out, a cute short-haired girl holding a charming bun. Clearly inspired by Nami Amuro. She must have recently watched the animation. Initially, Liang Jiru could use some pointers when she started drawing. Now she had moved far beyond. Chenlu acknowledged that her progress was related to her talent, but more importantly, her relentless diligence. Liang Jiru always seemed to strive hard, no matter what the task. He, on the other hand, tended to procrastinate, a trait passed down through generations in his family. "I've decided to deduct 1 point from your score in the quantitative standards for a good boyfriend," Liang Jiru said sternly. Chenlu found it amusing. Where did this silly girl learn such tactics? People nowadays sought advice from those inexperienced in relationships, just like having an inexperienced advisor leading a team. 1 point. Chenlu acted as if it hurt, asking, "How many points do I have left?" He guessed Liang Jiru must have created a scoring system just for him, and if a full score was 10, she would disengage at 6 points. Liang Jiru paused her drawing and thought for a moment before saying in a serious tone, "There are many more." Chenlu. Then, what's the point of having this quantitative standard? Unable to contain his laughter, he found it adorable how the silly girl was handling the situation. Lin Meow Meow probably wouldn't be too pleased if she knew her teaching methods were being applied like this. The evaluation was beginning to be obsolete because Liang Jiru sure liked him a lot, starting with an initial score to high. It was impossible to deduct it all, there was just too much to deduct. Why is it useless? Liang Jiru pouted, feeling slightly disheartened. She had tried to threaten him seriously, but got no effect. "Have you had stomach pains these days?" Suddenly, as Liang Jiru was drawing, she asked. Chenlu shook his head. "No, I've been eating regularly these days." Since moving into the rental house, Liang Jiru had been responsible for his dietary needs, ensuring 3 regular meals a day. Even if he wanted to cook for himself, he had to compete with her. Liang Jiru had her own stubbornness about this. Back in the day, when he was at home, he would lazily skip breakfast, facing scolding from his mother, but eventually dragging himself to work. Liang Jiru was different. She would even feed you directly. "Drink some hot water. I'll heat some up for you." Liang Jiru stood up. "If I obediently drink hot water, can you add a point?" Liang Jiru nodded gently, saying softly, "Sure. 1 point for each cup? That's also possible." "Then I'll drink." Chenlu lounged back in his chair, watching the girl's back, unable to hold back another chuckle. The first day of establishing the quantitative standards for a good boyfriend was already a failure due to too many bugs. Chenlu turned around and noticed a few images still open in the bottom navigation bar, curiously opening them. They were several roughly drawn 4-panel comics. Initially amusing him, he didn't expect Liang Jiru to have talent in drawing such comics. The pig-headed character met various unfortunate scenarios, ending up getting beaten each time. Quite entertaining. If it weren't for the decline in popularity of these humoristic comics, this silly character could have been a hit. During the era of comics like Ashui and Crossing Taichi, they were quite enjoyable and well-received. As he found himself getting more amused, Chenlu suddenly noticed his name written above the pig's head. At that moment, Liang Jiru took her seat, and only then noticed Chenlu checking something. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Liang Jiru had a brief brain freeze before mustering the courage to sneak a glance at Chenlu. Chenlu was staring at her expressionlessly. I'm sorry," the girl said softly. "If apologies were useful, why would we need the police?" Feeling a bit scared under his intense gaze, Liang Jiru bit her lip, then hesitantly lifted her trembling hand to roll up her trousers, revealing her fair thighs. Pouting, she blinked her eyes at him. "Do you think I'll let you off the hook that easily? Am I that easy to fool?" Chen Lu touched his leg, speaking firmly. This girl was crossing boundaries with her cute begging. Was this girlfriend crossing the line with her cuteness? Chapter 198. Liang Jiru was probably just like a cat. "So, are you the one who beat up that pig's head, little white rabbit?" Chen Lu asked. "It's me," Liang Jiru said without much enthusiasm. "You should be happily living with me, instead of hitting me every day," Chen Lu said. Liang Jiru glanced at Chen Lu, her clear and charming eyes flickering like water ripples. "Who told you to bully me every day?" "I didn't." "Then who bullied me during nap time?" Alright, I'll try not to bully you in the future." Chen Lu felt a bit guilty and didn't know how to argue for a moment. "I don't believe you." Liang Jiru made a fierce expression towards him and then turned back to continue drawing. "Forget about drawing for now. Hurry up and kill the zombies," Chen Lu urged. It had been a long time since he had seen Liang Jiru fight zombies, and he felt restless as if ants were crawling all over him. Liang Jiru looked at the time and said, "I need another 13 minutes to finish the drawing." "Okay." Chen Lu suddenly had an idea and took out his camera to take a few pictures of the focused Liang Jiru. Since he got this camera, he had only taken pictures of Liang Jiru and had accumulated quite a few photos already. He could even see some subtle changes in her silly but endearing expressions. Being by her side every day, he naturally couldn't notice these changes, but looking at the photos, he could see a lot. The most obvious change was that she was smiling more and looking less melancholic, no longer just showing her profile to the camera as before, but getting used to facing it directly. Her smile was sweet, and her dimples shallow. Chen Lu knew that she wasn't just smiling at the camera, but smiling at him. When he first met her, her somewhat vacant eyes now seemed clear and bright. Who knows how he would feel when he looked at these photos again in a few years or even decades. As he gazed at the frame, holding the charming and serene girl, Chen Lu suddenly felt a bit dazed. Liang Jiru rested her chin on her hand, gazing ahead as if lost in thought, bathed in the afternoon sunlight, freezing in that moment. She seemed to embody tranquil living itself. "Jiru, turn around and smile. Hurry up." Chen Lu chuckled softly, urging her. The next moment, as he looked at the still frame, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he captured the moment of the girl sticking her tongue out at him. That was progress. The initial silly girl wouldn't have done that. Satisfied, he put away the camera and sat back next to the girl. "How much longer do you need to finish the drawing?" 2 minutes, Liang Jiru replied seriously. It must be said that Liang Jiru was really disciplined. She would draw for an hour and only then allow herself 10 minutes to play games, and she stuck to that routine. Every time Chen Lu felt excited about playing, she would pause the game and continue drawing, making him feel frustrated. So, he decided to draw a similar game scene in his notebook to reminisce about childhood. Although playing games himself wasn't as fun as watching Liang Jiru play, a game player's instinct made the game too predictable for him. But for Liang Jiru, even in casual games, she was fully engaged, planting mysterious mushrooms behind the walnut wall and pulling off major stunts from time to time. Hearing that the charming mushroom would only become effective after being eaten by zombies, she stopped using it. She even made mistakes while planting her plants and felt anxious when zombies entered her house, covering her eyes and not daring to look. It was quite a show when this silly girl played games, making the whole experience entertaining. Chen Lu felt that the zombies were the ones facing the most difficulty. They might open her skull only to find it empty inside. Sending a group of brothers to break through the defense line and get her into the house, only to find out it was all for nothing in the end. The last zombie walked out of the house, looking at the bodies and severed arms on the ground, its voice already hoarse from decay. "It's all in vain. Our mission has failed. The owner of this house doesn't have a brain." The sense of immersion was intense, and the thought of it was despairing. Just as Chen Lu was envisioning a tearjerker storyline, Liang Jiru suddenly commented, "It's so easy to make money these days." She pointed at the screen and said, "This drawing can earn me a few $100. You learned well from Professor Chen, huh?" Chen Lu looked at her, feeling proud. Liang Jiru looked at the time again, then put down her pen, stretched lazily, and instantly dove into Chen Lu's arms. It was time to be affectionate. Like a cat, the girl nestled in Chen Lu's arms, wiping away all fatigue. To her, this man must have been a Doraemon sent down by the heavens. Without meeting Chen Lu, there were things she wouldn't have understood for years. Now she could earn hundreds by drawing, and as her skills improved, she would earn more and more, without having to go out in the scorching sun or facing any scolding from others. Before, she only knew about distributing leaflets and working as a waitress. Both jobs provided the same wage no matter how long one worked. The less replaceable her ability was, the more money she could earn. It was an experience she suddenly realized and summed up. Anyone could distribute leaflets, and with more people doing it, the wages would stay low. Why hadn't she understood this before? What's wrong? Chen Lu looked at the motionless cat in his arms and asked curiously, "Hug me." 10 minutes later, "Why did you place the ice shooter behind the torchwood? Isn't that completely useless now?" Chen Lu's tone reflected his rising blood pressure. Liang Jiru awkwardly pursed her lips and pretended to be calm, saying, "It's part of the plan." "Chen Lu, aren't you learning anything from me?" He was somewhat speechless, realizing that this silly girl was starting to talk like him. This couldn't go on. "Where do you see me learning from you? You bully me every day or act like a hooligan." Liang Jiru grumbled as she got rid of the misplaced ice shooter. I didn't, don't make baseless accusations." Chen Lu rubbed his tired eyes, regretting that he had bought this old monitor during his junior year. It wasn't up to par with modern standards, and staring at it for a long time made his eyes hurt. "You should get a new monitor. Won't your eyes get tired from drawing all the time?" He cursed himself inwardly, wondering why he hadn't thought of this sooner. "Not tired," Liang Jiru said, although she couldn't help blinking. "I use it daily, and when it's time to change, I will." Chen Lu said seriously, "But I don't know which monitor is best for drawing. Ask Lin Miao Miao." "Oh." Liang Jiru opened the chat with Lin Miao Miao and hesitantly tapped on the keys with her hands. "I want to buy a monitor. Do you have any recommendations? Around a few $100 are fine." Chen Lu furrowed his brows and scornfully chuckled. "You're too naive. If it were me, I'd say all monitors under $1,000 are junk. No room for argument." In the afternoon, Liang Jiru had a class, so Chen Lu walked out with her, planning to return to the office first and then accompany her to see the house after her class. As he arrived at the office entrance, he heard extremely loud noises coming from inside through the glass doors. Chen Lu stood still for a moment, opened the door, and saw two groups of people crowded on each side, making a lot of noise. A huge skill gap. "No way, Lian, can you believe Lin Miao Miao single-handedly defeated you? Weren't you supposed to uphold the glory of the programming team?" The programming team and the art team, both three, the final round. A bet of a cola bottle. Place your baits. Someone must have seen Chen Lu first, as soon the playful noises dwindled and then disappeared altogether. It was like suddenly realizing your teacher is right behind you in the middle of stealing a chat during class. "You guys." Everyone fell quiet, seemingly ready to be scolded. Under their apprehensive gazes, Chen Lu continued, "Excluding me." Chapter 199. Don't be too naive in your approach to life. It's not fun if the boss isn't around for such an interesting activity, right? Chen Lu's comments kept echoing in everyone's ears, and his focus seemed different from what these people had anticipated. "What's the score now?" He curiously squeezed behind Peng Lian, watching him play a one-on-one match against the enchantress on the opposite side. 1-1. An employee, who had just been shouting confidently, spoke timidly. Chen Lu nodded. This matter couldn't have been arranged by this group of people during work hours. Since he wasn't there, it must have been initiated by Zhang Kaoqi. He motioned for the group to continue playing and hurriedly walked into Zhang Kao's office. "You're missing out on all the fun," Chen Lu complained loudly as soon as he entered. Startled by the sudden opening of the door, Zhang Kaoqi said helplessly, "Well, go have fun. Although they can probably beat you fair and square, they are not sure themselves. Are they going to hold back or not? What was supposed to be just a match turns into an Oscar award ceremony. You should lay low with your buddies and keep a low profile. What's the point of us causing a scene? It's embarrassing." He casually flicked the ash off his cigarette, looking like he had transcended the worldly desires. "How about we each take one opponent? Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself?" Chen Lu looked disdainful. Your dad doesn't have a clue about you. Their dormitory was more than just a gathering of young talents. Everyone except him was a fan of playing games. When the four of them played as a group, the system would randomly match them with a lucky guy to accompany Chenlu in the gaming battle. Zhang Keochi, feeling challenged, stood up abruptly. Come on, one-on-one. Father-son duel, dare you. Can you two act a bit more mature? Liu Yan, who had been quietly playing on her phone, couldn't bear it and threw the two out, making it seem like nobody would think they were in an office environment. Zhang Keochi sat back down immediately, thinking to himself, Liu Yan, you're a reliable girlfriend. I was just wondering how to handle Chenlu. Only then did Chenlu notice Liu Yan sitting motionless beside him and exclaimed, wow, you blend into the white wall with that white shirt. I didn't even see you there. You're spoiled by everything Liang Ziruo does. You can't even say a nice word anymore, Liu Yan sarcastically commented while handing a bag of snacks to Chenlu. They had been friends since freshman year and were used to attacking each other playfully. Chenlu started munching on the chips. Of course, my girlfriend is amazing. Oh, Liu Yan sat back in her chair, arms crossed, curiously asking, who usually gives in more when you two argue? Liang Ziru's personality had left a deep impression on her. It was the first time she had encountered someone who could comfort others without saying a word. Ironically, she found herself being comforted by them. This situation was just too absurd. When they were kicked out of the office by the two, Chenlu saw Lin Miao Miao happily tidying things up. You guys are so hopeless. Just do a direct money transfer for the bonus. I'm going to accompany the boss's wife for classes. With that, she slung her bag over her shoulder and left. Chenlu stared at the glass door, which had been securely closed again, blinking in confusion. Why was she so arrogant? What are you guys having? The art department has two girls with them. Have you guys never been challenged? Chenlu asked Peng Lian, as he had seen Lin Miao Miao teach Liang Ziruo self-defense techniques. Peng Lian pushed his glasses awkwardly. The art department has those two girls. Lin Miao Miao is a tough opponent for us. Is it considered tough when you're the target she single-handedly eliminated twice in a row? A nearby male student teased. Judging from the stats screen, it seemed like a jungle game. In competitive games, winning makes you good friends, while losing leads straight to holding people accountable. It's quite common. I've been playing mobile games a lot recently. I haven't played this for a long time. My hands are not used to it, Peng Lian continued to explain. Understood. You've been playing Genshin Impact. I see. Chenlu summarized cleanly before walking to the center and clearing his throat. Since everything is settled, let's have a meeting. We need to rearrange the manpower for the two games. Before starting the meeting, Chenlu wrote a few bold words on the clean whiteboard. The words floated eloquently, each one shining. Peng Lian, November 4th, was single-handedly defeated twice by a girl. Take note. The program team was defeated by the art team with a 2-to-1 ratio, alert sounded. Then the meeting began, amidst uncontrollable laughter. In the lecture hall, Lin Miao Miao looked at the 500 yuan transfer record on her WeChat, feeling ecstatic, still basking in the bliss of having completed the task. Liang Ziruo sat up right next to her, eyes fixed on the PowerPoint slides, but occasionally drooping eyelids showed her tiredness. After recovering from the joyous moment, Lin Miao Miao suddenly felt the atmosphere around her was strange. Turning her head, she saw Liang Ziruo wearing a black dress with a white belt around her waist, making her slim figure more eye-catching, imbuing her with a coldly sophisticated charm. With her current focused expression, she looked distant and unapproachable. Lin Miao Miao was stunned. How could someone manage both a gentle and aloof style? And her figure. Even lying down would not make her figure appear irregular. After a few seconds, she looked down at her own plain attire and suddenly felt like she wanted to disappear. Didn't sleep well during lunch break? Lin Miao Miao asked softly. This class had more things to grasp, so she couldn't slack off. As soon as she finished speaking, Liang Ziru's cheeks immediately flushed crimson. She then placed her head on the table, remaining still. After a few seconds, she gave a muffled response. Lin Miao Miao's brain instantly conjured to many unacceptable thoughts. Ziruo, you look exceptional today. I really like it. It's making my heart race. I feel like I'm about to faint. Right after class, Lin Miao Miao rushed over, teasingly saying, You're looking so elegant today. It's making me weak. Are you okay? Where does it make you uncomfortable? Liang Ziruo nervously looked at her, her clear, bright eyes filled with concern. Lin Miao Miao sighed lightly, ... Well, speaking ruined the moment. She envied Liang Ziruo's simple mindset. She could handle any style effortlessly. There might be an opportunity to trick Liang Ziruo into wearing a costume with Chen Lu. Even though it would ultimately be more enjoyable for Chen Lu, at least she could feast her eyes on the sight. Did Chen Lu buy you this outfit? She asked again. We're going out later, and Chen Lu emphasized that I should wear this today. Liang Ziruo replied with a touch of sadness in her eyes. Lin Miao Miao, your advice didn't work. That's unexpected. Lin Miao Miao scratched her head, as dramas usually unfolded differently. 2 minutes later, a loud exasperated cry echoed in the classroom. Why did you give him so many initial points? By setting the bar so low, anyone would take advantage of you. What's the difference between this behavior and offering yourself up for mistreatment? You shouldn't give in so easily. He occupies that many points in my heart. Liang Ziruo sounded like a guilty child, fidgeting with her fingers. Lin Miao Miao felt like she had been hit hard in the chest and had to hold back vomit. She could only helplessly say, then just lie. Tell him it's only 10 points, and he'll be more nervous. Liang Ziruo bit her lip, looking up at Lin Miao Miao, who was now standing. I don't want to lie to him. Struck by lightning yet deflated like a balloon, Lin Miao Miao slumped back into her seat, eyes dim and lifeless. ... Don't tell anyone I suggested that. It's embarrassing. Chapter 200. A true man has to loudly exclaim to his wife, is there no other way? Liang Ziru still hasn't given up resisting Chen Lu's actions. Lin Miao Miao, with a heart as cold as ashes, said, do you expect to outsmart Chen Lu or have a smarter child to discipline him? You're talking nonsense again, Liang Ziru teased, but before she could finish, several girls walked over from the back of the classroom. Ziru, we're going to Hai Di Lao for dinner tonight. Do you want to join? The leader of the group, a stylishly dressed girl, asked. She was the class monitor. Liang Ziru was taken aback by the sudden invitation and hesitated on how to decline. She hadn't spoken a word to this person since the beginning of freshman year, so why was she being called by her name now? After a few seconds of silent awkwardness, she managed to say, thank you, but I have something else to do. The girl nodded and then turned to Lin Miao Miao as if noticing her presence. What about Miao Miao? Lin Miao Miao smiled politely. I'm sorry, I also have something to attend to. Then we'll discuss it when you're free. Watching the girls walk away, Lin Miao Miao sneered in disdain. Liang Ziru was becoming more prominent in the class, partly due to her increased effort in dressing up, and also because of her association with Chen Lu's company. Most university students might not have a concept of a game company developing rapidly, but once it involves the penguins they can't live without, the situation changes. Not a single university student hasn't been duped by the penguins. Lin Miao Miao disdained such behavior. When Liang Ziru applied for financial aid before, this class monitor was indifferent. Liang Ziru used to miss group messages due to her part-time job, but no one had cared to remind her as kindly as this person did now. Why the sudden concern from all of you now? She scoffed internally and asked Liang Ziru, it seems like everyone likes interacting with you now. How does it feel? I don't feel anything. Liang Ziru was packing her books, covering a yawn with her hand behind the book. She then smiled faintly at Lin Miao Miao. Having you and Chen Lu around already makes me happy. Touched by this, Lin Miao Miao instinctively ignored Chen Lu's name and grabbed Liang Ziruo's hand, her eyes moist as she said, I will use all my prize money to treat you to dinner. Let's go for Western food tonight. I have to go see houses with Chen Lu. Liang Ziru looked conflicted. Lin Miao Miao felt puzzled. Did she hear correctly? See, houses. Liang Ziruo's eyes lowered. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she nodded slightly. A new house. Lin Miao Miao continued probing. Not. Seeing Liang Ziru fidgeting and muttering under her breath while pinching her fingers, Lin Miao Miao couldn't resist exclaiming, seriously, your expression betrays you. Give me back the moment of being touched. Just as she was about to say something more, Lin Miao Miao noticed a group of students crowding around a male student at the classroom door, chatting and laughing. Looking closely, she realized that it was Chen Lu. Your husband has arrived. Lin Miao Miao patted Liang Ziruo's arm. It was the first time she had seen Chen Lu come to the classroom to find Liang Jiru, which was refreshing. He said he was coming to pick me up. Lin Miao Miao gave Liang Jiru a side-eye, thinking, "Buddy, you're not denying it now. You can't even be bothered to cover it up." They quickly packed up and walked over. Just as Lin Miao Miao was about to pass by, Liang Jiru suddenly stopped. Chen Lu seemed busy, and she didn't want to disturb him. "Senior, remember to reserve seats for us younger students in your company. You've accepted many students from the neighboring college." A few people around Chen Lu were chatting and joking. Chen Lu might not be very famous yet, but at the school, except for those who lived with their eyes closed, almost everyone knew him. "No problem, as they say. We should take care of our own first. When my company expands further, I'll definitely prioritize benefiting you all. I've sponsored this year's class activities budget, so you can use more money to buy good food and have a class meeting. Really? You can't neglect looking after my girlfriend, right? I'll definitely give some benefits." Chen Lu smiled lightly, with her introverted personality. "If there's any trouble, it's still up to you all. We're all classmates, it's only right. Besides, senior, you've been looking after us all this while." Lin Miao Miao was surprised. Chen Lu would certainly look down on such people, but considering that they were Liang Jiru's classmates, he must be putting on a good show. Their personalities really complement each other, Lin Miao Miao thought. Then suddenly, she froze. "Dear Lord, when did I mature to the point of feeding myself dog food?" Liang Jiru still had no intention of urging them on, standing next to Lin Miao Miao, waiting quietly. As Chen Lu finished speaking to someone, he leaned over and shouted, "Wife, stop dawdling, come out. Stop shouting, stop shouting." Liang Jiru rushed over, grabbing Chen Lu's arm and trying to walk towards the stairs. She didn't even dare to look up at the others. But even with her head lowered, her expression of joy and shyness was evident. Even the light blush on her cheeks was charming. Lin Miao Miao stood there in shock, forgetting even to move her legs. "The two of you, just kill me now. Why don't you let me shout?" Chen Lu asked as she pushed him away. He seemed to still want to indulge in his proclamation. Surprisingly, shouting your wife publicly and privately had its differences, with a playful feeling in private and a more formal tone in public. "It's embarrassing. If you shout again, I'll pull you and jump off from here," Liang Jiru muttered. Chen Lu couldn't be pushed any further, stopping to ask again, "You don't want to be my wife?" "I just said not to shout in front of so many people. I didn't say I don't want to." Liang Jiru's voice grew quieter, leaning close to his back, murmuring in a pitiful tone. Satisfied, Chen Lu turned around with a smile, grabbed the girl's hand, and said, let's go see some houses." Chapter 201. In this lifetime, do people hold hands, step by step, down the stairs? Are you really going to cover the budget for them? Liang Jiru asked softly, still unclear about the meaning of Chen Lu's words just now. "Anyway, it won't cost much money. This kind of favor is the easiest to buy." Chen Lu shrugged, as the saying goes, soft mouth, short hands. "In the future, if anything happens in the class, they will definitely take care of you a little, especially the class monitor. Just watch, in the future, you won't even need to report the financial support, they will take care of it for you. This is human tilde relations, and tilde worldly experience," Chen Lu intentionally said word by word. "What if someone takes it seriously? That would be a foolish girlfriend. I just casually mentioned it. We are all adults. Nobody will take it seriously. Even if they do, my company only accepts fresh graduates at the lowest. By the time that happens, you would have graduated, and I wouldn't need to bother with them." With that, Chen Lu took a few more steps down, then turned around and looked steadily at the girl in front of him. They were separated by a few flights of stairs, one higher and one lower, looking at each other. "Next time, how about trying not to hide behind me? Just try to stand next to me," he said softly. This silly girl, although she always teased him when they were alone, she was still a top-grade social phobia when outside. Basically, she would unconsciously avoid social interaction. At this moment, Chen Lu smiled softly again and said, "Of course, I'm willing to protect you behind me for the rest of my life. But we agreed to improve slowly from the beginning, right?" Liang Jiru nodded earnestly. "I will work hard in the future." Chen Lu patted her hand, as if comforting a child, and said with a gentle tone, "Come here, I'll reward you with a kiss." "Who's rewarding whom?" Liang Jiru was a bit speechless, but she still obediently walked up the stairs where Chen Lu was waiting. With their conversation, they walked a bit and stopped. The car stopped in front of Ihanya Court half an hour later. It is said that, after repeated disputes between developers and homeowners, this property was finally delivered smoothly in the first half of this year. Chen Lu didn't know the details because these issues were resolved by the early complainants when he bought the house. For example, the quality of the self-brought windows, the leakage in the garage, and even the garden being left unfinished. As the saying goes, predecessors plant trees and descendants enjoy the shade. Apart from the good location, this community had put a lot of effort into landscaping. Just as they entered the community gate, they could see a rockery and a fountain with flowers and green plants around the buildings. Sometimes there was even a pavilion. Chen Lu stood at the gate of the community, looking at the name of the community, feeling uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. The names of communities nowadays are getting worse one after another. He couldn't help but comment, but he realized that the high class of a community didn't seem to depend on its name, but on its price, like certain properties. What do you think it should be called? Liang Jiru asked, curious, leaning over. I don't know. I'm just nitpicking. That doesn't mean I can come up with a better name. Chen Lu thought for a while, but couldn't think of a better one. Liang Jiru seemed to remember something suddenly and poked Chen Lu's waist with her index finger. You are so lazy. You didn't even come up with your company's name yourself. Don't mock me. We're even in this naming business. Your small account is called Woodstop, Chen Lu retorted. I think it sounds nice, Liang Jiru said proudly, then excitedly grabbed Chen Lu's hand and pointed to a nearby pavilion. This pavilion is similar to the one at our school that we used to go to during lunch. Chen Lu also noticed, but the difference was that it was easier for mosquitoes to bother them in the summer here. It's been a long time since we've been there, right? Would you like to go there again sometime? She still liked it there, as it held many memories. It was the place where she could take a peaceful nap for the first time in years. How would I carry you and nap if we went there again? Chen Lu said, but seeing her pouting at him, he quickly added, I'm more worried about you catching a cold in this weather. Chen Lu, one day, you might turn into Pinocchio, Liang Jiru threatened quietly. That would be great, Chen Lu said lightly. If I were Pinocchio, I would tell you the first number of the winning lottery, then see if my nose grows longer. Or say that this stock will definitely rise, so I can stay at home and support you by playing every day. Give me more trouble, I could even engage in scientific research. Because Pinocchio is essentially a causal weapon, it can directly judge the truth of a matter disregarding all factors. Its effectiveness is only influenced by human imagination. Liang Jiru turned away, not wanting to talk anymore. Her boyfriend's thought process was different from a normal person's. Chen Lu reached out and touched a twig next to him, so now there will be fewer mosquitoes and the auntie can come out and take a walk. Just then, they saw an elderly couple walking towards them, with an old man in a wheelchair and a slightly younger lady pushing him from behind. Chen Lu stepped aside, and the old man suddenly pointed at him and in a hoarse voice asked the lady, Is little Hang back? Before Chen Lu could answer, the lady lightly patted the old man, correcting him, Your grandson isn't that tall. National Day has already passed, little Hang has gone to school. The lady smiled apologetically at the two of them. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked very dignified. Sorry, this old man usually only remembers me most of the time, she explained. For some reason, Chen Lu felt a tinge of sadness mingled with pride and happiness in her tone. After a few casual conversations, the lady steered the old man away. Why did we come out? Yesterday you asked me to take you out for a walk today. The lady's soft voice sounded slightly disappointed. I didn't say that, let's go back. Oh, since we're already out, why not accompany me for a while? Well, I spoil you too much. With these exchanges, the old and young pair separated and walked in opposite directions. That elderly couple has a great relationship. Will we be as happy when we're old? Liang Jiru asked softly. Chen Lu frowned. I thought you would ask if we will grow old together. Don't jinx it, and besides, you'll be happier when you're old. The girl was certain about that aspect, turning to Chen Lu, because we will definitely grow old together. The girl was unwavering in her belief in this. Then she asked, Why do you seem a little unsure about our relationship? Don't you believe I will always like you? Of course, I trust you a lot, Chen Lu said. Suddenly feeling a bit strange, Liang Jiru wanted Chen Lu to be more confident, but he himself seemed a bit unsure, at least in emotional matters. It was as if a doctor could not treat himself. He was so good at providing her with a sense of security, yet he lacked it himself the most. "It's okay if you don't believe it," Liang Jiru snorted softly, smiling lightly. She hugged Chen Lu's arm tightly and leaned her head on his shoulder. Whether it was the girl who had hurt him or not didn't matter anymore. A gust of wind suddenly blew, lifting the girl's bangs on her cheek and rustling the green plants around them, bringing her gentle words to Chen Lu's ears. "We have a lot of time in this lifetime. I can slowly prove it." Chapter 202. What is angel investment? The new house is really a new house. Entering the new house, one can immediately feel the brightness compared to the rented house. It is a simple house decoration, with new floor tiles and freshly painted walls. There's currently no need for a complete renovation, only new furniture needs to be bought. Chen Lu walked into the living room and looked around. The house he bought had a different feel to it. Normally, he should have just finished the legal exam like Liu Yan, wondering whether to continue studying or work at a law firm. Buying the house happened much earlier than expected. Chen Lu's change of life direction was quite significant. Of course, this was mutual. He also changed Liang Jiru's future. The line where the two of them lived separately no longer existed. Their lives had merged on the day they met. Destiny is truly a wonderful thing. Just a second before meeting Liang Jiru, he never thought he would meet a girl like her. And at the moment he saw her, he never thought this silly girl would become his girlfriend. Chen Lu held the girl's hand and led her to the spacious master bedroom. This master bedroom was probably twice the size of Chen Lu's room in the rented house. He patted the wall beside the window. "I'll buy you a table to place here, so you can paint here." This location allows one to rest their eyes and glance out the window if they get tired, which is just right. Later, he would quietly buy better desks and chairs for this silly girl. She wouldn't notice anyway. Liang Jiru shook her head gently. "No need. I can't paint if you're not here." "All right. This room is yours. I'll go see how to design the living room. We can't waste such a beautiful floor-to-ceiling window," Chen Lu said as he walked out the door, showing a rare hint of excitement. Liang Jiru watched Chen Lu's back and smiled to herself. She could tell that Chen Lu deliberately chose a place not far from both his home and the rented house, so that he could rush over quickly no matter where he was. Many feelings of security were given through the silent details of Chen Lu. Her courage hadn't increased, she simply had someone to rely on. Chen Lu had always liked floor-to-ceiling windows. As he thought about the layout in the living room, Liang Jiru walked out of the room slowly. "I feel a bit excited," Liang Jiru admitted. "Are you so excited about such a small house?" Liang Jiru turned away before finally muttering after a long pause, "Because we'll live here after we get married." "You're hopeless. My girlfriend is gentle and beautiful. How could I not provide you with a luxurious house or villa?" Liang Jiru held her hands behind her back and walked a few steps toward the balcony. The black dress swayed gently with her steps as she walked to the center of the balcony. With a turn, the young girl said, "I don't care." Chen Lu was speechless as he shrugged. "So now you've given up resisting in this life?" "I haven't given up. Besides, next life, it'll be my turn to trick you." She couldn't let Chen Lu bully her in every lifetime. It would be too tragic. Fate changes, and one day, it would be her turn to bully him. This mere Chen Lu could handle it, right? Chen Lu couldn't hold back his laughter. "It seems like you've already given up in this life." "Don't say that, you wait." The girl muttered in Chen Lu's embrace, saying one thing while her body leaned close to him, reveling in the comforting feeling. "By the way, I've changed my mind. I'll buy new furniture after we get married. Although the house is registered in my name, it'll be yours and Auntie's place in the future, with my parents' approval." Liang Jiru raised her head, blinked at him. I've been deceived again. How many traps had he set up without her knowing? What do you mean again? Don't be so harsh. I've said it before, don't divide things so precisely. Everything I earn will be yours sooner or later. Your earnings, including yourself, will be mine eventually. Being too exact will hurt our feelings. Was that all a setup for what you did now? Liang Jiru couldn't decide if she should feel touched or hit him. It wasn't impossible. After all, he was willing to hug her to sleep every day, not moving an inch during their daily nap for almost a month. I didn't lie. I didn't trick you. If it bothers you, you can apply for a loan with me. Chen Lu raised his eyebrows. Liang Jiru opened her mouth slightly. eyes wide with disbelief, saying, I might not be able to finish. What could be more devastating than suddenly owing millions in loans? Even if she painted 500 portraits, how many more would she need? It was impossible to count. Chen Lu perked up. It's okay if you can't finish, I accept. Seeing Liang Jiru about to rocket headbutt him, Chen Lu quickly retracted his words. This silly girl lacked martial ethics, actually trying to ambush an elderly person. After a moment, Chen Lu sighed helplessly as he watched Liang Jiru dusting. Her mindset made him unsure of how to feel. Smirking, he leaned over and breathed against her ear. Ms. Liang Jiru, have you considered my offer? Would you like to repay slowly or put yourself in my hands entirely? You can also consider it as joint property between you and your boyfriend, so you won't have any debt, and there's no need to repay. Liang Jiru, who was sweeping the floor, trembled as if being electrified by his words, blushing and embarrassed. She shakily looked up at him, strands of hair escaping from behind her ears and brushing against her cheeks. Moisture gathered in her eyes, her breath quickening. Finally, she whimpered, I won't repay. Besides trying to deceive her and bully her every day, this person would ask for money? Forget it. Yes, that's it. Chen Lu nodded satisfactorily and planted a kiss on the girl's cheek before exclaiming, I still have over 2 million left. Do you like any cars? Not really. Okay, I'll go look at nearby furniture stores, Chen Lu said as he walked away. Liang Jiru stood still, dumbstruck, unsure of what to say. What kind of bank is your household? Chapter 203. My boyfriend is too prodigal. What to do if we spend a bit more money? We can hire a designer to pick out a complete set of furniture for us. We can spend tens of thousands and let professionals handle all the arrangements for us, Chen Lu said weakly after a while. We won't need to worry about anything, and the decoration will look good. Indeed, spending tens of thousands was small change for him now. It wasn't a problem to spend a bit more money for peace of mind. Liang Jiru heard this and walked over slowly, gently shaking his arm. How about we go to the furniture store later, and then we can have dinner outside with the money we saved. I can buy dresses with the saved money. There's so much money, you can buy many things you like for me to wear. Even traditional Chinese clothing. Is this kind of thing possible? Chen Lu was completely overwhelmed by Liang Jiru's tactics and had a brain shut down. His mind was now filled with various charming images of Liang Jiru, leaving no room to think about anything else. Liang Jiru nodded in satisfaction and immediately turned back to continue cleaning. She swept the floor while sighing inwardly. Life is not easy. It's really hard to save money. After a while, Chen Lu, whose IQ regained control, opened his mouth slightly and looked at Liang Jiru dumbfoundedly. He began to doubt if he was being manipulated too much. This silly and cute behavior was a bit too much, right? Can't you spare me a little more attention? Frowning for a moment, he sighed lightly. When we decorate our future wedding house, I must not ask for Liang Jiru's opinions. After all, she's too mischievous when she acts cute and charming. Even a grand villa can't appear luxurious. When someone visits with high EQ, your home is spacious. We can even play badminton in the living room. A villa is indeed a villa. Low EQ, great place, such a big villa. The living room has only a sofa and a coffee table, and the bedroom has only a closet and a bed. Thinking about this, Chen Lu couldn't help but click his tongue a few times. If he has a daughter in the future, he must provide well for her. Otherwise, like her mother, she won't have the chance to live a good life and would be taken advantage of easily, having to save money for others. What's wrong with you? Liang Jiru saw Chen Lu still staring blankly and couldn't help but ask. I was just thinking about something. Chen Lu scratched his head and continued to think about what to do next. This time, compared to when he first moved into the rental house, he was much more confused. At that time, he only needed to think about what essential products to buy, but now, there was a lack of everything in this house, completely unfinished. Chen Lu thought of sitting down to take a breather and survey the surroundings, but there wasn't even a place to sit. He decided to sit on the floor out of desperation. Liang Jiru pointed to the other side of the living room. I'm done cleaning over there. You can sit here. I've already sat down, and my pants are dirty. That's enough. Chen Lu waved his hand to Liang Jiru, who had a disagreeable expression. Come here and look at it with me. If I sit and watch, it'll seem like you're my maid. I don't want people to think I've treated you unfairly. Weren't you thinking of being my creditor earlier? Liang Jiru muttered softly but still obediently approached him. By admitting this house is our joint property, I am no longer your debtor, right? Chen Lu shrugged with some regret. Thanks for admitting it. Otherwise, I would have you dress up as a maid and do chores for me every day. Lingeries also considered dresses, right? Chen Lu asked mischievously. Even though it's cold now and you can't go out, you can wear them at home. Liang Jiru shrank at the car door and said, Can we forget about this? I'll have the money spent on hiring a designer. I'll wear it. I'll wear it. Remember that. Liang Jiru said weakly and then leaned her head against the car window with a look of disappointment. She dug a hole for herself and must jump in, tearfully. Liang Jiru, how did you end up giving in for no reason again? After a while, Liang Jiru suddenly said with a vacant look in her eyes, Starting tomorrow, I will work harder on drawing to make money. Why? Chen Lu was puzzled. You like to spend, in case the day comes that I have to support you. I'm afraid I won't be able to afford it. Chapter 204. Following his ways. Chen Lu had a perplexed expression as he raised his eyebrows. Don't spout nonsense. There's no man who understands managing a household better than I do. He didn't even have time to be shocked at why this fool hadn't given up on the dream of nurturing him. Is that so? Liang Jiru didn't believe his nonsense at all, still reeling from the despair of having to wear various flashy clothes again. Of course, Zhang Chaoguang spends tens of thousands playing games, Chen Lu said with a disdainful tone. At least my money is spent in reality. So, Sue, don't blame me. Bros have to step up when one's in trouble. Which guy hasn't taken the blame for a friend's girlfriend? Isn't that what good friends are for? Drinking, fishing, staying at internet cafes overnight, no questions asked, just dragged along by your bros. But to be honest, he does spend more recklessly than Zhang Chaoguang. After all, he fully funded the operation for this fool's mother while he was just the fool's girlfriend. But all that money was his own earned money, so he could spend it however he wanted, and no one had the right to say anything. Liang Jiru couldn't help but gasp at the thought of spending so much money on games. Luckily, her plants only needed sunlight, not Chinese currency. Truly, Liang Jiru suddenly felt that Chen Lu wasn't as extravagant as she had thought. If Chen Lu dared to spend money recklessly like that, she would definitely hit him. Have you decided what to eat tonight? Chen Lu asked softly. You decide what you want to eat. I'm fine with anything, Liang Jiru said timidly. Chen Lu gave her a light tap on the head. No, anything is fine. Then should I cook for you? Rules are rules. Chen Lu tapped the steering wheel lightly and said, Never mind, I'll choose. Liang Jiru suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. Don't you want to eat? This was truly one of her greatest fears. She had studied Chen Lu's taste and preferences for so long. You worked hard. I don't even know who works like an ox, never taking a break, Chen Lu remarked. I'm not like an ox. Liang Jiru looked at him with grievances, then leaned back, letting Chen Lu drive wherever. Then you're like a squirtle, since it hurts when you bump into me, Chen Lu retorted indignantly, then continued to focus on driving. This little ox calf really hurt when it bumped into him. The two chatted relentlessly on the road, and before they knew it, they had arrived at their destination. Chen Lu picked a grilled fish restaurant with a large plastic statue in front, designed in a Disney style, with a big smile and a fish in its arms. Pointing to the statue, Chen Lu shouted playfully, Jiru, it's your turn. Use the rocket headbutt. Seeing no reaction from Liang Jiru, he curiously turned around, only to find her already asleep. The car was quiet. You could faintly hear Liang Jiru's breathing. The girl was gently sleeping, her breathing soft. Her hands were clasped on her lap, head resting against the car window, looking dignified and well-behaved. Her lips were slightly upturned, perhaps she was having a good dream. Chen Lu couldn't help but want to lean in and kiss her soft, rosy lips. Not wanting to wake the fool, he eventually just turned aside, reaching out to poke the girl's soft cheek. Seeing Liang Jiru furrow her brows slightly, he quickly pulled back his hand. Fortunately, Liang Jiru only shifted her body slightly, still sleeping soundly. Silly fool, pretending not to be tired when she was clearly so. Chen Lu had to admit that Liang Jiru falling asleep beside him was indeed swift. She always managed to doze off when he wasn't looking. At least he wasn't a pervert, he was a man of integrity. Chen Lu smiled contentedly, sitting back in his seat and quietly watching the night outside the car window. Silly or not? What's wrong with you? Chapter 207. Yi Fe Ifu Liang Zero. In Chapter 207, Yan Zfe Ifu, Liang Zero, rubbed her cheek against Chen Lu's arm. It's okay. Chen Lu teasingly scratched the girl's face like teasing a cat and joked, "Do you know what your behavior these 2 days resembles? It's very much like how I would act after watching a horror movie in my childhood." This foolish boy would play on the computer for a while and then turn back to check, afraid that someone might be staring at him from behind, reminiscent of his childhood. You guessed it all? Liang Zero was somewhat surprised. Chen Lu looked incredulous. You watched a horror movie? Yeah. No wonder you reacted so strongly. Chen Lu still remembered how scared he would be by movies like I Am Legend when he was young, losing sleep for almost a month and having to keep the lights on. As he grew older and revisited those films, he appreciated the plot and found them unexpectedly good. Afterward, he would occasionally re-watch them and has probably seen them at least 4 times by now. With age, people's courage tends to grow along with a clearer judgment of the truth about such matters, and from encountering more people, one would realize that zombies that come straight for you can be cuter than many villains who are sneaky and creepy behind your back. This foolish boy was not very familiar with surfing the internet, so his reaction to horror films now was not much different from when he was a kid. After all, he still doesn't like looking under the bed. Why would you watch horror movies when you have nothing to do? Chen Lu asked with a smile. If he had known horror movies were so effective, he would have used them earlier. I didn't intend to. Liang Zero looked somewhat aggrieved. What do you mean you didn't intend to? Chen Lu was even more puzzled. Can someone really be forced to watch horror movies? Can regular people be that bored? Wait, it seems like there is indeed someone who could be bored to that extent. Liang Zero shook her head slowly. It's nothing. She gently held Chen Lu's hand and pointed to the female character she drew on the screen, asking softly, "Is it beautiful?" Beautiful, Chen Lu genuinely praised. This foolish boy seemed to enjoy drawing the characters in the game, or rather those he personally designed. Suddenly, he noticed something very wrong. Under this foolish boy's drawing, there were over 200 comments. Wait a minute. Chen Lu took the mouse, clicked on Liang Ziru's profile, scrolled up, and then discovered something extremely shocking. Hey, in just a few months, you're already so popular. He rubbed his eyes several times to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Could his girlfriend really become some art master? Who would have thought that he would have the chance to enjoy a comfortable life? Liang Zero, with drooping eyelids, sounded somewhat disheartened. Seems like only my art style is popular. My drawing skills and human figures always get criticized. Why are you sad? This is a good thing. Chen Lu poked the girl's head and continued, basic skills like human figures can be improved sooner or later. But art style is a unique thing. It's more exaggerated than writing. Everyone has a different style. Once you can establish a unique style like Wallop, your artist skills will improve eventually. Yeah. Liang Zero suddenly felt that Chen Lu's words made sense, as his way of seeing the problem was always clearer than hers. But you probably won't become famous like your boyfriend. Chen Lu suddenly said. What? Nothing. Chen Lu glanced at the lawyer's letter on the coffee table in the distance, a barely visible smile forming on his lips. After a while, Chen Lu lay down on the bed, lazily yawning. He didn't feel like dealing with Peng Lian today, so he didn't rush over, knowing it wouldn't be a big deal anyway. It was just this guy coming up with some new creative ideas again. This was to teach Peng Lian a lesson and make him understand the importance of understanding the boss's thoughts. It's not that he was too lazy to go to the company. Go to bed quickly, Chen Lu kindly urged. In response, Liang Zero timidly walked in from outside, stood in front of him, bit her lower lip, and asked softly, "Will you accompany me to take a shower?" Do you know what you're saying? Chen Lu suddenly stood up, thinking if this was really happening, he wouldn't feel tired. Liang Zero only then realized the ambiguity in her words and quickly clarified, "I didn't say you had to come in too." Then I'm not going. Chen Lu lay back down on the bed, completely losing his earlier enthusiastic demeanor. Please, I'm scared. Liang Ziru's voice grew softer as she continued, I'm afraid something will crawl out of the toilet. I think any ghost with a normal level of intelligence wouldn't come out from there, Chen Lu said, but he still accompanied the girl to the bathroom. The sound of the showerhead could be heard, and Chen Lu curiously asked, "Did you not shower at home last night?" The sound of running water made Chen Lu's current mood quite complex, as Liang Zero was just a wall away, the sound making one's imagination run a bit wild. No wonder some say one can have thoughts while eating such meals. It was late at night. I didn't dare. The girl's trembling voice blended with the running water from the bathroom. I can't have my mom accompany me like this. Can your boyfriend be treated like this? Let me tell you, my physical and mental health will suffer from this, Chen Lu teased. I'll reward you later. Deal. Chen Lu cheerfully accepted the selling herself agreement from the girl and continued to stand by the door to chat with Liang Zero. He took out his phone and started questioning the prime suspect of this case. Chen Lu. Liang Zero has been easily startled lately. Do you have any clues? Lin Meow Meow. Maybe she was scared by the animated GIFs I showed her. Chen Lu. No wonder she refused to tell me anything. Lin Meow Meow. Maybe she's afraid you'll deduct my pay? Lin Meow Meow retracted a message. Chen Lu, thanks for the reminder. Scaring the boss deliberately. You're fired. Chen Lu thought, Lin Meow Meow, you are truly something else. My girlfriend was already a little nervous and you scared her. Unethical. He silently cursed in his heart and sent another message. Let me see it. He had an extreme disdain for these things. What horror gifs and cursed messages, if you don't forward to 10 groups, were already played out during his primary school days. He couldn't believe that anyone could still be scared by that stuff today. A few seconds later, Chen Lu's phone fell to the ground with a click. He leaned back against the wall, breathing rapidly, murmuring, "Damn, that is really scary." The most disgusting thing was that on the surface, apart from the slightly eerie background, there seemed to be nothing. And just when you began to doubt whether your phone was stuck, the scary thing suddenly appeared. What's wrong with you? Liang Zero opened the door, sticking out half of her body to ask. She was at her most tense nerve moment now, and without thinking too much, she directly leaned out to take a look. Nothing. Chen Lu stopped halfway, frozen in place. He only now realized that the term beauty made one's heart skip a beat was indeed so apt. The ancients were honest with me. It seemed like an eternity before that thing finally came out. Liang Ziru's hair was still dripping water, some glistening drops clinging to her beautiful collarbone before slowly sliding down. Before Chen Lu could react, Liang Ziro had already withdrawn back into the bathroom, leaving behind a cry of extreme embarrassment. Pervert. Chapter 208. Chen Lu's strong desire for revenge. Chen Lu's revengeful heart was possibly fueled by his sense of humiliation, causing Liang Jiru to remain silent for a long time. After a while, the girl finally changed into new clothes, her cheeks flushed, walked out. She glanced at Chen Lu and then quickly lowered her head, walking step by step towards the bedroom. I really didn't see anything. I swear. Chen Lu hurriedly explained, feeling quite wronged. Not to mention if anyone could resist looking in this situation, but the problem was he truly didn't see anything, or rather, he did see, but hadn't processed it in his mind yet. Because in that split second, his eyes didn't know where to look. Not to mention his clumsy reaction was quick, blocking with his arm in front of him. If I did see, I would. Don't make hasty promises. Liang Jiru turned around, pressing her finger against his lips, her eyes moist. Besides, no one else saw it. She murmured softly, burrowing herself under the blanket, only showing a long strand of hair. Chen Lu didn't hear clearly, leaning closer to ask, "What did you say?" "Nothing." The round and puffy blanket moved like a monster and made a muffled sound. "Put your hand inside." Chen Lu thought Liang Jiru wanted to hold hands, eagerly reaching in. Then, the blanket monster bit his hand forcefully. It didn't hurt at all, but because he didn't expect it, Chen Lu was startled. Horror scenes do make people jumpy, and now he was too. He looked at the faint teeth marks on his hand, couldn't help but chuckle, then gripped the candy in his pocket and cautiously put his hand in again. This time without being bitten. It seemed the blanket monster was satisfied with this offering. "Are you going to nap?" Chen Lu softly asked, leaning over. The blanket monster rolled around, without speaking. Chen Lu slightly raised his mouth, went to the living room to bring back a piece of A4 paper, folded into a paper rose, and handed it over. Unfortunately, the blanket monster still didn't respond to its most devout follower. As Chen Lu pondered on what new offering to choose, the blanket monster suddenly opened its big mouth and swallowed Chen Lu whole. The surroundings instantly turned somewhat dim, with Chen Lu pressed down and face-to-face with the blushing girl. "Why are you so shameless?" Liang Jiru poked his forehead, saying, "I'm innocent. I didn't expect you to suddenly stick your body out. Because there was a noise outside suddenly, I was worried about you. Liang Jiru said, sitting up and shifting her gaze from Chen Lu's eyes downwards. "And I mean." Chen Lu cleared his throat awkwardly. "This is just human nature. Guys will act like that." Pouting, Liang Jiru continued to lean on him. "You're always full of excuses. Are you not upset?" After a moment of silence, the girl asked again. "Why would I be upset?" "Because you might think I just don't want you to see anything. I'm just too shy." Chen Lu reached out to touch the girl's head, gently running his hand down her long hair to her waist. "Don't overthink it. Besides, I'm not in a rush. You'll eventually be mine completely." After saying that, he felt the girl's burning cheeks bury into his neck, warm, and eventually heard a soft from the girl. "If you're not shy now, how about letting me take a look now?" Liang Jiru raised her head and then bumped Chen Lu's forehead. Chen Lu couldn't help but make a sound. This silly and innocent girl was a little ironhead. "Want to nap? You seem to have a busy afternoon. Let's just sleep like this," the girl said, hugging him a bit tighter. "I'm still scared. Ling Miao Miao is really mean, scaring my girlfriend like that." Chen Lu smiled, kissing Liang Jiru's forehead. "Don't move, or you'll bear the consequences." Feeling the girl's warm breath and the soft little white rabbit between them, Chen Lu's emotions became more complex. It was truly a mix of pain and joy. "Oh," Liang Jiru responded vacantly, then suddenly nervously said, It's moving." Chen Lu was petrified. In the evening, after the last class, Lin Miao Miao looked at Liang Jiru, who was earnestly packing up beside her, and teasingly asked, "Do you need me to escort you to your dear boyfriend?" To be honest, she didn't expect Liang Jiru to be so scared by that animated picture. But as a single woman who was constantly fed dog food, seeing Liang Jiru being scared by her scent picture, she inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. It felt so good. Savor the malice from a single woman, you lovable fool. Liang Jiru glanced slightly annoyed at her but still said gently, "Chen Lu asked me to come over after class. This silly girl was always so gentle. You don't need me to accompany you." Lin Miao Miao continued, a bit regretful after enjoying her previous action. Liang Jiru shook her head. "It's not dark yet, no need. You're too timid, learn from me." Lin Miao Miao patted her chest. This was an action only she could do in public. This level of stuff didn't scare me even in elementary school. The startup base was inside the school, and after class, you could quickly reach it by renting a shared bike. Habade Dara, Madorinade-eyed, Lin Miao Miao proudly hummed a song, strolling to the front of the company. She pushed open the office door as usual, only to find the entire company empty. Did it shut down? Dumbfounded, she walked to her workstation, took out her phone, opened the work group, and found no special messages. The confusion on her face deepened. No notice given. Just then, the lights above her flickered twice. Her heart inexplicably quickened, and she stood up from her chair, quickly sending a message in the group. "Lin Miao Miao, where are you guys?" Her assistant Ziye replied immediately. "Ziye, what do you mean? Where are guys? Where are you?" "Miao Miao, didn't you finish class already? Why haven't you come yet?" "Lin Miao Miao, I'm here, but there's no one in the company." Ziye, confused. "JPG, what nonsense are you talking? We are all here." She sent over a video. In the video, Ziya held her phone and turned around, showing everyone seated at their desks, some diligently working with their heads down, and the slackers still slacking off. After watching the video, with her hand limp, Lin Miao Miao's phone fell down. A chill suddenly ran through her spine, making her scalp tingle. She quickly raised her head. The entire company was still empty, completely different from the video. Seeing the dark clouds outside, she started to feel scared. She was just about to leave when suddenly all the lights in the company went out. Lin Miao Miao felt her legs go weak. About to run, she heard Ziji's voice. "Miao Miao sis." She mustered her remaining courage to walk over, only to find a phone playing a recording. "Trying to scare me, huh?" Lin Miao Miao let out a relieved sigh, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Before she could finish, the phone played a sound again. "Miao Miao sis, turn around." Lin Meow Meow abruptly turned around to see a person wearing a ghost mask standing stiffly behind her, tilting their head towards her. Ah! Chapter 219 building. Just as Lin Meow Meow was about to be scared into sitting on the ground, her wrist was grabbed by that ghost-faced figure. She managed to not collapse. I don't want to die. I've never been in love, Lin Meow Meow said with teary eyes closed. After keeping her eyes shut for a while and realizing that none of the expected ways to die had happened, Lin Meow Meow tentatively opened her eyes. She then saw that the ghost had taken off the mask and hood, revealing the face of Peng Leian underneath. No, it was Peng Leian. Brother Lu, her screams were too loud. I didn't have time to deliver my lines. Peng Leian regretted not completing his task for Chen Lu for the first time. Lin Meow Meow, still recovering, weakly leaned against the table, slightly opening her mouth. She looked up to see Chen Lu casually walking in, softly saying, "It's all right, the effect has been achieved." He then smiled at Lin Meow Meow. And, Lin Meow Meow, your last words were quite abstract. Chen Lu felt somewhat disappointed. There were still more challenges planned, including a chase scene, which now seemed unnecessary because Lin Meow Meow couldn't handle the first wave. Those extras outside pretending to be zombies were now wasted. He was willing to bet that the meticulous planning of this scheme was convincing enough to make someone unaware believe it was real. This was the consequence of teasing Liang Jiru. After all the lights in the office were turned on, Chen Lu clapped his hands, and many people hidden at the company entrance walked in casually. They were all dressed in outfits borrowed from horror movie crews, with makeup on their faces. Those who knew understood that the boss was playing a new game, while those who didn't thought a horror movie was being filmed. Too bad. Just a little more courage. And you could have experienced these, Chen Lu sighed, feeling regretful. The setup might have attracted people willing to pay for it. Lin Meow Meow was now fully recovered, staring angrily at him. Thank you for your pity. Who does he think he is, scaring his girlfriend like that? She was still a bit shaken, with her heart pounding. She silently rejoiced that she didn't cry out loud. How could she face others if she did? After some commotion in the office, the group, who had cosplayed and played some murder mystery games, started to tidy up and leave. Chen Lu looked at Ziya, who explained she was threatened by someone, and at Lin Meow Meow, who was staring at him both distressed and resentful. He couldn't help but smile slyly. The smile never vanished instantly from a person's face, it would just transfer to another's. Boss, the team building ends here, and my makeup is wasted, a pale-faced girl approached, looking bored. Let's call it a day early. Props can be used for the next team building. She suddenly got interested. When is the next team building? The next time someone bullies your boss lady. Her excited expression gradually turned numb. She sighed and left, feeling a distant kind of frustration for the first time. Who would dare bully the boss lady now? Everyone now knew that, while the boss lady might seem simple, bullying her would definitely lead to severe backlash from someone. A perfectly executed severe backlash, ignoring the consequences. Lin Meow Meow was considered courageous among the girls for her reaction, but on herself. The girl took a sharp breath. It was too scary, and she couldn't imagine it. The boss was cunning and mentally twisted. Don't mess with him. She vowed never to slack off again, fearing Chen Lu might hold it against her, afraid that she might become the protagonist in such an event in the future. After most people left the company, Chen Lu thought to himself, come to the company quickly, I have something fun to show you. Liang Jiru. It's dark outside, I'm scared. Chen Lu twitched his mouth, feeling speechless. Her courage was already lacking, and now it might have regressed several years. Liang Jiru had never encountered anything scary before, which explained her lack of tolerance. She seemed quite adorable. Liang Jiru, what are you doing? I've cooked your favorite dish, please come back soon. Chen Lu, I'm coming back soon. I am avenging you. He then put down his phone and walked up to Lin Meow Meow, who looked like a stiff corpse. Do you dare to bully your boss lady again? Ziya told me you even used her wages to pressure her into acting for you. Lin Meow Meow exclaimed in anger. Chen Lu, let me tell you, being rich doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. Chen Lu took a pair of sunglasses from the table and put them on nonchalantly, saying, sorry. Being rich means exactly that. He looked at Peng Leian, who was typing on his keyboard. Leian, am I right?
Right,
Peng Lian answered without really listening, which was the response Chen Lu wanted. Chen Lu turned to Lin Miao Miao, who was visibly irritated, and continued, "Don't you believe it?" The next moment, he transferred $10,000 to Lin Miao Miao. Rich people can do whatever they want. Otherwise, it's just because they don't have enough money. Lin Miao Miao gritted her teeth, refusing to accept the money, and continued to glare at him. Did he think he could bribe her with $10,000? Who did he think she was? Unfazed, Chen Lu transferred another 10,000. Think about how many of these are in 648. Before Lin Miao Miao could respond, he transferred another 20,000. Staring at the $40,000 transfer, Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but gulp, feeling the conversation had taken a different turn. A rich boy just kept transferring money without saying a word, as if waiting for her reaction to make more transfers. Wasn't this like a Thai drama? Specifically where the rich male lead targets the wife's best friend. But she wasn't as pretty as Liang Jiru, right? Looking at the 61,648s, she became increasingly tempted. Finally, she made a decision, throwing her phone on the table, and firmly declared, "I won't accept your dirty money. I can't betray Jiru." Chen Lu, dumbfounded, took off his sunglasses and looked at her in amazement. Wow, deep sisterhood. Although this is technically Jiru's money, you won't even take your wages. Are you working for free for the sake of sisterhood? You're quite funny. Is this even a wage? Lin Miao Miao suddenly felt embarrassed. Chen Lu shrugged. What did you think? With the company's expansion, your wages and Peng Lian's will definitely increase. Peng Lian, looking up, said, Brother Lu gave me the money as soon as he got back in the evening. I'm leaving, boss lady. Wait for me to come home for dinner. After saying this, Chen Lu left, leaving the others with a carefree silhouette. It took a while before Lin Miao Miao's blood pressure returned to normal, and she then shouted, Chen Lu, you are one reckless jerk. Chapter 210. Give me some face at least, sis Miao Miao. We can't beat the boss. Let's not provoke him in the future. Ziya, sitting next to Lin Miao Miao, held her hand timidly and said, she looked like a victim of the unscrupulous boss. The more Lin Miao Miao listened, the angrier she became. She tapped the other person's head with a paintbrush. You traitor. You're even siding with Chen Lu. What about our sisterly bond? I don't understand why all of you are so biased in favor of Chen Lu. Peng Lian, Chen's #1 fan, who had just finished a part of a mission, cleared his throat and said softly, Chen Lu is amazing. When the company was under a lot of pressure and everyone was working overtime, he just organized a small team-building activity under the guise of revenge against you. When everyone who didn't want to participate left to play, then he started with this activity. Look, whether or not you chose to join, everyone is happy. He achieved his goal and didn't spend as much money as a company-sponsored team-building activity. If Chen Lu hadn't considered others' experience, he wouldn't have prepared so many props for the murder mystery game, nor would he have specifically hired a professional host to come over. Lin Miao Miao listened in astonishment and saw that her monthly salary had increased from 2,000 to 10,000, then from 10,000 to 20,000, and now had doubled to 40,000. Why did she suddenly feel that the boss was both cunning and generous? Following Chen Lu seemed to have a bright future. Lin Miao Miao inexplicably felt a sense of loyalty. Besides, Chen Lu was willing to share with them. She suddenly began to worrying about Liang Jiru's future married life. Being with such a rascal, isn't she afraid of being fooled into having a whole football team? Chen Lu walked downstairs and happened to run into Zhang Chao, who was running over in a hurry. It's already time off. Why are you here? Chen Lu asked. Zhang Chao scratched his head awkwardly and said, I came to. No, I came to work overtime. You arrived just in time. Peng Lian is setting up the anti-reverse mechanism. If you came here for gossip, you're late, Chen Lu said. Hearing Chen Lu recount the events, Zhang Chao couldn't help cursing. Damn. How can you be such an unethical boss? He finished speaking and then hugged Chen Lu's shoulder. Do you have a video? I'm not interested in seeing Lin Miao Miao cry. I just want to see how our first company team building event went. No, it's enough to cause a stir. Keeping it would make it a black mark in history. Zhang Chao didn't feel regret, just nodded blankly. Let's go out for dinner tonight. Call Li Xinian. It's been a while since the last time we all hung out together. Seems like he suddenly has a relative working in the State Administration of Radio and Television. Tomorrow Tomorrow works too. Zhang Chao curiously asked, but why tomorrow? Chen Lu smiled at him, because someone at home has already made dinner for me. Zhang Chao has been provoked by Chen Lu not once or twice. This time he couldn't help it and caught up to Chen Lu in one stride and gave him a throat lock. What the hell are you playing at? Don't you have a girlfriend? Let her cook for you, Chen Lu said innocently while fending him off. Zhang Chao became angrier listening to his mockery. Let Liu Yan stay at home to cook for him. That's humorous. If he dared to mention it, Liu Yan would immediately show him what suffering means. The streetlights lit up as dusk fell and the evening breeze blew gently. A group of boys who had just finished playing basketball passed by the entrepreneurial center, gathering together and making noise. They glanced at each other, finding nothing odd in each other's behavior. Zhang Chao pushed Chen Lu forward, and they exchanged friendly greetings from time to time. Luckily, no reporters were watching them now. Otherwise, the headlines would read, "Shocking. The two founders of the North Star Company got into a fight in front of the company building." The sounds of laughter from pedestrians echoed in their ears. Chen Lu looked at the familiar scenes from the school and the familiar person beside him, feeling as if time had turned back a few years and nothing had changed. But thinking about the reason why everyone had gathered back together in the dormitory, Chen Lu felt that something seemed to have changed. When Chen Lu returned to the rental house, Liang Jiru was sitting with her legs crossed, chin resting on her knees, looking at her phone intently. Interestingly, all the lights in each room, including the bathroom, were turned on by this silly girl. The house was brightly lit up, resembling a festive occasion. He sat next to the girl, seeing that she had been staring at a chat page between two people. He couldn't help teasing her. Just send a reminder if you want to. See how other girlfriends check on their boyfriends. I'll lock the door immediately. Don't bother coming back. He jokingly mimicked the tone of his memory of Wang Zhaoluo and Chen Guanglin, thinking how silly she was to be scared like this, and still reluctant to remind him for the second time after promising to make his favorite dish. Liang Jiru turned off the phone screen and leaned her head gently on his shoulder, feeling a sense of safety from the chaos that seemed to vanish. As if she had found a refuge suddenly, her turbulent thoughts calmed down. The girl cherished this overwhelmingly comforting feeling and couldn't help thinking that if Chen Lu could come back sooner, that would be great. However, she shook her head slowly and whispered, "It's okay." At his words, Chen Lu looked at all the lights turned on in the room, rubbed Liang Jiru's head. "Are you scared?" Liang Jiru nodded slightly, feeling embarrassed. She cared a lot about electricity bills, but she was genuinely scared. After a long battle in her mind, she bit her lip, deciding to turn on all these lights. "I guess you're sitting with crossed legs because you're afraid of something crawling out from under the couch and grabbing your feet suddenly," Chen Lu laughed. Liang Jiru looked up at him blankly. "How do you know everything ... But she felt that a ghost wouldn't be interested in her feet. Only Chen Lu would be. Chen Lu found it amusing, because what you're doing now, I've done that right after watching a horror movie. Liang Jiru suddenly felt a bit sad, thinking that if only Chen Lu could come back with a better reason to make her stay. Going back to that old, eerie house alone, where the bathroom faucet occasionally dripped, she couldn't turn on the lights to sleep, and without Chen Lu, she would be very scared. After hesitating for a while, she sighed inwardly and said softly, "Let's eat." Chen Lu looked at the 4 full dishes on the table and thought, this silly girl really put in effort just to make sure he came back early. Even though there was a shortcut to achieving the goal, this silly girl's head couldn't figure it out. "You should stay here tonight," Chen Lu suddenly said, halfway through the meal. Liang Jiru, who was still in a daze, immediately looked up at him. "Are you planning to deceive me again?" Chen Lu blinked in confusion. Why did he feel a hint of expectation in her tone despite her sarcastic reply? "What are you talking about? Mainly, the almanac says it's not favorable to drive today. Do you think I'm stupid?" Chapter 211, The Aftermath of a Horror Movie. Liang Jiru puffed up her cheeks, feeling speechless. "Can't you be a little more serious when coming up with excuses? Even if it's just something simple like a flat tire, or borrowing the car from Zhang Chao. Give me a decent excuse and I'll leave on my own." The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. The girl pouted and glared at Chen Lu while serving him food. "Stop serving me, please," Chen Lu pleaded, looking surprised. "I really can't eat anymore." Liang Jiru continued to serve him food as if she couldn't hear him. These dishes that Chen Lu loved were bought painstakingly by her. In the evening, the hallway was already dark, especially in this old neighborhood where the two-story sound-controlled lights were broken. She mustered up great courage to hum a song while walking downstairs. The most embarrassing part was when she hummed the song, she happened to encounter a neighbor in the same building. Just recalling it made her feel like jumping out of the window. After dinner, Chen Lu sat slumped in his chair, lifting his shirt to look at his round belly, feeling despondent. He couldn't bear to see Liang Jiru in vain, so he ate as much as she served, ending up uncomfortably full. "Let me wash the dishes. You haven't recovered from the horror movie aftermath yet," he said, belching. "It's okay. Sit here and chat with me." "I won't be afraid then," Liang Jiru responded and picked up the dishes, but instead of leaving immediately, she stood there gazing at him fixedly. Then, she lightly tapped Chen Lu's forehead with her head. Chen Lu, holding his forehead, stared blankly at the girl as she walked towards the kitchen. He found her reaction to his joke unusually extreme. Was she really expecting something from him earlier when he joked? Did he misread the situation? He hadn't even added fuel to the fire. In any case, it was too late to bring it up again, or he might just get a headbutt from her. Suddenly feeling guilty, Chen Lu tittied up and showed Liang Jiru some behind-the-scenes footage of horror movie shoots, trying to help her overcome the shadow of the horror film. Later, he drove Liang Jiru home. Walking side by side in the alley, their shadows stretched long under the overhead lights. Even the familiar shadows looked somewhat sinister in Liang Jiru's eyes. "Would you escort me to my door?" Liang Jiru tightly held Chen Lu's arm, her voice trembling. "If I were you, I'd just stay in the rental house instead of going back," Chen Lu lightly said, teasing the back of the girl's hand. "Then we could share a bed at night. I could protect you and tell you bedtime stories." Tempted by this proposal for a moment, Liang Jiru hesitated before vigorously shaking her head. No. After calming down, especially after hearing Chen Lu's strange offer, she suddenly felt it would be dangerous to stay by his side at night. It was a different kind of danger. Why? Chen Lu thought he could persuade the naive girl to accompany him home. Liang Jiru whispered softly, "You might take advantage of me. Irritated by the girl's assumption, Chen Lu insisted, "I'm only interested in your body, not your life. Am I not much friendlier than those non-existent fears you have?" Nodding slightly, the girl found Chen Lu's argument somewhat reasonable. As Chen Lu was about to say something, an orange cat suddenly jumped into the alley from the wall, licked its paws, and continued on its way. Cats and dogs were common in this area, and this breed, a domestic cat, was the most commonly seen type. So, apart from an initial scare, Chen Lu didn't react much. Liang Jiru, on the other hand, closed her eyes tightly upon seeing the unknown creature, shivering as she pulled Chen Lu behind her. You go first," the girl said, her voice trembling. Chen Lu, seeing Liang Jiru already embracing what seemed like a destined collision, awkwardly rubbed his nose. Bringing her to watch behind-the-scenes footage of a horror movie shoot seemed to have backfired. After a while, he managed to coax the girl into opening her eyes and pointed seriously at the cat now perched on the wall. "Look, it's just a cat." Liang Jiru gradually regained her composure, but her legs felt weak, so she leaned against Chen Lu. She was genuinely fearful, her face now pale with fright. She used to fear only simple things due to her lack of imagination, but after seeing the behind-the-scenes footage, her mind was now capable of conjuring various scenarios. Chen Lu pinched her cheek as they both looked at the unexpected guest. Cats could be quite eerie at night due to their glowing eyes. "Why are you as chubby as a pig?" Chen Lu teased. "Meow." The orange cat felt insulted and walked away after casting a glance at Chen Lu. Liang Jiru breathed a sigh of relief but suddenly tensed up. "Something is touching my waist." Chen Lu replied, "That's my hand." The next day, the company announced a day off, but Chen Lu ended up being busier than ever. He went to the office early in the morning and didn't leave until after 9 in the evening. He then dropped off Liang Jiru, who was currently tutoring Chen Mo, at her home before finally having dinner. When he arrived at the restaurant, Zhang Chao and Li Xinian had been waiting for a while. Both of them looked at him with disdain, as his late arrival was explained by escorting his girlfriend. "Stop staring. It's my treat tonight," Chen Lu said as he sat down slowly at the table, picking up a skewer of meat and taking a bite. "It's not the season for barbecue anymore, And you guys still ordered this. This group had been eating together like this for the past few years, without any mysterious rules. Zhang Chao picked a barbecue place by the river for the evening, with their table just beside the riverside, separated by a wooden fence. It was already mosquito-free at this time of the year, and the river shimmered, creating a tranquil mood. Except for feeling a little chilly, everything else was perfect. "Why don't you let your girlfriend take a cab home?" Zhang Chao sarcastically remarked, having reached his limit even before finishing his peanuts. "No, I have to escort her," Chen Lu said after swallowing the food in his mouth. She's still not recovered from watching Lin Miao Miao's horror video. The dishes had just been served, steaming hot, indicating that these two started ordering only after they were sure Chen Lu would be there soon. Zhang Chao laughed. "Interesting. What video? Show me. It's really scary. I shivered when I watched it," Chen Lu explained. "Coward. Let me see it." Zhang Chao, feeling more and more skeptical, a man in his 20s, could still be afraid of such a silly thing? It was probably a childhood fear that never went away. Sitting next to Zhang Chao, Li Xinian nudged him with his elbow, saying seriously, "You go watch it, I don't want bad luck." "Are you both fools?" Zhang Chao muttered, then leaned on the wooden fence by the river, holding a cigarette in one hand and the phone in the other, looking intrigued. "Unbelievable. I'll take a look," he said, passing the phone to Zhang Chao. "Playing it cool," Zhang Chao retorted. "I'm super brave, right?" The phone slipped from Zhang Chao's hand, knocking against the wooden fence before falling into the water with a splash. Everyone was left speechless for a moment. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Zhang Chao ground the cigarette, but that fell with the phone, muttering under his breath, I'll buy you a new one later." Chapter 212. She is gentleness itself. Chen Lu looked at the ripples caused by his phone dropping into the water, completely dissipated before looking up at Zhang Chao. "Why don't you drive my car into the river too?" "I happen to want to change my car." "Boss, aren't you afraid?" Li Xinian asked with a smile. "Oh, I'm super brave." Chen Lu deliberately imitated Zhang Chao's tone just now, sitting back at the table, not taking it too seriously. He was no longer someone short of money. Zhang Chao felt a bit awkward being teased, scratching his cheek with his index finger. "It caught me off guard. I just wasn't mentally prepared. One day, when you're cremated, your mouth will still be stiff," Chen Lu sneered. Zhang Chao suddenly realized that he was no longer used to Chen Lu calling him boss. They were still brothers, but Chen Lu had transformed from his good big roommate into the person leading him to earn money. Life has its own rules. It's not a matter of whether you want to resist or not, but once you come into contact with it, you have already been subtly changed. "It's been a while since a few of us gathered together, right?" Zhang Chao changed the topic. The last time they gathered was to celebrate winning the first prize in a competition. That was almost half a year ago, when this company was still in its infancy. He had already anticipated that he and Li Xinian would gradually drift apart, but now he truly felt it in his heart. Despite his growing suspicion that Zhang Chao had become someone to be watched out for, Li Xinian replied with a bit of desolation in his eyes, just studying for exams. "What about Qin Wengxi? Are you still in contact?" Chen Lu continued. "Yes." Zhang Chao had quietly lit another cigarette, taking a drag, the red smoke standing out in the night. He exhaled, saying, "She's still lingering." Li Xinian lowered his eyelids, pushed his glasses up, but remained silent. After a while, he slowly said, "But she's more proactive now." "Are you sure it's not because suddenly you seem promising?" Zhang Chao, a few glasses of wine in, began to speak without holding back, completely forgetting that today he was here to curry favor with someone with family ties. The game license was the lifeline of a mobile game company. Some companies hanging by a thread could suddenly make a big investment just by getting the license approved. At the very least, they could sell it for a huge profit, even if they did nothing but sell it behind the scenes. This was why some business owners, who were preparing to jump off a building one day, were parting the next day after getting the license. However, meeting again, as roommates who had lived together for years, he felt more disappointed that Zhang Chao hadn't become more successful. As they drank less and talked more, the conversation gradually grew livelier, passing 11 p.m. Li Xinian and Zhang Chao were starting to feel a bit tipsy, while Chen Lu tried to remain as sober as possible, though he was also feeling the effects of the alcohol. He had lost track of time, thinking he had only been there for an hour. "I'm going to the restroom." Li Xinian, unsteadily standing up, said. Chen Lu grabbed his arm as he stood up. Your dad's also going. Just as the two were about to leave, they heard Zhang Cao's phone ring. They both stopped in their tracks, looking at Zhang Cao, who seemed embarrassed. Good entertainment was on the way. Zhang Cao rolled his eyes at them, reluctantly answering the call. Hey, why haven't you been responding to my messages? Came an annoyed voice from the phone. Having dinner. It's too noisy at this barbecue stand. Couldn't hear. Who are you with? Why are you having dinner until after 11? Lian Yan's tone was impatient, clearly not the first time she had called. Chen Lu and Li Xinian. You can trust them, right? Let them say something. Zhang Cao, face slightly flushed from the alcohol, gestured for the two to speak. Chen Lu just blinked and stared at him as if he hadn't heard anything. Zhang Cao began to panic, his mouth opening and closing, not quite sure what threat he was trying to convey. Just as Lian Yan's anger was about to reach a boiling point on the other end of the line, Chen Lu and Li Xinian quickly spoke up. We're here. We're here. Zhang Cao breathed a sigh of relief, ending the call. You heard that, right? It's almost midnight. If you don't go back now, you might as well die outside. Hey, the signal here is terrible. I'll call you back later. Zhang Cao quickly hung up. Such a wimp, both of them echoed. Wimp. It's called sincerity. Zhang Cao muttered, feeling increasingly indignant. Why doesn't your girl ever ask for a check-in? He then slapped himself and said, forget it, shut up, and pretend I didn't ask. Damn, he almost gave her the opportunity to show off their affection. Chen Lu ignored that, patting Zhang Cao on the shoulder. Hurry up, I need to check in too. These moments of clumsiness made Chen Lu wonder how many times Zhang Cao had touched his phone to delete a number that he was reluctant to delete. If she hesitated for a long time and finally mustered up the courage to call but found the number unreachable, she must have been very worried. Chen Lu took the phone, dialing the familiar number by heart, and pressed call. Strangely, Liang Jiru wasn't answering tonight. Now, instead of her worrying about him, he was starting to worry about her. She never didn't answer the phone, even if she was asleep. Her sleep was always light, and she could always be woken up by a call. Suddenly, Zhang Cao tapped him on the shoulder. When he didn't respond, Zhang Cao tugged at him. Already a bit tipsy, Chen Lu almost stumbled. What's up? Look over there. Zhang Cao pointed in the distance. Chen Lu straightened his body, looking in the direction Zhang Cao indicated. He saw a girl with long black hair wearing a high-neck sweater, walking towards them. She looked around as if searching for something, occasionally blocking someone's path, then hurriedly apologizing before repeating the process. Although his vision was slightly blurred from drinking, he recognized the girl's familiar, easy-to-bully movements. Chen Lu tossed Zhang Cao's phone at him, not caring if he caught it or not, and hurried over. Zhang Cao quickly caught his phone, muttering, damn. Li Xinian sat back down, his tone somber, indeed. Liang Jiru, recognizing Chen Lu's face, first breathed a sigh of relief, then took out her thermos from her bag, saying softly, honey water. How did you find me? Chen Lu looked puzzled because he didn't remember mentioning the name of the barbecue restaurant. Liang Jiru's nose was slightly red from the cold, her eyes moist, as if filled with tears. She fidgeted with her fingers and explained hesitantly, when you ignored me before, you said you were eating by the river ... Said it's not fun eating barbecue this season. Then I searched for one barbecue restaurant after another. The slightly warm cheeks of Chen Lu, already heated from the alcohol, were now cooled by the cold wind. Seeing the honey water in his hand and the girl in front of him with reddened ears from the cold, he suddenly sobered up. You dared to come out alone like this. This wasn't something Liang Jiru would normally do, especially considering her lingering fear after watching a horror movie. Liang Jiru's eyes grew increasingly moist, as if all the accumulated grievances were bursting forth, her voice quivering. I gathered up the courage to come. Your phone was unreachable, and I didn't have anyone else's number ... Liang Jiru's voice trembled, becoming more tearful the more she spoke. It was clear she had been extremely worried this night. Chen Lu hugged her, feeling incredibly conflicted. Liang Jiru didn't accuse him of neglect, just hugged his waist tightly, burying her face against his chest, letting him hold her. Li Xinian watched this scene from a distance, then quietly looked down at the food he had finished eating. Qin Wengxi acknowledged it then didn't reply any further. Silently, he moved his finger to delete the contact. but he couldn't bring himself to press down. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Trembling slightly, he eagerly checked it, only to find it was an advertisement from a hot pot restaurant. After a moment of hesitation, the light from the screen gradually extinguished in his dull eyes. At that moment, his excitement quickly turned into disillusionment, colder than before. Chapter 213. A thorn. Chen Lu bent down to kiss Liang Ziru's head, his lips unconsciously curling up. Despite appearing silly most of the time, he would become quite clever when it came to matters concerning him. Pondering this, he suddenly felt his collar becoming slightly warm and damp. Liang Ziru then hugged him a bit tighter and whispered, "I won't disturb your socializing, but please don't ignore me, okay? I'm really worried. Chen Lu lightly nodded. "I didn't mean to ignore you. It's just that my phone slipped out of my hands and fell into the river due to Zhang Cao's clumsiness." He himself paused midway while speaking. Damn, why does this excuse suddenly feel so far-fetched? If someone else told him such a thing, he wouldn't believe it, right? Losing a phone while having a meal. Why not say that aliens took it for research? The suspect is at the scene. Let me take you to ask him, he quickly added, realizing how absurd his explanation sounded. Even scammers wouldn't use such a flimsy reason. Liang Ziru shook her head gently, her voice soft, "I believe you." She then took a step back, gazing at Chen Lu, as if confirming whether what she saw was real. Those things don't matter, as long as you're okay. Of course, she believed Chen Lu's words. More than fearing his neglect, she dreaded something happening to him. If she had to choose, she would definitely choose the former. Her words, "I believe," completely broke down Chen Lu's defenses, making him suddenly feel the urge to slap himself. "How about you bump me with your rocket headbit? I should have messaged you about the phone right away," he said, looking at Liang Ziru, whose ears turned red. He felt guilty the more he looked at her, especially thinking about how she must have searched alone in the night in fear. "No. And your friends are still here. It would be embarrassing if I had butted you in front of them. Liang Ziru glanced over at Zhang Chao and Li Xinian, then said, "Have you finished eating? I'll go back first then." "Wait, it's about to end. I'll let them know." Chen Lu took Liang Ziru's hand and led her back to the table. Zhang Chao, aware of Liang Ziru's social anxiety due to Chen Lu's repeated reminders, did not interfere, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Li Xinian, however, was completely stunned. When he first saw Liang Ziru, she hadn't even trimmed her bangs, wore plain clothes, and didn't bother much about her appearance. Although she was just unremarkable back then, the transformation now was truly astounding. His emotions suddenly became complex. During Chengang's inspection, he might not have envied it as much due to Li Yan's tone, even deriving some schadenfreude like Chen Lu did. But now, he truly envied it. People were actively seeking out Chen Lu, and he was not just good-looking, but also considerate. He spent the evening out, and there was no one worried about him. Li Xinian couldn't comprehend it. They had been together for years, so why was he the only one stuck in the same place? Regarding his career, he chose to take the public service exam, but ended up assisting Qin Wengxi in various matters, even accompanying her on outings. Now, with exams nearing, he felt unprepared and hesitated to admit he had put in no effort. As for love, he glanced at Chen Lu and Liang Ziru, observing how Chen Lu playfully teased her with a skewer of grilled meat, making him feel even more distant. He began pondering what his relationship with Qin Wengxi had brought him. "This place is fine. Why don't you two enjoy a bit more, or else I'll be left as a third wheel," Zhang Chao jokingly remarked in front of Liang Ziru. He didn't insist on paying the bill either, and left after gesturing to the valet standing at a distance. He patted Li Xinian on the shoulder, but since Li Xinian remained lost in thought, Zhang Chao left on his own. Damn, what poor observation skills. That's what you get for not having a girlfriend. Zhang Chao inwardly cursed, continuing towards the valet. "Which car is yours?" the valet asked, pointing to the stacked cars. "The Mercedes E300. Afraid to drive it? Didn't you just start as a valet? Don't worry, you won't have to pay. Just step on the gas pedal to the floor, and if we crash, we'll go down together." "No, man, you're drunk. I'll drive." As Chen Lu shifted his gaze back from chatting with the valet to Li Xinian, he found it odd. Although Li Xinian often lacked emotional intelligence, it was unusual for him to be so oblivious. They had almost finished eating, and he had brought Liang Zero here just to say a quick hello before leaving. Why was he suddenly not leaving? Is everything okay? Chen Lu sensed something amiss, sat next to him, poured a drink, and softly asked. Li Xinian sighed and said, I need to talk to you about something. Chen Lu glanced at Liang Zero across the table, signaling her discreetly. Liang Zero obediently nodded. Chen Lu led Li Xinian to the riverbank, resting his arm on the wooden railing, facing him. What's up? Spit it out. The evening breeze was chilly, and standing by the river intensified the cold, seeping through the gaps in their collars and sleeves. After that gust of wind receded, Li Xinian's intoxication had nearly dissipated, his mind much clearer. As his mind cleared, however, sadness crept in. Glancing at the distance between them and the barbecue stand, he whispered, How did you manage to move on in the past? Chen Lu's response was unexpected. What do you think moving on entails, Li? Xinian mumbled softly. Maybe it's about completely forgetting her. Then he looked up and asked, What do you think? Chen Lu took a deep breath. It's like a thorn deeply embedded in your hand. Initially, it stings to the bone, but eventually, you'll start feeling nothing. But the thorn is still there, Li Xinian interjected. Feeling understood wasn't that easy. How could there be no feelings involved? Chen Lu nodded slightly without denying and added, However, just because you have a thorn in your hand doesn't mean you should give up on life. Li Xinian was left dumbfounded. Chen Lu walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said, There are still people who worrying about you. Tell your parents about dining out. They will be concerned. Time is limited. Remember to prioritize those who love you. I have to go now. I haven't mentioned my relatives yet. Li Xinian stopped mid-sentence, feeling a pang of sorrow. He had guessed why they had gathered again, but subconsciously tried to deceive himself into thinking it was due to years of friendship during college. Chen Lu gestured without turning his head. Did you hear me mention it? After saying that, he patted Liang Ziru's cheek and said, Let's go, darling. Stop calling me that. Li Xinian clearly saw the girl's scolding tone but couldn't hide her smile. He seemed to understand something suddenly. Thankful to have met you, Li Xinian said to himself, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand before leaving. However, he was stopped by the server from the barbecue joint. Sir, those two gentlemen who left earlier did not settle the bill. The server politely informed him of the total bill and asked about payment method. Li Xinian was perplexed. How could these two big shots leave without paying for their meal? Was that right? Chapter 214, Not feeling guilty. You look really nice in that outfit. Chen Lu admired the black knit sweater on the upper body of Liang Jiru and couldn't help but praise. Not bad, spending money on clothes. I'll give you 1 extra point. It must be said that black clothes, especially this kind of knit sweater, really accentuate the figure. Liang Jiru proudly said, Got it at a 70% discount. Just arrived today. Her income from painting has been increasing, so she can afford to buy herself things now. People even have to line up to get her to paint their portraits. Chen Lu's face instantly turned cold. Well, in that case, no extra points for you. Liang Jiru was not happy, gently shaking his arm. How about adding 1 point? Just 1. She still scored a 0 on the quantitative standard of a good girlfriend. Who could bear that? No, Chen Lu had his own principles in this regard. After saying that, he realized his phone was still in the river. How should we get back? Standing in place, he asked blankly. Liang Jiru noticed she couldn't pull his hand and turned back to look at him. Take the bus. That's how I came here. It's so late. There are night buses. That's how I came here. Just need to walk an extra half hour. Chen Lu thought to himself, if she insists on walking an extra half hour, she might as well just kill him, and quickly said, Let's call a cab so I can also bring my car back. That will cost a lot of money. How about we take the bus and have a little walk too? He had become immune to this kind of behavior from girls, so he leaned close to her ear and whispered, The older generation always says that before taking a night bus, you should look at all the passengers' feet. Do you know why? Liang Jiru immediately covered her ears tightly. Don't say it. I won't take the bus, okay? That's right, I'll find a cab, drop you off first, then go back. Chen Lu was about to walk back to where he parked the car when he saw the girl standing still. What's wrong? He curiously asked. Liang Jiru nervously twiddled her fingers. I can't go back. Chen Lu was even more puzzled. Why? Did Aunt Z suddenly have access control now? But she wasn't that kind of person, was she? When I left home, I told my mom that Liao Liao suddenly had a high fever at night, so I went to her place. It felt strange to tell her mom that she was coming to find Chen Lu so late, so she used Lin Miao Miao as a cover. After saying that, she turned her face away, her ears and cheeks still blushing, but not from the cold this time. How could she go back now? She couldn't possibly say that Lin Miao Miao was hospitalized and suddenly recovered, could she? Chen Lu was stunned. In order to deceive Liang Jiru into staying overnight, he had tried his best. Even writing a 10,000-word strategy plan was not an exaggeration. He had expected it to work by the end of the year, or maybe early next year when Anzi was fully recovered. After all, this girl was timid and conservative, so he wasn't in a hurry, just slow cooking it. But did she just give it all away for free? Was this kind of thing even possible? Just sleeping together at night was already quite joyful, wasn't it? Liang Jiru turned back to see Chen Lu standing there lost in thought, pursed her lips in irritation, and turned her face away to look at the night sky on the roadside, refusing to look at him again. Congratulations, you are now a mature naughty boy. Chen Lu smiled and said. Liang Jiru suppressed the urge to hit him on the head. You are the one who told me to be like you, to be a naughty kid. How does it feel to be a naughty kid? Chen Lu suddenly asked seriously. This question was not so much about how it feels to be a naughty kid, but more about how it feels to do whatever you want. The usually sensible Liang Jiru wouldn't have come out alone at this late hour, let alone leave Anzi home alone. It's good and bad. Liang Jiru slowly lowered her eyelids, gently bit her lip, and said lightly, but being with you makes me a little happier. Hearing that, Chen Lu's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't help but chuckle. You sound like you want to elope with me. Save those words for when we pack up and go to the station together. Isn't it almost like eloping anyway? The more she talked, the more nervous she got, sneaking out behind my mom to sleep with you. She regretted it in her heart, but even if she had to choose again, she would still lie and come out. Don't say words that can be easily misunderstood. Chen Lu chuckled, and besides, you've stayed overnight at my place before. Why haven't you gotten used to it yet? Liang Jiru walked up to him anxiously, glaring at him. Don't talk nonsense. We didn't do anything. We're still good kids. Chen Lu looked at her in surprise. We didn't do anything, even though we've spent a night together. He had gone from being a mountain climbing enthusiast to a mountain climber now, having even experienced accessible mountain climbing once. He had climbed the mountain and touched the leg. If as long as they didn't take the final step, they had done nothing. The two of them were still good, obedient, and sensible kids. It was quite a peculiar way of thinking for this girl. Liang Jiru felt a little guilty being seen through by him, her eyes involuntarily shifting away. Then what? Since we're both good kids, let's wait until after we're married to share a room. Chen Lu's mouth curved into a smile, showing a somewhat gentlemanly smile. I'll sleep in my own room tonight. No, I'm scared, Liang Jiru said timidly. If she was asked to sleep in a room by herself tonight, she'd rather sit outside the police station all night. She stood behind Chen Lu and pushed him forward. Can we go back quickly? It's almost midnight. Midnight was a sensitive time in horror movies and stories, and Liang Jiru had just realized that. Are we still innocent? Chen Lu let the girl push him forward while smiling mischievously and asked, Oh no, we're not innocent anymore. Then where do I sleep tonight? Liang Jiru was almost panicking. Even if the cold wind blew, her cheeks were still flushed. In my room. She buried her face in Chen Lu's clothes, her voice muffled. Behave yourself. Chen Lu had already dug out his faintly aching conscience. Liang Jiru took 2 deep breaths. Can I sleep in my room tonight? Yes. To the rental house. Liang Jiru was very considerate, walking up the stairs quietly at night. Several times even the sound-sensitive lights in the corridor did not wake up. Chen Lu, who followed her, also refrained from making much noise. It took them a while longer to climb the stairs than usual. I'll turn on the lights first, then you go in. Chen Lu went to the door and turned to the girl. Liang Jiru nodded from behind him, okay? Chen Lu walked into the entrance and pressed the switches a few times, but the lights in the entrance did not respond. Is everything okay? Liang Jiru was beginning to feel scared, holding onto Chen Lu's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Chen Lu frowned. Why wouldn't it turn on? Chapter 215, By Ji's encounter with the young girl, Liang Jiru. Chen Lu pondered for a moment before asking, Have you ever heard the saying, if you have a clear conscience, you have no fear of ghosts knocking on your door? Liang Jiru, already nervous, was frightened by this, and her legs turned weak. Don't scare me like that, she exclaimed. She had never done anything wrong in her life, always followed the rules, and even actively helped lost children find their mothers. Why was she faced with such a situation? Even if there were unclean entities, they shouldn't be targeting her, right? She quickly held Chen Lu's hand and nervously suggested, let's stay somewhere else today. If you have done something wrong, we can burn some spirit money, and then. Liang Jiru couldn't care less about dignity at this moment. She would rather sleep on the streets than stay here. The lights in the hallway were all fine, but the ones in the house were malfunctioning, which was too eerie. Chen Lu shook his head, wondering how her imagination was becoming stronger. I wanted to tell you, there are no ghosts in this world. Only people seek revenge. With that, he held Liang Jiru's hand and walked inside, taking a deep breath after closing the door. Lin Miao Miao, come out. No response. The house remained dim, with only faint lights from outside shining through the living room windows. Liang Jiru looked at him strangely, and her confusion momentarily overcame her fear. Chen Lu smirked and continued, and, Chen Mo, if you don't come out, I'll tell Mom about the week you skipped class last year. The shouting faded, and the surroundings fell into silence once again. Still pretending. Listen, I'll call Mom right now. Just as Chen Lu finished speaking, a girl with long hair covering her face, dressed in a crimson ancient costume akin to a pen fairy, walked slowly towards them. With each step, her skirt swayed until she stood still in front of them. Just as Liang Jiru felt like she was about to faint, the girl suddenly shook her arms in a huff, resembling a child throwing a tantrum. Brother! Liang Jiru was surprised that the ghost girl called Chen Lu brother. Could it be she was dating a ghost all this time? Sister-in-law, this. Chen Mo swept aside her hair and approached Liang Jiru, looking at her in astonishment. Liang Jiru was now sitting on the ground, hugging Chen Lu's leg tightly. Obviously, she didn't have the strength to even stand up. Sorry, I was planning to scare my brother. Didn't expect to frighten you instead. Liang Jiru trembled and kept her eyes closed. Don't come any closer. Haven't you realized it's me? I am Chen Mo. She wiped her teary eyes and said in a pitiful tone. Then she glanced at her current posture and actions, feeling embarrassed. Bullying Liang Jiru was an easy way to hurt one's conscience. Chen Mo approached her apologetically and weakly, then stood up and asked Chen Lu, did you have surveillance set up in the house? I guessed. Except for me and Liang Jiru, only Mom has the keys here. Unless there's really a ghost, it must be you and Lin Miao Miao working together. I wonder how Lin Miao Miao managed to get information from Zhang Cao's mouth. People who haven't done anything wrong are quick to suspect supernatural events when faced with odd occurrences. On the contrary, those who have committed misdeeds often believe they are being retaliated against. This was a result of the good deeds Chen Daishi had accumulated over the years. Lin Miao Miao's antics were just a game she and Chen Mo had played together since childhood. Lin Miao Miao, your accomplices have confessed. Are you still going to hide? Chen Lu comforted Liang Jiru while questioning. Lin Miao Miao, dressed in a blood-stained white dress, finally appeared and walked past them. Looks like your house circuit breaker is broken. I am going downstairs to fix it for you. Liang Jiru still couldn't muster the strength to stand. She hugged Chen Lu's leg and glanced at everyone, feeling a mix of emotions. A few minutes later, they regrouped in the living room. Chen Mo went to the bathroom to remove her makeup, leaving Lin Miao Miao alone on the couch, being judged by Chen Lu's eyes. Later, you will personally send Chen Mo back home, Chen Lu said coldly, criticizing their immature behavior. You can stay at my place tonight, Lin Miao Miao respectfully agreed, showing the most respect she had ever had for her boss. Since you weren't scared, can you stop holding a grudge? Lin Miao Miao said with a forced smile, motioning to Liang Jiru. You should spend the time talking about love with your wife. There are so many things for men and women to discuss, right? Clearly, she had already sold Liang Jiru out. How about your bonus? No need. Lin Miao Miao waved her hand, showing a symbolic smile. Use it to buy clothes for Jiru. When are you planning to use your remaining paid leave? Chen Lu held Liang Jiru's hand, smiling lightly. The company is concerned about your rest. Lin Miao Miao regretted not listening to Xiao Ji. Chen Lu, with his astute mind, wouldn't be easily fooled. Moreover, this time, not only did they fail to scare him, they had mistakenly frightened Liang Jiru due to the fake intelligence. Chen Lu nodded in satisfaction. What does the boss lady say? Liang Jiru, still burying herself in Chen Lu's shoulder, was too embarrassed to speak. Throughout the whole ordeal, Chen Lu had remained calm and collected, while Lin Miao Miao and Chen Mo, now seeing their predicament, were pleading fervently beside her. Both of them were aware that it didn't matter how Chen Lu felt. If they couldn't get Liang Jiru's forgiveness, they were in real trouble. Jiru, I'm sorry. I'll take you out for a nice meal next week. Please forgive me. Liang Jiru, a person who couldn't easily get upset, softened her heart as both begged her. I know, she mumbled. To avoid scaring any innocent passers-by, they all removed their makeup and changed before preparing to leave. Jiru, do you want to come with us? Chen Mo asked out of humanitarian concern. After all, Liang Jiru now looked like a well-behaved young girl who had been abducted. Her brother's expression was similar to a gentleman in a TV drama, just missing the glasses. I advise you not to meddle in this matter. Chen Lu, who had remained calm throughout, suddenly showed his distaste. Lin Miao Miao planned to say something, but seeing Chen Lu's expression, she couldn't bring herself to speak. I'm actually quite grudgeful, did you know that? Chen Lu suddenly said to Lin Miao Miao. I'm sleepy. Let's go, so I can wash up and sleep early, Lin Miao Miao said in a rush, grabbing Chen Mo as they ran off, as if they were the ones who had seen a ghost. The previously lively living room fell back into a quiet state. Liang Jiru, still trembling, leaned into Chen Lu's embrace, occasionally nuzzling her cheeks against him like a cat. You always lead me to do bad things, she whispered softly. Although she had not said a word, he refused on her behalf. Previously, she could have used being sick as an excuse, but now she wasn't ill. This was truly an overnight escapade, from her own perspective. Liang Jiru felt that Chen Lu was the type of mischievous child her mother had warned her about. On the other hand, she was the gullible child easily led astray by others. Oh, or now she was that naive girl swayed by sweet words and taken as a daughter-in-law. Are you leaving or not? They should have just gotten off the elevator. You can still follow them, Chen Lu asked gently. The shy girl hid her face in his chest. I'm not leaving, Liang Jiru murmured. Chapter 216. No signal. Chen Lu thought that he couldn't let this heartfelt effort go to waste, so he immediately pinned her down on the sofa and gave her a kiss. After a while, Liang Jiru, with flushed cheeks, leaned on Chen Lu, curiously looking at him. Are you still going to scare Miao Miao? No, she's even dumber than you. It's no fun to bully her. Liang Jiru blinked, her eyes full of doubt. Then why did you hint at her? Chen Lu smirked, letting her live in fear of retaliation without knowing when it's coming is more fun than scaring her directly. The girl continued with her not-so-smart questioning. You figured it out because you've been on edge due to Miao Miao and Xiaomo scaring you. You're getting smarter. Actually, I feel I've become a little braver. Liang Jiru drew a strange pattern on Chen Lu's chest with her index finger and whispered. Why? Because I suddenly realized that Miao Miao and Xiaomo are much worse than the messy things in movies. She pouted. You too. Chen Lu, feeling indignant, sat up straight from the sofa. Don't talk nonsense. It's late. Let's get ready to shower and sleep. He was a serious person. How could he be bad? It was really confusing. I've already showered. Then time to sleep. Chen Lu only noticed Liang Jiru looking at him with a helpless expression after he stood up. I can't get up. The girl bit her lip, feeling timid in her current situation. It's simple, I'll carry you. Chen Lu lifted her up, princess style, and walked slowly towards the bedroom. Perhaps almost every girl has imagined being carried like a princess, and Liang Jiru, at that moment, looked directly at Chen Lu, her feet not touching the ground, and she oddly felt safe and at ease. Unfortunately, good things don't last long. As soon as they entered the room and the door closed behind them, she immediately tensed up. The last time they stayed up late together, she was feverish and not as nervous. But now, her heart pounded loudly in the silence of the night. Chen Lu wasn't feeling great either. It was one thing to carry a girl like a princess to bed late at night, but when that girl was looking at you with such eyes, who wouldn't be confused? With Liang Jiru's adoring gaze, he almost felt like he had just saved the world. After gently placing the girl on the bed and seeing Liang Jiru checking in with her phone, Chen Lu silently walked to the other side. They say if you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen, so he needed to maintain his gentlemanly image, even if there wasn't much left of it. I forgot to bring my charger, Liang Jiru muttered as she looked at her phone. There's a power bank in the drawer of my room. Chen Lu stood up again, ready to get it for her. I'll go get it. Moments later, Chen Lu remembered that his mom's gift was also in the drawer. In a rush, he called out, "Wait!" When he saw Liang Jiru holding a small blue box, his pupils slightly constricted. Oh, his reputation was completely tarnished now. There was no way to explain this. She probably guessed it without even seeing it herself. As expected, in no time, the blush on Liang Jiru's cheeks intensified, and she lowered her head even more. After a few deep breaths, she stuttered, "You really have a dirty mind. Who hides something like that? I swear, it's not what you think. I didn't buy it." Then who gave it to you? Chen Lu fell silent. This time, he truly had no way to explain it. He couldn't say it was a gift from his own mother. If she found out, she'd skin him alive. Blaming Zhang Chao was an option for passing the buck, but if Liang Jiru had a bad impression of Zhang Chao, he couldn't use him as a shield in the future. And how could anyone be at ease going out with Zhang Chao afterward? So, he had to admit that he bought it. Then I'll take it away. Liang Jiru mumbled quietly. All right. Chen Lu lay back on the bed, looking troubled. While he contemplated how to salvage his reputation, the girl slowly approached and kissed him on the lips, a rare display of initiative. As they kissed, despite her silence, Liang Jiru conveyed her thoughts. Even though she wasn't catching up with him, she was still awkwardly responding, but quite cute, especially when she took the initiative to make peace. In the midst of their breathless moment, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. She was now all soft, wanting to melt into Chen Lu's arms. How was she starting to like this feeling when before holding hands made her nervous? Was she gradually descending into debauchery? Time passed silently as they breathed heavily, and at some point, Liang Jiru tried to lift her slightly sore right leg, only to realize it touched something. Chen Lu's body and breathing also quivered. The girl, who had just been taken advantage of moments ago, suddenly discovered a significant thing. The invincible Chen Lu seemed to have a weakness. With that thought in mind, she moved her thigh again. And again. In the bedroom without lights, they embraced each other silently. Moments later, Chen Lu took a deep breath, got up quietly, and walked straight to the bathroom. In the moonlight, Liang Jiru saw Chen Lu's silhouette, and her shimmering eyes displayed panic. She had felt the movement of the air conditioner remote against her leg. She wasn't sure, but she had an inkling of what was going on. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, she suddenly felt like she had done something wrong. She wanted to run away on the spot, and sat up looking around, realizing she had nowhere to escape. Rolling around on the bed in shame, her lithe white legs couldn't help but tremble twice. Liang Jiru, look at what you've done. Can't you just go to sleep? When you wake up, can you pretend nothing happened? Or should you just smack his head as soon as Chen Lu comes out? When Chen Lu returned, the girl was already buried under the covers as usual. After his shower, which further cleared his already clear mind, he silently lay down beside her. He dug Liang Jiru out from under the covers, cocooned her in his arms, and closed his eyes slowly. Liang Jiru couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thankfully, Chen Lu didn't say anything. Otherwise, she might as well have jumped out the window. After a while, are you in sage mode? I'll kill Lin Meow Meow. Chapter 217. She's in the CPU. Why are you learning everything? Chen Lu now feels overwhelmed. He suddenly understands the meaning of being cautious in making friends. The phrase sage mode should not have come out of this foolish mouth. Because Meow Meow teaches everything. Liang Jiru whispered. She didn't want to understand either, but Lin Meow Meow's mouth runs like a train every day, making it hard not to understand. Chen Lu glanced at her. So do you want to know? The girl quickly hid under the blanket. I don't want to know. Please, stop talking. Chen Lu smirked, focusing his gaze on the ceiling, feeling complex emotions. He never expected this. To let innocent and naive Jiru do such things seemed a bit too much. Chen Lu felt more and more guilty. She likes me so much. How could I? Damn it, I was born like this. Liang Jiru shrank into Chen Lu's embrace, still feeling tense and embarrassed. Forget about this when you wake up tomorrow, okay? Her face buried in Chen Lu's clothes, her voice muffled. It's fine, actually. Such things are very normal between lovers. But still forget. Chen Lu patted the girl's back gently. All right, go to sleep. Liang Jiru, upon hearing this, snuggled deeper into Chen Lu's embrace, feeling more embarrassed the more she thought about it. Indeed, sleeping together with Chen Lu was quite a risky business. Last night, Chen Lu surprisingly behaved properly, not making any advances even in his sleep. The next morning, perhaps influenced by Lin Miao Miao and Chen Mo's antics, Liang Jiru was no longer as jumpy as she had been in previous days. She didn't call Chen Lu to wake up, and she didn't feel too scared while preparing breakfast alone. Chen Mo's appearance last night and his resemblance to a movie character had shattered her fear of ghosts. Their accidental encounter seemed to have cured her post-horror film trauma. Hearing the birds chirping outside and seeing the morning sun shining through the mist into the room, Liang Jiru observed shadows of the time spent together everywhere. Even the arrangement of things in the kitchen felt familiar to her. There was a sudden sense of truly living together. With these thoughts in her mind, the girl couldn't help but smile. She truly wished for the day to come soon. To wake up together every day seemed much more romantic than sleeping together every night. Girls always preferred such romantic gestures. After contemplating for a while, she returned to her room to get Chen Lu up. Today, Chen Lu was unusually dishonest in his sleep. Not only did he kick the blanket away, but he also turned on his side, hugging the blanket tightly with one leg stretched over it. Liang Jiru couldn't help but pout, feeling a bit sour, as if she had been cheated on. She had enjoyed this treatment only last night. Just as she was about to wake Chen Lu up, he suddenly turned over, spreading out on the bed. It was a sight that Liang Jiru had not intended to see. The memories of last night flooded back, and her cheeks and neck grew warm again. Hastily pulling the blanket to cover the air conditioning remote control, she walked closer to Chen Lu. It's time to wake up. No response. Liang Jiru took a deep breath and shouted, "Auntie is coming over." Startled, Chen Lu quickly sat up, scrambling to fix his clothes. Seeing his reaction, the girl chuckled, "I was just kidding. Come on, let's have breakfast." Chen Lu grumpily looked at her, then pulled her into his arms like an octopus, enjoying the embrace. A little more sleep. Chen Lu hadn't had enough of it. "You rascal, don't hug me like that." Liang Jiru felt a bit uncomfortable with his embrace and shifted away, blushing. Chen Lu suddenly understood what the girl meant and explained, "Boys tend to be like this in the morning." Liang Jiru didn't believe him. "You must have dreamed of something inappropriate." "Dreaming about my own girlfriend isn't inappropriate." "It is." Chen Lu leaned in close to her ear mischievously. "Should I dream of someone else instead? Or just dream of me?" Liang Jiru murmured softly, thinking that boys were odd for always thinking inappropriate thoughts. After a while, the girl turned around and playfully poked his nose. "Even in dreams, you can't dream of someone else." "Don't worry, I can't dream of anyone prettier than my girlfriend." Chen Lu recalled his dreamlike experience from last night, feeling his conscience offline again after the sage mode, so he shyly added, "Well, could you help me like you did last night?" The girl blushed and bit his arm playfully. "You're dreaming. Weren't we supposed to forget about that in the morning? And what do you mean by help?" Why did he have to phrase it in such a strange way? Clearly, it was Chen Lu's remote control that was misbehaving, not her. Chen Lu wasn't greedy. As long as there was one, there would be another opportunity. He lightly pinched the girl's waist, then got out of bed with a swagger. "Let's go. It's time for breakfast." Hang City was covered in dense fog that morning, creating a chilly atmosphere. After breakfast, Chen Lu hung up the clothes and underwear he had washed the night before in his room. When he returned to the living room, Liang Jiru was already back to drawing. "You're working hard as usual." Chen Lu couldn't help but tease, feeling like he had lost count of how many times he had made this remark. It seemed like Liang Jiru was always being chased by an invisible stress. Liang Jiru was used to his comments and sighed. "Miao Miao said I've changed. Have I really changed a lot?" She rested her chin on her arm, looking at their initial photos. It seemed like there had been significant changes, but she couldn't pinpoint what had changed exactly. Chen Lu walked to the kitchen to boil water. "You said you've changed." "Indeed, you have. But while you've changed, you've also stayed the same essentially." I feel like your words are just as good as not saying anything, Liang Jiru said with a tinge of frustration. Chen Lu chuckled. Before, you would never speak about others like that. Liang Jiru hesitated for a moment, then lowered her eyelids. Why do you look a bit unhappy? Chen Lu continued to ask. Liang Jiru pursed her lips and whispered, I'm afraid I'll become someone you don't like one day. Chen Lu couldn't help but smile and walked over to pinch her cheeks. Don't worry, everyone changes, including me. But your nature won't change. You're still that naive and introverted girl at heart. Now that you're not burdened, being a bit brighter is normal. Nobody is born not liking to have fun. If people didn't have to make money, who would go to work? All right, I'm going to kill some zombies. Liang Jiru rolled up her sleeves, ready to take on the challenge. She needed to save up to buy things from Dave, who was exploiting everyone with his exorbitant prices even in the midst of a crisis. You're acting like a brainless person, Chen Lu laughed. You always say I'm silly. Liang Jiru looked at Chen Lu with a hint of hurt. She felt like he was always teasing her for being stupid. Chen Lu, I think you have the potential to become a scumbag, Liang Jiru suddenly spoke up after a while. Chen Lu almost choked on his water, coughing awkwardly. Why would you say that? Scumbags like to criticize girls, saying this and that isn't good. No one wants them except him. You like to say I'm silly every day. Liang Jiru's expression was serious. Meow Meow even mentioned something about ACPU or ICU. I'm definitely not like that, Chen Lu argued casually. Scumbags tell those girls that no one wants them, but it's not true. I call you silly because you genuinely are silly. Liang Jiru grew angrier as she heard this, imagining the olive zombie she smashed in the game was Chen Lu, flattening it with a squash. The game was so much fun. She had come a long way in gaming and could now play alongside Chen Lu. Watching him busily replying to messages, she added, I'll tell you every day that I like you from now on. Why suddenly say you like me out of the blue? Chen Lu leaned closer to ask. To boost your confidence. What do you mean? Those girls aren't really silly, but scumbags tell them otherwise, and they end up believing it. Liang Jiru paused. If I keep saying I like you every day, you'll eventually believe that someone really likes you a lot. Her tone was innocent and sincere. Clearly, she was still concerned about Chen Lu's lack of confidence in relationships. He had helped her come out of her shell, but inadvertently neglected his own insecurities. Chen Lu hesitated for a moment, then kissed the girl on the side of her face. It's unnecessary. I already know. Chapter 218. Chen Lu didn't bear a grudge until the beginning of December when the temperature dropped to single digits. Different from the cold air in the north, which only played with physical attacks, the cold wind in the south was all magical damage, the kind of bone-chilling cold that even thick clothes couldn't stop. During this period, Chen Lu took his mother to argue with the girl, then took the girl to argue with his mother. Deceiving both sides like this could be considered getting these two to live here without any grievances in their hearts. That day, with one hand supporting Zi Zunfang, Chen Lu and Liang Jiru helped her into the kitchen. She had just moved into the new house and was already arranging to cook for herself. Chen Lu and Liang Jiru couldn't persuade her, so they had to go along with her wishes. Luckily, Zi Zunfang had recovered well, and now she had no problem standing up to cook. In fact, Chen Lu had always felt that Anzi was inherently simple and had a good heart. Otherwise, as long as she wanted money or needed money for treatment, those who demanded sky-high dowries nowadays were like a bunch of people selling their daughters, right? Not to mention that Liang Jiru's looks were enough to cause chaos among those girls. But she didn't. She only hoped her daughter would live well. Chen Lu felt that if he hadn't been firm in his demands in private at the beginning, she probably wouldn't have asked for a penny for surgery in her life. Zi Lu, didn't your mom say she was coming over for dinner? When is she coming? Just as Chen Lu was lost in thought, Zi Zunfang suddenly spoke up. This gathering was initiated by her, as Wang Zhao had mentioned coming to visit her before, and she had been holding on to this matter. At that time, she still couldn't take care of herself properly, and she couldn't let people come all the way to take care of her. Now that both kids were stable in their relationship, and she had almost fully recovered, it was appropriate for her to formally meet her future relatives. Making a meal was the most she could do to express her gratitude at the moment. As for other things, as a person whose disability was not even considered normal by ordinary people, she didn't have the capability for bigger gestures. I'll ask. Chen Lu said as he took out hhis phone and Wang Zhaoxia's call came through. "I'll go down to pick her up," he said as he walked to the living room, putting on his coat that had been casually thrown on the couch. Seeing Liang Jiru timidly walking up to him, he nodded, then held the girl's hand and walked to the door. At the entrance of the unit, there was nothing blocking the wind, and the cold wind blew directly on their faces, causing Chen Lu to shiver involuntarily. He quickly exhaled warm breath and rubbed his slightly stiff hands. It had quietly snowed last night, covering the entire city in a layer of silver, making the usually bustling Hang City much quieter, exuding a cozy atmosphere everywhere. Just as Chen Lu was about to speak, he suddenly felt something as cold as an ice pop being shoved into his neck. Startled, he turned around to see Liang Jiru smiling, crushing the snow in her hands. Catching his gaze, she quickly hid her hands behind her back, blinked innocently, looking at him. Chen Lu was someone who always took revenge immediately if wronged. Grabbing a handful of snow from the ground, he walked towards Liang Jiru. The girl couldn't break free from Chen Lu's embrace, so she coyly said, "Stop it, Auntie is coming." Seeing that Chen Lu had no intention of letting her go, she tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. It was icy cold. Only then did Chen Lu stop, tossing the snow in his hand onto the ground. "You're showing off because my mom is coming. Let's see how long you'll stay smug." Spending time together in the rented apartment had a different significance for the two of them. No one would disturb them. It was a territory only for the two of them. If he hadn't invested all his money into a company under Lin Jingming to compete, he would have bought that old house directly. Humph! Liang Jiru hummed as she stepped forward to help Chen Lu straighten his clothes. She was wearing a long light green down jacket today, with a fuzzy little ball at the top of her hat, making her look like a penguin. "I'm going to tattle on you now," the girl said with a smile, helping Chen Lu adjust his collar and patting gently to prevent the cold wind from getting in. "I'll go to the entrance to meet her," Liang Jiru said, walking towards the left. "The main entrance is on the east side. You're on the west side." Chen Lu couldn't help but tease her. It's hard to imagine a painter with 30,000 followers on a small station getting lost outside her own home. Along with her clumsy painting skills, her number of followers had been skyrocketing. Due to more appreciations and reposts of her artwork, her followers were increasing rapidly. With Liang Jiru's level of dedication, it wasn't surprising that she would succeed in anything in Chengdu. When a person spent all day focusing on one thing except eating and sleeping, success was within reach. "You're a company boss who eats face towels as candies," Liang Jiru retorted. While the two were chatting, Wang Zhao had already reached the entrance. "Auntie, hello," Liang Jiru sweetly called out. "Hey, why did you run down? Aren't you cold?" Wang Zhao was surprised to see Liang Jiru so cheerful, wondering how this girl could be so pleasing. Chen Lu grinned. "Mom, where's Dad?" "Your dad has some work to do," Wang Zhao replied without expression. Chen Guanglin had found an excuse not to come, something Chen Lu had already guessed. It would be less formal without him there this time. More like Mom coming over just to catch up, without putting too much pressure on Liang Jiru and her mother. It wouldn't make the other party feel like there was one person missing at home, so the two mothers could watch over the two kids more comfortably. Although he and Liang Jiru had a stable relationship, they weren't at the stage of getting married yet. His father was a person whose emotional intelligence was exceptional, so it was best not to provoke him. Chen Lu shook his head, no longer dwelling on these thoughts, and he happily approached his mother, saying earnestly, "Mom, do you remember when Chen Mo was in freshman year? She trained with the competition class for a week." "I remember. Wasn't she later eliminated?" Wang Zhao nodded, recalling how Chen Mo seemed upset at the time, and she had comforted her for a long time. "She wasn't actually eliminated. She applied to drop out on the first day of class and didn't go to school the entire week." Chen Lu finished and glanced at Liang Jiru, who had a look of surprise in her clear, watery eyes. This usually obedient girl must have never expected someone to play a prank like this. Wang Zhaoxia's face remained calm, but her eyebrows twitched unnaturally. "Why are you telling me this now?" "I just remembered it now." Chen Lu smirked, knowing she wouldn't believe him. It was clear he was up to something again, trying to set up someone else. Both siblings were old hands at using this tactic, and she wondered whose genes, between Chen Guanglin and her, were causing these two mischief makers. Looking at Liang Jiru, she decided being a mischief maker was fine. At least it meant they hadn't endured hard times. Remember to come up with another excuse to educate her, like stepping in with the left foot first. Chen Lu whispered. Don't worry, I won't mention you. Chen Lu smiled triumphantly, feeling satisfied that this debt with his girlfriend was settled now. Jiru, as they walked towards the elevator, Wang Zhao suddenly called out. Yes? Liang Jiru quickly turned her head, looking at her curiously. Do you still need an adoptive daughter? Chapter 219. Intimidation. The mention of this made Liang Jiru stop. Should we be short of it in the end? Is it bad to say it's short? Is it also not good to say it's not short? Chen Lu looked at Jiru, whose brain froze, and quickly said, even if your daughter is horny, couldn't even give money away. Quickly cut off this idea. Wang Zhao coldly snorted, rubbed Chen Lu's head, and slowly walked into the elevator. Standing in front of the two, Liang Jiru glanced at Wang Zhaoxia's back, then sneakily reached out her hand and gently helped Chen Lu tidy up his hair. The hair that Chen Lu's mother had messed up was quickly restored. After the elevator closed, it fell into a brief silence. Jiru looked at the slowly rising floors, pursed her lips, quietly glanced at Chen Lu, only to find that he was still the same as usual, looking as if nothing concerned him. This was the first official meeting of both parties' parents. Why wasn't he nervous at all? However, since Chen Lu's father didn't come, it didn't seem so formal. Maybe Auntie just came over for a meal? Although it's too early to say now, marriage is always a matter of two families. Even if Auntie and Uncle were very kind to her, she still worried that they might not appreciate her background. To be blunt, what's the difference between her and a freeloader? She hadn't even paid back the money for her mother's surgery. Jiru couldn't help but wonder, if Chen Lu hadn't achieved what he had now, if he wasn't financially independent, would they have gone so smoothly today? As she thought, a thought suddenly flashed through the girl's mind, making her completely stunned. Chen Lu was someone who liked to play games. She had noticed that when they first met. During that time, either he was playing games or he was taking her to play games. Until later. Why did you suddenly think of playing games? Of course, for you, Chen Lu said, even before they were together. Jiru widened her clear eyes, staring dumbfoundedly at Chen Lu beside her. How many true words did you say as a joke? Before she could recover, her hand was suddenly held by Chen Lu's. Seeing Wang Zhao still standing in front of them, Jiru couldn't help but want to break free from Chen Lu's grasp, but his hand held hers tightly, and she couldn't break free. She could only acquiesce to Chen Lu. She vowed she really struggled. Girls naturally don't have the same strength as boys, right? The elevator stopped at the 14th floor. Just before Wang Zhao turned around, Chen Lu finally let go of her hand. Which door? Wang Zhao pretended not to see her son, suddenly letting go of Jiru's hand, and Jiru's nervously blushing face curiously asked. This little guy is even more rogue than his old man, always taking advantage, huh? Flirting with his girlfriend right in front of his own mother feels exciting, right? 1402, Chen Lu said calmly, as if nothing had happened just now. As he was about to walk out with his mother, his arm was gently pulled back. What's wrong? How did you come up with the idea of starting a company in the first place? Jiru asked softly. Chen Lu pondered for a moment and calmly said, for world peace. Walking in front, Wang Zhao knocked on the door a couple of times, and the door immediately opened. She was surprised to see Zi Zunfang now walking more smoothly on her own. Sister Fang, I'm here for a free meal. Wang Zhaoxia's style of handling things was completely different from her age, both in speech and action. All right, please sit. Jiru, hurry up and get your aunt some water. Zi Zunfang was more reserved, the different experiences over the years creating a vast difference between the two women. Facing this lively and cheerful sister, she couldn't help but feel a bit inferior deep down. Chen Lu, sensing it wasn't a time to chime in, simply sat on the couch, picked up an apple, and started eating it casually. Auntie, here's your water. Jiru placed the water glass lightly on the coffee table, steam rising from it. You sit here for a while. I'll finish frying the dishes. Zi Zunfang smiled slightly, her face wrinkled. Wang Zhao stood up. I'll help you. No need. Watching the two push and pull, Chen Lu threw the apple core into the trash, saying softly, just sit here and chat. I'll finish frying the rest of the dishes. With that, he leisurely walked towards the kitchen. Jiru glanced at the two standing there, murmured to herself under her breath, I'll go help ... and then quickly slipped into the kitchen. If Chen Lu wasn't by her side in such a tense situation, she might as well have killed her. Look at how this situation turned out. I had already prepared everything. If only I had known, I would have made it earlier. Zi Zunfang was a bit embarrassed. It's okay. The kids have grown up. The living room suddenly fell silent, and faintly, the sound of the range hood from the kitchen could be heard. Zi Zunfang was a bit awkward, having not engaged in such formal conversation with someone in years. Wang Zhao pretended to be preoccupied with work and frowned at her phone. Wang Zhao. Husband, I'm so nervous. What should I say? Chen Guanglin, talk about the weather. Talk about the price of vegetables. Just chat casually, but don't bring up marriage. Let the two children simmer slowly on their own. Don't rush into it, understand? Wang Zhao, why are you talking about simmering children? Why so heavy? But I really want Jiru to be my daughter-in-law now. Do you know? Just now in the elevator, I stood in front. These two kids didn't know the reflection of the elevator door. I could clearly see them secretly holding hands. Jiru is really bold now. A slight touch from our Xiaolu, and she responds willingly. Chen Guanglin, just watch TV dramas. You're even obsessed with your son CP. In the kitchen, Chen Lu watched the fish rolling up and down in the black plastic bag and couldn't help but click his tongue. Drained of water for so long. Why was it still so restless? Carp, as a species, was quite mysterious, with an extremely robust vitality. Sometimes, even after gutted, it could still flip over halfway through boiling in a pot. Should we grill it like we had in the restaurant before? Jiru suggested softly, holding the bag with both hands. Sure, you hand it to me. I want to finish it off myself, Chen Lu said. Honestly, Chen Lu was quite surprised by Jiru's willingness to kill a fish because it didn't quite match her usual timid and silly appearance. Since seeing Chen Guanglin's family slaughter a chicken at their old house when she was young, watching a chicken flailing and running around the yard with blood gushing out after having its neck slit with a knife was simply. Since then, he had some shadow when it came to handling live ingredients. You see, a few casually moves, and Jiru had to use both hands to forcefully hold the bag, looking very laborious. How could a girl who was so delicate and easily pushed over be capable of such a violent act as killing? This fish sure knows how to stir up trouble. Chen Lu couldn't help but tease. At his words, Jiru took the bag and forcefully hit the fish's head against the table edge. With a bang, the fish that was just in a frenzy suddenly stopped moving. Didn't they say carp had a strong vitality? If only it could always be this obedient before you go to bed, Jiru said nonchalantly, taking the motionless fish out of the plastic bag. Chen Lu involuntarily shrank into the corner. Chen Dashi was starting to get scared. From now on, no more mischief. Chapter 220 Kidney Deficiency is an insult to boys. Don't you like killing fish? Liang Jihui turned her head to see Chen Lu's reaction and asked strangely. Chen Lu nodded repeatedly. Whenever he bought fish for Wang Zhao, even if he had to wait in line for a long time, he would wait for his master to finish killing them and then handle the internal organs. The girl smiled lightly at him, revealing cute dimples. Then I will cook in the future, and you can just focus on eating. Her boyfriend was afraid of bugs and afraid of killing. How amusing! While relying on Chen Lu, she also hoped that Chen Lu could rely on herself in some ways. No, I can't do that. I'll feel guilty. You can eat more. If you get a bit fatter, that'll make up for it. Liang Jihui poked Chen Lu's mouth gently. Who knows how much effort she put into helping Chen Lu gain weight, but this person seems to have a body type that just doesn't gain weight. I don't want to get fat. Chen Lu immediately retorted. I won't dislike you just because you get fat. Liang Jihui said as she fed Chen Lu a slice of cucumber. It's crisp and tasty even when eaten raw. After a while, Chen Lu insisted on taking over the job of handling the internal organs, so Liang Jihui went to cook soup on the other side. Her income from drawing has been increasing. Although Liang Jihui still wears discounted down jackets, she is now willing to even buy black-bone chicken. After all, clothes can only be worn by herself, but these things can be enjoyed by Chen Lu and his mother. Soon, Wang Zhao, who had been chatting in the living room, walked in and glanced around. Actually, these two kids' antics were quite realistic. She approached the pot with a smile, took a sniff, and said, "Wow, it smells good. Let me see what you've cooked." Wang Zhao suddenly froze. "You don't need to put so many wolfberries in blackbone chicken soup, you silly girl. Originally meant to add color to the dish while providing nutritional supplements, this was an overkill. The soup was floating with a thick layer of wolfberries. Isn't this going to cause nosebleeds? I wanted to help Chen Lu improve his health. Liang Jihui hung her head low and spoke truthfully. With that statement, Wang Zhaoxia's and Chen Lu's pupils dilated. With just that one sentence, Wang Zhaoxia's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. Improve his health? Okay. This isn't something only middle-aged people need. After chatting casually for a while, Wang Zhao walked out of the kitchen, leaving Chen Lu with a curious look. It was like saying, "Grown up." It was also like saying, "You beast, I don't have a son like you." Chen Lu couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed the girl's shoulders and exclaimed in shock, "Liang Jihui, do you know what you just said? My mom will definitely misunderstand." He slapped his cheek. "Do I look like I need to improve my health? But Baidu says it has a big impact on the body." The girl blinked innocently, counting on her fingers, insomnia, vivid dreams, loss of appetite, weakness in the waist and knees, declining eyesight ... and dark circles. When Chen Lu heard this, he was dumbfounded. "Where did you get this stack of buffs?" He raised a finger. "Just once. That was over half a month ago. How is this harmful to the body? Compared to other boys, I'm practically practicing self-care. Lin Meow Meow, she's really something, teaching all this nonsense and not spreading essential knowledge. Don't believe everything you read on Baidu." Chen Lu shook his head and said, "His once glorious reputation. How does it look in the eyes of those around him now? Oh ... The girl obediently nodded, her eyes still filled with some doubt. Sometimes the answers on Baidu are correct, especially those about making your boyfriend happier, which worked well for Chen Lu. The conversation continued in a heartfelt manner until they focused on the present and realized that things were better now for both Liang Jihui and Wang Zhao. Chen Lu looked at the slight blood seeping from Liang Jihui's finger wound and scolded her. "How did you get scratched by a fish fin? Are you silly? Not at all silly. You keep fighting me to do things and you say you're not silly." Chen Lu was speechless, convinced that Liang Jihui must have been a head ox in her past life. Liang Jihui puffed her cheeks. "I just wanted you to do less." The wound didn't even bleed by the end, so Chen Lu simply blew on it with his mouth. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. If it hurts again, come find me, I'll blow on it for you." Liang Jihui stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Chen Lu's cheek. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Chapter 221. You feed me until noon. Chen Lu and Liang Jiru stirred up a table full of dishes. Wang Zhao escorted Zi Zunfang to the table, the two of them chatting and laughing. Chen Lu found it strange that suddenly his mom and future mother-in-law got along so well, and he looked a bit dumbfounded. It's good that the parents get along well, but if they get along too well, generally speaking, the boy will suffer. Chen Lu suddenly felt that his future family status was in danger. If Liang Jiru were to suffer any grievances, he would probably end up in court. While Chen Lu was lost in his thoughts, Liang Jiru quietly sat next to him, and the parents also sat opposite each other in silence. Zi Zunfang chuckled to himself, unable to hold back his sigh. Though his impression of Chen Lu couldn't be better, as the girl's parent, he still had some worries about his silly son. After all, Liang Jiru was too soft and might let the other party have their way. Now, he felt that he no longer needed to worry. What does it matter to them? It's just like their little white cabbage is rushing into their mouths. Who can you reason with about that? No wonder they say big women don't stay. Try it, she said to Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao didn't hesitate, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite. "I really enjoy eating the dishes Jiru makes. Cooking is truly a talent." She had been cooking for over a decade and never dared to say her food was delicious. Chen Lu had a black line on his face. "Mom, I'm the one who cooked that." Wang Zhao was shocked at his words. "Don't fool me. Can't I even tell when my son cooked something?" She was indignant, and then tried the shredded cabbage with hand-torn meat next to her. This one was made by Jiru. Her tone was firm this time, as their family had a strong taste preference, and it was only her son who preferred lighter dishes. This dish was a bit salty, so it must not have been made by Chen Lu. Chen Lu sighed. "You're wrong. This one was made by me." Zi Zunfang felt a bit embarrassed, feeling sorry for his future son-in-law. "Huanghua Ko Jiden. This must be made by Xiaolu, no doubt." He has always preferred his dishes a bit lighter. Although she hadn't eaten many times, she knew her daughter's cooking habits and initially thought it was made by Chen-Lu. After ruling out her daughter, she became even more confident. Liang Jiru, who had been feeling sorry for Chen-Lu, suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. "Mom, don't say that. You eat my food every day. Can't you taste the difference?" After a moment of silence at the dining table, Wang Zhao'o suddenly smiled. "Zhao'o, why are you laughing?" Zi's Unfang found it strange. "I just suddenly realized that we don't have to worry about these two kids quarreling in the future. After all, they could slowly adjust their seasoning habits to each other's liking. If they could accommodate each other subconsciously like this, what conflicts couldn't be resolved? It's better to ship their son with himself. Isn't that better than watching TV dramas?" The remaining dishes, the parents dared not guess. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Wang Zhao'o deliberately brought up many embarrassing childhood stories of Chen-Lu. The effect was remarkable. The rest of the meal passed in laughter. In the afternoon, Liang Jiru had a class, and Chen-Lu happened to have to return to the company. After exchanging greetings, they went downstairs and walked side by side in the snow-white world. Stepping on the thin snow, they quickly left shallow footprints behind. Walking side by side, their footprints followed behind them. They soon walked a considerable distance. Chen-Lu held a hand to warm himself as he held the girl by his side. Liang Jiru let him pull her, stretching her arms like walking on a balance beam on a high, narrow curb. Holding the curb was quite difficult due to its high elevation and narrow width. "Why are you acting like a child?" Chen-Lu couldn't help but teased, having played with such things since elementary school. Similar games included stepping on a single tile with one foot and not crossing the white line on the street. Falling off the curb would result in death. How childish! He wondered what was going on in his head when he was a child. Liang Jiru lightly snorted in disapproval, saying, "I am not that young now." Chen-Lu smirked. "Once the new year comes, you'll be almost 30. "What?" Liang Jiru was startled by the remark, almost falling off the curb in surprise. They had walked a long way, and she almost failed. Standing straight on the curb, she looked at Chen-Lu with confusion. Seeing her foolish look, Chen-Lu smiled and explained, "You'll be 20 then, not close to 30, right?" Liang Jiru was speechless. If she weren't wearing a hat, she would have given Chen-Lu a headbutt. After a while, Chen-Lu leaned towards the girl. "Don't sprain your foot." "Okay." The thin snow was especially slippery where vehicles frequently passed, making the road very slick. Without a word, Chen-Lu took a few quick steps to that side, offering a slightly long slide. Liang Jiru looked at Chen-Lu ahead, who was clearly having fun, with a bewildered expression. He had just said she was childish, but now he was carefreely sliding on the ice. "Why are you acting like a child?" She deliberately imitated Chen-Lu's tone. "If you're capable, stop playing," she added, puffing her cheek slightly. She slid towards Chen-Lu after a couple of steps. Chen-Lu thought the girl was going to hug him, so he stood still waiting. "Isn't it fun?" "Wait a minute." She didn't seem to plan to stop sliding, did she? By the time Chen-Lu realized he couldn't dodge, the girl had already tackled him to the ground. "So much fun," the girl giggled, some of her hair falling on his face. Chen-Lu stared at the blue sky dumbfoundedly, then reached out and pinched the girl's cheek. "Now I have to go back and change clothes. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to spend more time with me?" Wearing clothes like a penguin, Liang Jiru rubbed her cheek against Chen-Lu's, wishing to nap with him. After all, it's easy to go from frugal to luxury, but hard to go back. If she were to nap alone now, she would definitely be unwilling. She didn't want to sleep unless it was in Chen-Lu's arms. "If I don't go to work and stay with you all the time, can I just ignore everything and do nothing?" Chen-Lu laughed softly. With no people out on this day, and no intention from Liang Jiru to get up, Chen-Lu lay in the snow, with the girl on top of him, sporting a faint smile. The girl extended her finger to poke Chen-Lu's nose, then remembered the movie The King of Comedy they watched together. Using her knuckles, she lifted Chen-Lu's chin. "Spend your life with me. I'll feed and take care of you." Chen-Lu, with a dumbfounded look in his eyes, although he never took Liang Jiru's unrealistic thoughts seriously, no guy would remain unshaken inside after hearing such words. Liang Jiru's cheeks were cool, but he still couldn't resist giving her a kiss. Glancing around, he didn't continue the movie's lines, but softly said, "I'll wait for you." Chapter 222. My husband will not be happy to go downstairs to the rented house. The snow in the vicinity has already been swept away. When the two of them reached the entrance of the hallway, they just happened to see the same old man from the same hallway sweeping snow. The old man held a broom taller than a person, sweeping away with each stroke. Chen-Lu recognized the old man, a veteran who had fought in wars, who regularly saw him going from door to door cleaning the hallways. He had children and grandchildren, not lacking in money, and was not part of the property management. He came out to clean purely to exercise and benefit the community. The spiritual cultivation of the older generation. Sir, why not take a break at noon? Chen-Lu greeted with a smile. The old man with white hair stopped, turned to look at him. Getting older, days are shorter. Seeing Chen-Lu covered in snow and mud, he widened his eyes slightly. What happened to you? I slipped on the road. Chen-Lu awkwardly scratched his head. Unable to directly say, he was tackled by his girlfriend in the snow. He had to continue. I'll go back first. When you have time, come over for a meal together. Aside from having many naughty kids, most people in this old neighborhood were quite easygoing, which both delighted and gave Liang Jiru a headache. Because every time someone greeted her, she would have to stutter for a while. All right. Chen-Lu finished, casually patting the snow and mud on his back, realizing it wouldn't come off. He turned and climbed the stairs step by step. Liang Jiru timidly followed behind him, starting to wonder if it was a risky move to follow him back. Chen-Lu wouldn't dare do anything to her outside, but inside the house might be a different story. The two of them returned home in silence, quickly reaching the door. Chen-Lu took the key and opened the door, then stepped aside to leave a spot for Liang Jiru, looking at her calmly. This made Liang Jiru extremely nervous, so she quickly moved close to Chen-Lu, blinking her eyes. I'm sorry, I'll wash it for you later. Ignoring her, Chen-Lu sat on the couch, fiddling with the air. Liang Jiru took off her down jacket and hung it on the coat rack in the hallway, revealing a slim-fitting black turtleneck sweater underneath, accentuating her already beautiful body curves. She was wearing winter jeans on her lower body, looking very slim. She walked towards Chen-Lu, pursed her lips. It's cold. If you want to feel my legs, can you wait until I put away my clothes? Let me check your conscience. I'm going to draw. Liang Jiru quickly moved away from him, trying to avoid the shameless man. Chen-Lu smirked, picked up his dirty clothes, and went to the bathroom. He refused to wash them, leaving the task for this naive girl. On such a cold day, with icy water, how could he let a girl touch it? For someone with a 7-figure income to wash clothes himself, who could he blame? Half an hour later, you called me to sleep with you, then left me alone. Chen-Lu leaned against the door, speechless. He couldn't imagine that while his company was waiting for him to attend a meeting, he was here lying with someone. Onlooker, where's our boss? Onlooker B, sleeping with someone. Onlooker, what? Chen-Lu imagined the scenario and found it amusing. No matter how many centuries passed, it would still be an explosive existence. What do you mean by sleeping with someone? That sounds so indecent. Liang Jiru mumbled softly, her eyes still glued to the computer screen. Hello, Atham. Behold, we sincerely invite you to attend our ACG exhibition on December 16th. She finished reading, then turned to Chen-Lu. Is this a scam? Chen-Lu curiously walked over, looking at the location. The exhibition is at Hangcheng National Convention and Exhibition Center. Liang Jiru felt strange. Why did they invite me? Firstly, having 30,000 followers is not bad for an artist. Secondly, inviting a person of your caliber wouldn't require a guest fee. Chen-Lu patiently explained, holding it at a convention center shows the scale of this exhibition. Your participation would be great publicity for you and a chance to network with other artists, a win-win situation. Will there be many people? Liang Jiru felt overwhelmed. A person who couldn't even talk to strangers was being invited to an exhibition, which felt like a death sentence to her. Can I not go? She asked. Of course, you can. Chen-Lu nodded slightly, but still encouraged her, but I personally suggest experiencing everything. Liang Jiru adjusted her sitting position, leaning in his embrace, closing her eyes peacefully. Is this also part of the plan? Of course, it's part of the plan. Chen-Lu held her hand. It could be a bonus point in the evaluation criteria. Can you accompany me? I can make time. Chen-Lu replied solemnly, already planning how to make time for her. After all, This was a significant step for the socially anxious girl to step out of her protective bubble, and nothing else was more important than this. Her social phobia was too extreme, and though it made her cute, it wasn't healthy. Liang Jiru could discern the difference between can make time and can accompany, lowered her gaze, contemplating whether she should go alone. Since it was part of the plan agreed upon by her and Chen Lu, she shouldn't keep avoiding it. At the moment, new comments popped up under her latest painting. I'll take a 3-hour high-speed train to Hangcheng if I can get an autograph from her. I'd faint on the spot. Although we don't know if she's a male or female, I'll follow you to the end. Seems like a girl. Maybe a fan of Polar Star Company, the one who worked on the Slaughter Tower. She even joked before about being someone's girlfriend. Hopefully, I can get an autograph. Been waiting for 2.5 years. What's with the sudden hype? Your brother's collapsed. I'll give it a try. Liang Jiru mustered up the courage, speaking slowly, and noticed a lump under her sweater. Chen Lu cleared his throat. This sweater has a nice texture. You shameless person. In the evening, after class, Liang Jiru walked out of the school gate with Lin Miao Miao as usual. They chatted and strolled on the paved path, blending into the crowd of pedestrians. Somehow, she no longer felt out of place, gradually fitting into the environment. There seems to be a comic exhibition next week. Liang Jiru gazed at the distant, sunset-painted sky, suddenly speaking up. Lin Miao Miao, intrigued by Liang Jiru, bringing up the comic exhibition, shared, I heard a major company is sponsoring this comic exhibition, not a small event like those unofficial exhibitions. Would you like to accompany me? Liang Jiru asked softly. Lin Miao Miao was surprised by Liang Jiru's initiative, sighed and lamented. I'd love to, but I've run out of vacation days. She then grumbled, blame yourself. If you had more courage, I wouldn't be in this situation. Miao Miao, you're getting worse. Liang Jiru bit her lip, looking helpless. Lin Miao Miao flashed her fangs, warning her not to speak further, as this naive girl tended to tug at her heartstrings. Remember to grab tickets in advance if you're going. Lin Miao Miao, despite her tough words, was still keen on introducing the procedure to her good friend. For large comic exhibitions like this, tickets are hard to come by. If you don't snag them early, you might miss out. But you probably don't need to worry about that, considering your family is well off. As long as you want, your boyfriend would probably be willing to buy out the entire venue. After Lin Miao Miao's string of advice, Liang Jiru finally hesitated before saying, I was invited, so I don't need to grab tickets. Lin Miao Miao wondered why this couple had such quirky behaviors, waiting for others to ask before showing off. She couldn't understand, they weren't married yet, but it seemed like Liang Jiru had already learned the trick of her boyfriend's arrogance. Seeing the clear eyes of Liang Jiru, Lin Miao Miao felt a tinge of guilt for doubting her. She realized next week would be the game testing day for their company. Given the fever pitch of both sides vying for the first scoop, she couldn't imagine Chen Lu being brave enough to let Liang Jiru go alone at such a crucial moment. He's not willing, Liang Jiru affirmed, then continued, but he will do it because we agreed on it. She knew Chen Lu was trying hard to be her support, but didn't want her to become someone who couldn't live without him. Chen Lu was terribly jealous, even of Liang Jiru's female friends, yet he loved her generously at times. Before Liang Jiru could dwell further on the topic, a boy with a crew cut appeared in front of them. He frequently glanced back at his friends, obviously pushed by his roommates to make a move. Hello, Lin Miao Miao greeted despite wondering why Liang Jiru didn't hide behind her this time. Hello, do you need something? She asked casually. Putting aside her slender figure, Lin Miao Miao, who was quite attractive, was completely ignored as the boy stared straight at the mild-mannered and beautiful girl behind her, smiling and asking, Can I have your contact information? Lin Miao Miao smirked, Sorry, can't do that. She has to hurry home to cook for her husband. The boy looked puzzled, not believing her, and shifted his focus back to the elegant and beautiful girl. Was Lin Miao Miao joking? Surely, she looked like a junior student. He was certain he had a chance. As he stared, the girl declared firmly, Can't do that. My husband wouldn't be happy. Chapter 223, You Can't Fool Me. The male student looked puzzled, mouth opening and closing, without a word coming out in the end. A group of people had no choice but to leave disappointed. Liang Jiru glanced sideways and then took a few slow deep breaths. What's wrong with you? Lin Miao Miao curiously asked her. I'm so nervous. Liang Jiru said softly, sounding exhausted. She didn't know how she appeared just now, but she was really nervous inside. Still nervous. Do you know how handsome you were just now? Lin Miao Miao said dreamily, if I were Chen Lu, I would have married you on the spot. Despite being cold and decisive when rejecting others, she couldn't help but want to stick close to him like a little cat in front of Chen Lu. Who wouldn't love a girlfriend like that? Lin Miao Miao clenched her teeth. Damn it, not envious of Mandarin ducks nor immortals, but envious of Chen Lu every day. Why did you suddenly hug me? Liang Jiru felt a bit uncomfortable being hugged by Lin Miao Miao and couldn't help but ask. Lin Miao Miao narrowed her eyes, smiling as she rubbed Liang Jiru's cheek with hers. Because suddenly you seemed like a proper married woman. What a great girlfriend, she pursed her lips, I wish I were a guy. Liang Jiru immediately took 2 steps away upon hearing that, keeping her distance and softly saying, you are a bad person. I'm not. While Liang Jiru was walking with Lin Miao Miao, Chen Lu was sitting solemnly on the sofa. The room was pitch black, illuminated only by the glow from the computer screen reflecting in his eyes. Peng Leian's voice came from the computer, so conservatively estimated, our game's launch time should be somewhat later than the opponents. At present, they don't even want their faces. They claim to be a subsidiary of the Lin Group, but in fact, the Lin Group is directly involved in these matters. Otherwise, a studio not comparable in size to ours couldn't have such power. Look at their promotion. I feel that many studios under the Penguin banner cannot match this grandeur. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lu asked, how many people have we lost during this period? Our salary conditions have been improved, and they didn't actually poach many people, Peng Leian said. Chen Lu remained silent, wearing a bitter smile. It's quite impressive, coming up with the idea of directly investing to poach people. Is this the legendary deceitful art of commercial warfare, or the plain and genuine reality of business warfare? Just like how a certain food delivery platform initially gained market share by generously offering discounts, at times customers could order meals for just a few bucks. Other competitors could only reluctantly follow suit, but in the end, their total capital wasn't enough, and they couldn't sustain, eventually having to withdraw bitterly. When most competitors had exited, and users had limited choices left, the platform would shed its benevolent facade and start exploiting users extensively. While Chen Lu pondered, Peng Leian let out a sigh. It's all right to be a bit late, Lu Jie. We can accept this loss. Rushing to compete with companies that start with transactions worth billions can only play into their hands. When they increase investment, poach people at any cost, and keep the poached resources idle, what could they do with their current capital? Nothing. Peng Leian believed that enduring this setback was a wise choice, as in business, sometimes retreating strategically was necessary. That's fine. There are multiple ways to win by moving slowly, Chen Lu smirked. We might still catch this wind. If they chose to tamper with the data that they stole, it was not excessive to trigger the enemy. Our focus should now be on the stability of the game. We just need to avoid mistakes, Chen Lu continued softly. Think positively. Being consistently targeted implies that our efforts are highly promising. I guarantee that nothing would go wrong. All right then, let's hang up. Chen Lu had confidence in Peng Leian's abilities, who was someone dedicated enough to practically live in the office. Even capitalists shed tears after witnessing such dedication. Hearing the sound of the WeChat call ending, Chen Lu leaned back on the sofa, gazing silently at the ceiling. Damn it, being the boss is just as unfathomable as once in college. Life is all about having fun. He initially believed the latter, only to end up working as hard as a dog every day. Eventually, he believed the former, and now, he was toiling alongside a group of individuals like a dog. Another day of thinking about taking the civil service exam, he murmured inaudibly. Suddenly, he realized that during the phone call, the noise made by the mischievous kids outside had disappeared, and the sky had darkened. It felt similar to waking up from a nap and sitting up alone on the bed, realizing the night had fallen outside. In such situations, the mood tends to become heavy. When Chen Lu felt disheartened, he often thought of the adorable figure snuggled up beside him. He remembered her laughter and her impulsive behavior. He couldn't help but wonder, what was Liang Jiru doing right now? Though he could cuddle the sweet and soft silly girl at noon every day, the nights were still lonely. How comforting it had been to sleep with Liang Jiru that night, making the following nights feel even emptier and lonelier. It would be great to live together someday. Oh right, before moving in together, they would need to get engaged first. He had to be responsible, at least on the surface, to avoid any negative effects on Liang Jiru. The road ahead seemed long and full of responsibilities. Master Chen picked up his water glass, sipping calmly as he began planning a new strategy, keeping the fire burning where necessary and adding fuel when needed. Chen Lu was engrossed in his thoughts when suddenly, the sound of the door lock turning in the hallway caught his attention. Liang Jiru entered quietly, noticing the darkness inside. She didn't rush to turn off the entrance light, but first used the flashlight on her phone. Slowly, she walked to the living room in the dim light, preparing to turn on the lights. Suddenly, she saw a figure sitting on the sofa, eyes blinking at her. Ah! Startled, she shivered, only calming down after recognizing Chen Lu's face. I thought you hadn't returned. Why didn't you turn on the lights? She asked when Chen Lu didn't respond. What's the use of turning on the lights for a lonely old man? Chen Lu pushed aside his phone, computer, and all his worries, giving the girl a faint smile. Liang Jiru paused, still in her coat, sat on Chen Lu's lap. She gently embraced his neck, her eyes sparkling with autumn water, fixedly looking at him. Are you still lonely now? The living room was dim, and the two could barely see each other's faces. Chen Lu smirked, feeling way better now. Upon his statement, the girl kissed his forehead lightly, her hair brushes against his cheek. Tingly. Cheer up, she whispered softly. Chen Lu buried his face in the girl's neck, taking a deep breath. I'm not unhappy. I don't believe you. Liang Jiru let out a sigh, a mix of exasperation and amusement. Chen Lu ... She held his face in her hands, looking into his eyes while gently smoothing out his furrowed brows. Don't ever think you can hide from someone whose eyes are filled with you. Chapter 220 for Chen Lu is a true gentleman like a frozen statue. Chen Lu remained silent for a while, during which Liang Jiru smiled while rubbing his face, making various strange expressions. As she continued to pinch his face, her wrist suddenly got grabbed and couldn't move. What are you doing? Liang Jiru felt that things were escalating. Before she could continue asking, her lips were covered by Chen Lu. After a long time, looking at Liang Jiru lying on the couch with flushed face, Chen Lu finally smiled satisfactorily. That's more like it. Just a silly person acting so arrogant in front of me. This silly person was strange, often forgetting to breathe while kissing. It seemed like breathing during kissing was as difficult for her as drawing circles with her left hand and squares with her right hand. Liang Jiru bit her lip in grievance, realizing that she couldn't handle being teased, getting her face flushed and heart racing. Whenever she gained some advantage, she would be bullied back by Chen Lu in this manner. Wait, maybe she could do it too. Thinking about it, she decided against it. She always felt that, in terms of retaliation, Chen Lu always had the upper hand. She ended up getting embarrassed just thinking about it, so she quickly turned her body and covered her face with a cushion. Thanks to you, I feel much happier now. Chen Lu clapped his hands. I'll cook today. Liang Jiru lightly threw the cushion towards Chen Lu, showing her dissatisfaction. Then she stood up, adjusted her hair, and said softly, "Let me do it." Chen Lu immediately caught the incoming cushion in his hand. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Winner doesn't need to cook. Okay. Just as Liang Jiru said okay, her forehead was hit by the cushion she threw earlier. You always bully me. Both of them played rock, paper, scissors while throwing cushions at each other for a while before determining the winner. I won. Liang Jiru looked at her rock and then at Chen Lu's scissors, saying softly. As the winner, she didn't seem pleased. I lost. I'll cook, Chen Lu said as he walked towards the fridge to see what ingredients were available. Actually, cooking on his own was fine. He got tired of takeout, often spending almost half an hour trying to decide what to eat. He had ordered from all the fast delivery options and had eaten at the few places that suited his taste too many times. Nowadays, he didn't feel like eating those anymore. Just like how KFC was only suitable for Crazy Thursday, eating it every day would get boring. In the end, the best solution was to find a girlfriend who was really good at cooking. Chen Lu glanced at Liang Jiru and couldn't help but smile. This silly person was still lying on the couch, hugging her legs, looking pitiful and helpless. You're so cute when you pout. Who can resist teasing you? Chen Lu muttered to himself in his heart, giving himself an excuse and confidently walked to the kitchen. After a while of cooking, Chen Lu suddenly heard the sound of slippers getting closer. Before he could turn around, the girl tightly hugged him from behind. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu looked down at Liang Jiru's arms wrapped around his waist, adjusted the fire lower, and curiously asked. "Give me one more point." Liang Jiru rubbed her cheek against Chen Lu, not shy about acting like a cat. Chen Lu was puzzled. "Why?" Liang Jiru slowly said, "Today, while I was walking, a guy suddenly asked for my WeChat. I was scared, but I refused on my own, didn't ask for your help." "Is that so?" Chen Lu raised an eyebrow. "How did you refuse?" I said my husband wouldn't be happy. My wife is great. Come here and kiss me." "Wait until I finish." Liang Jiru wiped her mouth, touched her forehead. "Do you think I should buy a hat?" Ever since Chen Lu's speech, there had been fewer disruptions. However, there were still a few who seemed out of touch, so she sometimes missed being invisible and unnoticed. Chen Lu suddenly chuckled. "There's an easier way." "What?" "Go get a marriage certificate. Next time someone asks for your WeChat, just slap that in his face." Chen Lu patted his chest. "I'm a good person. I'll do you this favor. I'll accompany you to get one." "But it's only been 300 days. 300 what?" "On nothing." Liang Jiru quickly waved her hand and slipped out of the kitchen. By late evening, Liang Jiru sat on the couch, thinking about what to prepare for the comic exhibition. Chen Lu hugged her, occasionally taking in the fragrance of her hair. It was strange how she smelled so good. Women were indeed fragrant and delicate creatures. "My mom asked when I'm going back." Liang Jiru glanced at her messages and suddenly said, "Tell her now." Chen Lu bent down to pick up the car keys on the coffee table. "I'll drive you back." After closing the door, Chen Lu poked her forehead and said, "You're constantly coming back and forth every day. Aren't you tired?" "Not really." "No, you're tired. Just stay here." "No." Liang Jiru turned around, and the small ball on her hat bobbed along. How could she? If she stayed here every day, not to mention Chen Lu, she might not be able to control herself. Chen Lu checked the water temperature, feeling satisfied, then turned the key in his hand, feeling content. If she refused, Lanyan was a black belt 5th Dan and could easily hang him up and beat him. If he dared to make a move, his legs would probably break into 3 pieces. Chen Lu's situation was different. It was unthinkable how he could handle it. A friend wanted to know how he managed to resist temptation since a beautiful girl slept next to him every afternoon. How did he do it? Teach me. I'd also like to learn. Chen Lu chuckled. I can recite Tengwang Pavilion backwards now. Chapter 225. Please complete the story and finish it with a lazy yawn. Don't just ask me. How is your own love life progressing? Zhang Chao didn't answer, just silently showed Chen Lu the original text of the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Teng that he had just searched from his phone. He wasn't really in a hurry. It's more accurate to say that while some people hope their significant other is not a casual person, they also hope that the other person can quickly let them enjoy the pleasures of love. This thought itself is strange. As long as Liu Yan is not conservative only towards him, being a bit reserved is actually not bad. Chen Lu suddenly understood, couldn't help but chuckle. So, you're also playing the role of Downy Willow. Since I entered university, these things have all been handed back to the teachers. Zhang Chao sighed lightly. I couldn't even remember a sentence just now. You can't memorize these things. Just study the background a little, and if you're interested, the impression will be much deeper. If it weren't for the exam-oriented education, language arts would be an extremely romantic subject. How many people simply memorize those ancient masterpieces without truly understanding the stories behind the texts because they are rushed by academic pressure and don't have time to stop and appreciate them? Unfortunately, life is too harsh and everyone doesn't have time to experience these things. My brain can't hold so much information. I just want to go to the pier and have some fries on the hour. Zhang Chao lay casually on the chair, embodying a sense of detachment. Chen Lu didn't bother to instill these humanistic feelings in him and instead asked, Your father was just asking about the progress of your relationship, huh? I've been worrying about it for the past couple of days. Zhang Chao suddenly took a deep breath, then his expression turned serious. I plan to bring her home on New Year's Day. Hearing this, Chen Lu's eyes widened slightly because this was actually a quite explosive matter. His father belongs to the type of person with strong controlling tendencies, otherwise, he wouldn't have forcibly chosen Zhang Chao's college major for him. So, he might really want Zhang Chao to find a daughter of some high-ranking official. Moreover, Zhang Chao hasn't been home for the past few years except for a few days during Chinese New Year. Who knows what kind of terrifying scene it will be when he does go home. You've just started to make progress in your career, and you're already in a rush to meet the parents. Chen Lu was surprised. Even if you two are a year older than me, you're only 22. Why not wait until you reconcile with your family a bit before discussing this? It will be New Year's Day soon, and the next year you'll be 23. My youth is my own, and so is hers. I can't just keep her waiting forever. Zhang Chao extinguished his cigarette butt. Since neither of us wants to separate, we might as well settle down early. At least meet the parents first. I'll take her to see my parents first on New Year's Day, and then I'll specifically go to her family's place 2 days after the New Year. Chen Lu nodded slightly. The road ahead is long indeed. What guy isn't nervous about meeting a girl's parents? After all, it's like openly stating that you want to pick their daughter's cabbage. That's right, the road ahead is long indeed. Zhang Chao suddenly dryly chuckled, cursing. Damn, this time last year, I was still thinking about what games to play at night. How did I suddenly start fretting about marriage? Bro, do you know you're getting old for real? He shook the phone in his hand as he spoke. Now, when I feel like playing a game, I always eagerly open my computer, only to see a bunch of games, none of which I want to play. In the end, the computer just sits there, and I sit in the chair watching videos. Our mentality is weak. Chen Lu lightly chuckled. My girlfriend enjoys playing Plants vs. Zombies. On the other side, Liang Jiru had also arrived early at the comic exhibition venue. The official organizers seemed to be preparing some promotional materials for these guests. The sun had not yet fully risen, but there were already long lines forming here. Thin mist lingered around, covering the upper parts of the tall buildings in the distance. Liang Jiru was still obediently wearing a warm down jacket, while Lin Miao Miao, who had been educated by the cold air for a few days, took off her windbreaker and put on a long down jacket. She suddenly quite liked this type of clothing because no matter the difference in body shape, everyone looked the same in a down jacket. Considering her current appearance, she was slightly inferior in facial features to Liang Jiru, slightly shorter in height, slightly inferior in temperament, and so on. I'm going back, Lin Miao Miao suddenly said with a straight face. Huh? Liang Jiru turned her head in confusion, and as she spoke, a hint of warmth emerged. Are you cold? I'll walk you back. As she spoke, she put Lin Miao Miao's hands, turning slightly red from the cold, into her pocket, keeping them warm with her own hands. Hearing this, Lin Miao Miao felt a twinge of guilt in her conscience, so she continued standing beside Liang Jiru. I was just kidding. You can't buy down jackets without pockets just because they look good, Liang Jiru said softly. I know. By the way, why did you suddenly have time to come with me? Liang Jiru curiously asked. It seemed like Chen Lu's company was very busy today. Even Chen Lu, who usually loves to sleep in, woke up around the same time as her. Lin Miao Miao shrugged. Do you even need to ask? Of course, it was your man who asked me to come accompany you. She wasn't the kind of person who hid her emotions despite arguing with Chen Lu regularly. The company meeting hadn't started this morning, and your man suddenly told me that the company's decisions didn't seem to involve me, so he kicked me out to accompany you. She finished speaking and bit her lip. Actually, she felt a bit resentful in her heart. She and Peng Lian, who were in the same rank as her before, now have almost become the second in command after Zhang Chao. She was the head of the art department after all. They took the monthly salary that a manager should have, but couldn't even attend such a meeting. Although she was either daydreaming, sneaking to play games, or attending meetings in her normal state. Liang Jiru blinked. She had been thinking about Chen Lu before, but now she was even more curious. She was about to say something when it was time for them to register to enter the event. Shall I go in? Lin Miao Miao asked softly. Liang Jiru shook her head slowly. No need. I've made an appointment with Chen Lu. She whispered and then tried to lift her head and walk forward slowly. The staff wearing masks politely bowed. Hello, may I ask the lady for your ID? I need to check in the backstage. Liang Jiru quietly took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm herself down, and finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Moo moo. The girl on the other side frowned. I couldn't find your information. Can you please provide your full name? Do I have to say the whole thing? Liang Jiru was already thinking of making a quick escape. Yes, because I need to verify the guest information before letting you in. Liang Jiro's cheeks were already slightly flushed, and after several more seconds, she said hesitantly, the world's most intelligent Moo. The staff member suppressed a smile. All right, please continue to show me the registration message. Lin Meow Meow beside her was biting her lip so hard that her lip turned white. This was the most painful time she had laughed so hard in her life. Seeing her like this, Liang Jiru couldn't help but puff up her cheeks, feeling embarrassed to death. I need to change my name. Chapter 226, The real business battle is all about why did she call me wife? I'm not married yet, Liang Jiru asked as she took a few steps and turned around. Stop talking. Just stop talking. Lin Meow Meow had a black line on her face. This person is so clueless. It's the same as those who call you big sis. You don't draw male characters, and there are fewer female fans, so no one called you that before. They entered a venue that was even more spacious than they had imagined, and the remaining task was to register the promotional images. The official staff would help turn them into posters or post them online. Guests wouldn't come for nothing. Promotion worked both ways. This way, they could boost the profits of these artists selling their works and indirectly promote them. When it came time to choose promotional images, Liang Jiru mostly chose fan art illustrations of the game Tower of Slaughter that Chen Lu had made. After all, these were the works she had poured the most effort into. The staff raised their eyebrows when they saw it, but didn't say much. While waiting for their booth, Lin Meow Meow took Liang Jiru around to explore. By now, the venue was getting more crowded, and Liang Jiru was starting to feel a bit out of breath. Lin Meow Meow was relaxed. After focusing on her drawing work, she looked back at these people and felt like they weren't on the same wavelength. Liang Jiru and Lin Meow Meow had very different mindsets. Liang Jiru was all about making money, so she didn't plan to miss any opportunity to attract more fans. But having been pampered since childhood, she never lacked money and had always seen drawing as a hobby just to make herself happy. Therefore, she didn't have the idea of making money through illustrations. As for why she was willing to shine in Chen Lu's company, one was that as a friend, she was willing to help Chen Lu. Secondly, when Chen Lu and Zhang Chao were not in the company, she took advantage of her status as the boss's best friend to act like she was the emperor of the company, which was quite enjoyable. There was no better work environment than this. The Comic-Cons in recent years have gone downhill. You're just here to have fun this time, experience it casually. Besides being invited, there's no need to attend such events in the future, Lin Meow Meow suddenly said as she saw a few cosplayers in the distance. In any case, Chen Lu just wanted you to see the world. The way those people were dressed, the photos might not even pass the platform review if posted. Although they were just individuals, the overall environment had changed. It's not like it used to be. Capital and the blind follow-up of newcomers could ruin many things, just like the so-called Zibo barbecue. Okay, Liang Jiru responded straightforwardly, not even questioning why. After all, Chen Lu and Lin Meow Meow would never harm her. She was easy to advise. Lin Meow Meow remembered the task Chen Lu had given her, so she didn't have time to spare. She introduced Liang Jiru to many booths and explained their purposes seriously. Actually, many cosplayers just come here to have fun. They wear costumes purely for their own satisfaction, just like me, she said, pointing to some more prominent booths in the distance. This area is prime. As a guest, you'll probably be assigned here later. Doesn't that mean there will be a lot of people? Liang Jiru muttered quietly. Standing here all day in this kind of place feels like punishment. Realizing this, she suddenly remembered the mask she had in her bag and quickly put it on. Then, much to Lin Meow Meow's surprise, she took out a peaked cap from her bag, put it on her head, and lightly patted it down. Anyone unaware might think she was preparing to commit a crime. Jiru, your outfit, up close. People might think you're some female celebrity, Lin Meow Meow said with some disbelief. From far away, just a thief. Despite this, she couldn't hide her innocent and gentle demeanor, but anyone would initially think she was a dangerous individual. Liang Jiru looked at her phone and saw her reflection, blinking her eyes as if she did resemble a thief a bit. However, it didn't bother her. She felt more at ease now. Later on, they were led by staff to their assigned booth. It wasn't exactly as Lin Meow Meow had envisioned. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Other booths were all clustered together, while they were pushed to the farthest corner next to the emergency exit, with the restroom at the far end on their right. As they stood there feeling disoriented, Lin Meow Meow suddenly noticed a large display in the distance, showcasing the competitive game they had been wary of. She had an unrealistic idea in her mind, but even if they were currently competing, was it necessary to act so petty? Lin Meow Meow furrowed her brows, grabbed Liang Jiru's arm, and said, "Jiru, let's go." Liang Jiru, unaware of the situation, whispered, "But someone is coming to get some signed prints from me. I promised them. There might not even be anyone coming here. They're just trying to make us leave on our own." Lin Meow Meow grew more and more frustrated. This kind of behavior even a child would consider beneath them. Why are they trying to make us leave? We didn't do anything wrong. Liang Jiru asked in confusion. This question left Lin Meow Meow speechless for a moment. She didn't know how to respond. After all, it was all just her speculation. Seeing Lin Meow Meow silent and not saying anything, Liang Jiru began quietly tidying up the booth by herself. The official provided them with a table just long enough for an adult to lie down, and Liang Jiru spread the tablecloth she had bought over it, silently starting to pack up the items. She didn't say much throughout the whole process, or rather, she was used to such unfair treatment. After all, the child who cries and throws tantrums gets candy, and she was always the one who never cried. Just as Lin Meow Meow had predicted, no one paid attention to their booth most of the time. The venue was simply too vast, being a national exhibition center. The two of them just sat there quietly, watching the hustle and bustle in the distance. It seemed like the liveliness over there had nothing to do with them, and no one even glanced in their direction. This environment was more comfortable for Liang Jiru, but she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She had stayed up late practicing for days to make the signed prints look good, only to find that she hadn't given out a single one of the free peripherals she had prepared. The girl felt a lump in her heart, but just as she was about to sigh, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Chenlu. "Chenlu, how's it going? Are there many people coming to get signed prints from you?" "Liang Jiru, there's no one." "Chenlu, just wait, my #1 fan will be there soon." "Oh, I never thought I would be the first to get a signed print from the future top artist in the country. This will make my day." Liang Jiru smirked, and she managed to hold back the tears that were about to well up in her eyes. She was easily comforted. "Liang Jiru, but it's fun here. You go ahead and do your thing." Putting down her phone, she glanced at Lin Meow Meow, who was yawning on the bench, and then turned her gaze back to the booths in the distance. Fans were lining up to meet and get their items signed by the artists. She looked curious. It seemed like a lot of fun. After some time, a guy with a backpack and square glasses ran over. Both of them were a bit excited because it had been half a day, and he was their second visitor. In the midst of their anticipation, the guy asked, "Are you a staff member?" Liang Jiru was taken aback and replied, "I'm not. I'm an artist." "Oh, sorry, I saw you standing near the emergency exit. I thought you were a staff member of the Comic-Con," he said. "It's all right." Liang Jiru shook her head slowly and pointed in the distance. "If you're looking for the restroom, it's over there." Thank you. The guy promptly ran off on his own again, looking like he was indeed heading for the restroom. Lin Meow Meow suddenly felt an urge to flip the table, but upon seeing Liang Jiru, frozen like a statue and looking dejected, she froze in her tracks. This poor girl must have prepared for this for a long time. Considering her character, she must have rehearsed what she wanted to say in advance repeatedly. "Jiru, let's just sit and wait patiently for a while." Lin Meow Meow's entire demeanor softened, and her tone became gentler. "Who knows, maybe a fan will come looking for you." There was nothing else to do, so they might as well hang out in the booth. Sure. It wasn't until well past 11 a.m. that they had their third visitor at the booth. Liang Jiru was still in disbelief this time, as the visitor turned out to be Chenlu. Smiling, Chenlu shrugged at Liang Jiru, saying, "Is this what you call fun?" Liang Jiru slowly lowered her head. In Chenlu's view, her entire face was hidden under the brim of the peaked cap. Chenlu walked up to the girl in the sailor suit, gently cupped her face, and said softly, "Let me tell you once more, never try to deceive someone who sees only you." Initially, Liang Jiru didn't think much of it, but her sense of grievance couldn't be concealed when she saw Chenlu, and she pressed herself tightly against him, hugging him closely. "How did they assign us to this place?" Chenlu asked. Could it be that Liang Jiru's reticence led to us losing a better spot? Having acted as a light bulb for so long, Lin Miao Miao finally seized the opportunity to speak and explained all the details. How come your intelligence is so lacking? You didn't even know who sponsored this Comic Con beforehand. Am I sick? There are so many small and large Comic Cons. Who has time to care about who invested in them? Chen Lu lightly tapped Liang Jiru, who was held in his arms, teasing, "Oh, they've given us such a spacious place, right?" Disdainfully chuckling, Lin Miao Miao said, "It's indeed so spacious. If there's an earthquake, the two of us will definitely be the first to run out." Short-sighted, Chen Lu retorted as he took out his phone. "Hey, Peng Lian, just like last time, I need you to handle a banner for me again. This time, the venue is vast. You can handle as many as possible. I'll send you the template soon, and you can decide the contents yourself," he said, a slight smile appearing on his face. "Yes, feel free to be creative. I trust your level of Chunabu." Chapter 227. Have you finished your work over there? If not, let's go together, Liang Jiru asked softly, still reluctant to leave Chen Lu's embrace. "Luckily, I've finished my work," Chen Lu replied, gently rubbing the girl's face. "We can't let my girlfriend feel neglected." Liang Jiru, wearing a mask and a duckbill cap, looked impeccable, but her slightly reddened eyes were still visible. If it were just Liang Jiru's booth without any customers, Chen Lu might have really taken her back. But it was intentional sabotage from the other party, and he couldn't let this slide. Liang Jiru remained silent, her courage spent, now only wanting to recharge by hugging Chen Lu. "We won't be able to earn any extra points this time." After a while, Liang Jiru murmured softly, a message only the two of them could understand. Chen Lu couldn't help but smile. It's still early. As Chen Lu's most loyal and capable subordinate, Peng Lian worked efficiently. Before long, he had arranged the banners and brought them over. Chen Lu stood at the entrance of the venue, waving at him from afar. "It's almost lunchtime. I'll treat you to pancakes. Stay and eat with me before we head back." He took over the stack of banners and said softly. Peng Lian was like his Doraemon, always reliable. "Let's bring it back to the company to eat. I still have unfinished business," Peng Lian replied without hesitation. "That works too. Make sure to rest well. Health is the foundation of revolution," Chen Lu said while biting into a pancake. "Life is short, why waste time on overtime?" Peng Lian was speechless. It's strange for the boss to say that. Back at the venue, Chen Lu shared the pancakes he bought with the two of them, while he stood to the side observing the booths in the distance. Suddenly, Lin Miao Miao spoke up. "Seeing you like this now reminds me of something." "What?" "In that year, at the Hangchang Comic Expo, standing there like a hooligan." "I don't play by those rules," Chen Lu replied, brushing off crumbs from his hands. "I avenge grievances on the spot." He was about to hang the banners when Liang Jiru came over to join him. "What's written on it?" the girl asked curiously. "You'll find out once it's up," Chen Lu said with a smirk, his clear eyes filled with mischief. After putting up the banner, she did find out, and she felt like running away on the spot. Renowned domestic illustrator Musi Musi makes a one-time appearance for autograph signings at the Comic Expo. After trying so hard to pull all those limited characters, are you really going to miss the limited art book? The bright words on the banner made her blush, and she quickly nudged Chen Lu's arm. "You're making a big deal out of this. What will you do in the future?" Chen Lu raised his eyebrows. "Well, we won't be participating in comic expos in the future." "What's the problem with what I said?" Soon after, "Hello." A short-haired girl greeted them quietly. Lin Miao Miao, with her chin resting on her hand, pointed to the side indifferently. "The restroom is over there." "I didn't come here to use the restroom," the girl said, glancing at the words on the banner again. "Where's Musi Musi?" "That's me." Liang Jiru, who had just been teased by Chen Lu, timidly walked over. The girl was thrilled. "I took a high-speed train for over 3 hours. I didn't expect to really meet you. I've been searching since this morning." The short-haired girl pointed to the distance. "This expo is crazy. If I miss it, I'll regret it so much." It was Liang Jiru's first time experiencing the passionate dedication of a fan. This person's eyes were sparkling with excitement as she asked for an autograph. The girl looked at the signed piece, then picked up a small gift box from the table and asked, "How much is this souvenir?" "I made them myself. It's free," Liang Jiru whispered. "Are you a fairy?" The girl couldn't help but admire Liang Jiru. Despite her strict appearance, she couldn't help but feel that she was a gentle and beautiful girl. Just by looking at her, the girl was smitten. "Can I take a photo with you?" Liang Jiru was reluctant, trying to figure out how to politely decline. "Sorry, she's shy and avoids photos," Chen Lu interjected. The girl only noticed him now and asked, "And you are finding him quite handsome?" "I'm her boyfriend," Liang Jiru immediately declared. Chen Lu was taken aback, wondering if this fool had suddenly learned to assert his dominance. "Nice," the girl nodded lightly. After seeing off the first fan, Chen Lu approached Liang Jiru, holding her hand. "First gift given. Are you happy?" Liang Jiru's eyes curved as she smiled gently, very happy. It was the first time she had experienced such enthusiastic kindness. Lin Miao Miao, who was previously daydreaming, watched this scene fixedly, thinking that a smile from a beauty is priceless. Wasn't Liang Jiru just as beautiful as those so-called beauties? To make her best friend happy, a little sacrifice was worth it. She gritted her teeth and said to Chen Lu, "You stay here and watch over the booth. I'll be right back." "What for?" "I'm going to change my clothes." Hangcheng in December had temperatures close to zero, with frequent snowfall in recent days. Lin Miao Miao had come dressed up in a cosplay costume. This was one of the reasons why she could act like the queen bee at work, with Chen Lu unfazed by her antics. Lin Miao Miao's outfit was not revealing, but her good looks and professional attire made her more eye-catching than those in skimpy outfits. The large banner was already attention-grabbing, but now, people could vaguely see a beautiful girl standing there from a distance, drawing even more curious onlookers. One person's attention drew others, and within an hour, this place had become a popular spot at the expo. Some came for the limited autographs, some for photos with the cosplay goddess. Reasons for visiting abounded. Among them were fans of the account Musi, a dedicated Chinese community that pursued limited edition items, leading to the popularity of such artists. When people heard about the one-time signing event by Musi, those unfamiliar with Liang Jiru's account might have been puzzled. They might wonder, who is Musi? Nonetheless, some were drawn to come and see what the fuss was about. People's desire to join in the excitement added more authenticity to the notion that Musi is a well-known illustrator. Repetition of the message from one person to another multiplied rapidly. Chen Lu's initial goal had been achieved. Initially, only those looking for a restroom came over, but now the venue was crowded beyond capacity. Opportunities tend to favor the prepared. Liang Jiru was always working hard, ready to seize opportunities when they arose. Most people initially came with a curious mindset, but their attention was soon captivated by Liang Jiru's art. What was once an unsigned piece in the morning, now had Liang Jiru signing autographs non-stop in the afternoon. Chen Lu acted as her personal assistant, answering various questions on her behalf. When the crowd thinned out, a few of them finally had a moment to rest. "Are we going a bit overboard?" Liang Jiru leaned in close to Chen Lu, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and whispered softly. She was now the most famous person at the expo. As for how many fans she had, it seemed no one cared to verify. "Isn't it great?" Chen Lu replied nonchalantly. "When we're older and sit together reminiscing about this, we'll remember our youth. Nothing tugs at a girl's heartstrings like fantasies about the future." Liang Jiru blinked, then nodded lightly. By early afternoon, Liang Jiru's handmade souvenirs had all been given out. "I'm lucky, managed to snag the last one," a young man said, holding the gift box with a smile. "That's mine," Chen Lu declared. "First come, first served, bro." "I was definitely here first," the young man argued. Chen Lu's voice turned cold as he threatened, caught up in the moment, forgetting that he also wanted the item. "I was here hours before you." Liang Jiru came up beside Chen Lu, tiptoed, and whispered softly, "It's okay, I saved the most special one for you." Her words, coupled with the warm breath against his ear, seemed to brush into his heart, causing even his heart to tremble. "Ah, that was presumptuous of me." Chen Lu smiled and took the last gift, generously handing it to the young man. "We're all brothers here, you can have this one." The young man looked down at the souvenir he had been coveting moments ago. Suddenly, he felt like he had lost. Chapter 228. With all the things that could relieve the heart not sent out, Chen Lu wanted to print some of Liang Jiru's paintings, thinking that larger printing shops should have special types of paper. When he went out to print, Liang Jiru and Lin Miao Miao took a break and finally felt like strolling around. Lin Miao Miao saw a girl cosplaying as Inuyasha and nudged Liang Jiru with her elbow, softly saying, "Do you want to try it on? I'll give you the outfit." "No need. Don't you think this outfit suits you well? It looks great on you." Lin Meow Meow bet that if they randomly stopped 10 people on the street, at least 9 of them would think Liang Jiru looks good in it. "I don't think it's not good looking." Liang Jiru shook her head slowly, quietly saying, "I just think Chen Lu probably wouldn't like this kind of style." "You hush." Lin Meow Meow's tone turned extremely cold. She poked Liang Jiru's forehead forcefully. "Is your brain filled with nothing but Chen Lu?" Liang Jiru felt a little pain from the poke, holding her forehead with both hands and plaintively saying, "That's how it is when you're in love." Even before being together, she would think every day about whether Chen Lu had eaten properly. Lin Meow Meow instinctively wanted to retort, saying, "You, a simpleton, are teaching me." But as she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered she had never been in love before. She couldn't argue back. Liang Jiru seemed to understand this aspect better than her. She couldn't just say, "Don't relationships make you act this way?" because she hadn't experienced it herself. While Lin Meow Meow was still at a loss for words, Liang Jiru continued slowly, "I think it's good to have someone you miss. It brings happiness. When I see him smile, I also feel happy. Meow Meow, you know I'm a very useless person, living aimlessly for over 10 years, never having any big ambitions." Liang Jiru stopped walking, looked ahead, and a small smile appeared on her face. "So, he is my ideal for the rest of my life. There's a flaw in what you said." Forever single Lin Meow Meow couldn't help but comment, "If he's upset, won't you also be upset? So, won't you just create a way to make yourself unhappy for no reason?" Liang Jiru looked at her dumbfounded, as if she had said something incredible. Blinking her pretty eyes, she softly said, "But I won't let him be upset. If he's upset, I'll make him happy. Isn't that enough?" You. Lin Meow Meow got annoyed. Why should she be a third wheel between a couple in love? Damn it. After Chen Lu arrived, things went smoothly. By evening, Liang Jiru had experienced almost everything she wanted to. All her admiring fans had seen her. The influence of this simpleton was much greater than Chen Lu anticipated. There were many more fans that came for her than expected. Lin Meow Meow didn't want to witness the sweetness anymore, so she sulkily called a ride-sharing car to head home. Before leaving, she flicked a middle finger at the couple holding hands. Watching the departing taxi, Chen Lu curiously looked at Liang Jiru. "Why does she seem off ever since I came back?" "I don't know." Chen Lu reached out and removed Liang Jiru's mask, chuckling, "You look good, even with the baseball cap, like a big star out for fun." The girl smiled secretly. Every girl loves to hear compliments about her outfit. "How much did you get this at a discount?" he asked. Liang Jiru pouted at his remark. Moments ago he was complimenting her on the hat. The sun had yet to fully set, casting a fiery glow, and Chen Lu took Liang Jiru on a leisurely walk by the roadside. Liang Jiru linked her arm with his, and they strolled slowly. Several sanitation workers were busy clearing the snow from the road, while a few children in the park ran around tirelessly. Liang Jiru suddenly asked, "I have to points now?" Chen Lu nodded. "Yes, you have to points." "That's accumulating quite fast." Chen Lu chuckled and pinched the girl's hand, "because you've been diligent. Even though most of the time, it was me talking on your behalf, you could easily fill a whole week with your words before." Liang Jiru pursed her lips. "Could you praise me a bit then? I can give you a kiss." Liang Jiru said. "You make it sound like I'm asking for the moon ... The girl said, and with her face slightly tilted, Chen Lu nonchalantly pecked her on the lips. "You're so simple-minded. Who could resist taking advantage of you?" "Can I participate in a lucky draw?" Liang Jiru curiously asked, needing to guard against Chen Lu's rogue moves. "After your participation, you'll only have 1 point. He cleared his throat. "I suggest you try a free single draw. You haven't tried that yet." "How do I draw?" Liang Jiru asked, frowning. "Are you trying to trick me? Every time you're up to no good, you cough." "What?" Chen Lu nearly tripped on the snowy ground. "Since you don't trust me, I'll have Peng Leian create a program for you to draw lots." Without a word, Liang Jiru adjusted her hat and turned away. Chen Lu silently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He almost got scared. This simpleton was getting smarter, but not completely. Fortunately, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. They hadn't walked far when the skies began to darken. Chen Lu exhaled a hot breath, watching it disperse in the air before turning to look at the passing vehicles. The cars appearing as red or white lights passed by in his unfocused gaze. After a moment of gazing, his line of sight was suddenly blocked by a long-haired girl. Liang Jiru had come up to stand in front of him, reaching out her hands to gently smooth the frown on his forehead. "I've told you, frowning all the time will give you wrinkles. I'll remember that today." Chenlu held the girl's slightly cold hand, speaking solemnly. Liang Jiru tilted her head, "But I'm really happy. This is the first time we've done something like this together." She then took her hand back and ran her hands behind her back. "Just being with you makes me happy." After a moment's pause, Chenlu found himself feeling a bit conflicted. Liang Jiru gently knocked Chenlu's chest with her forehead. "I feel like I'll be ridiculed for being a struggling artist in the future." "Don't worry, no one will remember that." Chenlu placed the girl's hand back into his pocket, fidgeting with it inside, and continued walking with her. "Besides, my girlfriend is destined to become a top artist in the country. I'll work hard." Liang Jiru seemed spirited, but her words were nervous. "What about you in the future? Will you really become a leader of a top 500 company like Miao Miao said?" To her, Chenlu was already an immensely impressive person. Chenlu stared at her like she was an idiot. "Silly, if you become the top artist in the country, I'll just loaf around at home waiting to die." "Okay." Liang Jiru's response was as unexpected as ever. "Your response is kind of odd, Liang Jiru. Doesn't the average person find fault with their boyfriend for not advancing? It's not that I'm odd, they are. If I'm making so much money in the future, why should I let you work and tire yourself out?" Chenlu nodded and retorted, "Exactly. So, now that your boyfriend is the CEO of a company, why are you working so hard?" Liang Jiru hesitated. Why aren't you talking?" Chenlu probed further. "What were we just talking about?" I didn't hear clearly," Liang Jiru said, ambiguously retracting her hands from Chenlu's pocket, then sprinting away. "You're not learning from me, don't run away." Liang Jiru had no strength, she couldn't run fast, and before she took many steps, Master Chen caught her. He held her from behind, using his right hand to pinch her cheeks. "Now you're pretending to be silly, huh?" Liang Jiru sighed and stopped struggling. "Chenlu, I really want to be rich." Before Chenlu could respond, she corrected herself. "No, I'm actually afraid of not having money." Chenlu got emotional, thinking about how much he had sacrificed due to her non-materialistic character. How many accomplishments had he missed? He hurriedly fetched a text message showing his bank account balance, showing it to her as if afraid she'd regret not knowing. "Do we look like we lack money?" Liang Jiru was taken aback, before letting out a sweet smile and then shaking her head. "That's not what I mean. I don't earn it, so I don't feel secure." "Is it hard to understand? Are you afraid I'll change my mind?" Chenlu furrowed his brows. He always found Liang Jiru's extreme views quite peculiar. Perhaps most girls would have taken the opportunity to help their family in difficult financial times. However, staring at him while speaking, Liang Jiru linked her fingers with his and shook her head again. "I'm different from you. I trust you'll love me forever. I just can't shake off this worrying." Under Chenlu's puzzled gaze, Liang Jiru continued walking unhurriedly, explaining nonchalantly, "My mom and I are doing fine now, but have you ever wondered what would happen if I never met you?" Chenlu paused for a moment, shaking his head internally. Better not go down that rabbit hole. Sensing Chenlu's thoughts, Liang Jiru spoke softly. "It would have been awful, right? So, thanks to you being by my side, everything is fine now. But I still need to work hard. This is what I promised my father in front of his grave when I was a child." Chenlu didn't utter a word, just quietly listening. Even in front of him, Liang Jiru hadn't shared many words before. He felt like she was revealing the last remaining pieces of what she held deep in her heart. "Chenlu, it's really scary to have no money. When my dad was first diagnosed with an illness, he could have still lived for quite some time. But without treatment, he couldn't. In the beginning, my dad suddenly told me to take care of mom, but then he stopped halfway and started saying he wanted me to be happy. Maybe he wanted me to support the family, but didn't want me to suffer. I was young back then and didn't understand his intentions. As I grew older, I promised him at his grave. So, if I couldn't prove that I could cure my mother's illness and give her a good life with the money I earned." Liang Jiru maintained her smile, her eyes curved, but Chen Lu noticed a tear glistening at the corner of her eyes under the street lamp's glow. As a daughter, I'm pretty useless, am I? Chapter 229. Little jealousy packet. Chen Luking felt choked for a long time. Suddenly, he realized that if he were in the same situation, he might have the same thoughts. He had depended on his mother for so many years, and now that he had grown up, he still needed others' abilities to have a better life. Wasn't he too useless? Who was he living up to? This was definitely a knot in his heart that he couldn't escape. For your own good, Chen Lu sighed inwardly. These words were truly bizarre. Even if someone claimed it was for someone else's good, the starting point would always be themselves. Then they would project their perceived good onto others. He almost fell into the same misconception as those parents. What might be good in their eyes was not necessarily what others wanted. Still lacking 91,001? Chen Lu asked. Liang Jiru looked at him strangely. How do you remember better than me? Chen Lu almost exposed himself and hastily cleared his throat, saying, because I care about you. I talked to the hospital, let's pay more in the future. Okay. These fundraisers have nothing better to do to set a monthly limit of only 2,000 to be repaid at most. Chen Lu coldly remarked, have they not considered that someone might want to repay earlier? They impose their self-proclaimed goodwill on others and feel superior. Liang Jiru hurriedly covered his mouth, nervously saying, watch your words. Quick, spit, spit, spit. She was quite superstitious. Chen Lu couldn't help but roll his eyes helplessly, thinking, I can't even criticize myself. He gently removed the girl's hand from his face, feeling a bit cool at first, then quickly warming up. Jiru, Chen Lu whispered softly. Liang Jiru was puzzled as to why Chen Lu was staring at her with such a serious expression. Remember? I have also promised your father something. He dropped a kiss on the back of the girl's hand, concluding his words. Liang Jiru had never seen what a gentleman was like, but she was sure no one could match the present charm of Chen Lu. After pondering for a while, Chen Lu's face became somewhat blurry in her sight. How could she forget? She could never forget it in her whole life. At that time, he knelt on both knees silently in the dirt while everything inside her heart exploded. In that situation, Chen Lu had taken on their future. I solemnly vowed in my heart to shed fewer tears from now on. Liang Jiru quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, as no one likes a crying girl. It only causes trouble. Did you really manage to hold back the tears? Chen Lu looked surprised, thinking it might be some peculiar talent of girls to switch emotions rapidly. He raised his head to see the sky darken and suggested, should we eat outside? If we go back to eat, I'll have to send you home again. Liang Jiru shook her head slowly and whispered, I have to go back. I have something to give you that I mentioned at the fan meeting. Is that so? Chen Lu still thought she was teasing him. But if you tell me what it is, I can get it from your room myself, right? He asked. Who knows what you'll do once you enter my room? Liang Jiru muttered sarcastically. Chen Lu suddenly realized, you didn't tell me, I completely forgot. Liang Jiru felt like hitting him again. Why was he like this? Just now, she was moved to tears, and now she wanted to hit him in frustration. Honestly, Chen Lu didn't want to send the idiot back so late. Every time he had to send her home at that time of night, he felt a bit lost, sensing the loneliness he would face returning to an empty house. It was awkward for any recent graduate to live on their own, and Chen Lu was no exception. He had never lived in a house by himself before. Adjusting from luxury to frugality was hard, and after the idiot stayed with him that night, he was even less inclined to live alone. No, he had to quickly figure out how to convince the idiot to live with him. What was wrong with finding someone to share a house with? It just happened that the person he shared with was his girlfriend. Who said roommates couldn't be your girlfriend? Yes, in this way, they were just roommates, not even living together. Chen Lu suddenly felt like a genius. As they arrived home, Chen Lu hung his coat on the rack, and Liang Jiru dashed into her room. Shortly after, she emerged holding a drawing and handed it to him with a shy expression. Chen Lu curiously took it and examined it closely. The drawing depicted a boy standing under a street lamp, wearing a faint smile, holding a phone slung from his hand. The style was distinctive, clearly resembling himself. This must have been on the day of Liang Jiru's birthday when he called back to her while she waited for him in the rain. Initially, Chen Lu had sketched a portrait of Liang Jiru standing under the rain. Unexpectedly, the idiot now gifted him with an illustration. She was quite romantic, after all. Just as he was about to laugh, Chen-Lu noticed the signature at the bottom right corner, Mu Zi Mu. Unlike signatures given to others, the last Mu had a heart-shaped tail. The handwriting was beautiful and cute. Clearly, this was a signature and dedication exclusively for him. "Do you like it?" Liang Jiru asked, noticing Chen-Lu's bewildered expression. She timidly added, "I prepared it for a long time." Her voice trembled, sounding nervous. This was unlike the Liang Jiru she saw at the fan meeting. "How long?" "Since the day you saw me drawing a pig head." Chen-Lu shook his head, reminiscing briefly. It had indeed been a long time. Within that time, she must have overturned and redrawn many times before settling on this final version. "I really like it." Chen-Lu wanted to make a more composed statement, but his smile couldn't be suppressed. Hearing his response, Liang Jiru showed more confidence, cheekily saying, "This is the exclusive gift I prepared for my #1 fan." "Thank you." Chen-Lu continuously admired the drawing in his hand, growing fond of it by the second. The girl giggled twice, and then held his face, asking, "Aren't the girls at the fan meeting exceptionally pretty?" Chen-Lu looked stunned, and his smile instantly froze on his face. At that moment, when did the idiot start asking such pointed questions? "It's fine. Even together, they're not as beautiful as my girlfriend." Chen-Lu replied earnestly. Pouting, Liang Jiru playfully said, poking his forehead gently, "Meow meow is right, all guys look the same." "How do we all look the same?" "Your eyes are not honest." She huffed, sneakily peeking at someone's legs even when they're wearing socks. Chen-Lu raised both hands in defense, calmly saying, "I'm innocent, I'm filing an appeal." The idiot glared at him without a word, then turned and went back to her room, slamming the door shut. Was she angry? Chen-Lu wanted to follow and pacify her, but he hesitated, thinking that his response wasn't so bad and Liang Jiru wasn't the type to play these small tantrums. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a different possibility came to mind, and he instantly became spirited. Could it be? Chapter 230. The man's mouth. Chen-Lu's current mood was like seeing a flash of gold when drawing a card, not knowing what he would draw. Nervous and excited, with an underlying uncertainty. After all, he didn't know if he guessed correctly. It was awkward to ask, so he sat on the sofa and tried to distract himself as much as possible. 10 minutes later, Chen-Lu couldn't sit still any longer. Am I overthinking it? Is Liang Jiru really angry? He hurriedly walked to Liang Jiru's bedroom door. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened slowly. Liang Jiru stood there half-opening the door, shivering at the sight of him, but quickly slammed the door shut. The speed was so fast that Chen-Lu couldn't see clearly what she was wearing. But one thing was certain, it definitely wasn't what she was wearing earlier. Confused, Chen-Lu pondered, while voices of a slightly trembling girl came from the room. Forget it, I won't go out, you come in instead. Chen-Lu then put his hand on the door handle, took a deep breath, pushed down strongly, and slowly pushed the door open. Once inside, he saw Liang Jiru leaning against the head of the bed, wrapping herself tightly in a blanket. You look like you're not wearing clothes, he couldn't resist teasing. Might as well not wear any, Liang Jiru murmured, embarrassed, unable to look at herself. Are boys all perverts? Why would they like this type of clothing? And how do those girls dare to wear such clothes out? Chen-Lu chuckled at her statement, sat beside Liang Jiru, who seemed to be radiating heat, and let her rest her head on his shoulder. Do I uncover it? Don't ask. Liang Jiru blushed, her voice slightly teary. After this statement, she buried her face in Chen-Lu's shoulder, silent like an ostrich, not making any noise anymore. This person seems rogue in normal times, yet now he's seeking her opinion. Shouldn't you take the initiative now? Whether you want to lift it or not, I won't tell. This made Chen-Lu nervous. Opening a blind box felt like this, or no, it was even more thrilling than a blind box. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then slowly uncovered the blanket covering the girl. What caught his eyes was a blue and white sailor suit with a broad collar that subtly revealed a beautiful collarbone and a red bow tied in the middle of the collar. It really gave off the vibe of a cute high school girl in an anime. If this outfit gave off a pure and undisturbed vibe, then peeking under the short skirt at the contrast of her long, fair, slender legs wrapped in black knee-high stockings was even more striking. The feeling of the stockings added to the beauty while accentuating the leg shape, making her already attractive legs even more appealing. Her adorable leg shape was already enticing, but with the outfit on, Chenlu couldn't take his eyes off her. Liang Jiru felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but plucked up the courage to mumble, "Actually, I had already chosen this outfit and socks, but I never dared to wear them." Before Chenlu could recover from the shock, she hesitantly added, "Actually, there's also a pair of white ones. I never dared to ask if you like that kind. If you do, I'll go change into them." With that, Liang Jiru seemed to have expended all her energy, melting into Chenlu's arms, completely still. Once again, Chenlu was stunned. This girl, with her different techniques every day, was she really worth taking home? Was he perhaps a savior in his past life? Who exactly was this Master Chen? Initially moved by her actions, he was quickly overtaken by fascination once again. "It's inconvenient to touch your legs here. Let me carry you to the sofa," he said as he princess carried her in his arms, heading to the living room. Liang Jiru was so captivated that she forgot to wrap her arms around Chenlu's neck. Her arms hung limply at her sides, with her mouth slightly open, clear, and bright eyes fixed on him. Was this even human speech? This was something that could come out of a human's mouth. Once on the sofa, Chenlu gently set her down before casually placing her legs over his. Liang Jiru bravely leaned in, pecking Chenlu's Adam's apple. Comparing his current behavior with earlier, she bit onto his shoulder. "Why did you bite me?" He winced, asking. "Humph." Liang Jiru turned away, revealing her fair and beautiful neck. "Who's the jealous one here?" Chenlu understood, jokingly adding, "Oh, little vinegar jar." Feeling a bit guilty, Liang Jiru knew Chenlu wasn't the type to flirt around. Noticing his gaze towards her was different from how he looked at other girls. Despite knowing all this, a slight discomfort lingered within her, prompting her to bite him lightly and tease him playfully. "I'm just a little jealous, while the one enjoying it is you." Chenlu, chuckling, accepted her words, impressed by her inclinations. It was refreshing to see her displaying some emotions, indicating she was finally getting accustomed to her own feelings instead of bottling them up as before. Like holding onto a prized possession, Chenlu's hands roamed around, exploring the special touch. Although he had seen many, this was the first time watching Liang Jiru wearing this, and also the first time he touched it. Admittedly, being a foot enthusiast, he didn't mind touching her feet. With this in mind, his exploration expanded to new areas. "Why aren't you scolding me?" After a moment of contemplation, Chenlu felt something was off and asked, "By obeying, it makes me appear particularly kinky. Falling for a rascal is inevitable. I've long accepted it." Liang Jiru met his gaze with a calm expression, her hand resting on the hem of her skirt. Then, she gently reached for his neck, giving a peck on his bottom lip. After the intimate gesture, quickly changing her demeanor, Chenlu explained in a serene tone, "Let's not put it that way. Out of 100 people, you might not find more than one gentleman like me. Given a slightly weaker will, seeing you dressed like this, they would have made a move already. My ability to restrain myself proves how deeply I love you. Therefore, rationality consistently takes the lead." Seeing Liang Jiru pursing her lips, Chenlu inquired, "Don't you believe me?" Liang Jiru's lips curled slightly into a happy smile, lightly pressing her foot onto Chenlu's stomach. "I do. Meow Meow once said, men can say all sorts of sweet things in such moments. Listen to them, but don't take them seriously." Chenlu. Damn, this person really needs more overtime. Chapter 231. Bringing you home. As dusk fell, the living room was shrouded in darkness as no lights were turned on. The dimly lit living room was quiet, with only occasional greetings coming from downstairs, like a stone suddenly dropped into water, quickly returning to silence, leaving only ripples behind, making people unable to resist getting lost in this cozy atmosphere. "Have you touched enough?" Up to now, Liang Jiru, who had finally grown accustomed, couldn't hold back anymore. This person had been touching her legs for a long time. How could this be tolerated? "No, I already said before, I can play with your legs for a year," Chenlu straightforwardly replied. "The second lord never deceives me. How could a guy resist not reaching out to touch?" "Impossible." Liang Jiru. Can this question still be answered this way? It's too audacious. Before she could continue speaking, Chenlu once again bent down and kissed the girl's thigh. Soon, between the black over-the-knee socks and the short skirt, in the area known as the absolute territory, a bright red strawberry appeared. "You always like teasing me," Liang Jiru said shyly, still pressing the skirt with both hands. Wearing this length of skirt gives her no sense of security at all. If it were her in the past, she might have already cried by now. "Nonsense," Chen Lu instinctively retorted, seeing the strawberry he left on the girl's thigh. Although feeling that this idea was unhealthy, there was a sense altogether of owning this airhead. He couldn't help but feel his heart race a bit. People in love were like this, whether oneself belonged to the other or vice versa. Both statements could make someone happy. "Why are you staring at this blankly?" Liang Jiru couldn't help but ask. Chen Lu was still staring there blankly. "I can feel that you're mine. You're sometimes so childish." Liang Jiru smiled gently, leaned towards Chen Lu, sat in his arms, gently embraced his neck. "I was already yours." Seemingly unaware, Liang Jiru lay on Chen Lu's side, legs in black over-the-knee socks stretching out, and her slender waist escaping from her top. This scene was quite stimulating in Chen Lu's eyes. Not to mention, she even continued speaking like this. "After a while, my mom can walk to the gate of the community on her own now." Liang Jiru adjusted her top while speaking. Even though she had previously vowed not to buy such convenient clothes, why couldn't she remember? Chen Lu really was taking liberties, and she had always indulged him. Can't shake the association. The girl's cheeks felt hot at the thought, so she stood up and prepared to go back to the room to change clothes. "Aunt has recovered so quickly," Chen Lu sincerely praised, then looked puzzled. "But did your topic change too quickly?" Could it be that he was reminding her that mom would be fine soon, and if he continued like this, she might ask her to hit him? It was kind of intimidating, but what if Liang Jiru filed a complaint later, not needing Mrs. Zhao's intervention, but having her mom chop his hand off? "It's nothing. I was just talking to myself. Liang Jiru said before gently closing the door. Chen Lu looked at the closed door, muttering, "Silly airhead, acting strange." Tonight's dinner was made by Liang Jiru, and after winning rock paper scissors, she went to the kitchen with a smile to cook. Seeing her happy appearance, one would think she didn't need to cook at all. Chen Lu wanted to eat mushrooms, so she researched and cooked mushroom soup. After dinner, just like usual, Chen Lu drove Liang Jiru home. Just as they stepped out of the building, Liang Jiru saw a small gray cat lying in a pile of holly bushes beside the unit door. She couldn't help but ask, "Is this the cat I saw when I had a fever before?" Chen Lu turned to look seriously. "Seems like it." It looked like it hadn't eaten for centuries back then. Now it was no longer hungry, but more skinny, with many wounds left by fights with other cats. Bites and scratches were all visible. No signs of abuse were visible for now. It seemed to have learned to compete for food with the stray cats in the area, and got beaten up. It truly seemed like an abandoned cat now, one that wasn't as skilled in fighting as house cats, especially considering how thin it had become. You could tell it had a tough life. In this world, people were notorious for being hot-headed for a short period, and this could easily translate into such consequences when taking care of cats. Liang Jiru wanted to do something, but Chen Lu had to go to a meeting after dropping her off, and she didn't want to delay him, so she didn't mention it. Chen Lu considered himself not a good person, but since he had seen it himself, he couldn't just ignore it. Anyway, he turned back. After all, the confused airhead hesitated even more when holding hands. Chen Lu got a cat strip from Ant on the first floor, tore it open, and passed it to the cat's mouth. The kitten hesitated for a moment, then licked it. "Eat more. Strive to win next time," he said softly. Meow. Upon hearing the response, Chen Lu first froze, then tilted the corners of his mouth. It was quite obedient. Good fellow. He initially thought it was a male cat, but turned out to be a female. Chen Lu carefully examined the scratches on its back, which had scabbed over, meaning further treatment wouldn't be necessary. But he kept combing its fur, looking around. "Just like when you found me in the park back then." Liang Jiru squatted next to him while he was feeding the cat, handing him a wet wipe to clean his hands, her voice soft. "What do you mean found? You make it sound strange." Liang Jiru reached out and touched the cat's head, feeling exactly like her in the past. Ostracized, hurt, out of place, with nothing. The only way to comfort oneself was to find a place that made her feel safe, to lick her wounds. Then she looked at Chen Lu's focused face. "Indeed, very similar. Which when I found you are you talking about?" Chen Lu asked subconsciously. After all, this sentence was too ambiguous. They had met in the park twice, and if you were to mention it, he found this airhead twice. And then they became a couple. Liang Jiru smiled nostalgically and happily, saying, both times. Chapter 232. When are you going to marry me? Near New Year's Day. By the time New Year's Day arrives, the Lunar New Year is not far away, so people who have been busy all year tend to feel a bit lazy by this time. It's like a train approaching the station, gradually slowing down. Although it is said that the traditional festive atmosphere is fading, most people in the country have not given up on celebrating New Year's Day and the Spring Festival. It seems to be the last stubbornness of traditional holidays. Whether it is valued or not, the festivals of one's own country should not be devalued. Do we have to wait until the Western 8 countries apply for heritage status? Recently, the game is only waiting to go online. The company is not that busy, and Chen Lu is about to be called back by the Empress Dowager to stay for 2 days, so he decided to take a day off early. However, the feeling of an imminent storm lingering in the company is felt by everyone. After Liang Jiru's fame increased, she began to earn more money, and she started to spend more generously, but only on him. Not long ago, this clueless guy bought a juicer specifically to put on this side of the rental house. To be honest, watermelons in December are really expensive. Liang Jiru bought the juicer specifically to make him drink less soft drinks. Chen Lu looked down at the Galactic Empire in his hand. He used to think this was a milestone in the history of science fiction novels, but now he feels it's just ordinary. He thought, isn't my girlfriend more fantastic than this book? As he was thinking, he heard the sound of the door lock turning from outside. Liang Jiru used her finger to open the door, and then entered, carrying a bunch of stuff like a crab. Chen Lu closed his book and walked over to help with the bags. It looked as if she was visiting with the amount of stuff she brought. Although Liang Jiru still didn't sleep here at night, she has been spending more time here lately. Chen Lu thought this clueless girl probably noticed that he wasn't used to living alone. Nowadays, most recent graduates still prefer to share housing, either due to lack of financial ability or just being uncomfortable living alone. Chen Lu was one of them. Initially, he thought of sharing an apartment with Zhang Chao, but after getting a girlfriend, friendships like these would only delay things, so he dropped the idea. What did you buy? He curiously asked. Why did you buy so much stuff? You didn't even call me downstairs to help with it. I can carry them myself. Liang Jiru took a deep breath and answered the question first, then paused for 2 seconds before continuing. There was a promotion at the mall, so I bought some things that I need more of. It won't expire anyway. Chen Lu looked at the pile of groceries and could only raise a thumb in response, speechless. He felt like he was becoming useless because ever since this clueless girl started sleeping here at noon, he hadn't bought any household items himself. He stayed here every day, but he didn't even know how much of his toiletries were left at home. Chen Lu was about to close the door when he noticed a cat circling around Liang Jiru's feet. He recognized the cat. It was the one he saw in the bushes a while back. It has been following me since the day I found it, Liang Jiru explained softly. These few days, it would usually leave at the entrance of the unit, but I don't know why it didn't today. Chen Lu crouched down, gently patted its head, and glanced at it. Animals seemed to recover faster than humans. The wounds on the cat's body were almost healed. He vaguely remembered the cat had followed him as well. It was quite well behaved. Even after getting a tap on the head, it stuck close to Chen Lu's hand, occasionally rubbing its head against him. No wonder other cats are bullying you, Chen Lu said as he patted it, wondering if the cat had fleas on it. Can I keep it at home? Liang Jiru asked hesitantly. Chen Lu clapped his hands and stood up. Why do you need my opinion on this? If you want to keep it, go ahead. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands and then walked back leisurely. Liang Jiru whispered, you shouldn't spoil your girlfriend like this. Chen Lu found her overly accommodating attitude a bit awkward for him, feeling like she was going overboard. Considering he didn't have much to offer in return, she felt she wasn't worth his kindness. Oh, he does seem to crave her presence. Chen Lu couldn't help but smile. Those who know you are my girlfriend, otherwise they might mistaken you for a go-between trying to persuade me to break up with my girlfriend. After a while, Liang Jiru went to bathe the cat, while Chen Lu sat at the computer, focusing on how Liang Jiru's account was developing. Perhaps due to the promotion at the comic convention, her account now had over 50,000 followers. With such a large following, she should consider managing accounts on other platforms like Weibo and Douyin. However, she should focus on her drawings, leaving the other platforms for later, as it would take some time. Chen Lu put this aside and continued to admire his girlfriend's artwork. Liang Jiru quietly returned to Chen Lu's side and hugged him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. "What will happen when I get old?" she whispered softly. "Getting old is a part of life. There's nothing to worrying about," Chen Lu said as he looked at Liang Jiru's drawing of Yuki. He couldn't help but chuckle. This drawing could be sold to Zhang Chao, who might be willing to pay a good price for it. Liang Jiru wasn't paying attention to the screen, her voice slightly trembling. "I won't look good when I'm old. Will you still be able to tolerate how I look after all your kindness?" Although Chen Lu didn't particularly like cats, he accommodated her because he loved her. Chen Lu felt flustered at her words. He recognized her sentimentality, knowing she felt not good enough for him, but in his eyes, she was perfect. Chen Lu lifted her chin. "When you're 10 years older, I will be 10 years older too. The world will also age by 10 years, even God would age 10 years. So don't be afraid of getting old. I am good to you not because you look good, but because you love me. You're my girlfriend now, and in the future, you will be my wife. My care for you comes from my heart. There's nothing to feel unworthy about." Before, it was Chen Lu who buried his face in Liang Jiru's neck. Now, it was Liang Jiru's turn. Chen Lu could feel his neck getting moist. "Liang Lu, I want to marry you. Could you marry me sooner?" she said in a muffled tone. A girl shouldn't say things like that. Chen Lu found her adorable. "Shouldn't you be more reserved as a girl?" "I don't care." Liang Jiru sat on Chen Lu's lap, embracing him tightly. With all her rare stubbornness, she said cutely, "I don't mind." Okay. Chen Lu kissed Liang Jiru's neck. "It's just that you were born too late. Otherwise, I would have taken you to get a marriage certificate the day you said you love me." Liang Jiru wiped her eyes and continued to bathe the cat. Chen Lu noticed a private message in the top right corner of the screen. "Brother, I am still a student. Can you draw me a painting for free?" Chen Lu's eyebrows twitched at this outrageous request, and he replied, "No, not even if you were born yesterday." Liang Jiru couldn't help but giggle at the mistaken identities. It was clear that the person was mass messaging, hoping to swindle a kind target. After replying, Chen Lu walked into the bathroom and picked up the cat, which was still bathing. "You haven't finished washing yet," Liang Jiru remarked seriously. "It's okay. I'll take it to the pet store for a checkup first," Chen Lu said, holding the cat at eye level. "Gotta make sure it's healthy and gets its shots. It will be good for everyone." "I've seen people bring cats home directly to wash them in the past," Liang Jiru, who had never considered owning a cat before, admitted. "Times have changed," Chen Lu said softly. "Just because most people did something in the past doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Each generation has its own ignorance. Blindly following past experiences is often a mistake." He picked up the cat and headed towards the door, giving it advice as if it understood him. "You are a mature cat now. You must learn to go to the toilet before coming back here, understand? Meow." Chapter 233 Oscar Best Actor Candidate. Half an hour later, Chen Lu returned from the pet hospital. "Where's the cat?" Liang Jiru tilted her head curiously and asked. "I left it at the pet store," Chen Lu said as he hung his clothes on a hanger. "The wound was starting to get infected, so I left it there since we couldn't treat it ourselves." He secretly felt fortunate that he took the cat to the hospital for a checkup. Its injuries were more severe than they appeared. He didn't understand cat breeds well before, but after asking, he found out it was a British Shorthair. He had picked up a cat worth a lot in the market for free, but with the cost of medical treatment, vaccines, and cat food in the future, Chen Lu suddenly couldn't figure out if he truly profited from the situation. He then brought a box to Liang Jiru's feet, opened it, and inside was an automatic feeder. "Look how cool this is. It dispenses cat food automatically at scheduled times," he said excitedly while demonstrating. "In the future, we won't need to find someone to take care of the cat when we're busy or away. The cat can eat on its own. Plus, you can set the feeding times and frequency on your phone." Liang Jiru approached to feel the texture of the all-white, trash bin-like feeder, her face filled with confusion. "I probably won't be going out much. Even if you're busy with work, I'll come over after school every day, so there's plenty of time here. But it can feed itself." Chen Lu started to realize he sounded a bit silly midway, but the idea of this smart device was really cool. How could anyone resist products labeled with intelligent who wouldn't want to be like Tony Stark? Liang Jiru couldn't help but smile slightly. Sometimes her boyfriend could be so childish, but she was used to it. It was quite cute, wasn't it? What else do we need to buy? The girl asked softly. Even though she liked to save money, she didn't criticize Chen Lu for splurging on this intelligent device. I've already ordered litter, a litter box, and shampoo from the pet store, Chen Lu replied softly. This cat seems pretty well behaved. I don't think we'll need a cage, just a cat bed. But I haven't bought a cat bed. You can pick one you like. Liang Jiru nodded gently, keeping this in mind. The two of them seemed a bit like parents waiting for their child to be born. Although the child hasn't arrived yet, they've already prepared all sorts of miscellaneous items they may or may not need. They hadn't decided on a name yet because Chen Lu said he needed to feel a connection with the cat first, and Liang Jiru agreed. However, privately, they both fantasized about what to name the cat in the future. Liang Jiru seemed a bit embarrassed. I've never raised a cat before, and now I'm pulling you into it. Who needs experience for that? Once you start caring for it, you'll figure out how to do it, Chen Lu said, unconcerned. He was just indulging the silly girl to make her happy. The cat isn't a newborn, and both of us have normal intelligence levels. We won't mess things up. I hope not. When I was young, I raised a sparrow, Liang Jiru said slowly, as if lost in memories. It had fallen out of its nest, and when I found it, it didn't even have feathers yet. I used to share my millet porridge with it during meals, and it actually grew up. And then, once it learned to fly, it flew away on its own without even saying goodbye. Liang Jiru's expression turned somewhat sad. It never came back to see me. Chen Lu couldn't help but chuckle at Liang Jiru's story, trying to comfort her. Maybe it would come to see you often, just flying above your head where you might not notice or recognize it. Even if you saw it, you might not recognize it. After all, he had visited this silly girl's workplace so many times, and she was always so focused on her work that she never noticed him. Then he gave the girl's cheek a slight pinch and said, "Actually, I have experience raising animals too. Chen Mo raised a rabbit a couple of years ago, and I helped take care of it. I didn't see it when I went to your place, did I?" Liang Jiru found it odd, considering that rabbits don't have such short lifespans. It got eaten, Chen Lu said expressionlessly. He had never expected Chen Mo never really intended to keep the rabbit as a pet. He raised it for food. He had the audacity to say that since he raised it himself, he could eat it without any concerns. That day at the dining table, except for him, who had developed real attachments, everyone else was quite happy eating. Liang Jiru, shaking, even though this behavior perfectly aligned with her impression of Chen Mo, it still sent shivers down her spine. Liang Jiru was very proactive and quickly started researching videos about caring for a cat. Chen Lu lounged on the couch, engrossed in the book Galactic Empire, when he suddenly heard Liang Jiru anxiously exclaim, "What do I do, Chen Lu? They're starting a conversation under my post." Intrigued, Chen Lu approached to take a look. True enough, after refreshing the page, there were several comments. "Damn, Musumu must be a pretty girl, just by looking into those eyes. I have the same feeling, honestly, that aura is really charming. She must be a beauty. Is it for real? No picture, no truth. It's true, but that person next to her doesn't allow photos." Chen Lu's mouth twitched slightly. "Huh, that person." The comic convention seemed to have given Liang Jiru an unintended marketing boost, labeling her as a beautiful artist with social anxiety. It had touched on many fans' loving points, and she had seen growth in followers in recent days. The topic veered off. Liang Jiru nervously muttered, attracting the attention of these new fans solely towards her instead of her art. "It's no big deal. You don't rely on your looks to make a living, and you don't show your face. Sooner or later, their focus will be drawn back to your art. I feel like you can make a living from drawing in the future," Chen Lu said seriously, ignoring the fact that this silly girl studied accounting. But it was fine. Not many people end up working in the field they majored in. Look at him, a law student venturing into the gaming industry. Chen Lu's words were like a soothing balm, calming Liang Jiru's nerves. She raised her crossed hands above her head, stretched with a big yawn, arching her slender waist elegantly. Her top was pulled up slightly, revealing some fair and smooth skin. "I'm satisfied as long as it's better than my previous part-time jobs. Liang Jiru yawned addictively until her spine popped, pausing her stretch. Chen Lu watched her for a moment before coming to his senses, clearing his throat and continuing. No, you need to set high goals based on what you can achieve. Aim a bit higher, and you might get good results, even when lazy. Why? If you aim high and slack off a bit, you can still achieve good results. People are naturally lazy, and setting high goals can motivate you to work harder even when taking it easy. Though I know you lack confidence. Taking the opportunity, Chen Lu gave the girl's waist a couple of pinches. You can't go too easy on yourself, even though I know you're just lacking confidence. The sudden touch made Liang Jiru shiver, blushing with an annoyed look at him. Chen Lu controlled his guilt, maintained a straight face, and calmly returned her gaze. Indeed, Liang Jiru's pretentious aura quickly dissipated, and she shyly averted her gaze, feeling wronged and misunderstood. Chen Lu, I didn't bully you. Why are you looking at me like that? She mumbled softly, nearly displaying her grievances all over her face. This trick still works on you even after so many years. Chen Lu teased her and kissed her on the cheek before heading to the kitchen. After a while Liang Jiru was still drawing a caricature of Chen Lu, he returned to her side. Liang Jiru was startled to see Chen Lu with reddened eyes, looking like he was about to cry. She immediately reached out, cupping his cheeks. What's wrong? I feel so wronged. Can you let me touch your leg? Go ahead. Liang Jiru grew more anxious, but could you tell me what's bothering you first? Chen Lu suddenly smirked. You might be easy to fool, but if I can trick you, I can probably fool the wider online community. He handed his phone over to Liang Jiru. Hold this and record a video for me. Chapter 234. Growing up frantically early the next morning, at the Lin Group. Yesterday, we already made it to the bestseller list on the iOS platform. With both platforms combined, the first-day revenue of this game under our subsidiary has exceeded tens of millions, said a well-dressed young man standing in front of the desk, respectfully reporting. Sitting leisurely in front of him, the slightly overweight middle-aged man was Lin Jingming, the chairman of the Lin Group. Not bad, Lin Jingming said, smirking. Indeed, in the entertainment industry, it seems that you young people have a keen eye. Get ready to take over Li Yong's position by the end of the year. I heard the founder of Polestar Company has to call you uncle. The man couldn't hide the smile on his face, but couldn't help but ask. After all, in this era where traffic is king, their game had already gained a solid foothold by launching early. While Polestar Company, which invested equally heavily in the same area, would likely face losses for following behind. Exploiting his own nephew for personal gain, quite ruthless. Both companies were of the same type, but the one here had devoured all the traffic, leaving the other in the dust. His life or death, what does it have to do with me? Lin Jingming extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray before saying casually, consider it a lesson for these young ones, free of charge. The business world is all about deceit, and if you can't keep up, then you deserve to suffer the consequences silently. The man was stupefied, never expecting his boss to speak so candidly about such cunning actions. As the phone rang, Lin Jingming ambiguously called out for Zi Li. Not hearing the name of his proper wife, the man was about to avoid the situation when Lin Jingming's secretary walked in. Mr. Lin, speak if you have something. Lin Jingming frowned. After hesitating, the female secretary finally opened the video on her phone and placed it in front of Lin Jingming. In the video, a handsome young man with red eyes introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I am the founder of Polestar Company, Chen Lu. Starting today, our company will cooperate with Penguin Corporation to take legal action against the Lin Group for various infringements, including stealing our internal data. He then went on to explain the entire situation and his dreams, the innocence and confusion he faced when targeted, and his determination to fight back. It was a short video, only 5 or 6 minutes long. Both men finished watching it quickly. Lin Jingming didn't show much of a reaction on the surface, but the young man observing beside him felt like he was on a roller coaster. He knew why Chen Lu had posted the video on the internet before actually taking legal action. Crying in the business world was useless. These seasoned businessmen were all vultures ready to pick you apart as soon as you fell. But the internet was a different story. People online were willing to speak up for an underdog who was bullied, fueled by a sense of justice, or simply to release their negative emotions. What were Chen Lu's labels on the internet? A student at Yuhang University, a young commercial genius who made it big in his 20s, a rising star in the domestic gaming industry. Due to the positive association with the Tower of Slaughter game, his popularity was high among players, and since the game's reach was significant, many young people online recognized him. Most importantly, he was a university student who had just entered society, the nation's pride, the backbone of internet surfers. With these public perceptions and his emotional storytelling in the video, he met all the criteria to spark public outrage. The eyebrow pencil incident would trigger anger because many ordinary netizens struggled financially, not from lack of efforts, but circumstances. This incident would make people angry because everyone had been mistreated to some extent after graduating. "How's it fermenting?" After a long silence, Lin Jingming coldly asked. The female secretary hesitated, but gathered the courage to continue. The video was posted late last night and has already trended on the WB and DI platforms. Seeing Lin Jingming still staring ahead without a reaction, she ventured to speak further. "Just now, the legal letter has arrived too. It looks like he really wants to take us down with Penguin," the young man murmured softly. He suppressed the comment that the legal department seemed unprepared against them. Only now did he realize that behind Chen Lu was the law department of Yuhang University and the connections Chen Lu had there. Most importantly, their current peak in traffic was ultimately benefiting others. Swallowing hard, he suddenly felt that this person wasn't as simple as he had thought. The next moment, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed in the office, along with Lin Jingming's roar. "This isn't Shenzhen." Early in the morning, Chen Lu returned home. How could he disobey his mother's decree? Even though she hadn't spanked him in years, some memories were etched into his bones. Anyone who had been disciplined with a belt wouldn't have any fondness for a brand like Seven Wolves. Cheerfully opening the door, he saw his whole family sitting neatly on the sofa, as if something significant was about to happen. Wang Zhao looked at him seriously, while Chen Guanglin took a sip of tea with a poker face, saying nothing. Chen Mo seemed more relaxed, lying on the sofa with one leg crossed, holding a copy of Starfire English in her hand. When she saw him, she gave him a casual smile. Barely managing to keep a straight face, things got scary when he saw his mother's expression. Standing in the entryway, he hesitated to take off his shoes, trying to delay his entrance for a while. Would she report him for bullying Liang Jiru? It was impossible. As much as he might have been a bit beastly lately, Liang Jiru wouldn't betray him. Slowly walking to the coffee table, he watched his mother's movements intently. "Come here." Wang Zhao patted the seat next to her. Chen Lu moved a couple of steps but didn't dare to sit down. "Sit." "Okay." Chen Lu gritted his teeth, obediently sitting next to his mother. "Mom, you asked me to come home for New Year's, and now I'm back early. Let's talk." Before he could finish pleading, he saw Wang Zhao looking at him with red eyes. Surprised, he heard Wang Zhao speak. "If you're not happy with your company, let's not do it. Although our family isn't as wealthy as your Uncle Mo's, we aren't destitute either. Why are you like this? You've suffered so much and didn't even tell your family. Are your father and I that useless?" "Wait a minute." Chen Lu felt something was off. "I never said I wasn't happy." Wang Zhao held up her phone in front of Chen Lu. "You still want to hide this? Your story is already trending." "That was quick," muttered Chen Lu. "What was quick?" "That was staged by me." Chen Lu touched his eyes. "I was teary from the onion fumes. It was unbearable." "It was a marketing tactic," he explained calmly. "Their deceit delayed the launch of my game, so I used their traffic to promote it a bit. I'm not even considering pursuing the lawsuit seriously. I've handed everything to the Penguin side. Winning or losing doesn't matter. All I wanted was the buzz. I haven't spent a dime, and I've already made it to the trending search. Is there a better return on investment than this?" Wang Zhao listened attentively, stunned by Chen Lu's explanation. The concerned expression on Chen Guanglin's face had disappeared completely. "I told you my brother was just pretending. Why don't you believe me?" Chen Mo finally couldn't help but mock. "He's causing trouble only when he's not bullying others." She had witnessed Chen Lu's acting skills in front of Liang Jiru and was no longer surprised. "Exactly," Chen Lu agreed. "Mom, are you cooking? I'm hungry. Just open your mouth and order me to cook. Why don't you starve while you're over there?" Wang Zhao scolded, getting up to head to the kitchen. "Chin up, because my wife will cook for me." "Calling her your wife just because you're married. Shameless like your father. Zemo, come and help." Soon, only the father and son were left in the living room. It seemed like a common scenario for fathers and sons nationwide, with an eerily quiet atmosphere prevailing. "You must be quite tired, huh?" Chen Guanglin asked. Chen Lu let out a deep breath, nodding slightly. The past few months, from launching to technical hurdles to negotiating with Deep City for collaboration, being poached by competitors, none of it was simple. Claiming he wasn't tired would be a lie. Blowing on his teacup, Chen Guanglin smiled and said, "You've changed a lot this year. Not long ago, I still thought of you as a child. Do I look like an adult now?" Chen Lu's eyes lit up with anticipation. Chen Guanglin slowly placed the teacup on the coffee table and gave him a meaningful smile. "You now look like a child, growing up relentlessly for the one you love." Chapter 235. A woman's beauty lies in pleasing herself. Du said, "The plan for the day starts in the morning. Breakfast should be as hearty as possible." In reality, not many people in the country take breakfast seriously. Making breakfast didn't take long, and soon a few people were gathered around the table to eat. "The child in Zhao Ji's family at my unit is arguing with his wife every day." Wang Zhao chatted about everyday life as usual. Her son doesn't even earn 10,000 a month, so her daughter-in-law doesn't work, but shops online every day. There's no money left at the end of the month. Nowadays, many girls really. Chen Lu swallowed his mouthful of bun and hurriedly said, "If your son was more capable, your daughter-in-law wouldn't be like that." He felt that his own mother would never have imagined that Liang Jiru still thought about sponsoring him until now. "Little rascal, back to show off your wife." Wang Zhao gave him a look and realized that Jiru was the daughter-in-law, who couldn't be found even with a lantern. "Then, why don't you hurry up and marry her?" Chen Lu quickly buried his head to eat, as if nothing had happened just now. This matter had to proceed according to Liang Jiru's wishes. If her desire for marriage was accelerated prematurely, it would be bad. Those who vent their grievances for you, seeing you boast like this, won't they be infuriated? Wang Zhao pressed her finger against Chen Lu's forehead. "Those who know will think you're being bullied, and those who don't know will think you're bullying. It's right to fight back. After all, he's not a good person," suddenly said Chen Guanglin. Wang Zhao was stunned. "You're saying Xiaolu is not a good person? I mean Lin Jingming." Chen Guanglin looked at his wife in speechless disbelief. She was becoming more and more like a female celebrity day by day, focusing solely on her looks. Their marriage has probably been on the rocks for a long time. How many years has Shijin not returned from overseas? Shijin is really pitiful. Her marriage has never been smooth. Wang Zhao always trusted Chen Guanglin's judgment. I guess she's accepted it and will just focus on raising her daughter in the future. What's so pitiful about it? Can only blame themselves for being foolish? My Shu has worked so hard to support the family. If it were me, I would be content. Chen Mo had just finished teasing and was about to be hit by Wang Zhao, almost spitting out the soy milk in his mouth. Mo Wenbin treated her even better, so she naturally leaned more towards him in her speech. "You can't say that." Chen Guanglin was more reasonable. Knowing someone on the surface doesn't mean knowing their true nature. It's not easy to see through a person's character. "I knew you were a good person at first sight," Wang Zhao said proudly with her chin up. Chen Guanglin smiled lightly and handed a tissue to Chen Mo, who was coughing. "It shows you're smarter than most people." Chen Lu ignored his parents showing affection and scrolled through his phone, chatting with Liang Jiru on WeChat. "Chen Lu, what are you doing? Miss me? Hug my pig, JPG." He didn't care that they hadn't seen each other for just one night. Liang Jiru, just finished tidying up the house. Watching TV. Miss you. Chen Lu, if I send such an emoji and you don't reply, it'll make me look creepy, you know? It'll seem like I'm harassing you. Liang Jiru, but I find those emojis embarrassing. Chen Lu, you can draw, can't you? Draw a few non-embarrassing ones yourself. Liang Jiru, you're so smart. Unlike the laziness at Chen Lu's house, Liang Jiru and Zi Zunfang were up early, had already finished breakfast and tittied up. They sat on the couch watching TV, much quieter than Chen Lu's side. After chatting for a while, Liang Jiru contentedly put away her phone, sat in front of the full-length mirror, and suddenly turned to Zi Zunfang. "Help me comb my hair. You're almost getting married in a few years, and you still want your mom to comb your hair." Zi Zunfang teased her daughter, helping Liang Jiru comb her hair cheerfully. Liang Jiru had really good hair quality, smooth as silk cascading behind her, whether it looked or felt extremely soft, as it flowed down from the top of her head. So long. Why is your hair getting longer and longer? Zi Zunfang was a bit surprised, only then realizing that this girl hadn't cut her hair much this year, just thinning it out a few times. Liang Jiru pursed her lips, embarrassed to say it was because Chen Lu liked it. Most girls don't really prefer to keep their hair long. Keeping it waist length already requires a lot of determination. Long hair is troublesome to wash every day, and it takes a long time to dry. It's easy to get tangled while sleeping and may even hurt. But what does it matter, as long as Chen Lu likes it? Liang Jiru embodied the phrase a woman's beauty lies in pleasing herself to the fullest. Looking at herself in the full-length mirror, with Zi Zunfang combing her hair carefully and gently behind her, she couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? So happy, acting like a silly girl. She didn't know whether she was thinking about Chen Lu again, as this silly girl always smiled when she talked in her sleep, mentioning his name. Mom, you haven't combed my hair in almost 10 years. Liang Jiru sniffed and smiled wryly. In the end, she mustered up a sweet and pretty smile, even though it seemed a bit bitter. Zi Zunfang was stunned. In an instant, she froze, the comb got stuck halfway, and the entire scene seemed like a movie suddenly paused. It took a while for her to regain her composure. Realizing that her daughter could see her expression in the mirror, she held back her tears. It really has been a long time. Zi Zunfang sighed softly. From now on, I'll comb your hair every day. In the first few years, Liang Jiru hadn't grown taller, but she hadn't recovered from the blow. Later, when she had the intention, her daughter was already taller than her sitting in a wheelchair. It's troublesome. What's wrong with a little trouble? Zi Zunfang continued to gently comb her hair. Let me do this from now on. When you get married in the future, let Xiaolu comb it for you. Liang Jiru chuckled. Then he probably won't like long hair. Not because she thought Chen Lu would find it troublesome, but because she believed that Chen Lu, who had never dealt with long hair, would be reluctant to see her in such a state every day. Chen Lu's thoughts were sometimes so meticulous that she couldn't guess them, but sometimes they were very easy to understand. Realizing that her daughter's reason for keeping long hair had been exposed, Zi Zunfang subconsciously assumed that she would marry Chen Lu. Unable to resist the urge, she poked Liang Jiru's head, noting how naive her cabbage-like daughter was. She didn't know when, but gradually, a smile appropriate for her age began to appear on Liang Jiru's face. Communication between mother and daughter also became a bit more cheerful. The once stagnant life seemed like an old machine suddenly set in motion by a turning gear, undergoing earth-shattering changes. Fortunately, everything was slowly getting better. Chapter 236. Master Chen had finished stealing cabbage to eat after breakfast. Chen Lu was just about to go tease his little sister, who was about to take the college entrance exam, when he received a call from Zhang Chao. The brief message on the phone simply said, "I'm downstairs at your place, come down quickly." Chen Lu casually put on a down jacket and ran downstairs. As he reached the entrance of the building, he saw Zhang Chao standing there, neck shrunk, occasionally taking a couple of steps and stomping his feet. "Why did you come to my house? Is there something going on at work?" Chen Lu asked. "Nothing's up at work, but I need your help," Zhang Chao replied. Chen Lu breathed a sigh of relief. "All right then. You idiot." Zhang Chao felt his blood pressure rising. It seemed like this guy couldn't go a day without messing with his mind. "Aren't you cold sitting here? Let's go up and talk." Chen Lu gestured towards the unit door. "I didn't bring anything. Why go up? It's not like you used to bring stuff when you visited before. I was a student back then. Now I have a job. Things are different," Zhang Chao explained. "I'm about to introduce her to my parents. I'm nervous. Can you give me some advice? How did you handle it with your partner back then?" Zhang Chao admitted that he was just too nervous, which led him to drive over to find Chen Lu. Chen Lu looked at Zhang Chao's troubled expression, realizing why Chen Guanglin had once said that he was a child who desperately wanted to grow up. Maybe becoming a man required just taking on a responsibility. In fact, there were many things that neither he nor Zhang Chao were prepared for. But life is like waves. Once they come rolling in, they don't give you a chance to catch your breath. Trying to control life is like swimming upstream. Both he and Zhang Chao were the type to try and swim across on their own. Both were bound to feel lost at times. Zhang Chao had a strong smoking habit since his freshman year. As soon as he got into the car, he lit a cigarette. He rolled down a window, took a deep breath. Regardless of whether they approve or not, my marriage is already set. But with something like this, I still hope they will agree. Forgetting he hadn't actually smoked yet, Zhang Chao flicked the cigarette ash casually. Otherwise, we won't even be able to afford a decent wedding. You have to help me. How can I help you? Chen Lu was puzzled. Since my freshman year, whenever I have a decision to make, I always seek your advice first, Zhang Chao explained. He thought he could predict what Chen Lu might say, and wanted to talk ahead of time to feel reassured. Chen Lu's mouth twitched. No matter who you ask, the answer would generally be the same. What if your parents adamantly opposed your marriage to Liang Jiru? What would you do? It's my marriage, not theirs. Got it. Zhang Chao let out a sigh. Oh, before I forget, here, this is from Liu Yan for Liang Jiru. He brought out a large red box from the back seat, holding what seemed to be a set of cosmetics with nice packaging. From Liu Yan to Liang Jiru? Chen Lu emphasized each word deliberately. And now you're giving it to me. How are these two things related? She's so proud. Thinks she's best friends with Ink Rainqing, feeling awkward being close with Liang Jiru. Her mom does overseas purchasing. It didn't cost much. Let your girlfriend have it. Zhang Chao laughed. Your girlfriend is really popular. Even my mom can't stand it. I feel the same way. I feel like she's overshadowing both of us at work. Hey, if she decides to rally against us in the company, it would be a crowdsourced attack. Chen Lu joked along, even making a gesture towards his neck. Then a bunch of swordsmen and axe wielders would come out from all directions and take us down on the spot. This boss was either helping with cleaning or pouring water for employees. Compared to him, who often slacked off in the office, he was clearly different, even speaking gently with employees. This was a level of benevolence akin to Liu Bei in ancient times. Who wouldn't want to serve someone like that? After chatting aimlessly for over half an hour, Chen Lu returned home shivering, only to realize he was still wearing his pants lowercase. Sometimes, people don't really need advice, they just want someone to talk to. Understanding others' needs can make comforting them much more effective. With nothing else to do, Chen Lu watched a historical drama with Wang Zhao'o and Chen Guanglin until noon. Stretching lazily, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Liang Jiru. Chen Lu, I can't sleep. Will you come to keep me company? Chen Lu, you're already thinking of being a widow before getting married? You can't wait for me to die, huh? Liang Jiru, my mom is going for a walk later. She won't be back so soon. Chen Lu glanced at his parents, then continued, if she catches me, it won't be your mom scolding me, it'll be mine. I'll head to my room in a bit and leave a voice call to keep you company. Liang Jiru, what if I wear white silk? I've worn black already, but not white yet. Chen Lu, coming. Whether it was white silk or not was irrelevant. He mainly wanted to ensure his girlfriend could sleep well. Chen Lu had never changed clothes as quickly in his life. Without hesitation, he found himself back at the entrance. Weren't you just out in the morning? Where are you going now? Wang Zhao'o asked. Liang Jiru said their gas stove is broken. I'm going to take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut, leaving the husband and wife staring at each other. Can you fix a gas stove? Wang Zhao'o asked. No, can you? Chen Guanglin shook his head. I can't either. This guy couldn't even come up with a better excuse. As Chen Lu made his way to Yonghe Yaoyuan, he realized something was amiss. He had been cooking well until now, so how did he end up being manipulated by Liang Jiru? Though a bit naive, Liang Jiru was not stupid. With her newfound free time, she seemed to have figured out Chen Lu's instruction manual. Mingyu once said, flaws can be changed, weaknesses cannot. Liang Jiru had found Chen Lu's weakness and used it to her advantage. Chen Lu was fully aware of this, and he had no intentions of changing. In fact, he wouldn't mind if Liang Jiru continued to exploit it. Soon, Chen Lu arrived at Yihiaoyuan. As soon as he got out of the car, he yawned sleepily. He had been napping daily at noon, affecting his sleep quality now that he was away from Liang Jiru. Little did he expect that Liang Jiru was just as serious, if not more. She seemed unable to fall asleep at noon without him, yet she refused to move in with him. Chen Lu scanned his surroundings like a thief before calling Liang Jiru. I forgot my elevator card. Can you buzz me up? He whispered. The girl on the other end pleaded urgently, "Wait a moment before coming up." The shaky breath from her voice indicated she was speaking softly, likely holding the phone close to her face. "Find a place to hide. My mom hasn't left yet." Chenlu was speechless. "Liangjiru, you're making us sound like weirdos, you know? How did she turn an ordinary nap into something so? Don't say that. We're just napping together. Nothing shady." Chenlu was dumbfounded. "Okay, buddy, for the favors I gave you in the past, you're using them against me now. A clean and pure couple." Chenlu repeated it to himself, amused. He couldn't just go straight to Aunt Z and say, "Aunt, I'm going to sleep with your daughter." So, Chenlu had no choice but to follow Liang Jiro's advice and lurk around a street corner. After all, the impact of such a statement was no less than, "Is my ghost fire safe downstairs?" Bored out of his mind, Chenlu stood at the corner, quietly watching pedestrians pass by occasionally, sometimes catching someone glancing back at him. Damn, he felt a bit like a thief. Just as Chenlu was thinking of changing positions, his phone in his pocket rang again. Glancing at it, it was a call from Peng Lian. Chenlu sighed. Ever since starting his company, his frequency of answering calls had skyrocketed. "Hey, Brother Lu, someone from Penguin Legal Department is coming." Peng Lian got straight to the point. "I know." Chenlu casually played with the holly leaves beside him. "Don't work overtime these days, just take the legal department staff around for sightseeing, dining, and singing. You can choose wherever you want to go. I'll cover the expenses. Take this opportunity to observe their structure and operational processes. It will be useful for us in the future." Peng Lian was curious. "Brother Lu, did you hand this matter over to the Penguin team from the beginning?" "You can't guess a boss's mind," Chenlu joked. "Will the Lin Group not use relationships to its advantage?" "I wish they would." Chenlu's words were true. In terms of legal and political connections in Hangzhou, there were hardly any who could surpass him and Zhang Chao. They did not actively seek advantages to avoid negative influences on their reputation, but when it came to defensive moves, it was a different story. Granting favors to juniors and upholding justice were different. The latter was hard to fault. So, in this aspect, whoever came would only compete fairly with them. "Is the promotional process ready?" Chenlu asked. "It's all set. The advertising fees have been paid," Peng Lian said with a smile. "When people watch videos of you trending, there might be our game advertisements below the video. Let's not waste the heat. Let's get started right away," Chenlu decided. Peng Lian paused his keyboard clicking and asked, "By the way, Brother Lu, what are you doing?" The formal response to work was before, so this exchange was just casual chat between friends. "Me. I'm farming." Chenlu smirked, continuing to spy like a thief on the situation near the apartment door. If the security guards monitoring the CCTV saw his actions and expressions now, they would surely think he was a thief scouting the place. Just as he finished speaking, Ansi leisurely walked out of the apartment door, politely declining help from a neighbor. Zi's Unfang walked slowly, struggling with each step. If he didn't have urgent matters, he would have already gone to help her. "Gotta go." He immediately hung up after seeing her and continued to observe. On the other end, Peng Lian blinked as he put his phone away, thinking that Brother Lu was quite interesting, still playing farm games these days. He suddenly nodded thoughtfully. With someone as capable as Chenlu, he must have his reasons. He needed to take this opportunity to understand. Who has a high level in QQ Farm? "Let me borrow your account," he shouted to the group of programmers working overtime. Peng Lian could have never imagined that, though both were farming, what Chenlu was doing was way more exciting than the game. After making sure Aunt Z had gone far, Chenlu entered the apartment and took the elevator. He knocked on the door a few times, and it immediately opened. The girl didn't dare to show herself, instead reaching out her delicate hand to pull him inside gently. Obviously, Liang Jiru, the silly cabbage, had been waiting by the door. Seeing the girl's white legs peeking out from under her skirt, Chenlu couldn't help but smirk. Liang Jiro's defenses were like paper, and she felt uncomfortable being looked at. She blushed, tugging her skirt down. "I'm mainly worried that you won't sleep well, not because I'm vulgar, you know?" Chenlu said, intending to push Liang Jiru into the bedroom. "Oh," Liang Jiru replied absent-mindedly. Chenlu suddenly paused, leaning in to look at the dark circles under her eyes. "You really didn't sleep well last night, huh?" "I have no self-control," he teased her with a smile. I've never had much self-control. Liang Jiru blushed, averting her gaze. She couldn't understand why he hadn't changed his shoes, and she was hesitant to ask. Chen Lu immediately understood her confusion and whispered, "Don't you remember leaving your shoes at my place when you slept over last time? Are we going to trip over in the same place twice?" As he spoke, he gently closed the bedroom door. "Thanks to my wit, or else my mom would have caught us red-handed back then." With that, his nervousness eased a bit. After all, they were both repeat offenders. Chen Lu still had no idea that his luck had saved him, leaving 2 minutes early. Hearing the door close, Liang Jiru's heart fluttered. She took 2 steps back in hesitation. By sitting on the bed, she realized there was nowhere to hide. She now felt as nervous as she was hot-headed a moment ago. She had practically handed herself to him on a silver platter. After some thought, Chen Lu decided to lock the door. Mature individuals learn from past mistakes. With a moment to carefully survey the bedroom, he noticed that it was more minimalist than his own, with essential furniture and neat arrangements. The desk was stacked with textbooks for professional courses, nothing else in sight. The bed was made with Muji beddings in shades of dark green and white, looking quite refreshing. Although made from pure cotton, Liang Jiru's meticulous arrangement left no wrinkles in the sheets. The apartment had been bought a long time ago, but this was Chen Lu's first visit since Liang Jiru had redecorated the bedroom. "When will Auntie be back?" He sat beside Liang Jiru, asking softly. "Mom usually takes a 2-hour walk," the girl said, abruptly stopping mid-sentence. "Liang Jiru, are you out of your mind?" She berated herself internally, feeling ashamed and baffled. Even though she would never ask Chen Lu to change shoes, her lack of understanding was indeed genuine. Without waiting for her response, Chen Lu retorted, teasing her with a smile, "No worries, we're a clean and pure couple. What's there to fear?" Liang Jiru nodded barely perceptibly, hands clasped in front of her. Not giving her a chance to speak, Chen Lu gently laid her down on the bed amid her gasp, lifting her skirt up slowly and tucking her slender legs into his embrace. Liang Jiru sank into the soft bedding, her long hair sprawled out, turning away sheepishly. At that moment, Chen Lu finally understood why some people liken white stockings to ice cream. He had underestimated the creativity and imagination of LSPS. "Don't tickle my feet. It's ticklish." "Oh, okay." Chen Lu then shifted his attention back to his legs. They say white stockings make legs look fat, but it seems like that rule doesn't apply to Liang Jiru at all. Her legs are still slender, in just the right way. Different from when she wears black stockings, now she somehow appears much more pure. After discovering his foot fetish, Chen Lu now realizes he also has a thing for white stockings. Coming to terms with this, he simply pushes aside his unused conscience and indulges in the pleasure. "Is your leg still cramping?" After a while, Chen Lu suddenly asked. "My legs were never cramping to begin with." "Nonsense, if your legs were fine, why would I be massaging them for you?" Chen Lu said confidently. "Is it supposed to somehow magically land in my hands?" Liang Jiru looked at him dumbly, deciding not to engage in this banter. Who knows how she would be tricked otherwise? Seeing Liang Jiru yawning, Chen Lu boldly suggested, "Since you can't sleep without me, why don't you just move in with me?" "No, it's too early," Liang Jiru muttered softly. This behavior is truly indefensible. If she brings it up later, not only will she not be able to deceive others, she won't even be able to deceive herself. Liang Jiru is not Chen Lu, who can't come up with the explosive excuse that their shared apartment mate happens to be his girlfriend. "What do you mean it's too early?" Chen Lu asked curiously. He had not expected Liang Jiru to agree directly, just teasing her out of habit. Liang Jiru blinked her clear, beautiful eyes and tentatively asked, "Wait until we're married." Chen Lu didn't respond, just calmly looked at her. Liang Jiru became nervous and poked Chen Lu's waist with her finger. "I'm going to be in my 3rd year next year, then I'll start my internship. If you still think it's too early, we can wait until we get married." She had no awareness of how quickly she was lowering her own standards. Chen Lu still remained silent. "Then, wait until my mother is okay?" The girl's voice was trembling slightly now. Her momentum had already been greatly reduced. Chen Lu had originally planned to continue staring at her to see how far she would lower her own standards, but unfortunately couldn't help but laugh, so he simply gave up. Even if Liang Jiru is foolish, seeing Chen Lu's last struggling smile, She could sense that he had been pretending from the start. But words spoken cannot be taken back, and she couldn't escape now. Chen-Lu would definitely use this contract to coax her. How did he know she was being deceived? Originally feeling both angry and annoyed, seeing Chen-Lu's pained expression, she felt a twinge of regret. Regardless of whether he was pretending, she quickly went over to apologize. As a form of compensation, she sat on the bed, allowing Chen-Lu to lie down with his head on her lap, and she helped massage his chest. Chen-Lu already loved napping, and now he closed his eyes to rest peacefully. White stockings as a knee pillow, what a heavenly experience. Suddenly feeling a slight itch on his cheek, perhaps Liang Jiru was looking at him from below. New Year's Day is coming up soon. After some time, the girl suddenly spoke. New Year's Day is very close to Chinese New Year this year, just 2 weeks after New Year's Day. Shall we celebrate New Year's Eve together? Liang Jiru finally gathered the courage to whisper this suggestion. Just having turned 19, and being a few months into her first relationship, she must have some expectations for such things. After all, 99% of couples celebrate New Year's Eve together. People in love can be silly, especially when they enjoy what they consider memorable activities. Once there's a person they like, they can't help but want to re-experience things they've done before, turning all the enjoyable moments into shared memories. Whether it's feeling the breeze alone, or watching a sunset while in a bad mood, a moon that once made them stop in their tracks would now hold a different meaning when seen with a loved one. Chen-Lu yawned and nodded. He had kept his eyes closed the whole time, and wasn't sure how many times Liang Jiru had opened and closed her mouth before speaking. We can also celebrate New Year's Day together. He lazily agreed. Okay. Liang Jiru thought briefly and felt like this way they could celebrate twice, which seemed like a good deal. It took Chen-Lu a couple of seconds to realize the practicality in her suggestion. He sat up straight, startling Liang Jiru. It's not fun celebrating over the phone. If we're going to celebrate, let's really do it together. Are you planning to deceive me? The girl asked softly. The more Chen-Lu listened, the more he felt something was off. Are you waiting for me to give you an excuse? How could that be? I'm not that foolish. Liang Jiru still sat by the bed, tilting her head and blinking at him. Chen-Lu smiled. He remembered his initial purpose for coming here and tapped the pillow with his hand. Let's go to sleep. I have to go back once you're asleep. Liang Jiru looked a bit forlorn, but nodded regardless. I'll close the curtain. She knew Chen-Lu didn't like the sunlight. The window was right by the bed. Liang Jiru knelt on the bed as she walked over, and each step made her skirt sway slightly. The curtain blocked out the sunlight well, and as she pulled it shut, the bright room quickly dimmed. The girl obediently lay down next to Chen-Lu, despite feeling sleepy. She took out her phone and opened a streaming app. I'm watching your favorite anime, Meow Meow, Liang Jiru whispered. Understanding the characters' personalities is important for drawing. She couldn't draw them without recognizing the characters, right? Fate. Liang Jiru nodded. I don't feel like sleeping right now. Will you watch an episode with me? She particularly wanted to stick close to Chen-Lu at this moment, since he wouldn't be going back to his rental house these days due to the New Year break. The two of them didn't have much time together in reality. What if I get caught later? Chen-Lu flatly refused. Not knowing how to persuade him, Liang Jiru lifted her left leg and gently placed it on his, causing Chen-Lu to clear his throat. Pretend I didn't say anything. Although Liang Jiru said she didn't want to sleep, Chen-Lu could tell she was just forcing herself to stay awake to spend more time with him. In no time, Liang Jiru's eyes were getting smaller, and she eventually fell asleep leaning against Chen-Lu's chest. Saber was fighting intensely with a berserker in the anime on her phone, and Liang Jiru, who was asleep, was peacefully breathing with slight movements. Chen-Lu tucked her in with the blanket, holding the soft girl tightly. This new neighborhood was quieter than the rental area, and the curtain kept the annoying sunlight at bay, making this afternoon exceptionally peaceful. Glancing at the sleeping girl in his arms, he felt a sense of tranquility. He suddenly noticed the faint smile on her lips. He decided to hold her a little while longer before leaving. Chen-Lu woke up to Liang Jiru calling out to him. As soon as he realized he was being awakened, he knew he was in trouble. I'm sorry. What do we do now? Liang Jiru's hair was messy from sleeping, her collar slightly askew. She was nervously looking at him. Her cheeks were flushed, and a red mark had appeared on her left cheek, clearly indicating she had just woken up. Chen Lu took a deep breath and straightened her collar. "Calm down. We're a couple, not in an affair." Thankfully, the door was locked. Otherwise, Liang Jiru's current appearance would be hard to explain. He tried to remain composed, glancing at the time and realizing it was already after 3 in the afternoon. He had just managed to calm down when he heard the faint sound of the television in the living room. How did they end up here? Upon seeing Liang Jiru clinging to his arm, looking flustered and at a loss, Chen Lu completely recognized one thing. This silly kid is a tough nut to crack. After such a long time, the only skill he seemed to excel in was handling him, while in other situations he remained just as clueless and silly as before. According to the fate he watched at noon, he felt that dealing with Lu's treasures belonged to this. While Chen Lu was still pondering this, Liang Jiru suddenly hugged him, pushing him back onto the bed just as he had sat up straight. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu felt puzzled. "Well, since I'm going to be killed anyway, let's hug for a bit before dying." Liang Jiru whispered in his arms, tightening her grip a little. Whether it was because she had just woken up or felt too embarrassed, the girl's cheek against his face was warm and comforting when she rubbed against it. Silly or not, unable to resist, he lightly flicked the girl's forehead. "When did Anzi hit you?" This silly boy had evolved again, and when he didn't know what to do, he simply gave up thinking. What a good buddy, resorting to being carefree in difficult situations, right? You have the heart of a thief but not the guts. He teased with a smile, planting a kiss on the cheek of the dazed Liang Jiru, then stood up to tidy up his hair slightly. "You change first, and then I'll figure out how to sneak out." "Okay. Can you turn around first?" Liang Jiru pushed Chen Lu to the side, making him face the wall, suddenly feeling just as embarrassed changing in front of Chen Lu as if she were caught by her mother. Regretting calling Chen Lu over in the first place, she felt like, if given another chance, she would still call out. "We're an old married couple and can't watch?" "We're not old." Liang Jiru's focus was always so odd, and only after confirming that Chen Lu was just joking did she climb under the covers to change clothes. Chen Lu didn't really feel like being mischievous either. There were more important matters at hand. It was definitely not acceptable to simply open the door and say hello. Reflecting for a moment revealed that the issue was not about fear of shadows even in the upright. If he suddenly saw Liang Jiru and himself coming out of the locked room, would Anzi give a good face? If she did, she would look like she was selling her daughter, even though he had always denied this reasoning. In Aunt Zhao's eyes, he still had a sense of gratitude here, which was not appropriate no matter what. So, no matter what, he had to avoid such a situation. How could he get Anzi out of the house or back to her room? It was late afternoon now, and there wasn't much to do. Liang Jiru quickly changed into winter pajamas, soft and fluffy, not particularly flattering to her figure, but she looked a bit cuter. Feeling that she had once again caused trouble for Chen Lu, she gently pulled him to the edge of the bed to sit, then sat down herself, hugging him tightly from behind. "I'm sorry." The girl rested her chin on Chen Lu's shoulder, her tone gentle. Chen Lu couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He never expected that he would be caught sneaking in to see Liang Jiru, and now she was apologizing to him. "It's okay, just remember to make it up to me." He pushed his conscience aside, saying it as if it were matter of fact. In case something went wrong, it would be hard to clear his name. He had to come up with a foolproof plan. A sudden flash of inspiration made him think of someone. Taking out his phone, he briefly explained the situation on his end to Chen Mo, then received a response he expected. "Chen Mo, I've been studying at home and pulling my hair out in frustration. And you, as the big brother, are sneaking around." Chen Lu, sneaking around. That sounds harsh. "I just came to help your sister-in-law take a nap." Chen Mo, bro, do you even believe that yourself? Chen Lu sighed silently, realizing how difficult it was to maintain a virtuous image when no one believed him, and continued tapping lightly on his phone screen. "Hurry up and bring your English book over. Have your sister-in-law teach you in the living room, and Aunt Z will definitely go back to her room." "Chen Mo, I don't have money for a taxi." Chen Lu raised his eyebrows at this. There was no way his thrifty sister would ask for taxi money. "Chen Lu, haven't you been talking about going to Sonya after the Gaokao since high school? I'll cover the expenses." "Chen Mo, deal." It wasn't really about going to Sonya. Chen Mo was more concerned about his reputation getting tarnished. Chen Lu found those words too familiar. With the deal set, Chen Mo arrived within half an hour. Chen Lu opened the door to find a girl with a ponytail and a backpack standing outside and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Chen Lu's sister." Zi Zunfeng took 2 steps back. "You must be Chen Mo, the little girl who has grown so beautiful." "Hello, auntie." "Sister, Jiru sister." Chen Mo struggled to swallow back the word sister-in-law and sweetly called out to Jiru sister. Liang Jiru breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Mo were to call her sister-in-law in front of her mother, she would jump out of the window on the spot. She hasn't even married yet. "I came to find Jiru sister for tutoring." Without waiting for Zi Zunfang to ask, Chen Mo continued, "She is taking the college entrance examination soon." Liang Jiru timidly added, not daring to meet Zi Zunfang's gaze. Zi Zunfang nodded slightly. "There's a study desk in Jiru's room. You can study there." "No need. Auntie, I can study in the living room." Chen Mo squeezed out a shy smile, looking very embarrassed. "All right, I won't disturb you to then." Zi Zunfang turned off the TV with the remote, smiling lightly. "Jiru, go fetch some fruits for her." This girl seemed a little shy, not much like her brother. But their family really has good genes, all resembling Zhao. She thought to herself, leaning against the wall, slowly walking into the bedroom. "Sister-in-law, you two are really close." Chen Mo whispered to Jiru when she saw the bedroom door slowly closing. Jiru turned her face away without responding, but the stone hanging in her heart finally fell. She quickly sent a message to Chen Lu. The next moment, Chen Lu, like a thief, opened the door, looked around, and then cautiously entered the living room. Ignoring Chen Mo's disdainful gaze, he pointed to the door, mouthed a message to Jiru. "Can I go now?" Jiru nodded, waving her hand to Chen Lu, her eyes showing a hint of reluctance. Before leaving, Chen Lu glanced at Chen Mo, the person who was his savior in his eyes, until this moment became a bit of a bother. Otherwise, he could have kissed her before leaving. Before Chen Mo could speak, Chen Lu swiftly left. Chen Mo was stunned by this speed, and after regaining her senses, she shrugged her shoulders helplessly and said, "Sister-in-law, please don't spoil him in the future. He dares to come here and take advantage of you. His audacity is too much. I asked him to come." Jiru sat on the sofa, her hands fidgeting nervously, trying to explain. Chen Mo turned her head in utter shock, her mouth wide open, thunderstruck. "Sister-in-law, let's watch a drama together." After a while, she recovered from her astonishment, sat down next to Jiru, and said softly, "But you have the college entrance examination in 159 days. While flipping through Chen Mo's test papers, Jiru softly said, "How do you remember even better than me?" But Chen Mo didn't dare to say this. She tried to suppress her emotions, her eyes quickly becoming wet, looking at Jiru with a pitiful expression. "Sister-in-law, you don't know. As soon as I get home, my parents confiscate my phone, and they don't let me sleep until 11 p.m. if I don't study. I can't sleep through the night these days. I'm almost being pressured into depression by them. Can you watch a drama with me to relax and not push me to study?" Jiru blinked in confusion, finding a disparity between the image of Wang Zhao and Chen Guanglin she had in mind, and the Chen Mo in front of her. No, not just a disparity, a complete mismatch. But she was always soft-hearted, and after several pleas from Chen Mo, her bottom line quickly lowered. "Study for half an hour first, and then we can watch the drama together, okay?" She spoke gently like an older sister next door. "Let's watch first, and then I'll study for half an hour when you go home." Chen Mo continued to tease. Jiru knew she was not good at arguing with Chen Mo, so she picked up her phone and showed Chen Mo the message Chen Lu had just sent her. The message clearly read, "Don't let Chen Mo come for nothing, tutor her for a while." Looking at the message, Chen Mo couldn't resist asking, "Why do you always listen to my brother on everything?" "Because he always considers my feelings," Jiru replied, still looking down at the test papers, but a hint of happiness appeared at the corner of her mouth. Seeing the sweet smile on the girl in front of him, Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then said quietly, "Sister-in-law, I don't love you anymore." While Jiru was tutoring Chen Mo, Chen Lu, on the other side, had just returned to the company after dealing with various matters and was already thinking about preparing for the upcoming lawsuit. Although winning the lawsuit was not a necessity, losing too badly would not be good either, as it could lead to others trying to take advantage of the company. So he decided to put in the effort. He had to utilize the connections he had in the university, where many reputable professors could be of help in such matters. The quality of interactions between universities, apart from educational resources, was reflected in how these matters were handled. The differences between engagements with school principals and professors and those with classmates after graduation were significant. With his father and Uncle Mo having some political influence, he couldn't afford to cause trouble for them and had to deal with certain matters personally. However, establishing such connections was not easy. Thinking about these things, he pushed open the glass door of the company with a serious expression. Since he had given the employees a day off, the company was not as bustling as usual, with the girls from the art department already out for a day of shopping. Only the members of the programming team were left working. "Why are there so many people here? Don't you have girlfriends?" Chen Lu asked with a smile, pretending not to notice his employees' unimpressed reactions to the boss and his wife's interactions. They had already gotten used to such behaviors. "My girlfriend is waiting for me in the game. I need to log in and get her out of the guild." A slightly chubby guy looked up with cold eyes while responding. The employees had grown used to the boss's favoritism, so they had developed some resilience to it. "Why are you working overtime?" "Oh, to earn the dowry for your girlfriend," Chen Lu teased as he pushed open Zhang Cao's office door and found it empty. Zhang Cao went out to eat and sing with the Penguin Legal Department people. He hasn't returned yet. All right, Chen Lu wasn't surprised. He and Zhang Cao had a clear division of labor, and Zhang Cao usually took care of these social interactions that Chen Lu wasn't too fond of. Sitting on the side, Chen Lu chatted with the programming team for a while before receiving a call from his entrepreneurship mentor. Although they didn't interact much on usual days, now the call was about something important. "Your recent actions have caused quite a stir. The deputy principal and the head of the law department are going to inspect your place soon. Tidy up a bit and try to leave a good impression on them." "Which leaders will be coming?" Chen Lu nonchalantly asked, knowing that it was just a courtesy visit with some additional support. "The deputy principal and the head of our law department." Chen Lu almost choked on the water he was drinking. Just when he was wondering whom to approach to facilitate his plans, the leaders had already come forward on their own. "All right, I will prepare right away." He stood up and clapped his hands. "Don't worry about all this, just start cleaning up quickly. Put away all the clutter on your desks and give the leaders a good impression." The men seemed experienced in hiding things, and they quickly cleaned up their desks, leaving them spotless. Chen Lu, however, felt something was missing in the atmosphere. He ran his hand through his hair, messing it up a bit. "Now that's better." Chen Lu surveyed the room again, unable to hide the hint of a smile. It had an aura of impending closure. Just as everything was prepared, the phone of the guiding teacher rang again, saying they were about to arrive. Chen Lu went out specifically to receive them. "Welcome, school leaders, to come for inspection." Vice Principal Cao Degong smiled and said, "The school has always been concerned about the development of your workshop. I heard there have been some issues recently, so I came specially to take a look." Chen Lu smiled wryly and said, "We did have a few problems, making it troublesome for all the leaders." As he spoke, he stepped aside, inviting the school leaders in. As soon as they entered, the originally calm leaders were all taken aback. The large company area was mostly empty, with only a few people gathered around typing on keyboards. The outside was getting dark, and no lights were on in the company, with only the faint glow of screens illuminating their faces, looking somewhat bleak. If one didn't know, they would think this was a company located in Syria. "All the money we earned was invested in the new game, but ended up with data being stolen and facing unfair competition, which resulted in many of our staff being poached," Chen Lu explained preemptively before any of the school leaders could ask. "We are currently facing some financial constraints. Since there wasn't much to do today, I let some of our staff take a day off and discussed giving them a reduced day's pay." He suddenly seemed to realize something and said, "Oh, I've been blabbering on. Please, have a seat quickly. Hey, Layan, go to the neighboring brothers and fetch water for the leaders." This remark struck a nerve with Cao Degong. The best company in the entire entrepreneurial base resorting to borrowing water from the neighboring company. Can the students of Yuhang University be bullied like this? What would this do to the school's reputation if word got out? His expression turned serious. In reality, leaders at this level of the school have always been in a somewhat awkward position. If you try to make improvements, those below you may not give you the opportunity to see where the problems lie. Looking at the reports, it feels like there are numerous issues, but upon inspection, everything seems fine. This made Cao Daigong extremely infuriated when he saw the scene. The school will provide some additional subsidies to you later, he stated outright. Chen Lu adjusted his messy hair and, almost on the verge of tears, looked at him. How much will the school provide? Cao Daigong cleared his throat. At least 200,000. You are all children of the school, and if you have faced injustice, the school will definitely do its utmost to help you. That's right, schools that can help will definitely help, the department head added politely. Chen Lu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and looked at him, saying, "Actually, there is something that might trouble you." The department head's mouth twitched a couple of times, but still nodded. "Go ahead. Our company is currently preparing a rights protection lawsuit. There are many things we don't understand. Could you help us contact Professor Yin? I'd like to consult with him about some questions." Retired Professor Yin is a heavyweight in China's legal community, a founding figure. What Chen Lu needed was not just the knowledge the old man possessed, but his standing in the legal field and the students he has taught. It would be great to have a reunion in a courtroom later. If they hire lawyers from elsewhere, what chance do they have at winning against us in an already unfavorable situation? Seeing through Chen Lu's thoughts, the department head tore a piece of paper from the nearby workstation, wrote down Professor Yin's phone number, and handed it to Chen Lu. He is currently very low profile. I'll contact him in advance for you, and the rest is up to you. He had intended to say if that doesn't work, he would contact other professors, but thought better of it. This kid was going straight to the most authoritative figure, indicating he had a plan. Touched by the school leader's assistance, Chen Lu hugged Lian and pointed at Lian's eyes. The leaders really helped us a lot. Otherwise, our company might not have been able to survive. Look at us now. We are short on funds, can't afford new equipment. These computers are being used in turns. People willingly work late without turning on the lights. They stare at the computer screens all night, their eyes getting worse. So thank you to all the leaders. He then hugged Lian tightly, and Lian's tears flowed immediately, saying thank you together. Cao Daigong rubbed his sparse hair. All right, fill out a requisition if you lack any equipment, and the school will reimburse you. We will not let the school's expectations down, Chen Lu said loudly. A few employees from the programming team in the distance were struggling to hold back laughter to the point their lips were almost bleeding. This annoying boss was always taking advantage of them every day, and now, he was even conning the school leaders. Only an idiot couldn't rise to become a school leader. As things developed, Cao Daigong naturally understood that Chen Lu's story had some exaggerations. However, considering Chen Lu's company was going through a challenging time, with data theft and malicious poaching, these were all facts that could be easily verified. Turning a blind eye was not a big deal. After tearfully bidding farewell to the school leaders, Chen Lu couldn't bear to waste the tears and took a selfie to send to Liang Jiru. Chen Lu, I feel really sad. Can you show me your legs? Photo. JPG. Before receiving a response, Lian rubbed his waist, looking puzzled as he sat beside him. Lu Jie, 20,000 is quite a lot. Will the vice principal really give it to us? He sounded a bit foolish. Chen Lu nodded firmly as he typed a message to comfort Liang Jiru. Are you so sure? Chen Lu put down his phone, patiently educating his capable assistant. Our company might not have traveled the farthest in Yuhang University's history, but it is definitely moving the fastest. If we truly achieve great success one day, his career won't just stop at being a vice principal of a 985 university. Let's see this as an investment. Worst case scenario, it's just each party getting what they need. He chuckled playfully. Do you really think our school leaders are that good-hearted? Remember how long they delayed the startup subsidy funds? At the time, he already had millions in his account. The school happily transferred him 100,000 yuan and even spent a while promoting him. If this situation happened to a studio with less skill or worse luck, it'd be like the child dies and then the milk comes in. Actually, in such a case, there wouldn't even be milk to feed. I don't get it. I play King Shui, Peng Lian joked. Chen Lu rolled his eyes at him and waved the piece of paper in his hand. You really lack vision. This thing can't be bought even for 2 million. Would someone of this caliber really care about 2 million? Obviously not. The benefits brought by establishing this connection were beyond monetary value. With good luck, this could be the budding moment of the strongest legal department in Hangzhou. Of course, that all depended on whether this young novice could truly impress the senior. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao had just stepped out of a KTV bar, holding a cigarette butt between his fingers and looking disdainfully at the man in front of him, who was only a few years older. Mr. Zhang, a meteoric rise, huh? You hold only 29% of the shares here. In my branch, I can offer you 49%. Though it's a subsidiary, it's under the Lin Group's banner. Seeing Zhang Chao remain unresponsive, the man continued speaking on his own. As long as Polaris Company's upcoming competing game gets shelved, we'll see at least billions in profits in the first month alone. Since ancient times, wise birds choose their trees. Changing partners midway happens all the time. It's not even considered betrayal. You've heard of wise birds choosing their trees, but have you heard the other phrase? Zhang Chao crushed the cigarette, but under his foot, looking at the man with disdain. What phrase? A man dies for the one who knows his worth. On the 31st, Chen Lu picked up the British short-hair cat from the pet hospital. The reason was that when this cat roamed out of the cage, it was particularly vulnerable to bullying by other cats in the hospital. If it stayed there any longer, the old injuries would not heal, and there would be new wounds. How come you can't beat anyone? Do the other cats have an extra pair of claws longer than yours? Just reach out and scratch them. Chen Lu sat on the sofa, lifting the cat overhead in disbelief. After being lifted up, the British short-hair cat remained still and just stared at him dumbly, its round eyes looking innocent, only meowing after a while in a pitiful manner. Just call it duo. It's really fate that Zimu picked you up. Chen Lu finished speaking and sniffled, suddenly realizing that his nose was completely blocked. Yes, he had caught a cold. Actually, it wasn't really for the purpose of having Liang Jiru stay to take care of him tonight that he caught a cold. He just felt like he was catching a cold while asleep, kicked off the blanket, and that was it. Maybe it was uncomfortable being held up, and the cat meowed again. Chen Lu shrugged, lowered it back down. The kitten just rested on the sofa for a moment, then jumped to the floor. Initially, Chen Lu had been worried that the cat was not sensible. Now he started to worrying that this silly cat was a bit too sensible. Clearly set up a comfortable cat bed, but it insisted on sleeping in the corner of the balcony. Initially, Chen Lu didn't think much of it until he noticed that this cat walked cautiously at home and didn't jump onto the sofa like other cats in other households. Seeing it sunbathing on the balcony, Chen Lu didn't bother and brought the notebook from the coffee table to his lap. Plants vs. Zombies, start. He brought this game back after seeing Liang Jiru play it before. But due to various chaotic things happening, Liang Jiru had cleared the game a month ago while he hadn't finished yet. Just as he had completed a couple of levels, a light green baby penguin waddled in. Chen Lu teased Liang Jiru, seeing the pile of things she was carrying. I thought you were kidnapped halfway there, coming so late. Are they having some special event at the supermarket? Liang Jiru hung her down jacket on the rack, happily saying, the supermarket had a promotion, so I went to line up to get free eggs. Chen Lu raised his eyebrows twice at her words. Your boyfriend has a 7-figure balance in his account, and you go line up at the supermarket for free eggs. Seeing the happy look on the girl's face, Chen Lu swallowed the rest of his sentence and complimented her with a smile. My girlfriend is so thrifty. Liang Jiru felt even happier being praised. Putting away the groceries in the fridge, I bought frozen dumplings for you, so you can cook them when I'm not around. Stop eating instant noodles. If you don't like them, I can wrap some up for you to freeze. I finally managed to make you gain a few pounds, and now I feel like you are losing weight again, she muttered softly. The girl was wearing a gray turtleneck sweater, matching the couple's outfits with Chen Lu. She had recently developed a liking for buying matching couple items, constantly buying them for him, from sweaters to pajamas, toothbrush cups. Showing her girly side, proving that her income had increased significantly compared to before. Chen Lu shifted his gaze from the girl back to the computer screen, murmuring softly, if you live here, feeding me every day, I'd be gaining weight by now. Feed you every day from now on. But before that, you have to hold on a little longer. Liang Jiru said as she sat down beside Chen Lu, leaning her head gently on his shoulder. She loved spending time like this. Enjoying the cozy feeling for a moment, she opened her eyes just in time to see Chen Lu playing the final level of the Plants vs. Zombies game. She had finished this game a long time ago, but she still enjoyed watching him play. For someone who hadn't been exposed much to games or seen large-scale battles, the final level of Plants vs. Zombies was quite intense. Liang Jiru's hands were sweaty after playing the game. "Why are you only using one flower pot?" She was puzzled when Chen Lu dug up all the pots and left only one. This is the autistic ninja technique. When you get bored of a game, various flower arrangements will come up. Humans were always good at finding new patterns. You've passed the game for a while now. Have you found a new game to play? Chen Lu still teased Liang Jiru playfully. "I suddenly feel like I can play this game for a long time. I didn't know I could play it this way. It's not that exaggerated. As long as luck is a little better, anyone can pass. In fact, the system is designed to help players pass the game as much as possible, providing them with the cards they need." Chen Lu truthfully said, but the admiring look from Liang Jiru secretly pleased him. Chen Lu didn't delve into the underlying logic of the codes too deeply. After all, this girl might not necessarily understand it. Liang Jiru felt odd. No wonder whenever I was thinking I needed chili peppers because the boss was spitting out ice balls, the peppers suddenly appeared. Playing like this is interesting, but not necessarily enjoyable. Chen Lu stretched and pulled Liang Jiru onto his lap. "I haven't seen you play fun yet. Someone like you, who can enjoy playing any game quickly, is really talented. Many top streamers in the gaming community are like that, able to provide emotional value to many people. Many people experience burnout at work, especially in the gaming industry. Even he felt like he was at a stage where playing games didn't bring happiness anymore. Watching Liang Jiru play was more interesting. Does it make you feel good to flirt in front of the little cat?" Chen Lu was about to be dishonest, but heard the girl ask softly.